Chapter 173. The Meeting of Yi Hao and Tang Yuehua, on what grounds? Who am I? I remain unfazed even in the face of a crumbling Mount Tai. I didn't say anything. The Grandmaster shook his head with great difficulty, his expression filled with immense pain, and then, unable to hold back, he burst into tears. The spirit hall tortured me, yet even so, I never revealed Xiao-san's background. Seeing this scene, Liu Erlong's eyes turned red with emotion. Her heart burned with hatred toward the spirit hall, and at the same time, she stepped forward and pulled the Grandmaster into her embrace. Hearing these words, Tang San felt warmth in his heart. As expected, his teacher would never betray him. Damn spirit hall, Flinder sighed. As long as Xiaogang returned safely, that's all that matters. By the way, Xiaogang, how did you return? Flinder asked, puzzled. Xiao-san told me that the people from the spirit hall sent you back in a carriage. I just don't understand. If they tortured you, why would they go out of their way to send you back in a carriage? Flinder had hit the nail on the head. He murmured, if I were the spirit hall, I would have thrown you into the wilderness and let you fend for yourself. Why would they bother to send you back? You Xiaogang. The spirit hall subjected me to severe torture. I never want to experience that again. The Grandmaster's voice trembled. Xiao-san's secret of possessing twin martial souls has already been exposed. Salas interrogated me multiple times, but I never let anything slip. In the end, Salas couldn't get anything out of me, so he just had me sent back. Hearing this, Flinder couldn't help but grow suspicious. He picked up the Pope's decree from the table and carefully examined it. No mistake. It was identical to the one Tang Hao had given the Grandmaster. The Pope's decree symbolized the authority of the elders within the spirit hall, and it was impossible for it to be left outside their control. Aside from the elders of the spirit hall, only 3 decrees had ever been lost to outsiders. Flinder remembered the Grandmaster once telling him that his decree came from the Clear Sky sect. The other 2 were held by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, one for each of the 3 upper sects. These were the only 3 decrees that had fallen into outside hands. Now that the Grandmaster had returned, and more than that, Salas, a platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, had even returned the Pope's decree along with him. One must understand, Salas was not a reckless person. To sit in the position of platinum bishop, how could he be simple? There was only one possibility. Xiaogang lied to us, Flinder thought to himself. His mind quickly connected the dots. If he recalled correctly, Yu Xiaogang had been taken yesterday and returned this morning. He must have suffered brutal torture during this time. The wounds on his body were undeniable. That left only one possibility. Salas knew about Xiao-san's true identity. Moreover, the Pope's decree in Flinder's hand came from the Clear Sky clan. Even though Salas was a platinum bishop, he did not have the authority to possess the decree. Not to mention, when he first saw it yesterday, his reverence had been genuine. Such emotions couldn't be faked. Flinder put down the decree and carefully observed the Grandmaster. He had changed. Flinder's first impression was that he now seemed unfamiliar. Xiaogang, are you absolutely sure you didn't reveal Xiao-san's true identity to Salas? Flinder asked in a deep voice. Caught off guard by Flinder's sudden question, the Grandmaster was momentarily stunned. Before he could respond, Liu Erlong, who was completely devoted to love, became displeased. She glared at Flinder with indignation, her expression filled with emotion. Flinder, Xiaogang barely escaped from the jaws of death. Instead of caring for him, you're questioning him. Do you really think Xiaogang is that kind of person? The Grandmaster quickly added, Flinder, I swear, I didn't reveal Xiao-san's true identity. I only said he was an ordinary disciple of the Clear Sky clan. As for the fact that his father is Tang Hao, I never said a single word. He spoke with absolute confidence. Flinder picked up the Pope's decree, intending to say something more, but then hesitated. Since that's the case, Xiaogang just focus on recovering. I have matters to attend to at the academy, so I'll take my leave. With that, Flinder left the wooden cabin. As he stepped outside, he vaguely heard Liu Erlong's complaints behind him. Flinder doesn't care about Xiaogang's injuries, and now he even doubts him. Xiaogang isn't like some people, he's brave. Just now, who was the one who fainted at the mere mention of a 10,000 gold soul coin compensation? And now he's doubting Xiaogang. Hearing Liu Erlong's remarks, Flinder remained unfazed. He turned his gaze toward Tang-san, who was sitting on a tree branch, lost in thought. "Zio-san, can I ask you a few questions?" Tang-san was slightly startled, then leaped down from the tree and approached Flender. "Dean, what's the matter?" Flender smiled slightly. "Now that Zioaging has returned, you can finally set your mind at ease and focus on the upcoming competition. Remember, what happened at Kanghui Academy must never happen again. Shrek Academy cannot afford another incident like that." Hearing this, Tang-san nodded deeply. "I understand, Dean Flender. Is there anything else?" At that moment, Flender lowered his voice and asked, "Did you notice anything strange about Zioaging after he returned?" As the Grandmaster's disciple, Tang-san had been the first to see him return. Compared to Flender, who arrived later, Tang-san would naturally have a keener sense of any abnormalities. After thinking for a moment, Tang-san replied, "No, when I saw teacher seriously injured, I didn't think twice before carrying him here. If there was anything strange, it would be that teacher was tied up in a burlap sack and thrown down by the spirit hall's people. They moved so fast that I didn't even have time to react before they were gone." Flender was momentarily stunned, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Zioaging was tied up in a burlap sack and thrown down. That's completely different from what Zioaging said. There must be something suspicious going on, Flender thought to himself. Seeing Flender deep in thought, Tang-san couldn't help but ask, "Dean, is something wrong?" "No," Flender shook his head and smiled. "Nothing's wrong, Zio-san, just remember what I said. I'll be leaving now, go see your teacher." With that, Flender walked away, hands clasped behind his back, his expression darkening. Tang-san scratched his head in confusion before turning back toward the wooden cabin. Not long after the two left, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of the forest. It was Tang Hao. Tang Hao carefully observed the Grandmaster. He had heard every word of the conversation between Flender and Tang-san. Flender had always been a smart man. Though usually greedy, he had a knack for coming up with clever ideas in critical moments. This time, he had keenly noticed something off about Yu Zioaging. Aside from Liu Erlong, who blindly trusted him due to her love-struck nature, Tang Hao remained skeptical. The Spirit Hall would never release someone who hadn't confessed the truth. Not only that, but they even returned the Pope's decree that belonged exclusively to the Clear Sky clan. There was only one explanation. Yu Zioaging had revealed the origin of the decree, and as a result, Salas had publicly exposed Tang-san's identity. Twin martial souls, blue silver grass and the Clear Sky hammer. The meaning was obvious. Zio-san's identity has been exposed. Tang Hao sighed, then looked toward the direction of the Clear Sky clan, silently praying in his heart. "For the sake of your so-called dignity, Grandmaster, who exactly are you putting on this act for?" With another sigh, Tang Hao's figure disappeared into the forest. At the same time, a letter from Yue Xuan had already been sent out of the city, heading towards the Clear Sky clan near Heaven Dew City. Shortly after, Salas also penned a top-secret letter, which was escorted by 3 Soul Emperors toward the Spirit Hall. Unbeknownst to all, the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament had reached its final stage. The chances for each academy were dwindling. Heaven Dew Imperial Academies, second team, occupied the top spot. Following closely were Tianshui Academy, Blazing Academy, Divine Wind Academy, and Shrek Academy, which was ranked last among them. Shrek had only managed to reach this height thanks to Tang-san crippling his own Clear Sky hammer martial soul to forcefully increase his strength. Otherwise, Shrek Academy wouldn't have made it this far. Today's match was the final round of the qualifiers. For the teams that had already secured their advancement, they could freely adjust their strategies. For those who had lost their qualification chances, however, this would be their last battle on this stage. Not every path in life is smooth. Some losses are inevitable. The Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's second team was scheduled to face Purple Star Academy, a relatively unknown advanced spirit master academy. But before the match even began, Purple Star Academy immediately surrendered after consulting with the referee. This shocking news left the audience utterly stunned. Ever since Hao had returned to compete, every single match had been a crushing victory. There wasn't a single opponent he couldn't defeat. Whether it was the 4 elemental academies or the rising Shrek Academy, all had been trampled beneath Hao's leadership. Recently, the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's second team barely had to fight. Their opponents had been forfeiting matches left and right, all out of fear of Yi Hao's overwhelming strength. Instead of wasting energy fighting them, the other teams preferred to use their time to study other opponents. Upon hearing this news, Yi Hao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. Came here for nothing today. Oh well, might as well go home and rest. After bidding farewell to Yu Tianheng and the others, Yi Hao left the resting area alone. Just as he stepped out, however, a woman he had never seen before suddenly appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" Yi Hao instinctively asked. The woman gave off an air of nobility. She wore an elegant silver palace gown that fit her figure perfectly. Among all the women Yi Hao had ever seen, this one was undeniably the most regal. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, yet strangely, she wasn't a spirit master. Yi Hao couldn't sense any spirit power from her. The woman smiled politely and said, "Hello, may we speak in private?" Yi Hao was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. "Please." Shortly after, the two entered a vacant room. The woman sat gracefully on the sofa, maintaining her noble demeanor at all times. "May I ask what brings you here, miss?" Yi Hao handed her a cup of fragrant tea, clearly intrigued. There was no way a beauty would just randomly seek him out. The woman gently took a sip of tea and spoke with a poised voice. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang Yuehua from Yuexuan." "Yuexuan Tang Yuehua," Yi Hao murmured. It was her. Yi Hao's brows furrowed slightly. A direct descendant of the Clear Sky clan, Tang San's aunt, and Tang Hao's younger sister. Why had she suddenly come looking for him? Could it be because of Tang San? So it's true. Tang Yuehua, an expert at reading people, immediately saw through his reaction. "As the heir of the spirit hall, there's no way you wouldn't know who I am. I came today for one simple reason, to understand the past grievances between you and my nephew, Zio-san." Now that she had laid her cards on the table, Yi Hao didn't bother wasting time either. "And what exactly does Lady Tang wish to know?" he asked calmly. "How the spirit hall destroyed the Clear Sky clan, or when I plan to kill Tang San?" Hearing this, Tang Yuehua frowned. "You and my nephew have had minor conflicts, but why must you seek his death? What do you gain from it?" "So, Tang Hao has already taken Tang San to see you and told you everything." Yi Hao chuckled. "Did Tang San tell you about our history?" "You're correct," Tang Yuehua admitted. "Zio-san told me that you two were once schoolmates at the same academy, but because Grandmaster made you enroll in Shrek Academy, you two had a falling out. In my opinion, Shrek Academy isn't that bad. Is this really the reason you turned against each other?" For the sake of her nephew's safety, Tang Yuehua had taken a great risk in meeting Yi Hao, the heir of the spirit hall. Yi Hao, however, asked in return, "That's not the whole story. There are many things Tang San didn't tell you." "Lady Tang, before I answer your question, may I ask you one first?" Tang Yuehua paused briefly before nodding. "Go ahead." Yi Hao smirked slightly. "I assume Tang Hao brought Tang San to visit you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to see me, right? As an outsider, you wouldn't have known my true identity otherwise." Tang Yuehua remained silent, clearly acknowledging this fact. Yi Hao continued, "Tell me, when Tang San and Tang Hao visited you that day, did they cause any disturbances, perhaps breaking the arms and legs of your two gatekeepers?" Tang Yuehua was visibly shaken by Yi Hao's words. "Did you have people tail my second brother?" she asked, frowning. Yi Hao chuckled. "I don't stoop to such petty tactics, but knowing Tang San, breaking someone's hands is already him showing mercy. If he didn't take their lives on the spot, it's only because he still has some respect for you as his aunt." "What do you mean by that?" Tang Yuehua's expression darkened. "I trust Zio-san, he would never do such things. As for what you said about breaking people's limbs, I can tell you it did happen. But that was just a moment of impulse. Who hasn't acted recklessly in their youth? I have too." Yi Hao sipped his tea and looked at her with amusement. "Madam Tang, you have seen many people in your life. How can you still judge a book by its cover?" Tang Yuehua's tone turned colder. "What exactly are you implying? My nephew isn't as despicable as you make him out to be. He's my second brother's son, my own blood. He is the future of the Clear Sky clan. And with his twin martial souls, he has already reached the Soul King rank at such a young age. You're trying to kill him only because you want to eliminate a threat to the spirit hall, aren't you?" Yi Hao suddenly burst into laughter. Tang Yuehua's reasoning wasn't wrong. but she was underestimating Tang San's true nature. "What's so funny?" she asked. "You're half right," Yi Hao said, standing up. "As the heir to the spirit hall, I won't deny that eliminating threats to us is part of my duty. But do you really understand your dear nephew? Even his own father would be ashamed of some of the things he has done." Tang Yuehua's face turned grim. "I don't know what nonsense you're spouting, but I warn you, let my nephew go. My brothers are not people to be trifled with." Yi Hao smirked. "And do you think I, or the spirit hall, are easy to trifle with? Your Clear Sky clan has been in seclusion ever since Tang Hao's incident with Kaiyan Zunji. You were once the #1 clan in the world, but now, you're nothing more than a relic of the past." Tang Yuehua remained silent. Yi Hao's words were painful, but true. The downfall of the Clear Sky clan was their greatest shame. For years, Tang Yuehua had harbored hope that her eldest brother would return to the sect. She took a deep breath and asked, "What will it take for you to spare my nephew?" For her, Tang San was more than just a nephew, he was like a son. Especially since her eldest brother had never married, Tang San was her only family. And of course, his twin martial souls made him all the more precious in her eyes. She had risked everything by coming here to meet Yi Hao, the heir of the Spirit Hall, knowing that their factions were mortal enemies. Even if Yi Hao didn't intend to kill Tang San now, what about the future? Once Tang San fully understood the blood feud between him and the Spirit Hall, he would never let it go. And as the Spirit Hall's heir, Yi Hao could not sit back and watch his own faction be destroyed by Tang San. Yi Hao smiled. "Let me tell you a story about Tang San's time in Soto City. Maybe he already told you a version of it, but what I'm about to say will shatter your understanding of him." Tang Yuehua hesitated, then sat down again. "Go on." Yi Hao began narrating. When he finished, Tang Yuehua's face was pale. "No, that's impossible," she protested. "You're just making things up. My nephew would never do such monstrous things." Yi Hao shrugged. "Believe what you want, I'm not forcing you." It was clear that his words had shaken her deeply. In her mind, Tang San was kind, righteous, and noble. But Yi Hao's version of events painted a completely different picture, one of a calculating, ruthless individual who wouldn't hesitate to eliminate those who stood in his way. She refused to believe it. No, this had to be Yi Hao's attempt to drive a wedge between her and Tang San. This world has two sides, light and darkness. Every story has a front and back. Yi Hao sighed. "If you refuse to believe me, that's your choice, but I've said what I needed to say." He stood up to leave. Just then, Tang Yuehua suddenly asked, "Is the Spirit Hall planning to attack during the tournament?" Yi Hao responded coolly, "That's not for me to decide. But I can tell you this, even if I don't act, there are plenty of people who want Tang San dead. Your nephew isn't as innocent as you think. He slaughtered 6 innocent soul masters, and he was the one who provoked Yi Rishan, which led to his external soul bone being forcibly removed." Tang Yuehua's face froze. How do you know about that?" she stammered. "Are you saying that you?" Yi Hao smiled. It was time to stop hiding. "Yes, I am Yi Rishan." Tang Yuehua's eyes widened in shock. You're saying that you're the one who took my nephew's external soul bone." Yi Hao nodded. "Do you want me to say it again? I am Yi Rishan." Tang Yuehua could barely breathe. But why?" Yi Hao's voice turned cold. "I already explained it. Tang San used his 8 spider lances to poison my teammates. If we didn't extract the toxins, they would have died. And you think that justifies tearing out my nephew's external soul bone?" Tang Yuehua's voice was filled with grief and rage. Yi Hao scoffed. "You're telling me I should have begged him for an antidote? We were already mortal enemies by then. The poison was his doing. Do you really think he would have cured them so easily?" Tears welled up in Tang Yuehua's eyes. "Everything I needed to say, I've said." Yi Hao turned to leave, but before stepping out, he paused and said one final thing. "Tang Yuehua, I never expected you to come to me. You are indeed a worthy aunt. No one can deny that. But this world isn't black and white. I've told you who Tang San really is. You're a smart woman, think carefully about what I've said. That little brat broke the wrists of your 2 gatekeepers. That alone should tell you something." His tone darkened. "And one last thing, if the Clear Sky clan has chosen seclusion, then stay that way. Don't get any ideas. I don't know what Tang Hao wanted from you, but I suggest you be careful. The Clear Sky clan isn't as strong as it once was. Your so-called mighty clan is filled with nothing but weak old men. And don't forget, Tang Chen, your great clan master, is still trapped. If the Clear Sky clan makes a move, it will only bring disaster upon itself." With that, Yi Hao walked away. Chapter 174. Yi Hao, the master of schemes once again. "Wait, explain yourself clearly." By the time Tang Yuehua snapped back to her senses, Yi Hao was already gone. The room was empty, its door still slightly ajar. The handle trembled faintly, indicating that Yi Hao had only just left. "Was that a warning to the Clear Sky clan?" she murmured. "And Grandpa is trapped." Suddenly, a terrifying thought struck her. She rushed out of the room into the corridor, but there was no trace of Yi Hao. He had vanished. Yi Hao hated being chased by women. Of course, except for Sister Zhu. Her heart pounded. "Yi Hao, what are you really trying to tell me? And Grandpa, how could he be trapped? With his level 99 strength, he is undefeated across the continent." Unless, Tang Yuehua's eyes widened in horror, could it be the spirit hall that imprisoned him? After leaving Heaven Dew Great Spirit Arena, Yi Hao swiftly returned home. With the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournaments qualifier rounds officially concluded, the next phase would shift to one-on-one battles, determining which academies would advance to the final elimination round held at Spirit Hall. For now, there was finally a brief period of rest. As Yi Hao settled down, Cayenne Ringsu approached and sat beside him. "Tang Yuehua came looking for you just now." Yi Hao nodded, gulping down a mouthful of tea. "Yeah, my throat is dry from talking so much." Cayenne Ringsu's curiosity grew. What did she want? Yi Hao sighed, shaking his head with a wry smile. "What else? She came to plead for her precious nephew, Tang San, begging me not to kill him." Cayenne Ringsu's eyes sparkled with interest. "So Tang Yuehua now knows who you really are." "That's right," Yi Hao confirmed. "Tang Hao took Tang San to see her. She's his sister, after all. The qualifiers are over, and soon the teams heading to Spirit Hall for the elimination rounds will be decided. I have no doubt Shrek Academy will be among them." He paused, his tone turning sharp. "Our mother is likely to make her move before then. Tang Hao won't just sit and watch his son die, he'll be making preparations in advance." Tang Yuehua held a high status in Heaven Dew City. Not only was she the Clear Sky clan's eldest lady, but even the royal family showed her great respect. And Princess Zuki, Cayenne Rangsu's sister, was currently studying at Yuakshuan. As a royal princess, learning noble etiquette was essential, and Yuakshuan was the top choice for Heaven Dew's aristocrats. Cayenne Rangsu's expression darkened. "If Tang Yuehua knows your identity, you need to leave Heaven Dew City immediately and return to Spirit Hall. It's no longer safe for you here." Yi Hao blinked, then suddenly understood. "You think Tang Yuehua might expose me to the royal family, prompting them to take action?" The Spirit Hall was the greatest enemy of both Heaven Dew and Star Luo empires. Its very existence served to balance power between the two empires, preventing full-scale war. If not for Spirit Hall's influence, Star Luo Empire's military strength would have long made them the undisputed rulers of the continent. If Heaven Dew royalty discovered that the heir of Spirit Hall was in their city, it wouldn't just ruin Cayenne Rangsu's carefully planned infiltration. It could throw the entire continent into chaos. The only solution was for Yi Hao to leave. But instead of panicking, Yi Hao felt a warmth in his heart. He grasped Cayenne Rangsu's hand gently. "Don't worry, sister. Tang Yuehua won't betray me." Cayenne Rangsu tilted her head, intrigued. "Why do you say that?" Yi Hao smirked. "Because before I left, I made sure to warn her. If she reveals my secret, I can't guarantee that the Clear Sky clan won't be wiped out because of it." His gaze shifted toward the Clear Sky clan's location, and as his anger flared, Zhu Zhu, Zhar, and Zio Hong silently appeared by his side. "I've never claimed to be a good person," he murmured. "Tang San and I are destined to be enemies. The grudge between the Spirit Hall and Tang Hao didn't end with the last generation, it has only carried over to us." His voice grew colder. "Either he dies or I do. Sitting in this position, I must always plan for the future." "Think about it, sister. Once Tang Hao tells Tang San about the past, do you really think that brat will let Spirit Hall live?" Cayenne Rangsu's expression turned ice cold. "Then Tang San must die." Yi Hao smiled approvingly. "Now you understand." He sighed, clasping his hands behind his back. "This continent is even more chaotic than I imagined, especially Heaven Dew City. Ever since I came here, I've seen too much. I'm just numb to it all now." Kaiyan Rengsu chuckled. You'll get used to it. I had to go through so much effort just to kill Zhu Yi's 2 sons. Do you think I got this crown prince title easily? A royal family without bloodshed isn't a real royal family. If even the imperial family is like this, how much worse do you think it is outside? She shot him a meaningful look. Tang Yuehua isn't someone to be underestimated. You should lay low for now. I'll go to the palace and see what I can find out. Yi Hao nodded. Thanks, sister. Kaiyan Rengsu waved him off. We're family, no need for thanks. Then she smirked. But are you really sure Tang Yuehua won't tell Zhu Yi about you? For your safety, I still think you should leave early and head to Spirit Hall. That way, when you compete in the elimination rounds as the Spirit Hall's heir, we can really piss off Zhu Yi. Maybe we'll even anger him to death. Yi Hao chuckled. Don't worry, sister. Snow Knight will die, but not yet. Before leaving, I made sure to mention a certain name. Tang Yuehua will have to think carefully before doing anything rash. Kaiyan Rengsu's eyes narrowed. Who? Yi Hao's smile deepened. Tang Chen. Kaiyan Rengsu's expression changed. Tang Chen, the former clan master of the Clear Sky clan, why bring him up? Yi Hao's gaze darkened. Tang Chen was once one of the strongest in the world, grandfather's greatest rival, and one of the 3-limit duo, alongside Sea God Island's Bo Saixi. He continued, Sister, you know as well as I do, Tang Chen disappeared decades ago. If he were still around, would the Clear Sky clan have crumbled so easily? Would they have needed to exile Tang Hao and shut their gates just to survive? Kaiyan Rengsu's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Interesting, so what exactly happened to Tang Chen? Yi Hao's smile remained cryptic. That's the million gold soul coin question, isn't it? That's right. Kaiyan Rengsu sighed helplessly. Even grandfather is puzzled. Tang Chen has been missing for years, and even he doesn't know where he went. It's as if he vanished from the face of the continent. If he were still here, the Clear Sky clan wouldn't have fallen to this level. She narrowed her eyes. But what does that have to do with you mentioning him? Don't tell me, you actually know where Tang Chen is. Yi Hao nodded. Slaughter City, Tang Chen is there. Kaiyan Rengsu's eyes widened in shock. Slaughter City? No way, how do you know everything? Yi Hao smirked proudly, rubbing his nose. There's nothing on this continent that I don't know. Right now, Tang Chen is in Slaughter City, ruling as the Slaughter King. But his body has been taken over by an old bat. He's no longer human nor ghost, he has no self-awareness anymore. That old bat is in full control of his body. Then Yi Hao's voice turned serious. After the tournament ends, I'm going there. Kaiyan Rengsu was startled. You're going to Slaughter City? Don't tell me, it's for the Killing God domain. It was well known that anyone who survived Slaughter City's trials would gain the Killing God domain. Bibai Dong had once conquered Slaughter City and was now one of the only 2 living killing gods. Yi Hao nodded. That's part of it, but I also have another test to undergo. He smirked. That's why I told Tang Yuehua that Tang Chen is still alive. Without Tang Chen, the Clear Sky clan is on a downward spiral. Forget about being the #1 clan, they don't even dare to show their faces in the world anymore. Yi Hao suddenly changed the subject. Sister, our spirit hall worships the angel god, right? Kaiyan Rengsu nodded. That's right, our spirit hall has always worshipped the angel god. But by my generation, the angel bloodline has dwindled, only grandfather and I remain. Yi Hao leaned closer, raising an eyebrow. Then why not consider me? I'm in great shape. I could help rebuild the angel bloodline, you know. Kaiyan Rengsu. She immediately glared at him. You were fine until you brought that up. Just wait until we get back to Spirit Hall. Let's see how grandfather punishes you. Then her tone became serious again. But are you really sure Tang Yuehua won't talk? This still worries me. Yi Hao dismissed her concerns with a wave. Then he turned to Zhu. Zhu, keep a close watch on Shrek Academy. The moment Tang Hao and his sons start making trouble, report to me immediately through the Death God's heart. Zhu nodded. Understood. Next, Yi Hao looked at Xiao Hong. Hong, what are your limits? Xiao Hong tilted his head. Limits, why do you ask? Yi Hao smirked. If you had to fight multiple titled duo at once, what are your chances of winning? Despite his ordinary-looking appearance, Xiao Hong was a hidden powerhouse, always keeping a low profile like some grandmaster. Xiao Hong bared his teeth in a grin. 100%. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. Seriously? Xiao Hong nodded. Seriously. Yi Hao's eyes gleamed. I have a bold idea. He turned to Kai and Rangsu. Hong and I are going on a trip tomorrow. Zhu Zhu and Jair will stay in Heaven Dew City. I'll be back before the one-on-one battles begin. Kai and Rangsu, sitting in the pavilion, laughed. Now that your identity has been exposed, you're finally planning to hide in Spirit Hall for a while, huh? Yihao grinned. Who cares about that? Kai and Rangsu narrowed her eyes. Then where are you going this time? Don't cause more chaos. I can't handle any more of your antics. She knew her troublesome little brother all too well. Whatever he was planning, it wasn't good. Yihao chuckled. I'm heading overseas to find some reinforcements. Kai and Rangsu frowned. Overseas? Reinforcements? Since when do you have contacts overseas? Yihao smirked. The ocean is far larger than the land. Naturally, the variety of soul beasts is greater as well. At that moment, Kai and Rangsu's expression changed. Wait, you're not planning to kidnap soul beasts again, are you? Hearing the word kidnap, Zhu Zhu and Jair shivered uncontrollably. It seemed like they were about to get a new companion. Another poor soul about to be captured. Yihao laughed and hugged Kai and Rangsu around the waist. Sister, you really are the person who understands me best. Kai and Rangsu rolled her eyes and shoved him away. I knew it. Tell me, who's your target this time? And don't tell me it's another 100,000-year-old beast. Yihao sighed dramatically. Sister, you're too smart. Unfortunately, my death god's heart can only hold 100,000-year-old beasts. Otherwise, I'd go after a 990,000-year-old one. Kai and Rangsu felt a headache coming on. This guy. Most people are lucky just to encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast, let alone capture or kill one. But Yihao, he kidnapped them, alive. If soul beasts saw him coming, they would probably run in the opposite direction. Zhu Zhu and Jair had similar thoughts. Of course, turning into humans had its advantages, but still, they had been kidnapped. Yihao continued, kidnap? That's an insult. I'm saving them from their suffering. Then he grinned. My target this time is a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast, the evil demon Orca King. It's one of the ocean's deadliest predators, far more brutal than creatures like the man-faced demon spider. Kai and Rangsu hesitated. Then she sighed. Fine, just be careful, don't overdo it, all right. Yihao smiled warmly. Sister, you're the best. I'll be leaving now. The ocean is far from Heaven Dew City. If I don't go now, I won't make it back before the one-on-one battles begin. As Yihao was leaving, he suddenly hugged Kai and Rangsu. Before she could react, he lightly kissed her right cheek and then bolted, grabbing Xiao Hong off the ground as he made his escape. Zhu Zhu. Jair. Just another normal day. You little brat, Kai and Rangsu scolded with a half-smile. She wiped her slightly damp cheek but didn't seem truly angry. Watching Yihao disappear into the distance, she turned back toward home with Zhu Zhu and Jair. Meanwhile, Yihao and Xiao Hong left Heaven Dew City, heading straight for the ocean. A monster like the evil demon Orca King could only be subdued by someone as overwhelmingly powerful as Xiao Hong. At Yuexuan, Tang Yuehua had summoned Tang Hao for a private conversation. Inside a bedroom on the second floor, the air was heavy with tension. What did you say? Tang Hao's face darkened as he shot to his feet. Yihao is Yirishan, Tang Yuehua repeated firmly. Tang Hao clenched his fists, his aura surging with intensity, making it hard for even Tang Yuehua to breathe. Are you certain? He demanded. Tang Yuehua's tone was solemn. He admitted it himself, and not just that, he also acknowledged his status as Spirit Hall's heir. That means the one who took Xiao San's soul bone was Yihao. Yihao and Yirishan are the same person. Correct. Tang Hao smashed the table in two with a single hand. The table was made of sandalwood, incredibly sturdy. But under Tang Hao's uncontrollable rage, it was nothing. His fury was boundless. From the beginning, the person who had been working against him and his son had been right under their noses the whole time. His son, forced to absorb the clear sky hammer prematurely, had suffered greatly, all because of Yihao's manipulations. Yihao, did I force him to absorb it? No, don't blame me for your son's own reckless choices. Tang Hao took a deep breath. Yuehua, inform the Heaven Dew royal family immediately. They will definitely be interested in this information. His intent was clear. Use the Heaven Dew royal family's power to capture Yihao. This was Heaven Dew's territory. No matter how powerful Yihao was, he had to bow his head here. However, Tang Yuhua shook her head. Brother, do you think I didn't consider that? But Yi Hao warned me before he left. If I exposed his identity, he would destroy the Clear Sky clan without hesitation. Tang Hao snorted disdainfully. What arrogant nonsense. The Clear Sky clan has stood for centuries. Big Brother is the sect master, and didn't Yuehua just say that 5 elders have reached the titled DOLOU level? Does that brat actually think he has the power to wipe out the Clear Sky clan? Tang Hao refused to believe that some young upstart could possibly be a real threat to their sect. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was already on his way to recruit reinforcements. Tang Yuehua's voice was serious. Brother, Yi Hao didn't just warn me, he also told me something very important. Tang Hao's killing intent surged. What is it? It's about grandfather. Tang Hao froze. His imposing figure shook. Grandfather, what about him? It had been many years since Tang Chen, the greatest Clear Sky clan master, had disappeared. If Tang Chen had still been around, the Clear Sky clan never would have fallen to this state. Tang Yuehua took a deep breath. Yi Hao told me that grandfather is imprisoned. He advised that the Clear Sky clan should tread carefully. Tang Hao's entire body stiffened. Tang Yuehua hesitated. I think Yi Hao knows where grandfather is. Tang Hao's eyes flashed with realization. That means the spirit hall has imprisoned him. Tang Yuehua nodded grimly. That's the only explanation that makes sense. But before Tang Hao could react further, Tang Yuehua changed the subject. Brother, Big Brother has already sent word. Tang Hao's expression hardened. What did he say? Big Brother values Xiao-san immensely. A twin martial soul user like him only appears once in a century. His talent gives the Clear Sky clan hope for the future. If the Spirit Hall tries to kill him during the tournament, Big Brother will personally intervene from the shadows. Hearing this, Tang Hao finally felt some relief. But Tang Yuehua hesitated. However, Tang Hao's brow furrowed. What is it? Tang Yuehua sighed. Brother, you should seek more allies. Yi Hao has at least 4 or 5 titled Duoluo at his side. Even if we count Big Brother and Poison Duoluo, we are outmatched. And you're still injured. You can't afford to fight right now. Tang Hao's expression darkened. But where can I find more allies? The Spirit Hall's power was immense. Even those who hated it didn't dare to openly oppose it. Tang Yuehua's eyes gleamed with determination. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Tang Hao was stunned. That's impossible. Tang Yuehua countered. Why not? The 3 upper clans are closely linked. If the Clear Sky sect falls, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan will suffer as well. She continued, Yi Hao has already issued his ultimatum to us. If we do nothing, his threats may become reality. Sometimes, survival is more important than grudges. You should personally go to Ning Fengzhai and warn him of the impending danger. We don't need much, just for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan to step in if Xiao-san's life is at risk. Tang Hao remained silent. Then he stood up. His gaze locked onto the direction of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Then his figure vanished. For Tang-san, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Tang Yuehua watched him leave, her heart heavy. Brother, you've suffered so much. Meanwhile, in Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong sat in the papal hall, holding a letter from Salas. Her cold, beautiful face twisted into a sneer. Tang Hao Tang-san. Her lips curled in disdain. They will both die here. But then her gaze flickered. Xiaogang he. Reading about Yu Xiaogang's torture, her heart trembled slightly. It had been so many years since she last heard that name. Yu Xiaogang. A deep sigh echoed through the Pope Hall. She burned the letter. Send my orders. Tang-san must not reach Spirit Hall. Ju Duoluo and Ghost Duoluo will handle this. 2 figures bowed. As you command. At the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. A disciple rushed into the hall. Clan Master, Tang Hao requests an audience. Ning Fengzhai, sitting at the head of the table, froze. Who did you say? The disciple gulped. Clear Sky Duoluo Tang Hao. Bone Duoluo frowned. What does he want? Ning Fengzhai sighed. I don't know, but regardless, let him in. Even if he's no longer part of the Clear Sky clan, he's still Clear Sky Duoluo. He rose from his seat to personally welcome Tang Hao, with Bone Duoluo following behind. Outside, Tang Hao, dressed in black, waited anxiously. He feared Ning Fengzhai would refuse to see him. After all, he had nothing left. Brother Tang, long time no see. Chapter 175, Yi Hao, let me show you something big. Tang Hao was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward. Brother Ning, Brother Bone, I have come uninvited today and may have disturbed you. I hope you won't mind. Ning Fengzhai smiled slightly. Brother Tang, what are you saying? Please have a seat. Please. The three of them entered the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed clan and sat down in sequence. Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duluo exchanged a glance before Ning Fengzhai asked, I wonder what brings Brother Tang to our clan today. Hearing this, Tang Hao got straight to the point. To be frank, the Clear Sky clan is facing a crisis. Bone Duluo was taken aback. The Clear Sky clan has closed its gates for many years. Everyone on the continent knows this. How could there be any danger? Though the Clear Sky clan was not as powerful as before, its foundations remained. Only a few forces on the continent would dare act against it. Could it be the Spirit Hall? Ning Fengzhai speculated. Faced with Ning Fengzhai's inquiry, Tang Hao nodded. It is likely the young master of the Spirit Hall, Yi Hao. Yi Hao, Ning Fengzhai and Bone Duluo exclaimed in unison. Their faces turned pale with shock as Ning Fengzhai pressed further. Brother Tang, could you clarify? The three upper clans had always stood together. If one suffered, the others would inevitably be affected. Yi Hao has held a long-standing grudge against my son. He intends to strike against him at the start of the competition. Just earlier, Yi Hao issued a warning. If I, as his father, intervene, he will target the entire Clear Sky clan. Tang Hao's expression was heavy, and in that moment, he seemed to have aged over a decade. HMPH, Bone Duluo huffed in fury. What arrogance! That Yi Hao has an insatiable appetite. Does he really think he can swallow the entire Clear Sky clan? Ning Fengzhai pondered. If the Clear Sky clan fell, then the next target would be the Seven Treasures Glazed clan. The Spirit Hall's ambition was clear to all. Its only goal was to unify the continent. The greatest obstacle to this ambition was the two great empires. And as the strongest supporter of the Heaven Dew Empire, the Seven Treasures Glazed clan was naturally the first target the Spirit Hall needed to eliminate. As the clan master, Ning Fengzhai understood the stakes all too well. Uncle Bone, Yi Hao has the power to do this. Ning Fengzhai's expression darkened. What did you say? Bone Duluo refused to believe it. How is that possible? While the Spirit Hall is indeed powerful, could Yi Hao alone truly destroy the Clear Sky clan, and even dare target us? Uncle Bone, since Yi Hao dared to issue such a warning, it proves that he has the strength to back it up. You know exactly what kind of person Yi Hao is. He would never act without absolute confidence. Right now, Yi Hao is not only accompanied by a titled Duluo, but also that dog we saw at the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. That dog boasted that no one on the continent could defeat it. Ning Fengzhai's voice carried lingering fear. That dog had left a lasting impression on him. What should we do now? Bone Duluo glanced at Tang Hao. Uncle Bone, the three upper clans have always shared a fate. If the Clear Sky clan falls, then the Spirit Hall's next target will undoubtedly be us. Perhaps, even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is in their sights. Ning Fengzhai sighed deeply. Things were even more chaotic than he had anticipated. At this moment, Tang Hao suddenly spoke. Uncle Ning, I have come not to ask for much, but only that your clan lend a hand if my son is in danger. This, Ning Fengzhai hesitated. If the Seven Treasures Glazed clan saved Tang San, it would be openly opposing the Spirit Hall. Yi Hao might very well make them his next target. The risks were enormous, and Ning Fengzhai had to consider the lives of over 3,000 disciples in his clan. I'm not the only one involved. I've also contacted my elder brother and Dugu Bo, Tang Hao added. Howling Sky Duluo Tang Zio, the old poison master Dugu Bo. Both men were taken aback. If Tang Hao had three titled Duluo on his side, why did he still come to the Seven Treasures Glazed clan for help? After a long pause, Ning Fengzhai sighed before saying, the three upper clans have always stood together. If the Clear Sky clan is destroyed, our Seven Treasures Glazed clan will not be spared. Brother Tang, I need more time to consider this. I must be responsible for my disciples. Ning Fengzhai thought long-term. Tang Hao's request was undeniably risky. If they intervened, they would bring disaster upon themselves. Seeing this, Tang Hao did not push further. In that case, I ask that you make a decision soon. For my son's safety, I must return immediately. After bidding farewell, Tang Hao left first. He had no idea when Yi Hao would strike. For his son's sake, he had to remain vigilant at all times. After Tang Hao's departure, Bon Duluo asked, "Fengzhai, what do you think?" Ning Fengzhai was momentarily dazed before slowly shaking his head. Things are even worse than I imagined. Yi Hao dares to openly challenge the Clear Sky clan, which means the spirit hall has grown even stronger, strong enough that even if the three upper clans joined forces, we might not be able to resist them. Tang Hao wouldn't have come to warn us unless it was true. The spirit hall is planning to make its move against the three upper clans. At this point, Ning Fengzhai's expression darkened, and his left hand trembled slightly. If the spirit hall really attacked, could the three upper clans withstand it? "Fengzhai, we must take action. We can't just sit here like fish on a chopping board," Bon Duluo said grimly. Ning Fengzhai nodded. Since Yi Hao has decided to target Tang San, Tang Hao will not sit idly by. We shall wait and see. Right now, Rongrong and Yi Hao are still classmates. Because of that, Yi Hao likely won't make a move against our clan just yet. Moreover, Yi Hao gifted her the immortal herb Beautiful Silk Tulip, which helped her martial soul evolve into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. That alone is a great favor to us. If we assist Tang San now, we would be offending both sides. Hearing this, Bon Duluo nodded grimly. "So, you mean to wait and see?" Ning Fengzhai nodded. "For now, that's our only option. I just hope the 7 Treasures Glazed clan can survive this crisis." The continent's situation was on the verge of great upheaval. Even if they wished to stay out of it, their enemies would not allow them to. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over the boundless ocean, Yi Hao was flying at high speed using his 6-winged purple light wings. After days of travel, he had arrived in Hanhai City a few days ago, where he learned about the ocean and its inhabitants. After another day of flight, he finally reached the area where the evil spirit orca pod frequently appeared. The sea was deep and vast, stretching endlessly to the horizon. Yi Hao, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze, suddenly stopped. He stood above the water's surface, carefully searching for any signs of the evil spirit orca pod. These sea soul beasts were highly social and usually traveled in groups. However, despite searching for a long time, Yi Hao had yet to locate them. Still no sign of them. A voice echoed in Yi Hao's mind. It was Xiao Hong. With only half a month left before the competition, Yi Hao had already spent half a month traveling to reach this place. Time was running out. Yi Hao shook his head. Not yet. The evil spirit orca king and its pod are one of the top overlords of the ocean. As long as the deep-sea demonic whale king doesn't intervene, even devil spirit great white sharks have to keep their heads down before them. I inquired about their whereabouts. The evil spirit orca king is supposed to be in this region, yet there's not even a trace of them. Xiao Hong, can the death god's heart only contain soul beasts under 100,000 years? Yi Hao asked, slightly frustrated. Xiao Hong rolled his eyes. Forget about the deep-sea demonic whale king. Just focus on capturing the evil spirit orca king. That beast is at the 99,000-year level. While I can defeat it, without the binding power of the death god's heart, if it goes berserk, it'll be a giant ticking time bomb. Yi Hao nodded. Got it, let's keep looking. At that moment, Yi Hao noticed a large school of creatures swimming toward him from the distant ocean. Even from afar, he could smell the overwhelming stench of blood. Xiao Hong emerged from the death god's heart and leaped onto Yi Hao's shoulder. The dog's expression suddenly became serious. Such a strong smell of blood. Just how many creatures has the evil spirit orca king slaughtered to create this kind of aura? Are you sure you're targeting the right beast? If we take in this monster, I think our home is going to descend into chaos. It's even more savage than I imagined. Hearing this, Yi Hao sighed helplessly. There's no other choice. I need to prepare for my future soul rings. The evil spirit orca king is one of the sea god's 9 trials. Sea god's 9 trials? Xiao Hong was stunned. Isn't that the test of the sea god? How do you even know about it? Yi Hao always seemed to know more than everyone else. Sometimes, Xiao Hong suspected that Yi Hao had come from the future. He knew what he should, and even more so, he knew things he shouldn't. Don't worry about that. Just get ready to capture the evil spirit orca king. That beast is immensely powerful and bloodthirsty. It won't submit easily. Xiao Hong nodded seriously, gathering intense hellfire in his mouth before launching a fireball toward the direction of the evil spirit orca king. Boom! The fireball struck the ocean surface, instantly vaporizing the seawater, sending a thick mist rising into the air. At that moment, the leader of the evil spirit orcas, its king, let out a furious roar. Its blood-red eyes flared as it glared at the distant figure who dared to provoke it. It had ruled the seas for countless years, never once putting even the sea god in its eyes. And now, some insignificant being had come looking for death. It focused its gaze. A human. A mere human dared to challenge its entire pod. It was clear that this human didn't take it seriously at all. Enraged, the evil spirit orca king called out to its pod, urging them to speed up toward Yi Hao's location. It had to teach this human a lesson. No, it had to devour him whole. A vast, dense wave of black filled the ocean below Yi Hao. The evil spirit orcas, with their massive, gray-black bodies, had gathered beneath him. Their heads were unusually large, and when they opened their mouths, they revealed terrifying, sword-like teeth. Their deep-red eyes radiated ferocity. The adult evil spirit orcas ranged from 20 to 25 meters in length, their bodies thick and powerful. But the evil spirit orca king stood apart. It was the undisputed ruler among them. It measured an astonishing 30 meters, dwarfing the others. "Human, you're courting death," the evil spirit orca king roared, its voice filled with unrestrained fury as its blood-red eyes locked onto Yi Hao. What a terrifying creature, Yi Hao thought to himself. Then he suddenly smiled and spoke. "Evil spirit orca king, I came here specifically for you." "For me?" The evil spirit orca king burst into laughter. "You must be eager to die. Very well, I'll grant your wish." With that, it swung its massive body, leaping from the ocean's surface with its maw wide open, intending to swallow Yi Hao whole. As Yi Hao stared into the abyss of its mouth, a chilling sensation ran down his spine. The presence of a 100,000-year sea soul beast was truly overwhelming. Just then, Xiao Hong's eyes gleamed. He casually spat out a burst of hellfire. Boom! The moment the flames touched the evil spirit orca king, they exploded violently, sending the massive creature crashing back into the ocean, creating a wave that surged hundreds of meters high. Seeing this, the surrounding evil spirit orcas trembled. From Yi Hao's shoulder, they sensed an aura that sent fear coursing through them. Sensing danger, the lesser evil spirit orcas slowly began to scatter. However, at that very moment, the evil spirit orca king, refusing to back down, surged forward once more. With a powerful swing of its hook-like tail, countless energy waves in the shape of axe blades shot toward Yi Hao. Demon whale magic cleaver. Yi Hao, however, merely smiled. Without panic, he reached up and removed the death god's heart from his hair. Boom! The death god's heart shattered into 6 massive mirror-like shards, instantly forming a protective barrier that blocked all of the evil spirit orca king's attacks. Not a single energy wave could harm Yi Hao. The evil spirit orca king froze in disbelief. Its first instinct was to flee. But it was too late. Death god's heart, abyssal bind. The 6 massive mirror shards flew toward the escaping evil spirit orca king. Just like when Yi Hao had captured the Titan giant ape, 6 enormous chains shot out from the mirrors, tightly binding the evil spirit orca king in layers. Electric currents surged through the chains, forcing the beast to roar in agony. As for the rest of the evil spirit orcas, seeing their leader captured, they scattered in all directions, fleeing in terror. Not far away, on a picturesque island, a woman stood atop a cliff, gazing into the distance in Yi Hao's direction. A woman stood on a picturesque island, gazing into the distance. She appeared to be around 1.8 meters tall, completely shrouded in a crimson robe. Her long, ocean-blue hair cascaded down her back, and her delicate, graceful face looked no older than 30. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden scepter, its tip shaped like a spearhead. From her appearance alone, she was a breathtaking beauty. Yet, her aura was even more imposing than Tang Yuehua, whom Yi Hao had previously met. The aura of a god, who could it be? The evil spirit orca king was the sworn enemy of the entire ocean. Even she found it troublesome to deal with. Hearing its furious roars in the distance, she deduced that someone must have made a move against it. At the same time, on the outskirts of the island, a silver-white shark surfaced from the ocean. Its gaze fixed toward the source of the evil spirit orca king's anguished cries, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Evil spirit Orca King, there's no escape for you now. Yihao smiled as he approached the massive beast. The evil spirit Orca King trembled slightly, its dark red eyes filled with murderous intent. Who are you? Yihao chuckled. I am Yihao from the DOLOU continent. This is Xiao Hong, my friend. Evil spirit Orca King, I officially invite you to join my team. The beast was momentarily stunned. Join you? You're just a puny human. Why would I ever join your team? What do you have that could possibly interest me? 100,000-year soul beast had its own pride, and the evil spirit Orca King was no exception. Having bathed in blood for 10 millennia, it had grown to its current state through countless battles. Now it was being asked to submit to a human. How could it possibly accept that? Yihao could already guess its resistance. What's your name? Zaihu, evil tiger. Human, I advise you to release me now, or I'll settle this score with you later. Before Zaihu could finish speaking, a surge of electricity from the death god's heart coursed through its body. The lightning left it paralyzed, and in the ocean, the effect was even stronger. Black smoke rose from its charred skin, but despite this, its eyes remained blood red, refusing to show any sign of submission. Yihao's gaze sharpened. Xiao Hong, I need your help, I have a plan. Heh, no problem. I've always been curious about the strength of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Xiao Hong grinned. Yihao then turned back to Zaihu. What would it take for you to submit to me? Never. Zaihu's answer was immediate and firm. I will never submit. All right then. Yihao smirked, flipping his hand. The death god's heart instantly compressed into a 5-centimeter triangular prism and hovered in his palm. Zaihu's expression changed drastically. Human, what are you trying to do? Yihao shrugged. Nothing much, I just want to broaden your horizons. After that, you can answer me again. With that, Yihao grabbed the death god's heart and shot toward the demon whale sea at full speed. Zaihu felt a deep unease. Where is this human taking me? Human, are you insane? You dare enter the demon whale sea? Zaihu was both shocked and terrified. The demon whale sea, the ocean's ultimate forbidden zone. At its center resided the deep-sea demonic whale king, the undisputed apex predator of the sea. It had existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, and even Zaihu dared not challenge it. One deep-sea demonic whale king alone could annihilate the entire evil spirit orca pod. This was not an exaggeration. Yihao remained calm, gazing at the depths of the demon whale sea. Zaihu, let me show you something big. Zaihu was about to retort when something made his breath hitch. On Yihao's shoulder, Xiao Hong slowly stood up. Stepping into the air, he hovered above the sea and unleashed a fiery breath. A crimson inferno as bright as blood shot toward the ocean, instantly vaporizing seawater and sending steam billowing into the sky. Zaihu was completely dumbfounded. Is this human insane? He's actually provoking the forbidden king of the sea. The sky darkened as lightning crackled through the clouds. Then, from beneath Yihao, a colossal shadow emerged. Zaihu panicked. Human, run, the deep-sea demonic whale king is coming. Yihao smirked. That's exactly what I wanted. Boom! The deep-sea demonic whale king surfaced. It was a massive behemoth over 200 meters long, its body gleaming like sapphire. Two enormous eyes, each over 3 meters in diameter, glowed with terrifying power. Human, you dare seek death. The deep-sea demonic whale king's blood-red eyes burned with fury, as it charged an immense blue energy sphere. But before it could attack, boom! A gigantic paw descended from the sky, stomping the deep-sea demonic whale king into the ocean. Zaihu's mind went blank. A monstrous figure had appeared. It was 1,000 meters tall, its entire body wreathed in crimson hellfire. It was Xiao Hong's true form. One paw was all it took to pin down the deep-sea demonic whale king. Zaihu was utterly shaken. How insignificant had he been before? Where had he even found the courage to defy this human before? Yihao was also stunned. Xiao Hong, so this is your true form. For the first time, he saw Xiao Hong's real body, a towering behemoth with a mighty canine head, engulfed in blazing flames. Its aura was nothing short of divine. It was, without a doubt, the death god's hound. Xiao Hong chuckled. It's been a while since I revealed my true form. I thought the deep-sea demonic whale king would be strong, but... He sneered. Is this it? Lowering his head, he casually clamped the deep-sea demonic whale king in his jaws. The so-called king of the sea was now just food in Xiao Hong's mouth. The deep-sea demonic whale king writhed desperately, trying to escape. Stay still, Xiao Hong grinned. Yi Hao, get the fire ready, we're having fish for dinner. Drool dripped from his mouth onto the deep-sea demonic whale king's body. The once unrivaled overlord of the ocean trembled uncontrollably. Gone was its former majesty, now it was just a fish awaiting slaughter. Xiaohu stood frozen, staring at the scene in disbelief. The deep-sea demonic whale king had become this dog's prey. Yi Hao waved a hand. Xiao Hong, that's enough, let it go. Xiao Hong paused. What? I finally caught it, and now you want me to let it go. If you absorb its soul, ring, and bone, you'll become a death god before you're even 20. Hearing the word god, the deep-sea demonic whale king shuddered. Was this human a god's successor? Yi Hao sighed. I understand, but where would we even keep it? Xiao Hong fell silent. The death god's heart could only contain soul beasts under 100,000 years. The deep-sea demonic whale king was far beyond that. Yi Hao then turned to Xiaohu, who was still in shock. Now, do you want to join me? Xiaohu gulped. Join, I'll definitely join. That was the purest instinct for survival speaking. Chapter 176. Death God and Sea God, the emergence of two deities. Welcome, evil spirit Orca King. Yi Hao smiled slightly and swiftly imprinted a scythe-shaped mark on Xiaohu's forehead. The moment it developed any thoughts of harming Yi Hao, the mark would detonate without hesitation, transforming it into a soul ring and soul bone. Yi Hao smiled slightly and swiftly imprinted a scythe-shaped mark on Xiaohu's forehead. The moment it developed any thoughts of harming Yi Hao, the mark would detonate without hesitation, transforming it into a soul ring and soul bone. Xiao Hong, our mission is complete. Let's go home, Yi Hao called out. Xiao Hong sighed in disappointment. Just when the fish was within reach, they were letting it go. With an annoyed huff, he flung the deep-sea demonic whale king away. As soon as it hit the ocean, it darted away like an arrow, disappearing into the depths in mere moments. Yi Hao chuckled to himself. So even the deep-sea demonic whale king knows fear. Xiao Hong shrank back to his smaller form and leaped onto Yi Hao's shoulder. Just as Yi Hao was about to head home, Xiao Hong suddenly spoke. Someone's coming. A person. Yi Hao turned around, and before he knew it, a woman in a crimson robe, holding a golden scepter, had appeared before him. Who are you? Yi Hao asked. Grand Priest of Sea God Island. Her voice was melodious, like the sound of heaven itself. Yi Hao's eyes flickered. Sea God DOLOU Bo Saixi. Bo Saixi raised an eyebrow. You know me. Yi Hao nodded. How could I not recognize the legendary sea god DOLOU? May I ask why you've come? Were you responsible for that commotion just now? Bo Saixi asked. Yi Hao didn't bother hiding it. Indeed, what advice does Senior have for me? Bo Saixi smiled faintly. You are quite bold, to provoke even the deep-sea demonic whale king so casually. Yi Hao laughed lightly. It's just a deep-sea demonic whale king. It's nothing to be concerned about. Senior, you were an old acquaintance of my grandfather, Yi Hao continued. Oh, Bo Saixi's eyes narrowed. Who is your grandfather? The Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. Bo Saixi's expression changed. You're Cayenne Dalu's grandson. She was taken aback. The young man before her was actually Cayenne Dalu's descendant. Spirit Hall and Sea God Island had long been mortal enemies. The island had even set a strict rule. Any Spirit Hall member found on the island must be executed on sight. Yes, Yi Hao confirmed. Bo Saixi's expression turned cold. Do you understand what it means for a Spirit Hall member to set foot on Sea God Island? Yi Hao, of course, understood. I do. However, Senior, I have never stepped onto Sea God Island, nor do I intend to. I merely came here to bond with the deep-sea demonic whale king. Bo Saixi was momentarily speechless. Bonding? Did he really come to the demonic whale sea just for that? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Time was precious, and Yi Hao couldn't afford any delays. From Heaven Dew City to the ocean, he had already spent half a month traveling. He needed to return immediately. If he delayed, his upcoming one-on-one battle would be affected. Bo Saixi, however, did not intend to let him leave. Since you are Cayenne Dalu's grandson, as an elder, I should give you some proper guidance. As she spoke, Bo Saixi raised her scepter, summoning towering waves behind her. Yi Hao's lips twitched. He should have kept his identity a secret. Xiao Hong, step aside. Since Senior Bo Saixi wishes to guide me, I must give it my all. Yi Hao's 5 soul rings lit up beneath his feet. His unusual ring configuration made Bo Saixi's eyes gleam with intrigue, but what truly shocked her was his martial soul. Your martial soul is not the seraphim, Bo Saixi frowned. I inherited my martial soul from my mother. Senior, please proceed. In the next instant, Yi Hao activated his Death Spider Emperor possession. The ocean surged, its mighty waves roaring in his ears. As the Grand Priest of Sea God Island, Bo Saixi had no reason to hold back against a Spirit Hall member. Spirit Hall had once invaded Sea God Island, causing immense destruction. Since then, Sea God Island had set a rule: any Spirit Hall member found on the island must be killed. Likewise, land-based soul masters wishing to join Sea God Island had to undergo the Sea God's trials. However, Bo Saixi did not intend to kill Yi Hao outright. She had just witnessed the towering canine figure behind him. That gigantic hound had crushed the deep-sea demonic whale king with a single bite. Even from afar, Bo Saixi had seen everything. Curious about Yi Hao's true power, she decided to test him personally. On the ocean, Bo Saixi was unrivaled. Without a divine-level opponent, few on the continent could defeat her. Even Tang Chen and Kaiyan DOLOU had once fought her together, and still lost. Now, a monstrous tidal wave surged toward Yi Hao. Yi Hao remained fearless. His 5th soul ring lit up, his arms transformed into massive purple scythes, crossing in front of his chest. A powerful X-shaped energy blast shot toward the tidal wave. Boom! But when the attack struck, it had no effect at all. Bo Saixi smiled. With a wave of her hand, the ocean roared to life, forming a gargantuan abyssal wave, a tsunami so massive it could devour Yi Hao whole. Worthy of a rank 99 limit duo, Yi Hao thought grimly. If only Xiazhu and Jar were here. Knowing he couldn't hold back, Yi Hao removed the Death God's heart. His hair flowed wildly as the Death God's heart shattered into 6 mirror-like shards, momentarily freezing Bo Saixi in place. He had 3 seconds. 3 seconds to strike. Bo Saixi's eyes widened in shock as she realized she couldn't move. She watched as Yi Hao, arms transformed into demonic scythes, charged straight at her. But at that moment, boom! A golden trident appeared. The sea god's martial soul had manifested. A man clad in blue and gold robes, wearing a golden laurel crown, wielding a sea god's trident. He stood atop the ocean, radiating absolute authority. At that moment, Yi Hao's body froze. The sea god's presence was overwhelming. Most terrifyingly, that golden trident seemed to completely counter his Death Spider Emperor. Yi Hao's expression turned serious. That's the sea god, Xiao Hong murmured. But then, a figure stood silently behind Yi Hao, wearing a black bamboo hat that concealed their appearance. Only a pair of deep, crimson eyes shone through the darkness. A massive black scythe rested on their back, radiating an eerie aura. Ma's master, Xiao Hong cried out in excitement, unable to hold back the tears welling in their eyes. The figure turned their head and offered Xiao Hong a slight smile. Xiao Hong, it's been a long time. You've crossed the line, Death God. Suddenly, a voice spoke from behind Bo Saixi. It was none other than the sea god. Bo Saixi was too shocked to speak. As the high priestess of Sea God Island, she had been devoted to the sea god for over a century, guarding both the island and its deity with unwavering loyalty. She bowed respectfully before the sea god. Death God, Yi Hao's heart trembled in shock. The being standing behind him was none other than a god, the very death god whose divine inheritance he was about to receive. And now, he had appeared at this moment. Death God burst into chilling laughter. Kehef Sea God, what do you mean by crossing the line? Your heir captured the evil spirit Orca King and even attempted to seize the deep-sea demonic whale king. Are you unaware that this is part of my sea god's 9 trials? Does this not constitute crossing the line? Sea God retorted righteously. Hearing this, Death God sneered. Come on, Sea God, they're just 2 sea soul beasts. Why are you being so petty? Look at you, you've been a god for tens of thousands of years, yet you still haven't found an heir. Meanwhile, my chosen one has twin martial souls, identical to the one selected by the Rakshasa god. How about it? Jealous. The sea god frowned slightly. Death God, don't try to change the subject. That's not the issue here. You allowed your heir to invade my domain. How are we settling this? But Death God remained indifferent. Aloud, this was my heir's own doing. That evil spirit orca king defied you, and for millennia, it has slaughtered countless beings in your ocean. I knew all about it. And you, how can you call yourself a god? You haven't even found a successor after all these years. No wonder you've been alone for so long. My heir, on the other hand, has a compassionate heart. Through his own charm, he tamed the evil spirit orca king, who ultimately submitted to him. This was entirely his own ability. Isn't that right, heir? Death God lowered his gaze toward Yihao. Yihao nodded, keeping silent. Joking aside, he wasn't about to speak recklessly in front of two gods. Even sea god DOLOU, standing opposite him, had kept his head bowed the entire time, not daring to raise it. Between humans and gods, rank 99 and rank 100, the difference was like heaven and earth. Seeing Yihao nod, Sea God clenched his teeth. Standing beside him, Bo Saixi could clearly sense the god's anger. At that moment, Sea God suddenly turned to Yihao and said, "How about this? Why don't you inherit my godhood instead?" As soon as those words fell, Death God was furious, stealing his heir right in front of him. Yihao's body tensed, Bo Saixi was dumbfounded, and Xiao Hong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Was it really necessary to go this far for a successor? Death God's gaze turned sharp, and he coldly stared at Sea God. "Sea God, this is getting out of hand. You're openly poaching my successor. If you don't have an heir, go find one yourself. Don't try to snatch mine. You're dreaming." Sea God remained unfazed. "What do you mean snatch? Do you think twin martial souls grow on trees? They're rare. Besides, you'll soon be free while I remain bound to the divine realm. As you said earlier, do you have any idea what I've endured for these past millennia?" "Enough talk, I wasn't asking you." With that, Sea God turned to Yihao and solemnly asked, "As long as you inherit my godhood, not only will the entire ocean be yours, but both the deep-sea whale king and the evil spirit orca king will belong to you as well. You will become the absolute ruler of the seas. How about it? Want to consider it?" Faced with such a tempting offer, Yihao felt cornered. What could he even say? On one side, Death God stared at him silently, filled with complicated emotions. His heir was being poached right before his eyes. Bo Saixi felt the same way. If Yihao truly accepted the sea god's inheritance, it wouldn't be long before her duty, as the high priestess, would demand she sacrifice herself, to pave the way for Yihao's ascension to godhood, despite having never met him before. Besides, Bo Saixi still had unfinished wishes. Yihao lifted his gaze to meet the sea god's eyes and slowly said, "Sorry, but I don't need it." The moment those words left his mouth, both Bo Saixi and Death God exhaled in relief. Chapter 177, The Grandmaster is Just a Waste. Why? Sea God couldn't help but ask. His overwhelmingly tempting offer had utterly failed to sway the human before him. Yihao responded indifferently. "First, I'm a lazy person. Having the Death God's inheritance is already enough. It's not that I look down on your inheritance, I just genuinely don't want it. Second, your divine artifact, the Sea God Trident, strongly suppresses my martial soul. Just based on that alone, I am unqualified to inherit your godhood." Hearing this, the Death God laughed smugly. "Did you hear that, Poseidon? Your plan fell through. How could my personally chosen heir be lacking? You'd better go find someone else." Kahahaha. Sea God's face instantly darkened, his voice low and cold. "In that case, leave the evil demon orca king behind. I need it for my Sea God's trials." "That's not happening," Death God refused outright. "Sea God, it's just a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast. Why are you so petty? Is this how a god should act? Don't forget, gods are not allowed to interfere in matters of Duluo continent. You and I are merely fragments of divine will left in this world. If you insist, why don't we take this issue up with the Divine Realm Committee?" Sea God snorted coldly. "Fine, you win." With that, his figure gradually dissipated into nothingness. Seeing this, Death God chuckled sinisterly. "Trying to outplay me, you picked the wrong opponent." Then he turned to Yihao. "Heir, I'll be waiting for you in the Divine Realm. Xiao Hong, see you there as well." With those words, Death God vanished, just like Sea God before him. The once gloomy sky suddenly cleared, and the vast, boundless sea shimmered under the sunlight. Only Yihao and Bo Saixi remained, standing midair. The intense confrontation had left Bo Saixi deeply shaken. Yet, to her own surprise, she felt relieved when Yihao rejected the sea god's offer. So the divine realm, huh? No rush, I've got 100 years. I'll take my time before replacing you, Yihao murmured. With both gods now gone. Senior Bo Saixi, I should be heading back. Yihao clasped his hands in farewell. Then, with a flicker of his figure, he streaked across the sky as a purple beam of light, swiftly disappearing over the horizon, heading back toward DOLOU continent. Yihao needed to return quickly. With the evil demon Orca king now fully under his control, this trip had been perilous beyond expectation. Who would have thought both the sea god and death god would show up? But at least he had achieved his goal. Bo Saixi watched Yihao disappear, then sighed softly before turning and flying unhurriedly toward Sea God Island. Meanwhile, deep underwater. Inside a hidden cave, the deep-sea demon whale king cautiously poked its head out. Only after confirming that the powerhouses had all left did it finally swim out, with a lingering sense of fear. I'd better lay low from now on, the deep-sea demon whale king thought to itself. With a flick of its massive body, it quickly swam toward the deepest abyss of the ocean. Half a month later, within Heavendew City, elite teams from all over gathered. Today marked the beginning of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament's knockout stage. Unlike the lively preliminary rounds, the knockout stage had been moved from Heavendew Great Spirit Arena to the Royal Hunting Grounds outside the city. 15 teams would participate, 5 from the Heavendew Division and 10 from various kingdoms and duchies. These were the elite of the elite. The matches followed a one-on-one elimination format. Each team of 7 fought until one side was completely defeated. Meanwhile, in Cayenne Rengsu's residence, Zhu Zhu and Zhu lounged idly. In stark contrast, Cayenne Rengsu was restless, pacing back and forth. It's been a whole month, why hasn't that brat come back yet? She muttered anxiously. From Heavendew City to the ocean, the journey was long and treacherous. Even with flight, it would take considerable time. At that moment, Zhu spoke casually. Master is back. The words had barely left her mouth when Yihao burst through the doors, panting heavily. He plopped down onto the floor, utterly exhausted. I'm dead tired, that trip was brutal. Before he could even catch his breath, Cayenne Rengsu rushed forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. You little brat, a whole month without a single message. Do you have any idea how worried I was? The sudden hug caught Yihao completely off guard. Feeling the warmth pressed against his cheek, he momentarily lost all sense of direction, drowning in the tenderness. Realizing this, Cayenne Rengsu quickly pushed him away. Flushing slightly, she snapped, If you try anything funny again, I'll really get mad. Yihao chuckled sheepishly. Sorry, sis, didn't mean to worry you. Did anything happen while I was gone? Zhu Zhu spoke up. Yes, Tang Hao went to 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Tang Hao? Yihao raised an eyebrow. What for? Cayenne Rengsu shot him an annoyed look. Obviously, because of your warning to Tang Yuehua. I had people investigate. After meeting with his sister, Tang Hao decided to seek help from his elder brother, Tang Zio, the current clan master of Clear Sky Clan. Tang Zio, Yihao mused. Howling Sky Duo, Tang Zio, the elder brother of Tang Hao and Tang Yuehua. It seems Tang Hao has been planning ahead for a while. But why visit 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan? Was he trying to gather reinforcements? Yihao immediately connected the dots. You're exactly right, Cayenne Rengsu confirmed. My spies in 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan reported that Tang Hao met with Ning Fengzhai, hoping that if Tang San were ever in danger, the clan would step in to help. Let me guess, Ning Fengzhai refused, Yihao said without hesitation. Cayenne Rengsu raised an eyebrow. How did you know? Yihao smirked, just a guess. He shut the door behind him and sat down in the pavilion, speaking calmly. Ning Fengzhai is a crafty old fox. He only acts in his own best interest. Sure, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, and Clear Sky Clan are part of the so-called Upper 3 clans, and they always claim to share a common bond. Ha, what a joke. If that were true, then why didn't they intervene when the Spirit Hall forced the Clear Sky Clan into exile? Why did they just stand by and watch as Tang Hao was banished from his own clan? Cayenne Rengsu narrowed her eyes. But what if Ning Fengzhai does help Tang Hao? Yihao replied with certainty, he won't. Why? Kyan Rengsu asked. In the end, it's all about self-interest, Yi Hao replied casually. The Spirit Hall holds immense power. Just in terms of title duo, they have far more than the so-called upper three clans combined. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they have only one rank 95 elder, hardly a real force to reckon with. As for 7 Treasure Glaze Tile clan, Ning Fengzhai may currently align himself with the Tian Du Empire, but isn't that just for his own benefit? Yi Hao continued. If he were to oppose the Spirit Hall's plan to eliminate Tang San, it would mean outright war against them. And let's be real, Ning Fengzhai is too much of an old fox to take on such a thankless risk. Besides, I gave his daughter an exotic treasure, the beautiful silk tulip, which helped her 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda evolve into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda. Just for that reason alone, Ning Fengzhai wouldn't dare to act against us. Yi Hao's voice was filled with confidence. Otherwise, he'd be digging his own grave. Once the tournament ends, I suspect that the Spirit Hall's first target for destruction will be him. Speaking of which, the Clear Sky clan, which has remained in seclusion, has grown significantly over the years. Those 5 elders who once belonged to the clan, they're now all titled duo. And adding Tang Hao, who was expelled, that makes 7 in total. 7 titled duo in one clan, Kyan Rengsu frowned. The Clear Sky clan has regained its strength. If they were to reopen their gates, their influence in the Soul Master world could become our biggest threat. Yi Hao nodded in agreement. The Clear Sky clan is a poisonous tumor that must be removed. Once the tournament is over, we'll take our time to deal with it properly. Then he smirked. By the way, sis, your dear teacher sure is a guy who never acts without personal gain. Tang Hao humbled himself and went to beg him personally, yet Ning Fengzhai still refused. Kyan Rengsu chuckled, resting her chin on her palm. When I first heard the news, I actually thought Ning Fengzhai would help him. I didn't expect him to refuse outright. The so-called upper 3 clans claiming to be a united front, when disaster strikes, they all fend for themselves. They only band together when faced with a common threat, but the moment that danger passes, it's every man for himself again. If Ning Fengzhai had agreed to Tang Hao's request, I guarantee you 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan would already be on the path to destruction. You're absolutely right, sis. Yi Hao then reached up and removed the death god's heart from his hair, letting his locks fall freely over his shoulders. He tossed the death god's heart god into the air. The Spirit Hall's target is Tang San. Even if I don't act, my mother will, so I'll just sit back and watch. If she fails, then once the tournament ends, the trap will close in on him. The death god's heart slowly unfolded, revealing its 6 mirror-like surfaces. A dazzling purple light pillar descended from the sky. From within the beam of light, Xiao Hong emerged, stretching lazily. Man, that was exhausting, longest trip ever. She glanced at Zhu and smirked. Zhu, you know what to do. Immediately, Zhu dashed over and started massaging her shoulders, moving with practiced efficiency. A true lifelong tool. Meanwhile, Kyan Rengsu turned to Yi Hao, curiosity in her eyes. Little brother, did you succeed in capturing the evil demon Orca King? Yi Hao had left specifically for that reason, yet the beast itself was nowhere to be seen. Relax, Yi Hao chuckled. It's already here. Zaihu, come out. A deep, rumbling voice echoed from the purple light pillar. Then, a towering figure over 2 meters tall stepped out. His body was packed with bulging muscles, with jet-black scales covering key areas. He wore a tight black battle outfit, and his long sea-blue hair flowed freely down his back. Most striking of all, his 4 blood-red eyes, which radiated an intense, savage aura. The moment he appeared, the entire courtyard was instantly flooded with a heavy scent of blood. In response, Snake Spear Duo and Bloodthorn Duo immediately emerged from the shadows, stepping protectively in front of Yi Hao and Kyan Rengsu. They studied the newcomer with cautious eyes. Just how many beings has this monster slaughtered to have such overwhelming bloodlust? These 2 titled duo, who had waded through rivers of corpses in their own time, still felt a chill facing him. But it was understandable. The life of a soul beast was a constant battle for survival. They had to evade hunters, while also fighting their own kind for dominance. Their cultivation process was nothing short of brutal. And the evil demon orcas were among the deadliest hunters of the ocean. This man standing before them was their king. After undergoing the death god's heart's baptism, the evil demon Orca King had fully transformed into a human, gaining the ability to walk on land. Typically, sea soul beasts couldn't maintain a human form for long on land. Take the demon spirit Great White Shark King from Sea God Island, also a 100,000-year-old sea beast. It could transform into a human, but only for an hour before its body weakened and it perished. Yet Zaihu had no such limitations. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel grateful. Good thing I made the right choice early on, otherwise, I might have ended up like the deep-sea demon whale king, nearly swallowed alive by that sneaky Zio Hong. Now he was completely subservient, with no thoughts of rebellion. Yi Hao gestured toward him. Allow me to introduce Zaihu, the evil demon Orca King. Thanks to the death god's heart, he has now taken human form. You already know Zio Hong. These two are Zhu and Zhu. Yi Hao went on to explain everyone's identities. Hearing this, Zaihu's thoughts took a strange turn. Wait a second, Zhu and Zhu were also 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Does my new master have some kind of strange fetish? Yi Hao, control your bloodlust. Hearing Yi Hao's command, Zaihu nodded. Immediately, a thick red mist surged out from his body before rapidly dissipating. In an instant, the heavy scent of blood vanished from the courtyard. Get to know Zhu and Zhu you'll be working together from now on, Yi Hao instructed. Zaihu nodded and stepped aside to join them. Only when he left did Snake Spear Duluo and Bloodthorn Duluo finally relax. They had felt overwhelmed just by standing near Zaihu. Even as titled Duluo, they weren't his match. Kaiyan Ringsu exhaled deeply, patting her chest. That was terrifying. Zaihu feels even deadlier than Zhu and Zhu. One is the Death Spider Emperor, the other the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Yet why does the evil demon Orca King's aura feel even stronger? Yi Hao chuckled. The evil demon orcas are bloodthirsty by nature. They have almost no natural enemies in the ocean. And Zaihu isn't just any evil demon orca, he's their king. Anyway, sis, has the knockout stage started yet? You're still talking. Kaiyan Ringsu was momentarily stunned, then grabbed Yi Hao and dragged him toward the door. You have no right to complain. You only just got back, and the teams for the knockout stage have long since headed to the royal hunting grounds outside the city. As the crown prince, I have to be present. If I weren't waiting for you, I'd already be there. Kaiyan Ringsu quickly transformed back into Zuking, and the two of them boarded a carriage. With a crack of the whip, the Spirit Hall disciple driving the carriage set off, heading straight for the royal hunting grounds. Inside the carriage, Yi Hao spoke up. Kaiyan, no, I mean Brother Zhu, has there been any news from Spirit Hall? Zhu Qinghe pulled back the bamboo curtain, gazing out the window before speaking softly. She sent word. Zhu Duluo and Ghost Duluo have been ordered to eliminate Tang San on his way to Spirit Hall. As expected, Yi Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Zhu Duluo and Ghost Duluo will not succeed, Yi Hao remarked as he popped a candied fruit into his mouth. Leaving aside Tang Hao, there's now also Tang Zio. Those two brothers were once known as the Clear Sky Twin Stars. Even though Zhu Duluo and Ghost Duluo have been ranked 95 for years, they are still no match for the Clear Sky Twins. At this, Zhu Qinghe suggested. Then why not just send Zhu and the others? I refuse to believe that even with a sheer numbers advantage, we can't kill a mere Tang San. Yi Hao shook his head. If Zhu is exposed, my identity will be compromised. Zhu has already shown herself in front of Tang San before. If we send her now, it's basically publicly declaring that I'm with Spirit Hall. Right now, only a few people know my true identity. The only reason they haven't publicly revealed it is fear of retaliation. After all, the upper three clans only care about themselves and their clan's interests. Spirit Hall's power has grown too much over the years. If we sent just a few titled Duluo, we could easily wipe out a clan like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Kaiyan Ringsu nodded thoughtfully. Yi Hao then smirked. For example, if I sent Zaihu to attack one of the upper three clans, let's say the weakest one, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I bet that by sunrise, the entire clan would be bathed in blood. Meanwhile, at Kaiyan Ringsu's residence, upon sensing Yi Hao's thoughts, Zaihu's eyes lit up. The idea of a slaughter was very appealing. Thanks to their bond through the death god's heart, Yi Hao's fleeting thought had immediately reached Zai Hu's mind. Just as he was about to set out, Yi Hao suddenly barked, "Stop! It was just an example, an example." Royal hunting grounds, outside Heavendew City. One after another, teams arrived at the Royal Hunting Grounds, the site of the knockout stage. A heavily guarded area, the grounds were protected by the Royal Knight Corps. Even a fly would have trouble getting in. To ensure the tournament proceeded smoothly, the Heavendew Imperial family had stationed their most elite knights here, providing maximum security. During the knockout stage, all participants were required to stay in designated tents. Fighting outside the matches was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught breaking the rules would be disqualified. At this stage, no one would be stupid enough to risk elimination. Seated inside the large tent were Grandmaster, Flender, Liu Erlong, and Qin Ming, with the Shrek 7 devils sitting around them in a circle. Grandmaster cleared his throat and spoke with gravity. "The upcoming knockout matches are critical for us. Everyone, do your best. This stage follows a one-on-one elimination format. Each side sends out 7 fighters, and once all 7 are defeated, the match ends. The first matches start tomorrow. Any thoughts?" Dai Mubai raised his hand. "Grandmaster, we understand the rules. I just have one question. When do we fight Heavendew Royal Academy's second team?" Hearing this, the Shrek team's eyes lit up. To them, Heavendew Royal Academy's second team was their biggest rival. They had never forgot the humiliation of their previous defeat. Grandmaster glanced at the match schedule. "Our final match will be against Heavendew Royal Academy's second team. I understand your eagerness for revenge because I want revenge too." That was Grandmaster's true thought. If not for Yi Hao's interference, how could he have been captured by Spirit Hall and brutally tortured to the brink of death? That experience was the deepest scar of his life. It had changed him completely. This time, when he went to Spirit Hall, he would personally report Salas to Bibaidong. Salas must face punishment. Otherwise, Grandmaster would never have peace. His nightmares haunted him, and his hatred only grew stronger. His mentality had completely shifted. Even Flender, his old friend, sometimes wondered, "Is this still the Yu Xiaoging I know?" Flender clapped his hands to lighten the mood. "All right, everyone, go get some rest. Grandmaster and I have things to discuss." The group greeted each other and left, leaving only Flender and Grandmaster in the tent. "Xiaoging, are you okay?" Flender asked with concern, his voice filled with brotherly care. Grandmaster was startled at first, but quickly shook his head. "I'm fine. What could be wrong with me? Honestly, I'm more worried about Xiao-san. I'm debating whether or not to tell him the truth about Yi Hao being Yi Rishan. But after thinking about it, I won't. I know Xiao-san too well. If he finds out, he'll immediately go after Yi Hao." Flender sighed. "Are you really so sure?" "Of course I am." 1 month ago, Tang Hao had returned from 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan and went straight to Shrek Academy. His first stop, Grandmaster. As Tang San's guardian and teacher, Grandmaster was the most qualified person to know the truth. So when Tang Hao revealed that Yi Hao was Yi Rishan, Grandmaster had been utterly stunned. He froze on the spot. He had never imagined that the true enemy who humiliated Tang San had been by their side all along. His first reaction had been pure rage. But then he calmed down, because at this point, what power did Shrek Academy have to seek revenge? Let alone fight Yi Hao, who was backed by Spirit Hall. Sigh. Tears welled up in Grandmaster's eyes. His voice was filled with self-loathing. "I'm a failure. I couldn't even protect my own student." Xiao-san lost his external soul bone and was utterly humiliated by Yi Hao. "I'm nothing but a useless, pathetic excuse for a teacher." Grandmaster sank into deep guilt and self-reproach. Flender patted his shoulder. "The past is the past, Xiaoging. Yi Hao will pay for this." Grandmaster's bloodshot eyes burned with rage and vengeance. "Spirit Hall, I will stop at nothing to destroy you." Chapter 178, Zhu King beat them hard. Outside the royal hunting grounds, a speeding carriage gradually approached. The guarding soldiers took one glance, and, upon recognizing the prince's carriage, hurriedly signaled to the soldiers atop the city walls. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Open the gates immediately." As soon as the words fell, the heavy city gates swung open, allowing the carriage to enter. Inside the carriage, Yi Hao and Zhu King sat, observing the neatly arranged rows of tents and the unfamiliar students constantly coming and going. This would be their residence for the time being. "Xiao Hao, we've arrived," Zhu King said with a slight smile as he opened the door and stepped out, with Yi Hao following closely behind. Near the tents, Grandmaster was strolling alongside Tang San. "Xiao-san, at this point, there's no turning back. You must prepare for the upcoming battles and not let Yi Hao distract you. This tournament is extremely important for you," Grandmaster advised earnestly before continuing. "The prize for this competition is soul bones, 3 of them, to be precise. With your clear sky hammer already having 4 soul rings and your blue-silver grass possessing 5, winning the tournament should not be a problem." Grandmaster was full of confidence. Although twin martial souls were no longer an option, it did not prevent Tang San from becoming a title duo. His soul ring allocation might be a bit constrained, but he could still manage, even if his second martial soul no longer had an all 10,000 year configuration. As for Yi Hao, Grandmaster was certain that he had not added any soul rings to his second martial soul. This meant that Tang San, possessing 4 soul rings on his clear sky hammer, had a significant advantage. After all, the clear sky hammer was the #1 tool martial soul in the world. This was Grandmaster's biggest belief in this tournament: to defeat Yi Hao, defeat Spirit Hall, and win the championship of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, along with the crucial 3 soul bones. Tang San was growing stronger, and soon, the day would come when he could prove himself to the world. He Yu Xiaogeng was not a failure. A failure of a Grandmaster. Yu Xiaogeng. His face instantly darkened, and his expression became extremely grim. Hearing this, Tang San was furious. How dare someone insult his teacher in front of him? This person had a death wish. Following the voice, they saw a group of students dressed in red robes, wearing disdainful expressions as they studied Grandmaster with amusement. "Who are you? How dare you insult my teacher?" Tang San took a step forward, prepared to argue, ready to fight at any moment. However, Grandmaster quickly grabbed him. The qualifying matches were being held here, and the tents were placed close together. If Tang San clashed with them, word would inevitably spread, possibly leading to disqualification. It wasn't worth it. The red-robed student leading the group chuckled. "We're from Barak Kingdom, students of the Barak Advanced Soul Master Academy. You must be from Shrek Academy, right?" "That's right," Tang San answered in a low voice, unsure of their intentions, but insulting his teacher was unacceptable. Unbelievable. What qualifications does Shrek Academy have to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament? We even visited Sodo City last time, only to find that you had moved and somehow managed to establish an Advanced Soul Master Academy. What kind of dumb luck is that?" The leading student sneered. At that moment, Grandmaster suddenly recalled something. He leaned in and whispered to Tang San. "Xiao-san, I've heard Flander mention Barak Academy before. Back when Shrek Academy was in Sodo City, it was under their jurisdiction. Barak Academy once tried to recruit Flander and his group, but he refused. After that, Shrek Academy declined and was frequently targeted by Barak Academy. If Flander had accepted their recruitment back then, there wouldn't even be a Shrek Academy now." With Grandmaster's explanation, Tang San finally understood. So, Shrek Academy and Barak Academy had a long-standing grudge, and now they were clearly looking for trouble. Moreover, the first match tomorrow was Barak Academy versus Shrek Academy. Their provocation was simply a way to test Shrek Academy's strength. Nothing wrong with that. "I will personally crush you into the ground and make you pay for your words today," Tang San growled, his eyes filled with bloodlust. The Barak Academy student leading the group paused for a moment before sneering. "A toad will always be a toad. Trash is still trash. And as for your so-called Grandmaster of Trash, we heard about him long before we arrived in Heaven Dew City. You're called Tang San, right? A soul king who worships a useless level 29 teacher. What a joke." "Ha-ha-ha." The group burst into laughter before striding away, but not without glancing at Tang San and Grandmaster with undisguised contempt. Grandmaster remained silent, while Tang San seethed with anger. Even so, they could only endure it. With so many eyes on them, they couldn't afford to retaliate. Otherwise, Tang San would face immediate disqualification. "Teacher, I will make them pay," Tang San said coldly, watching the retreating figures of the Barak Academy students, his gaze tinged with a murderous aura. Grandmaster was already used to it. After years of ridicule and humiliation, he had developed an indestructible heart. Forget it, let them laugh, what they said is the truth. With that, the two continued walking. Whether by coincidence or not, the atmosphere suddenly froze. Tang San and Grandmaster were momentarily stunned before their anger reignited as they turned their gaze toward the newly arrived Yi Hao. Yi Hao. It had only been a month. Why did Tang San and Grandmaster seem to have regressed? What, were you born in the year of the dog? Why do you love baring your teeth so much? Yi Hao quipped, speechless. Yi Hao, this time you won't be so lucky. I will make you pay. Tang San roared, drawing the attention of the students inside the tents, who peeked out curiously, unsure of what was happening. Yi Hao, however, remained unfazed. He didn't take Tang San's warning seriously at all. You should worry about making it to Spirit City alive first, Yi Hao said with a sinister smile. Hearing this, Grandmaster felt an ominous chill creep into his heart and immediately demanded, Yi Hao, what do you mean by that? At this moment, Zhu Qinghe was displeased. He was being treated like heir, while Tang San and his master joined forces against Hao. Yu Ziyageng, don't go too far. Zhu Qinghe clasped his hands behind his back, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke. I'm talking to Yi Hao, who gave you the right to interrupt. As soon as the Grandmaster said this, the surrounding students watching the scene froze in shock. They weakly looked at the Grandmaster, as if silently asking, who gave you the courage? Did he eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Yi Hao's expression darkened. If not for the presence of others and the tournament rules in place, he would have personally taught this useless Grandmaster a lesson. Suddenly, Zhu Qing's face turned cold. Yu Ziyageng was getting too arrogant, daring to speak to him in such a tone. No, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan must be destroyed. Seeing the crowd gathered, the patrolling soldiers marched forward in an orderly manner. Make way, make way. The leader of the Royal Knights stepped forward. Why are you all gathering here? Are you looking for trouble? The captain scanned the area with a commanding presence. But the moment his gaze landed on the person standing opposite him, His Highness, the Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe, he was instantly stunned. His arrogant demeanor vanished, and he quickly signaled his soldiers to kneel on one knee. Greetings, Your Highness. The soldiers kneeled in unison, their voices loud and full of respect. This single shout instantly woke the Grandmaster up to reality. He involuntarily stepped back a few paces, his heart pounding with fear, not daring to meet Zhu Qinghe's gaze. There had never been much interaction between Zhu Qing and Shrek Academy. Every time he attended the tournament, he would sit in the VIP section above, and aside from those who had known him previously, few actually paid attention to the Crown Prince. Guards, seize the one who dared to speak against me, Zhu Qing ordered without hesitation. The leader of the Royal Knights personally stepped forward, grabbing the Grandmaster with one hand as if lifting a chick. At this moment, the crowd felt a surge of satisfaction. This so-called Grandmaster of Shrek Academy had actually dared to openly disrespect the Crown Prince of a nation. If this were under normal circumstances, the punishment would have been far more severe. Teacher, you, Tang San hesitated, clenching his teeth in frustration. The man before him was the Crown Prince of a nation, an existence he had no way of resisting. Seeing this, Tang San shifted his attention to Yi Hao, staring at him intensely. Yi Hao's you. Before Tang San could finish, Zhu Qinghe interrupted. So you're Tang San. Faced with the Crown Prince's question, Tang San nodded before quickly adding, Your Highness, my teacher did not mean to offend you. He was speaking to Yi Hao, not intentionally targeting you. The moment these words left his mouth, the crowd burst into laughter. If he wanted to make an excuse, he could have at least made a better one. So many people witnessed it firsthand, how could he argue otherwise? Seeing the Grandmaster's ashen face, Yi Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Tang San, do you realize that publicly offending the Crown Prince is a serious crime? More than that, the Grandmaster's words just now were an act of defiance against the entire Heaven Dew imperial family, even the entire Heaven Dew Empire. Everyone, am I right? Yi Hao asked, looking around at the spectators. That's right. That useless Grandmaster has no idea how high the heavens are, daring to openly disrespect the Crown Prince. He's doomed. A prison sentence is the least of his worries. Hearing the words, prison sentence, Yu Ziyageng couldn't stop himself from trembling. His mind flashed back to the torment he suffered in the Martial Soul Hall, his darkest memories replaying in vivid detail. Seeing this, Zhu King immediately made a decision. The tournament is currently ongoing, and I do not wish to create unnecessary trouble. Death will be spared, but punishment is inevitable. Guards, drag Yu Xiaoging out and give him 100 strikes with the rod. The moment the order was given, 2 soldiers grabbed the pale-faced grandmaster and dragged him to an open space nearby. They found a bench and a rod thicker than Yu Xiaoging himself. They forced the grandmaster onto the bench, and surprisingly, the captain of the knights personally volunteered to administer the punishment. A rare opportunity to prove himself, he wouldn't let it slip away. The captain took the rod, lifted it high above his head, and as Yu Xiaoging's eyes filled with terror, he swung it down. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull, rhythmic sounds echoed through the air, leaving no chance for the grandmaster to catch his breath. As one strike landed, the next immediately followed. The rhythm was oddly steady. Aza! The grandmaster screamed in agony, his eyes bloodshot, his entire face turning purple. He clung tightly to the bench legs, the searing pain on his backside making him feel as if he were ascending straight to heaven. Watching the scene, Yi Hao felt most of his pent-up frustration dissipate. He glanced at Zhu Qinghe, who remained expressionless. With the crown prince himself overseeing the punishment, the knight captain and soldiers dared not slack off. They put their full strength into each strike, the captain even channeling some soul power into the rod. The moment the rod landed, Yu Xiaoging's bloodshot eyes widened to the point of nearly popping out of their sockets. He let out an ear-piercing scream. Aza! Then he fainted on the spot. His entire backside was completely ruined, bloodied beyond recognition. The sight alone made bystanders shudder. By the time Flender, Liu Erlong, and the rest of Shrek Academy arrived, they were first stunned by the gruesome sight of Yu Xiaoging. Then, their anger boiled over. Their grandmaster had been beaten to such a miserable state, but when they learned that the order had come from none other than the Crown Prince of Heaven Du Empire, Zhu King. Oh, never mind then. Flender hurried forward. Your Highness, please show some mercy. Xiaoging spoke out of turn, but he meant no harm. Please forgive him just this once. 100 strikes of the rod were no trivial matter. This was enough to indirectly take Yu Xiaoging's life, far worse than Sala's whip punishment. Zhu King remained stern and cold. Headmaster Flender, you are quite self-aware. You recognize that Yu Xiaoging is nothing more than a vile and contemptible person. I am pleased to see this level of understanding. Upon hearing these words, Tang San gritted his teeth in silence, his hatred for Yi Hao rising to an entirely new level. If Yi Hao hadn't suddenly appeared, his teacher would never have provoked the Crown Prince and ended up beaten like this. Everything was Yi Hao's fault. Yes, that was it. Stop, please stop, Liu Erlong pleaded, her voice choked with sobs as she rushed to block the executioners from striking again. The Shrek group was filled with anger, but dared not speak out. Their opponent was the Crown Prince of a nation, while they were insignificant in comparison. As for Daimubai, who was also a prince, he was powerless in this situation. This was the Heaven Du Empire, not Star Luo Empire. As a prince of Star Luo, he had no right to intervene here. At that moment, Xiao Wu locked eyes with Yi Hao, her gaze filled with hatred as intense as a beast ready to devour its prey. Her mother's death had always been a deep wound in her heart. Since she couldn't kill Yi Hao's mother, she would make him, her son, take her place instead. Seeing this, Yi Hao raised his middle finger at Xiao Wu, his expression full of disdain. This only fueled Xiao Wu's fury even more, igniting an uncontrollable rage within her. However, with so many people watching, she couldn't act impulsively. Despite Flender's desperate pleas, Zhu King remained unmoved. Against these people, he would use nothing but ruthless means. When things benefited them, they would throw their weight around. But when they suffered, they played the victim. How despicable. Zhu Qinghe's expression remained stern. What had happened earlier with the Grandmaster and Tang San had undoubtedly struck a nerve. Yi Hao was his younger brother, his blood brother. Any harm toward Yi Hao was an offense against him. Now that he finally had an opportunity, he had to vent his anger and set an example. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Continue the beating, don't hold back for anyone. With that, 2 soldiers stepped forward, dragging the pleading Liu Erlong away. The thick wooden staff was raised high once again before slamming down. As soon as it struck Yu Xiaoging's backside, he jumped up in agony, the pain overwhelming him. He wanted to struggle, but he quickly realized he was held down tightly, unable to move at all. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoging was surrounded by a crowd, being publicly punished. "Your Highness, Xiaoging is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Is this really appropriate?" Flender's eyes were red, clearly anxious. Hearing this, Zhu King frowned. "Yu Xiaoging was expelled from the clan long ago. He's nothing more than trash. I doubt the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would concern themselves with the life or death of a worthless man." "But Your Highness, 100 strikes, it could kill him," Flender pleaded. On the other side, Yu Tianheng saw his uncle suffering this cruel punishment for offending the crown prince. Instinctively, he turned to Yi Hao, hoping he could intervene. However, Yi Hao simply shook his head. He was powerless in this matter. Zhu Qinghe wasn't just avenging him, this was also about reinforcing the authority of the Heaven Dew royal family, killing two birds with one stone. No matter how useless he is, Yu Xiaoging is still a soul master. Don't worry, he won't die from this. Zhu King then gave another order: make sure you control the force. Don't let him die too quickly. The executioners understood his intent and carefully adjusted their strength. By now, Yu Xiaoging was completely broken. His backside was a bloody mess, blood trickled from his mouth, and he had even bitten down so hard that he lost 2 teeth. He couldn't help but wonder, why was he so unlucky? "Your Highness," Flender refused to give up. But Zhu King has snapped. "I am the crown prince of this empire, the future ruler of Heaven Dew. That trash Yu Xiaoging publicly disrespected me, making me lose face. How do you expect me to face my people after this? If I don't punish him today, more people like him will appear tomorrow, and the day after that. Flender, I advise you to hold your tongue. You're no saint either. Do you need me to list the good deeds you've done over the years?" At those words, Flender fell silent, unable to argue further. "I wouldn't mind sending you to join Yu Xiaoging. Shrek Academy, what a filthy place." With that, Zhu King and Yi Hao turned and left, unwilling to waste another moment there. Flender stood frozen, his gaze filled with resentment as he watched the two leave. But all he could do was clench his fists in frustration. He was powerless. Since the founding of Shrek Academy, this was only the second time Flender had felt so helpless. The first time was during the incident at Heaven Dew Royal Academy. Oza. Yu Xiaoging continued to wail in agony. Liu Erlong stood nearby, tears streaming down her face. All she could do was watch, unable to take away his pain. Once Yi Hao and Zhu King were gone, the crowd erupted into whispers, pointing fingers at Shrek Academy. Their words were filled with insults, and the judgmental gazes of the onlookers bore down on them. It was an unbearable feeling to become the target of public scorn. Some of them wanted to argue back, but reality quickly crushed their spirit. "Brother Zhu, you really helped me get my revenge today." Yi Hao thought back to Yu Xiaoging's suffering and felt a secret joy in his heart. This was long overdue. Zhu King smiled faintly. "We're brothers. Yu Xiaoging was nothing but an arrogant fraud, looking down on others just because of his little knowledge. And now, that teacher and student dared to target you? How could I let that slide?" Fortunately, he didn't recognize me as the Empire's crown prince, which played right into my hands. As for Tang San, Zhu Qinghe trailed off meaningfully. Yi Hao understood and nodded. "Leave Tang San to me. Even though he's reached the Soul King level, I'm sure he'll reveal his clear sky hammer during the tournament. But I still have the confidence to crush him beneath my feet." Seeing this, Zhu Qinghe said no more. Once they arrived at the designated lodgings, the two separated. The Crown Prince's accommodations were far different from those of the contestants. Although Yi Hao had a close relationship with Zhu Qinghe, at this early stage of the tournament, the political landscape was complicated. To avoid unnecessary attention, they had to keep their distance. Punishment complete. At last, the 100 lashes were over. The two executioners wiped the sweat from their brows and tossed aside their blood-stained clubs. The soldiers then resumed their duty of standing guard. As soon as they left, Liu Erlong rushed to Yu Xiaoging's unconscious form, tears falling like broken pearls. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Seeing this, Flender sighed. "Mubai, take Xiaoging back to the tent. Be careful, he can't handle any more suffering. And Jiangzhu, use your martial soul to treat him. I'll have to trouble you with this." The Shrek students dared not delay. They carefully lifted Yu Xiaogeng and carried him away. Watching them leave, Flender turned back toward his tent, only to notice something strange about Tang San. His eyes were blood red, his entire body radiating a chilling killing intent that made Flender hesitate. Xiao-san, don't do anything reckless. Flender forced himself to step forward. But Tang San ignored his warning, his crimson eyes staring directly at him. At that moment, Flender felt a shiver run down his spine, a cold wind brushing against his back. Before he knew it, sweat had soaked through his clothes. It was as if he was facing a terrifying enemy. Tang San was undeniably dangerous right now. Flender swallowed hard and decided to say no more. Before leaving, he paused for a moment. This time, Xiaogeng was at fault first. Xiao-san, don't forget what your father told you. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament is not over yet. Think carefully. Xiaogeng has changed. With that, Flender sighed heavily and walked away, his heart weighed down with regret. Chapter 179. Yu Xiaogeng breaks again and again. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the weather was perfect for the competition. Before the match even began, all 15 participating teams had already gathered. The central spectator area was, as usual, packed with people, with Emperor Zhu Yi seated in the most prominent position. The advancement matches differed from the preliminary rounds. While the preliminaries tested teamwork and tactical arrangements, the advancement matches focused on personnel deployment and individual strength. The 15 teams were divided into different zones within the circular battle arena. Royal Knight soldiers stood guard at various elevated positions around the venue, allowing them to observe the battles below with perfect clarity. Of course, this arrangement had another purpose: to inspire the soldiers to train harder. Not everyone on the continent could become a soul master. The Royal Knights belonged solely to the Heaven Dew imperial family, under the direct command of Emperor Zhu Yi. The entire force comprised 50,000 soldiers, making them the elite of the Heaven Dew Empire. King He, I heard that you punished the Shrek Academy's Grandmaster in public yesterday. Emperor Zhu Yi, seated in the main position, glanced toward his son, Crown Prince Zhu King. It had to be said that the emperor had the sharpest ears, no surprise, considering the massive commotion caused by yesterday's incident. It was said that Grandmaster was still lying in bed, his backside already a mess. At this point, all that was missing was for him to become an eunuch. Seeing his father's gaze, Zhu Qinghai stood up and respectfully saluted before replying, "Yesterday, Grandmaster of Shrek Academy spoke disrespectfully to me and repeatedly made things difficult for my close friend, Yi Hao. Therefore, I couldn't hold back and decided to teach him a lesson." Emperor Zhu Yi had already been informed of the full incident. Initially, his reaction was one of fury. Grandmaster was from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Though he had been expelled, he still lacked basic awareness. How dare he be so bold as to disrespect a crown prince? More importantly, Zhu King was the heir apparent. Once Emperor Zhu Yi passed away, King He would be the next ruler. Someone who dared to insult the crown prince today would undoubtedly become a black mark in history once he took the throne. King, you handled this well. Some people who think too highly of themselves need to be taught a lesson. Emperor Zhu Yi's gaze was cold as he glanced toward the Shrek Academy group, who were whispering among themselves. Sitting nearby, Ning Fengzhai remained silent, but the slight curve at the corner of his mouth betrayed his amusement. Yesterday, when he heard that Grandmaster had been beaten, by none other than Zhu King himself, Ning Fengzhai was genuinely surprised. But after understanding the full story, he made an important decision, one that would even impact the direction of his sect. From now on, he would no longer respond to Tang Hao's requests for help. Ever since Shrek Academy entered his sight, it had been one mess after another. The more their facade was stripped away, the more their flaws were exposed. First, it was about his own daughter. Then, the trouble with Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. More recently, Grandmaster's reckless behavior. And now, once again, it was Grandmaster causing problems. If you don't seek trouble, you won't die. Looking back, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's decision to expel Yu Xiaogeng was absolutely the right choice. Meanwhile, in Shrek Academy's area, Flender was busy organizing personnel adjustments, completely oblivious to the fact that they were being publicly humiliated. With Grandmaster injured, all scheduling matters over the next few days fell entirely on Flender's shoulders. All right, the battle is about to begin. Everyone, do your best. Defeat Barak Academy and show everyone present that Shrek Academy cannot be humiliated, Flender declared with enthusiasm. His grudge against Barak Academy ran deep. Back in Soto City, they had already been rivals, and even here in Heavendew City, nothing had changed. Shrek's first competitor was Zio Wu. On the other side, Barak Academy sent out their captain, a tall and muscular student whose soul power had already surpassed rank 40. He was the strongest member of their team. Barak Academy is going to lose. Yi Hao, seated in the stands, muttered casually. How do you know that? Du Guyan suddenly asked. Yi Hao shrugged and explained, Barak Academy and Shrek have a long-standing feud. Back in Soto City, the two sides were already at odds. Yesterday, Grandmaster was humiliated. I'm sure you all know about it. More importantly, Barak Academy even openly mocked him as a useless failure. I heard about it from people gossiping afterward. Since Barak Academy has already underestimated their opponent, they will inevitably let their guard down in today's match. That's why I'm certain they will lose. His reasoning made sense, but it was still hard for others to believe him, so confidently predicting the outcome before the match even started. After all, battles were full of uncertainties. What if Barak Academy won? By the way, I haven't seen Old Poison around lately. Wait, Sis Yan, how's your grandfather doing? Yi Hao suddenly asked. Hearing this, Du Guyan sighed deeply, looking troubled. What's wrong? Yi Hao asked, noticing her unusual demeanor. After hesitating for a moment, Du Guyan finally spoke. Grandfather has been acting strangely these days. Strangely, Yi Hao frowned. Honestly, wasn't Du Gubo always a bit unusual? That was just who he was. The man never played by the rules, and no one could ever guess what he was thinking. If he wasn't unpredictable, he wouldn't be the notorious Old Poison. Du Guyan continued, lately, he's been frequently appearing at Shrek Academy. I only found out after investigating. Shrek Academy? Yi Hao fell into deep thought. What was Old Poison doing there? There had to be some important reason. Could it be? Yi Hao's brows furrowed as a thought struck him. Would Du Gubo intervene when Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duluo attacked Tang San? It didn't make sense. Logically, Du Gubo had no reason to get involved. So what exactly could be forcing him to act? For a moment, Yi Hao was lost in thought. As expected, just as Yi Hao predicted, Barak Academy's captain was overconfident and careless. He was hit directly by Zio Wu's charm, his mind instantly thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Zio Wu wasted no time. She had no good impression of Barak Academy and harbored plenty of resentment against them. Without hesitation, she launched a fierce assault. The battle had only just begun, but the outcome was already determined. These people were the ones who openly mocked Grandmaster and Tang San yesterday. The captain of Barak Academy standing before them was one of them. Zio Wu stuck to her usual combo: teleportation, waist bow, 8-stage drop. Miserable screams filled the air. The sight made the Barak Academy team grit their teeth in fury, itching to rush forward and teach this arrogant girl a lesson. Meanwhile, Shrek's team, led by Ma Hongjun, cheered loudly, even making faces at Barak Academy, further adding fuel to the fire. Finally, with a powerful whip kick, Zio Wu sent the battered Barak Academy captain crashing to the ground. Seizing the moment, she cast a disdainful glance at the remaining members of Barak Academy. Who's next? A simple sentence, yet it ignited a storm of rage among Barak Academy's ranks. Feeling triumphant from her first victory, Zio Wu couldn't help but glance at Yi Hao. When their eyes met, the chilling killing intent in Zio Wu's gaze made Yi Hao pause for a moment. This rabbit is getting cocky, huh? A few days without a beating, and she forgets her place. At that moment, 7 or 8 furious Barak Academy members stormed onto the stage, looking ready to fight. 2 of them dragged their unconscious captain away, while the rest encircled Zio Wu, malice flickering in their eyes. Seeing this, Shrek's team had no intention of backing down. One by one, they jumped onto the stage, completely ignoring the referee's authority. The entire arena instantly descended into chaos. Deep inside the dense forest, towering trees intertwined, forming a secluded and shadowed domain. Impossible. Du Gubo stood before Tang Hao, his expression firm as he flatly rejected Tang Hao's request. Tang Hao's gaze darkened as he locked eyes with Du Gubo, making the latter shiver involuntarily. Du Gubo, when you kidnapped my son before, I should have killed you. Tang Hao took a deep breath, and the clear sky hammer suddenly appeared in his grasp. I'm only asking you to ensure my son's safety. That's all. Once the tournament ends, you'll be free. Despite Tang Hao's repeated coercion, Du Gubo remained defiant. Tang Hao, I am not some pushover. If you push me too far, do you really think I won't kill your son right now? As he spoke, Du Gubo flipped his palm, and a thick, venomous green mist began to swirl, the jade phosphor serpent emperor's poison. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. You dare! Tang Hao's fury erupted as he raised the clear sky hammer, its oppressive aura manifesting in a tangible white killing intent around him. HMPH, Du Gubo snorted coldly. You've forced me into a corner, and now you think I won't dare? Last time, I already agreed to protect your son from the shadows. Now you come to me again, expecting me to bow. Indeed, forcing Du Gubo into a desperate situation would only be counterproductive. At present, the 7 treasure glazed tile clan was no longer an option. They were only looking out for their own interests. That whole upper 3 clans stand together nonsense sounded nice, but when help was truly needed, they only cared about themselves. Now, Tang Hao's elder brother, Tang Zio, had secretly decided to intervene. However, as the leader of the Clear Sky clan, he could not openly act. His only option was to disguise himself in black robes and support from the shadows. The Clear Sky clan was still in seclusion. If Tang Zio, as the current clan leader, made a public move, the clan would erupt in controversy, especially the 5 elders, who would never let it slide. Tang Hao understood this well. He took a moment to compose himself, lowering the clear sky hammer, which then gradually disappeared. Even so, Du Gubo remained wary. He knew that in terms of sheer combat strength, he was no match for Tang Hao. Du Gubo, I'm just reminding you, don't forget the promise you made to me. With that, Tang Hao turned and walked away. Du Gubo clenched his fists, his expression dark. When has this old man ever been treated like this? Ever since he became a titled dueluo, this was undoubtedly the most humiliating experience he had ever endured. Elsewhere in the forest, Tang Hao walked further away from Du Gubo's sight. A figure emerged from the shadows. A tall, burly man dressed in black robes slowly stepped forward, lifting his hood to reveal a weathered face, one strikingly similar to Tang Hao's. Second brother, it's been a long time. His voice was deep, tinged with emotion. All these years, I've thought of you constantly. Tang Hao froze in place for a long moment before his eyes welled up. Without hesitation, he strode forward and embraced the man. After a long silence, Big brother, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Tang Hao's voice carried both relief and sorrow. But before he could continue, he hesitated. You're the clan leader now, coming here, won't it? Tang Zio forced a bitter smile. Ever since our clan secluded itself, this is my first time leaving the mountain. Normally, I only handle internal affairs. After I received news from Yuehua, I informed the clan that I would be going into seclusion for 2 months. That gives me some time to act freely outside. He patted Tang Hao's shoulder and smiled faintly. It's been over a decade since we last saw each other. Let's sit and talk. Tell me, how is Zio-san doing? The 2 brothers sat down and began talking at length. After the earlier scuffle, the battle between Shrek Academy and Barak Academy resumed. As expected, it was a one-sided slaughter. Barak Academy had been too careless, and now they were paying the price. The scales of victory tipped heavily in Shrek's favor. One by one, Barak Academy's students fell. With the last opponent collapsing, the match finally ended. See, I told you Barak Academy would lose. You guys just didn't believe me. Yihao lounged in his seat, looking entirely unbothered. Across from him, Shrek Academy's members glared at him with eyes full of murderous intent. In response, Yihao simply raised his middle finger, taunting them further. Shrek's team clenched their fists in rage. If it weren't for the competition rules restricting them, they would have already charged at him, just like Barak Academy had done earlier. In the end, even the proud Shrek Academy had to endure the humiliation. With their mindset, Shrek Academy is a united whole. The next match between Heaven Dew Imperial Academies, Second Team, and Divine Wind Academy one of the 4 elemental academies, began. Leading the charge was Yu Tianheng, facing off against a soul ancestor from Divine Wind Academy. Divine Wind Academy versus Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team. Battle begins. At the referee's command, fierce winds howled across the arena, carrying swift bolts of lightning. The 2 combatants matched each other blow for blow, both displaying impressive strength. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere surging to a fever pitch. At that moment, 2 nurses pushed Grandmaster into the arena. Lying flat on a hospital bed, his rear end raised, his entire backside wrapped in thick white bandages, Grandmaster arrived at the Shrek viewing area, his eyes bloodshot. The moment he appeared, all eyes turned from the battlefield to him. Frankly, after enduring 100 strikes, it was a miracle he was still alive, truly an unkillable cockroach. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Yet, despite being the center of countless stares, Grandmaster acted as if he was invincible, choosing to ignore everyone. Xiaogeng, why aren't you resting in bed? What are you doing here? Flender walked up to Grandmaster's bedside, attempting to comfort him. Hearing his old friend's concern, Grandmaster felt a warmth in his heart, forcing out an ugly smile. I was just worried, so I had them bring me here. How did the match between Shrek Academy and Barrack Academy go? Grandmaster asked anxiously. The group exchanged glances, before breaking into smug smiles. Dai Mubai pointed to the side. Shrek Academy didn't even break a sweat. Barrack Academy got completely destroyed. In fact, we gave them a good beating. Grandmaster, are you satisfied with that outcome? Following Dai Mubai's gaze, Grandmaster looked over, and sure enough. Just as Dai Mubai had said, the Barrack Academy team looked utterly dejected. Some were wrapped in bandages, some had swollen faces, and others were still wincing in pain, clear evidence of their crushing defeat. Seeing this, Grandmaster barely contained his joy, instead putting on a somber expression. That's good, that's good. If Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's second team loses to us, that would be even better. This was Grandmaster's true thoughts. Ever since what happened at the Spirit Hall, his mindset had completely changed. His hatred for Spirit Hall had reached an all-time high, and Yi Hao, the person responsible for his humiliation, was at the top of his revenge list. If not for Yi Hao's relentless scheming, he wouldn't have ended up like this, a rat that everyone wanted to beat down. Once he recovered, he was determined to go to the Pope's palace and file a complaint. Tang San, filled with confidence, assured, "Teacher, please focus on recovering. With my current Soul King strength, defeating Yi Hao won't be a problem. As for Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, Shrek Academy will definitely teach them a lesson." Having just won their battle, Shrek Academy's morale was at an all-time high. At this moment, Grandmaster saw hope, his eyes gleaming. In his mind, he envisioned Shrek Academy winning the championship, securing those 3 priceless soul bones in front of the entire continent. Lost in his fantasies, he even started drooling. Perhaps influenced by the excitement of the moment, Flender, as the headmaster, was also feeling optimistic about Shrek Academy's future. With a grin, he plopped down on Grandmaster's hospital bed and patted him reassuringly. Xiaogeng, just focus on healing, leave the rest to me. Unable to hold back his laughter, Flender's right hand firmly patted up and down. But perhaps he patted the wrong place. AHHH. FLENDER, you did that on purpose. I'm going to kill you. A piercing scream erupted, so loud that the ongoing match came to an abrupt halt. Curious, the crowd turned their heads. Even Yi Hao was confused. What's wrong with you, Xiaogeng? Why is he suddenly screaming like a banshee? They saw Grandmaster's face frozen in agony, both hands clutching his backside, snot and tears streaming down his face. A continuous stream of blood gushed from his rear. Shrek Academy's members were utterly stunned. As for Flender, the culprit behind it all, he was completely mortified. He had only meant to pat Grandmaster's back in excitement. How was he supposed to know it would cause such a catastrophic reaction? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the nurses who had brought Grandmaster in were momentarily stunned before one of them suddenly shouted, "Grandmaster, your wound reopened." At those words, the entire arena fell silent. Then, laughter erupted from every corner. Even Emperor Zhu, you couldn't help but chuckle. The laughter echoed across the venue, making Grandmaster's face turn dark as iron. Despite his excruciating pain, he glared daggers at Flender. This bastard definitely did it on purpose. In front of all 15 academies and Heaven-Dew Empire's nobility, he had been utterly humiliated. Where was his dignity as Grandmaster supposed to go now? Without wasting any time, the nurses rushed forward, dragging the injured Grandmaster away for urgent medical attention. As he was taken away, Flender wiped the sweat off his forehead, suddenly feeling several cold stares on his back. Slowly, he turned his head. Liu Erlong, Tang San, and the entire Shrek team were all staring at him with deep resentment. Realizing the danger, Flender swallowed hard and without another word, he bolted. Watching Flender flee, Yihao wiped away a tear of laughter and gave him a thumbs up. As Grandmaster's friend, Flender has truly outdone himself. After the unexpected comic relief, the battle resumed. Yu Tianheng flipped his palm, and the sky darkened in an instant. Several thick lightning bolts rained down like massive infant arms, leaving his Divine Wind Academy opponent paralyzed and twitching. Yu Tianheng went on to defeat 3 consecutive opponents, but in the end, he ran out of soul power and stamina, ultimately losing the match. At that moment, Divine Wind Academy's captain, Feng Zai Ocean, stepped forward. "Yihao, do you dare to face me in a match?" His eyes burned with battle intent. They hadn't gotten the chance to fight in the preliminary rounds, but now, in the first match of the advancement rounds, fate had brought them together. Feng Zai Ocean was confident. This time, he would finally settle things with Yihao. Hearing this, Yihao smiled calmly and replied, "Of course, as expected of Divine Wind Academy's captain, Feng Zai Ocean. If you want a match, I'll grant you one." With that, Yihao leaped into the ring. The crowd's interest instantly peaked. Everyone stretched their necks, eager to witness this battle. Especially Tang San, his eyes fixed on Yihao, studying his every move. I can't afford to let Yihao be an obstacle. I must analyze every detail of this fight before I face him myself. As the match began, Yihao instantly activated his Death Spider Emperor possession. 5 soul rings rose beneath him. His arms transformed into massive purple scythes, his gaze locked onto his opponent. Battle begins. At the referee's signal, Yihao vanished in a blur. A second later, his opponent's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. One move, just one move. The crowd fell into stunned silence. Even Tang San, with his purple demon eyes, could only catch a faint shadow. His heart grew heavier. Yihao is an extremely troublesome opponent. Chapter 180. Tang Hao and Tang Zio, a discussion between brothers. That Yihao is the son of Pope Bibai Dong. Looks like Spirit Hall is determined to win this tournament. Outside the royal hunting grounds, Tang Zio and Tang Hao sat on the ground, having a private discussion centered around Tang San's safety. Indeed, Tang Hao let out a long sigh, his expression filled with regret. Zio San's external soul bone was forcefully ripped away by Yihao, and I, his own father, was played like a fool, manipulated by Yihao into going to Spirit Hall, where I almost lost my life. His eyes burned with rage. This grudge, I Tang Hao will definitely repay it. Hao, you've suffered so much all these years. Tang Zio patted his younger brother's shoulder, sighing deeply. Once the mighty clear sky Duluo had dominated the world, yet now, he had fallen to such a miserable state, it was truly heartbreaking. Right now, including Dugubo, we only have 3 people, but Spirit Hall has more than a dozen titled Duluo. If Zio-san actually goes to Spirit Hall, it will undoubtedly be a life-threatening situation. Tang Zio folded his arms. I think we should have him withdraw from the tournament. Let's wait a few more years. Once he's stronger, you can tell him the full truth. That way, at least we ensure his safety. Tang Hao, however, shook his head. I know Zio-san too well. He will never quit this tournament. In his heart, Yi Hao and Yi Rishan are the ones who have caused him the most suffering. His external soul bone was taken. He's been shunned and isolated for years, all of it orchestrated by Yi Hao behind the scenes. As his father, even I feel unbearable grief. And Zio-san, he's still just a child. Tang Zio nodded. If that's the case, then it seems this trip to Spirit Hall is inevitable. But let me tell you this. Unless Kyan DOLOU personally steps in, you and I, working together, are more than enough to handle the other titled Duluo of Spirit Hall. Back then, we were the clear sky twin stars. It's about time we remind the world of our power. At that moment, Tang Zio's expression became serious. By the way, what about Ah Yin? After her sacrifice, what happened? This question struck a nerve. Tang Hao's face twisted, his breath caught in his throat, and in the next second, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. How, what's wrong? Tang Zio rushed forward in concern. Tang Hao waved him off, his killing intent spreading rapidly. Brother, I won't hide this from you anymore. After Ah Yin sacrificed herself, she left behind a seed and a right leg bone of the blue-silver emperor. I took Zio-san with me to hide in Holy Soul Village, while I secretly planted the seed and stored the soul bone in a hidden cave in the mountains behind the village. For over 10 years, Ah Yin slowly regrew and finally she fully revived. I finally saw hope. Tang Zio's eyes lit up with excitement. And then, what happened next? Back then, both brothers had loved Ah Yin, but she had chosen Tang Hao. Because of that, Tang Zio had never married. His heart still held onto his feelings for her. But just as Tang Zio was filled with anticipation, Tang Hao's expression darkened, and he suddenly stood up. Then Yi Hao appeared. He went to Holy Soul Village and stole Ah Yin's body, along with the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone. Not only that, he left behind a note. Yi Rishan was here, took your soul bone, thanks. Tang Hao let out a furious roar, tears of blood streaming down his face. His and his son's hatred for Yi Hao was now beyond anything words could describe. Hearing this, Tang Zio's expression turned ice cold. The two stood side by side on the cliff, their gazes filled with killing intent as they glared toward the royal hunting grounds, where the tournament was still underway. How, what about the 7 treasure glazed tile clan? Have you spoken to them? Tang Zio asked seriously. If we can get another ally, it would be for the best. Tang Hao shook his head. I went to the 7 treasure glazed tile clan a month ago, personally asking Ning Fengjai for help. Since then, I haven't received a single response. It's clear that Ning Fengjai has no intention of helping us. Tang Zio sighed. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan is closely tied to Heaven Dew Empire. For the sake of his own interests, Ning Fengjai has no reason to openly oppose Spirit Hall. If he did, he'd be bringing disaster upon his clan. To be fair, his decision is a wise one. But Tang Hao wasn't convinced. With a roar of frustration, he punched a nearby tree, instantly shattering its thick trunk. They talk about the upper 3 clans standing together, but where were they when Clear Sky Clan was hunted by Spirit Hall? Now, the moment trouble comes knocking, they all act like cowards. They don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Clear Sky Clan. Tang Zio quickly grabbed his brother's shoulder. How? Be careful what you say. Then, he added, I heard that Ning Fengjai's daughter is currently studying at Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, and she's a classmate of Yi Hao. Perhaps that's also part of his decision-making. Tang Hao sighed deeply. Forget it, there's nothing we can do about it now. After a moment of silence, Tang Hao suddenly asked, Brother, what about the 5 elders of the clan? How are they doing? Tang Zio gave him a puzzled look. Why are you suddenly asking about them? No reason, just curious. Tang Hao's gaze flickered. Tang Zio sighed. Ever since you were expelled, they've held a deep grudge against you. They believe that if not for you, the Clear Sky Clan wouldn't have fallen into decline. Especially the 7th elder. His son was killed by Spirit Hall, and he blames you for it. He claims that if it weren't for you, his son would still be alive. Tang Zio let out another long sigh. I only managed to leave the clan by claiming I was going into seclusion to break through rank 97. If I hadn't used that excuse, the 5 elders would never have let me go. How? Our only hope now is for Zio-san to grow stronger. Once he becomes a titled duo with his twin martial souls, he'll go even further than either of us. At that time, I'll bring up your case with the 5 elders. If I play it right, you may have a chance to return to the clan. Tang Hao nodded solemnly. Let's deal with what's in front of us first. No one knows what the future holds. Back at the royal hunting grounds. On the battlefield, Yi Hao had effortlessly defeated 3 students from Divine Wind Academy, each fight ending in a complete and utter stomp. At the same time, he had also gained waves of admiration from countless female spectators, his reputation only growing stronger. Shrek Academy's members were filled with resentment toward Yi Hao. Was this really all Divine Wind Academy had to offer? How could 3 of their students fail so miserably against him? Not even one of them lasted a single move. Divine Wind Academy, what a bunch of weaklings. Captain, I'm sorry, I did my best. The defeated Divine Wind Academy student returned to the spectator area, his spirit crushed. Feng Zai Ocean simply shook his head, smiling bitterly. Yi Hao is a soul king. It's only natural that you lost. You fought well, get some rest. We still have battles ahead of us tomorrow. With that, he adjusted his mask, stood tall, and confidently walked toward the stage. As he passed by Blazing Academy, he suddenly stopped. His gaze landed on Huawu, who was seated among her academy teammates. For once, he abandoned his usual playful attitude. Instead, he spoke seriously, his voice carrying deep emotion. Huawu, didn't you say before that if I defeat Yi Hao, you would acknowledge my feelings for you? Huawu was caught off guard. You can't possibly defeat Yi Hao, he's a soul king. 3 of your teammates already lost, 2 of whom were soul ancestors. As a soul ancestor yourself, how could you possibly win? Feng Zai Ocean smiled bitterly. I know. Then why are you asking me? Huawu asked, puzzled. I just want to confirm, does your promise still stand? Feng Zai Ocean asked sincerely. Huawu froze, confused by his words. He clearly wasn't Yi Hao's match, so why was he saying this? What was the point? Seeing that Huawu remained silent, Feng Zai Ocean smiled. Since you're not saying anything, I'll take that as a yes. Without waiting for her reply, he leapt onto the stage. By the time Huawu snapped out of it, Feng Zai Ocean was already standing in the arena. What's the point of this? She muttered under her breath. He knows he's going to lose, why bother? Standing on the stage alongside Yi Hao, Feng Zai Ocean grinned. Yi Hao, how about we make a deal? Yi Hao was speechless. Brother Feng, do you even realize? The saying goes, a bootlicker gets nothing in the end. Feng Zai Ocean was stunned. I don't care, this is my choice. Without hesitation, 4 soul rings rose beneath his feet, 2 yellow, 2 purple. His muscles swelled, his physique grew larger, and his hair turned green. A wolf's head appeared on his left shoulder. Mutated beast martial soul, Gale twin-headed wolf. A positive mutation, making it one of the strongest beast-type martial souls. Gale twin-headed wolf, not bad. Yi Hao smirked. Brother Feng, your martial soul is a rare mutation, and you were also born with full innate soul power, weren't you? That's right, Feng Zai Ocean nodded. This was his first time facing Yi Hao head-on, and he couldn't afford to take him lightly. At 24 years old, he had already reached rank 44. In this tournament, he was considered a top-tier genius. But Yi Hao was even more monstrous. At only 14 years old, he was already a soul king. How the hell was that even possible? For Huawu and for myself, Yi Hao, fight me with everything you've got. Don't hold back. Hearing this, Yi Hao nodded slightly. As you wish. The referee saw that both were ready and immediately announced. Battle begin. The fight begins. In an instant, Feng Zai Ocean moved. The crowd's attention locked onto him, holding their breath. Despite being a power attack type soul master, Feng Zai Ocean's speed far exceeded most agility type soul masters, all thanks to his Gale twin-headed wolf martial soul. But Yi Hao remained calm. He had watched too many of Feng Zai Ocean's matches to be caught off guard. Feng Zai Ocean lunged forward, his first soul ring lighting up. His hands transformed into razor-sharp wolf claws, aiming to slash Yi Hao from head to toe. The attack was swift and deadly. But Yi Hao remained unfazed. Just as Feng Zai Ocean's attack came down, Yi Hao's 5th soul ring suddenly lit up. Feng Zai Ocean's pupils shrank in shock. Yi Hao tilted slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack. At the same time, his side-like claws shimmered with a dark aura, descending toward Feng Zai Ocean's head. But then they stopped. Right above Feng Zai Ocean's head. A few strands of green hair fluttered down. Feng Zai Ocean's back was drenched in cold sweat. But he quickly regained his composure. Clenching his teeth, he launched another flurry of attacks, his claws slicing through the air. To the spectators, it looked like a waste of effort. If Yi Hao had wanted to, he could have ended this fight in a single strike. But he didn't. Yi Hao, you said you wouldn't hold back. Why are you dodging instead of fighting me seriously? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Feng Zai Ocean yelled in frustration. Yi Hao shook his head. If I had gone all out, you would have already lost. Feng Zai Ocean, you're a true warrior. Show me your best moves. I'm curious to see how you'll try to handle this. All right. Feng Zai Ocean's eyes lit up, and his second and third soul rings flared simultaneously. Wind wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to briefly fly. Behind him, the shadow of a gale twin-headed wolf flickered ominously. As you wish. Using his wings, Feng Zai Ocean shot into the sky. Then he unleashed two massive tornadoes, filled with sharp wind blades, descending like a guillotine aimed directly at Yi Hao. In the Shrek Academy viewing area, Tang San's eyes burned with anticipation. Please, please let this hit him. Let Yi Hao be humiliated. But reality had other plans. Yi Hao didn't move. As the tornadoes descended upon him, a mysterious black light suddenly shrouded his body. It formed a protective barrier, enveloping him completely. The moment the tornadoes made contact, they dispersed instantly. Not even a second had passed. Feng Zai Ocean's eyes widened in shock. This is impossible. His voice trembled. Sitting in the VIP section, Bone Duluo chuckled. That is the death domain. Death's domain. The crowd was stunned. Not every soul master could possess a domain. For most, it required reaching titled Duluo level, and even then, the chances of awakening a domain were extremely low. That was why soul masters with domains were incredibly rare. But now, how old is he? Someone in the audience let out a long sigh, suddenly feeling like they had wasted their entire life. A domain. Tang San clenched his teeth so hard, he nearly cursed it out loud. He knew exactly what a domain meant. Now that Yi Hao possessed one, how the hell was he supposed to defeat him and reclaim his dignity? Might as well wait for the next life. Emperor Zhu Yi was filled with shock and admiration. Once again, Yi Hao had exceeded his expectations. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. What official position should he grant Yi Hao after the tournament? Seated nearby, Ning Fengzhai shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yi Hao is an absolute monster. The innate domain of the Death Spider Emperor, Death Domain. At his age, possessing a domain was already insane. But from what Ning Fengzhai saw, Yi Hao wielded it like a seasoned expert, as if he had been using it for years. Looking back, rejecting Tang Hao's request, and choosing not to oppose Yi Hao was an incredibly wise decision. Ning Fengzhai felt relieved, unaware that Spirit Hall had already set its sights on the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan. Their soul-hunting operation was already in motion. The revelation of Yi Hao's domain caused an uproar in the crowd. You actually have a domain. Feng Zai Ocean broke into a cold sweat. Yi Hao chuckled. It's just a domain, nothing to make a fuss about. Brother Feng, if you have any more tricks, feel free to use them. Hearing this, Feng Zai Ocean's face darkened. He suddenly felt deeply insulted. Just a domain. Why don't I have one then? Taking a deep breath, Feng Zai Ocean steadied himself. Yi Hao, I admit that you're incredibly powerful. Your talent is beyond words. But until the very last moment, I, Feng Zai Ocean, will not give up. Prepare yourself, this is my self-created soul skill. Gale Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes. Yi Hao's smile grew wider. Finally. He remained silent, patiently waiting for Feng Zai Ocean to show off. The moment Feng Zai Ocean finished speaking, the shadow of the Gale twin-headed wolf merged into his body. His second martial soul naturally enhanced his attack power, defense, and speed. When combined with his third soul skill, Gale Wings, his body entered peak condition. With this level of power, his 36 consecutive slashes was undoubtedly devastating. A sudden storm of wind erupted as Feng Zai Ocean launched his attack. Using his wings as blades, his body shot downward in a straight line. His wings and torso aligned perfectly, creating a razor-sharp arc. This was the ultimate speed-based slashing technique. Even solid stone would be split in half. Feng Zai Ocean had tested it before. He was confident in his 36 consecutive slashes. It was his pride and joy. His hurricane-infused wings gleamed like blades, reflecting the sunlight in a dazzling display. Then his attack came down. Yi Hao responds. Just as Feng Zai Ocean's attack was about to land, Yi Hao moved his right arm. With perfect timing, he swung his scythe-like blade to intercept. Clang! Sparks erupted as the two attacks clashed. Yi Hao only took one step back. Feng Zai Ocean, on the other hand, almost lost his balance. Barely managing to steady himself, he looked at Yi Hao in pure shock. Then he felt pain. A sharp sting radiated from his back. Despair crept into his heart. The 36 consecutive slashes relied on a series of stacked attacks, building up to a final, ultimate strike. But if the first attack didn't even shake Yihao, what was the point of the next 35? I don't believe it. Feng Ziocean's eyes turned bloodshot. My 36 consecutive slashes is unstoppable. I will not lose to anyone. With unwavering determination, he charged forward again. Yihao sighed inwardly. This guy, he's a real warrior. The key to the 36 consecutive slashes lay in the word consecutive. The strength of each slash increased cumulatively, with the 36th strike being the most devastating. Yihao was curious. He wanted to see it for himself. The second slash. Feng Ziocean's second strike came down in an instant. Yihao crossed his arms. Chapter 181. Spicy rabbit head, charcoal grilled rabbit meat, spicy rabbit legs. Yihao crossed his arms, bracing himself. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as blades clashed against blades, the relentless impact sending electric arcs across the battlefield. The suspense in this battle only intensified. Feng Ziocean muttered under his breath, maintaining his rhythm. His 36 consecutive slashes grew faster and stronger with each strike, reaching a terrifying level of power. 31, 32, 33. Almost there. Once again, he descended from the sky, this time with a strike several times more powerful than before. His wind-infused wings seemed sharp enough to slice through air itself. Seeing this, Yihao's second soul ring lit up. A pitch-black spider web shot out from his palm. Feng Ziocean's eyes flashed with determination. With a swift flick of his blade, the powerful wind pressure shattered the web midair. Direct hit denied. Undeterred, he continued spinning midair, his entire aura reaching new heights. As he finally completed all 36 slashes, his wings expanded to twice their original size. The raging air currents were so strong that even Yihao, a soul king, couldn't help but feel a slight sense of awe. Gale Demon Wolf, 36 consecutive slashes, truly impressive. This final strike, it was without a doubt Feng Ziocean's strongest move. At this moment, every single student stood up, their eyes fixed on the battle. Even Hua Wu, for the first time, felt a glimmer of hope. Could he actually win? Truth be told, she wanted Feng Ziocean to win. If he defeated Yihao, not only would he avenge Blazing Academy, but he would also shatter Yihao's undefeated legend. If Feng Ziocean actually won, maybe, just maybe. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the thought. Feng Ziocean howled toward the sky, borrowing the strength of the wind as he dove straight toward Yihao. Yihao looked up, watching his opponent's most powerful strike descend upon him. Yet he remained calm and composed. Both his fourth and fifth soul rings lit up simultaneously. Fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Carapacer. Fifth soul skill, Death/Rift. A layer of sharp armor covered Yihao's entire body, forming an impenetrable defense above his head. At the same time, he transformed his arms into massive scythes, embedding them in the ground while coating them in the Death Domain's aura. Feng Ziocean, Yihao suddenly called out. A blinding white light illuminated the battlefield. An earth-shattering explosion erupted. A massive cloud of dust and debris engulfed the arena. The sheer shockwave forced many spectators to shield their eyes, momentarily blinding them. No one could see clearly who had won. As the smoke gradually dispersed, the crowd leaned forward in anticipation. They squinted toward the battlefield, trying to make out the result. And then, Yihao stood tall, completely unharmed. In contrast, Feng Ziocean knelt on one knee, gasping for air. Yihao's scythe was pressed against his throat, leaving him unable to move. Brother Feng, you lost. Yihao smiled faintly. Feng Ziocean froze. Then he let out a bitter laugh. I lost. After a long pause, he sighed. Well, a loss is a loss, but at least I lost to you. If it's you, then I accept it wholeheartedly. The referee immediately declared. Victory goes to Heaven Due Imperial Academy's second team. Thunderous applause erupted. The audience was in awe of the spectacular fight. Damn it! Tang San gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. He had hoped that Feng Ziocean could at least push Yihao to his limit, maybe even defeat him. But in the end, Feng Ziocean's ultimate move was nothing special. He had overestimated him. Seeing Feng Zai Ocean's defeat, Shrek Academy no longer had a reason to stay. They had lingered only to witness Yihao's downfall. And now their hopes had been crushed. Damn it all, Feng Zai Ocean was useless. Ma Hongzhen cursed bitterly, angrily storming away. With the match over, Yihao also left early. He had some matters to take care of. Or rather, he had a promise to keep. Using his death god's heart, he sent out a message. Zio Hong Zaihu, meet me at the royal hunting grounds tonight. As Yihao left, Feng Zai Ocean smiled bitterly and shook his head. Standing up, he turned to leave as well. As he exited, he ran into Hua Wu. Hua Wu. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. Feng Zai Ocean, you did well. Feng Zai Ocean chuckled, thanks, but watch closely. Now it's your turn to show me what a real fight looks like. Hua Wu smirked. I will, watch and learn, this is how you really fight. Feng Zai Ocean instantly perked up. I'll be cheering for you from the stands, Hua Wu. His inner bootlicker had fully awakened. Hua Wu's expression turned complicated. She had considered giving him a chance before. But now, forget it. Darkness covered the land, the night sky stretching endlessly. The royal hunting grounds were silent, the air thick with tranquility. Scattered patrolling soldiers carried torches, their dim flames flickering against the night breeze. Outside the tents, fire pits burned softly, while most students had already retired to their beds, resting for tomorrow's battles. But in a secluded corner of the hunting grounds, Yihao stood alone. Reaching up, he removed the death god's heart from his hair. Death god's heart, skill activation, dark shroud. In an instant, Yihao's figure vanished into thin air. It was as if he had never been there at all. Yihao stepped into the inner chamber of the death god's heart. The entire space was shrouded in a deep purple mist, exuding an eerie, otherworldly aura. Just then, Zio Hong and Zaihu entered. Master. Heiazi. Yihao smiled, motioning for them to sit down. Zaihu, do you remember the promise I made to you? Zaihu nodded firmly. He would never forget. Back when Yihao had defeated the evil demon Orca King and was about to leave, Zaihu had made a request. At first, Yihao didn't understand. But once Zaihu explained, Yihao immediately agreed without hesitation. The request was to take the entire evil demon Orca clan away from the ocean. The evil demon Orca clan had ruled the seas for years under the leadership of their king, dominating through brute strength and territorial aggression. They had been in constant battle with the devil soul great white sharks, where a single adult evil demon orca could fight 2 devil soul great white sharks and still remain unmatched. But once Yihao took Zaihu away, the balance of power shifted. Without Zaihu, the devil soul great white sharks would surely seize the opportunity to annihilate the entire evil demon orca clan. That was just the brutal reality of the soul beast world, a law of survival of the fittest. Thus, using the death god's heart, Yihao relocated the entire evil demon orca clan. Currently, they were housed within the death god's sanctuary. But keeping them there forever wasn't a viable long-term solution. There were over 200 evil demon orcas. 50% were over 50,000 years old. 30% had reached 10,000 years. 15% were between 10,000 years. 5% were still young, under 1,000 years. As one of the strongest marine soul beast species, the evil demon orcas had spent their time absorbing the death god's divine power inside the sanctuary. This had ensured their survival and even accelerated their growth. Zio Hong suddenly realized something. Heiazi, you found a place where the evil demon orcas can live, haven't you? Hearing this, Zaihu's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Yihao nodded. Zaihu, your clan is too large. Keeping them in the death god's sanctuary forever isn't a long-term solution. I've thought it through. Once the tournament ends, I'll be heading to Spirit Hall with my team. At that time, my true identity will be revealed to the world. Yihao paused, then continued. Years ago, I visited Spirit Hall and noticed that behind the main palace, there's a vast empty land, far larger than Heaven Dew City. I plan to create an artificial ocean there and relocate your clan. Zaihu's eyes widened in shock. As for food, don't worry about it. Aside from Spirit Hall's usual soul beast hunts, I will also infuse the area with Death God's divine power. With that, your clan won't just survive, they'll thrive and grow even stronger. What do you think? Hearing this, Zaihu didn't hesitate for a second. Master, I accept your plan with gratitude. Yihao waved his hand dismissively, smiling. No need for formalities between us. Suddenly, Zio Hong spoke up. So this is why you called us here. Yihao raised an eyebrow. What else did you think? Zio Hong rolled his eyes. So, I'm just a messenger now. Yihao smirked. What? You use Juju as your personal servant all the time, why can't I do the same to you once in a while? You and Zai, who will go to Spirit Hall first. Take the Death God's heart with you. I will keep Juju and Zhu by my side. Right now, things are getting dangerous for me. Yihao's expression darkened slightly. Tang Hao and Tang Zio have joined forces. They won't be easy to deal with. And I suspect that Du Gubo may have already been forced into submission by them. I know Du Gubo well. There's no way he would willingly side with Shrek Academy. Zio Hong snorted, rolling his eyes again. So in the end, you just want me to do your dirty work. Yihao laughed. You can think of it that way. Once you and Zaihu arrive at Spirit Hall, there's no need to come back. I'll join you soon enough. Most importantly, don't cause any trouble with Spirit Hall's people. We're all going to be on the same side in the future. Zio Hong waved dismissively. Yeah, I got it. After finalizing their plans, Yihao handed over the Death God's heart to Zio Hong and Zaihu. Without wasting any time, they departed under the cover of night. With his affairs settled, Yihao made his way back to the camp. As he walked, he called out to a nearby royal knight. Brother, come here for a moment. The royal knight captain hesitated for a second before approaching. During the tournament, the knights were instructed to fulfill reasonable requests from the participants. I remember that there's some good game in the forests outside the city. I'd like to improve my meals a little. Could you get some wild game for me? Preferably rabbits, 10-year-old ones or younger, like soft-bone rabbits. The knight immediately understood and nodded. Understood, consider it done. Truth be told, even soldiers needed a special treat once in a while. And considering Yi Hao's close relationship with the crown prince, there was no way they'd refuse such a small request. Taking his bow and a small group of soldiers, the knight set off into the forest. On his way back to his tent, Yi Hao noticed someone standing alone beneath the night sky. It was Zhu King. His posture was stiff, as if lost in thought. Brother Zhu, why are you still awake? Zhu King looked up, smiling at Yi Hao. You're still up too, aren't you? I just can't sleep. Yi Hao chuckled. I sent Zaihu and Zio Hong to Spirit Hall ahead of me. They'll be expanding our operations, turning Spirit Hall into a full-time business hub. Hearing this, Zhu King glanced around to ensure they were alone. His expression darkened. What are you up to this time? I suggest you keep a low profile. Spirit Hall is in a period of rapid expansion. This is not the time for chaos. Yi Hao grinned. Trust me, Brother Zhu, this will be a win-win situation. Both mother and grandfather will love it, I guarantee it. The morning sun shone brightly, marking the start of a new day. The royal hunting grounds were bustling with activity. Soldiers sharpened their blades and set up cooking stations. Something special was being prepared. Before long, activity stirred within the tents. One by one, students woke up, stretching and yawning as they emerged from their tents. Seeing the soldiers bustling about, most of them paid no attention. Their priority, breakfast. After all, once they finished eating and rested for a bit, they would have to prepare for the next round of matches. Good morning, Zio Wu. Good morning, brothers. Zio Wu and Tang San exchanged greetings before heading toward the dining area. Along the way, they met Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the rest of the team. Together, they made their way to breakfast. Ma Hongjun's eyes darted around, taking in the unusual scene of soldiers moving busily. He frowned in confusion. Boss Dai, what are these soldiers so busy with this morning? Dai Mubai stepped forward, observing for a moment before returning to the group. A grin spread across his face. We're in for a treat tonight. I just asked around. Those soldiers went into the forest last night and brought back a ton of wild game. Pheasants, wild ducks, and rabbits. Rabbits? Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. His mouth began to water uncontrollably. Zio Wu wrinkled her nose in disgust, taking a step away from the drooling fatty. At the same time, her eyes drifted toward the soldiers as they prepared the game for cooking. And then, suddenly, her face turned ghostly pale. Her feet froze in place, and her entire body stiffened. She could swear that this was the last thing she ever wanted to see in her life. Right before her eyes, a soldier picked up a lifeless soft bone rabbit and placed it onto a wooden rack. With a swift motion, he chopped off its head with a sharp blade. Xiao Wu instinctively reached for her own neck. Her scalp tingled. The soldier continued skillfully, grabbing the rabbit's fur and R.I.P. With a single motion, he peeled off its skin like removing a coat. The soft pink flesh beneath glistened under the morning sun, a clear testament to its quality. Next, the soldier efficiently slit open the rabbit's belly, his knife work precise and practiced. As blood and organs spilled out, Xiao Wu's mind went blank. Her body shook uncontrollably, teetering on the edge of a mental breakdown. Tang San didn't know what to say. He understood all too well how much this sight must be tormenting Xiao Wu. Especially since soft bone rabbit was her species. Right now, it was as if her ancestors were being slaughtered before her eyes. Oblivious to Xiao Wu's suffering, Ma Hongzhen wiped his drool away and grinned. Tonight is going to be amazing. Boss Dai, you don't even know, back in Soto City, there was this wild game restaurant I used to visit all the time. Their signature dish, braised rabbit head. They made it using the weakest soul beast, soft bone rabbit. Ma Hongzhen's words stopped Xiao Wu in her tracks. Her expression twisted into something between horror and disbelief. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in her red eyes. But Ma Hongzhen remained completely unaware. He continued his excited rambling. They also had spicy rabbit head, charcoal-grilled rabbit meat, braised rabbit legs, and stewed rabbit. The more he talked about food, the more enthusiastic he became. Like an unstoppable flood. But at this point, Xiao Wu had lost all patience. Her face darkened completely, her entire being radiating hostility. Ma Hongzhen, however, was still in his own world. I've decided, tonight I'm definitely having soft bone rabbit. Boss Dai, should I pick the dish for you too? Before he could finish his sentence. You fat bastard, have you said enough? Xiao Wu's furious roar cut through the air. The entire crowd turned their heads, surprised by her sudden outburst. When they saw it was Shrek Academy again, they quickly lost interest. After all, wasn't this group always causing trouble? But Ma Hongzhen wasn't about to back down. He faced Xiao Wu head-on and snapped back. Said enough, what the hell is your problem, Xiao Wu? I'm talking about eating rabbit, soft bone rabbit. How the hell does that offend you? I won't allow you to eat rabbit. Tears welled up in Xiao Wu's red eyes, her voice shaking. Ma Hongzhen scoffed coldly. Oh, this is new. So you're saying, just because your martial soul is a rabbit, no one's allowed to eat rabbit anymore? Well, guess what? Third brother's martial soul is a blue-silver grass. Does that mean rabbits should stop eating grass too? His words stabbed right into Xiao Wu's logic. You're human, not a beast. Why do you always think like an animal? First the Titan giant ape, now the soft bone rabbits. Wake up, Xiao Wu, you're a human, not livestock. Having unleashed his frustration, Ma Hongzhen ignored Tang San's murderous glare and walked away with Dai Mubai. You. Xiao Wu's entire body trembled with rage, her rabbit ears standing straight up in anger. Tang San quickly stepped forward, gently supporting her. Xiao Wu, don't worry. Next time, I'll make sure Fatty pays for this. But Xiao Wu didn't respond. Her eyes remained fixed on the hanging soft bone rabbit meat, her heart twisting in pain. It was as if she were watching herself being butchered alive. Just then, the hunting team returned. On their shoulders was a pile of freshly hunted soft bone rabbits. A whole family of them. Because, as the saying goes, a family should always stay together. Chapter 182, Xiao Hong and Bibai Dong's first meeting. Xiao Wu walked cautiously along the road, trembling with fear. Everywhere she looked, she saw countless of her kin being skinned and deboned. Some were even being roasted over an open fire, their entire bodies emitting a tantalizing aroma that made them look absolutely delicious. No, how could she even think that way? Damn it, whose idea was this? You better pray that Sister Xiao Wu never finds out who you are, or you'll be in deep trouble. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth in anger. The air was thick with the scent of barbecue, and Xiao Wu felt utterly nauseated. She had completely lost her appetite, even for breakfast. At that moment, Tang San approached. He understood exactly how Xiao Wu was feeling. How could she possibly be in a good mood after witnessing her own kind being slaughtered before her very eyes? Xiao-san, Xiao Wu, you guys should grab some food too. I have to say, the Royal Knights are pretty good at grilling. This soft bone rabbit is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. I'm already on my second one. Flender walked over, his mouth glistening with oil, holding a golden brown roasted soft bone rabbit in his right hand. Seeing this scene, Xiao Wu turned pale, her wide rabbit eyes filled with horror. You two aren't eating. Liu Erlong arrived next, also holding a roasted soft bone rabbit in her hands. Why aren't you eating? As the entire Shrek Academy group gathered, it turned out that everyone, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, was feasting on soft bone rabbit. They were all enthusiastically praising its delicious flavor, saying they would definitely eat it again next time. Each of their words was like a knife stabbing into Xiao Wu's fragile heart. She remained silent, her face dark, before quietly walking away. Who could possibly understand what she was going through at that moment? The others, oblivious to her distress, continued eating heartily. Filling their stomachs was the priority. After all, today's competition was about to begin. Woo-woo-woo. Xiao Wu ran off, sobbing. Why do you all have to eat soft bone rabbits? They're so cute, why are you eating them? She cried harder as she spoke, unable to hold back her grief any longer. Hearing her cries, Tang San rushed over, his emotions tangled. He had no idea how to comfort her. This soft bone rabbit meat really is delicious. Just then, Yihao walked past them, holding an entire roasted soft bone rabbit. Xiao Wu could no longer hold back her anger. She jumped up and glared furiously at Yihao. Yihao, was this your idea? She demanded. Yihao simply shrugged. I don't know what you're talking about. Soft bone rabbit meat is delicious. Aren't you guys going to eat? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Clutching her chest, she trembled violently. The next moment, a mouthful of old blood, accumulated over 10,000 years, spewed from her lips. Seeing this, Tang San rushed forward to catch her, his eyes filled with worry. What kind of mentality is this? She has a rabbit martial soul, and she's spitting blood just from watching people eat? That's rare. Yihao smirked before taking another big bite of the juicy rabbit meat and strolling away without a care. Xiao Wu, Tang San called out anxiously. Brother. Xiao Wu weakly opened her eyes and whispered, Brother, promise me, never eat rabbit meat. Tang San immediately nodded. Okay, I won't eat it. From now on, I won't eat rabbit meat ever again. With Tang San's firm promise, Xiao Wu finally felt at ease. As long as the person she cared about the most refrained from eating it, she could accept that she had no control over anyone else. Yihao, you're too cruel. Daimyo Bai Fatty, you're all terrible people. Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration. He deeply resented those who had eaten soft bone rabbit. If it weren't for them, Xiao Wu wouldn't have suffered such a severe shock. This was psychological torment at its worst. After enjoying their full-course rabbit feast, the group made their way to the battle arena, ready for today's match. Meanwhile, in Spirit City, a towering city wall stood imposingly. In front of it, a man and a dog arrived. So, this is Spirit City? Though not as grand as Heaven Dew City, I can sense dozens of titled Duoluo inside, and 2 of them have even reached rank 99. Xiao Hong remarked from where he lay sprawled atop Zai Hu's shoulder. Zai Hu replied, Xiao Hong isn't using the death god's heart to travel a bit too fast. It's only been 1 night. Xiao Hong grinned. Of course, I forgot to tell Heyazi last time. Remember, don't ever mention this to him. I don't want him to get depressed over it. Zai Hu obediently nodded. Then, the man and dog strode into the city. Xiao Hong, where to next? Zai Hu asked as he observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Straight to the spirit hall. The current pope is Heyazi's mom, so we'll just walk in and announce ourselves. I refuse to believe they'd actually kick us out, Xiao Hong declared. With that, Zai Hu took confident strides forward, pushing through the bustling crowds until they finally arrived at the pope's palace. The Grand Pope's palace loomed high above them. Not far away, a Titan giant ape was chained up, seemingly deep in contemplation. That's a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Zai, who was taken aback. Hiatu's family was unbelievably strong, keeping 100,000-year-old beast locked up here. Xiao Hong laughed. That was captured by Hiatu, 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape. If I remember correctly, it probably won't live much longer. Hiss. Zai, who sucked in several breaths of cold air. His master was truly terrifying. He had heard that the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor had met the same fate. Even Zai, who himself, the evil demon Orca King, had been captured. Now, looking at it, his master really was terrifying beyond words. Yi Hao, call me the Soul Beast Slayer. Stop right there. This is the sacred Pope's palace. Unauthorized persons are not allowed entry. Hearing this, Xiao Hong's dog face immediately fell. We're friends of your young master. Go inform the Pope immediately. If you delay important matters, can you bear the consequences? The two guards exchanged bewildered glances. How strange, since when could dogs talk? This was a first. We don't have a young master. No unauthorized persons are allowed in the Spirit Hall's sacred grounds. Yi Hao's true identity was only known to the high-ranking elders of the Spirit Hall. The ordinary guards had no idea who he was. Kaiyan Rengsu had also concealed her identity, for the sake of her infiltration mission, in Heaven Du Empire. Xiao Hong, are you sure you're not mistaken? Zai Hu asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. I don't think so. These two guards are obviously just gatekeepers. It makes sense that they don't know Hiatu's true identity. Zai Hu, release your aura. Let the senior elders of Spirit Hall sense it and draw them out, Xiao Hong suggested. Without hesitation, Zai Hu's eyes turned crimson, and a thick, bloody scent spread through the air in an instant. The two guards were so terrified that their legs trembled violently as they stared at the towering man before them, overwhelmed by fear. Almost immediately, two beams of light, one black, one gold, shot out from the Pope's hall, and as they landed, two figures appeared before Zai Hu and Xiao Hong. It was Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo. Both titled Duluo stood ready, their 9 soul rings rising from beneath their feet, cautiously eyeing the unexpected intruders. What terrifying killing intent, Chrysanthemum Duluo murmured, sweating slightly. Who are you? Ghost Duluo asked coldly. Zai Hu responded, we are here on our master's orders to visit Spirit Hall. Master, the two Duluo exchanged glances. Who could possibly make a titled Duluo willingly serve them? Xiao Hong wasted no time. It was Yi Hao who sent us. Hearing this, the two were momentarily stunned. A talking dog. You claim to be sent by the young master. Do you have any proof? Ghost Duluo withdrew his martial soul, but remained wary. Without a word, Xiao Hong tugged at his collar, revealing the death god's heart tied around his neck. At a glance, Chrysanthemum Duluo recognized it. It was the very same artifact used to capture the Titan giant ape. It is as I suspected. Please come this way. The two titled Duluo stepped aside, making way for them. Following the long staircase, the man and the dog followed Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo into the Pope's hall. The Pope's hall was vast, grand, and decorated in a luxurious manner befitting its stature. Seated on the throne of power was a beautiful woman wearing a golden crown and holding a purple gold scepter. The Supreme Pontiff, Bibai Dong. Your Holiness, Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo respectfully bowed. Bibai Dong slowly opened her eyes, her gaze shifting from the two Duluo to the unfamiliar figures behind them, Zai Hu and Xiao Hong. Who are they? She asked indifferently. Before Chrysanthemum Duluo could respond, Xiao Hong had already trotted up to Bibai Dong, eagerly inspecting her up close. His sudden approach made Bibai Dong narrow her eyes in displeasure, locking her gaze onto the bold little dog. Wow, no way. Xiao Hong gasped in astonishment. You really do look just like Hiatu. As expected, your mother and son, twin martial souls, Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, and even. Before he could utter another sensitive word, Bibai Dong interrupted sharply. Even what? Who are you? What puzzled her the most was that she couldn't sense any aura from this dog. It wasn't 100,000-year-old soul beast, but what was it? Me? Xiao Hong stood upright, balancing on his hind legs, walking in an oddly human-like manner. I was sent here by your dear son. Dear son. Bibai Dong's eyes lit up slightly. So Yi Hao sent you. Where is he? Has my son arrived? She looked expectantly past them, but saw no one else. Master is still in Heavendew City, participating in the ranking tournament. He'll come after it's over, Zaihu answered. Oh, Bibaidong nodded slightly, a faint smile appearing on her lips. So, what business do you have at Spirit Hall? Zio Hong grinned. We're the advance party. Yihao had us come here first, and once the tournament is over, he'll join us. Shouldn't take more than a month. As for our purpose, yes, there is one, Zaihu. Ahem. Zaihu nodded and spoke seriously. Your Holiness, as the mother of my master, I have a request. That large empty area behind Spirit City, do you still need it? He's Bibaidong. What do you mean by that? She asked, confused. Zio Hong quickly explained. Zaihu's true form is the evil demon Orca King. Not long ago, Heiazi and I went to the ocean and subdued him. However, he is deeply concerned that if he stays away for too long, his clan will be wiped out by demon soul great white sharks and other sea soul beasts. So, he came here hoping to request a plot of land, specifically that open area behind Spirit City, to construct an artificial ocean where his kin can reside. That's all. After learning the details of the request, Bibaidong nodded in understanding. Constructing an artificial ocean is no small feat. Moreover, the ocean is too far from here. Even with Spirit Hall's power, I fear it would be beyond our capabilities, she said, shaking her head. The sheer difficulty of such a project was overwhelming. However, Zio Hong simply grinned. Mother of Heiazi, don't worry. Heiazi has already planned for this. With that, Zio Hong removed the heart of the Reaper from around his neck. Bibaidong's eyes narrowed. She recognized this object. It was the same one used to capture the Titan giant ape. This is the heart of the Reaper. All the evil demon orcas are stored within it. You don't have to worry about the water supply. Before Heiazi left the ocean, he had already collected a massive amount of seawater. To put it simply, there's enough water in here to flood the entire Spirit Hall. Flood Spirit Hall. Chrysanthemum Duluo and Ghost Duluo gasped in horror. The ocean covered far more area than land. Just how much seawater would it take to submerge Spirit Hall completely? The mere thought was staggering. Zio Hong continued. There are 278 evil demon orcas stored within. Half of them are 50,000-year soul beasts, and the rest range from 1,000-year to 10,000-year beasts. Mother of Heiazi, now can you rest assured? Bibaidong snapped out of her shock and replied, Even so, do you realize how difficult the excavation process would be? While Spirit Hall has many soul masters, digging out an entire ocean is no small task. The sheer depth and width required would take years to accomplish. Unless, my son has already solved this problem too. The more she learned about this son she had never met, the more curiosity grew in her heart. Death Spider Emperor. Soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Evil Demon Orca King. Now, even the Titan giant ape, locked up in Spirit Hall, was his doing. And now, he had sent an entire army of evil demon orcas, with a majority being 10,000-year soul beasts, and many even reaching 50,000 years. What kind of concept was this? But Zio Hong, full of confidence, simply jumped off Zaihu's shoulder. Just follow me, leave the hard labor to me. With that, Zio Hong took the lead and walked out the door. Though confused, the others followed. Soon, they arrived at the barren land behind Spirit City. At a glance, the area was desolate, in stark contrast to the bustling city. Winding paths crisscrossed through the land, with scattered trees on both sides. It was an abandoned, uninhabited space. This land is even bigger than Spirit Hall itself. Mother of Heiazi, why haven't you developed it yet? Zio Hong asked. Bibaidong shrugged and chuckled. It's not that we don't want to. Development requires manpower, resources, and funding. While Spirit Hall has the money, what we lack right now is soul master power. That's why this land remains untouched. You said you could turn this into an artificial ocean. I'm curious to see how you'll accomplish that. Zio Hong stretched his limbs. Step back, far back, I'm about to get started. As soon as he finished speaking, Zio Hong let out a long howl. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, his body began to expand, growing larger and larger until he reached a terrifying height of 1 kilometer, his form towering into the sky. The sudden emergence of such a colossal being sent waves of panic through Spirit Hall. 1,000-meter-tall flesh and blood creature, its entire body engulfed in black-red flames, exuded a pressure so immense that it made everyone's scalps tingle. What monstrous power! Chrysanthemum Duo and Ghost Duo shuddered in awe. Ha ha ha, you'll get used to it, Xiao Hong grinned, unfazed by the shock he had caused. He then opened his mouth, gathering scorching flames of destruction, while his massive legs lifted off the ground. The next second, boom! The earth trembled violently. Deep, bottomless fissures spread like a massive spider web, stretching far into the distance. While Spirit Hall itself remained untouched, the land before Xiao Hong began to shake uncontrollably. The ground collapsed, and molten flames spewed from Xiao Hong's mouth, melting even the hardest rocks in an instant. The scene resembled the arrival of an apocalypse. Meanwhile, outside Heavendew City, royal hunting grounds, the battle was in full swing. Today, Team 2 of Heavendew Royal Academy was facing off against Blazing Academy, one of the 4 elemental academies. Knowing the sheer strength of Heavendew Royal Academy Team 2, Blazing Academy had no room for carelessness. Their team was in full combat mode, determined to give it their all. After all, the memory of Yi Hao's previous battle was still fresh in everyone's minds. Chapter 183, Tang San Eats Rabbit Meat, Vast Sea Cosmic Shroud. A period of time passed. At this moment, the area behind Spirit Hall was completely packed. Nearly all the title Duo elders were present. Their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the 1,000-meter-long, flame-covered Xiao Hong in front of them, their expressions filled with horror. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hong, who had returned to normal size, stuck out his tongue, panting heavily. Damn it, I'm exhausted. I'm never being a tool dog again. Bibai Dong was slightly taken aback. As she slowly stepped forward, the scene before her completely shattered her understanding of reality. The once spacious open land was now full of craters, as if a meteor shower had struck. Before them lay a depression more than 3 times the size of Spirit City, with the deepest part exceeding 100 meters. The members of Spirit Hall were left dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the now normal-sized Xiao Hong. What kind of dog was this? What's next? Bibai Dong finally broke the silence. The artificial ocean had taken shape, so what was the next step? Xiao Hong then removed the death god's heart hanging around his neck. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the death god's heart floated into the air, expanding continuously until it reached a massive 20-meter-wide cube. Everyone present recognized this object. Back when it was used to capture the Titan giant ape, the members of Spirit Hall had been deeply impressed by it. Meanwhile, within Spirit Hall, the Titan giant ape, still bound by chains, trembled uncontrollably at the sight of the death god's heart and Xiao Hong, especially when Xiao Hong revealed his true form. Fear was evident in the Titan giant ape's eyes for the first time. The next second, a section of the death god's heart opened, and from within, vast amounts of azure seawater gushed forth, rapidly filling the massive crater. At the same time, something seemed to be dropping into the artificial ocean. Looking closely, schools of evil demon orcas plunged in like dumplings being thrown into boiling water. As the seawater continued to rise, filling every corner of the circular pit, the last evil demon orca finally fell into the artificial ocean. At this moment, no one was more excited than Zaihu. He eagerly stepped forward, crouched down, dipped his hands into the azure seawater, and then leaped in. Moments later, numerous evil demon orcas surfaced, creating a breathtaking scene. The immense pressure of their presence was overwhelming. As dominant sea soul beasts, the evil demon orcas were unrivaled in their waters. Their sheer strength and brutality were evident as over 100 orcas, each exceeding 20 meters in length, appeared before the crowd. Among them, Zai, who had reverted to his true sea soul beast form, a colossal 30-meter-long evil demon orca. His entire body radiated power, with a grayish-black metallic sheen glistening across his tough skin. His head was especially large, and when he opened his mouth, razor-sharp fangs like swords gleamed menacingly. His deep crimson eyes exuded ferocity and dominance. The emergence of the evil demon orca king and his clan instantly suffocated the onlooking title Duo. Who among them could possibly contend with this enormous tribe? At that moment, Kyan Dailiu approached with a bewildered expression. As he looked at the massive pod of evil demon orcas before him, he asked in surprise, "Evil demon orca king, what exactly is going on here? Can someone explain?" The surrounding people all shook their heads. They had rushed over upon hearing the news, but they were just as clueless about the situation as he was. Seeing this, Bibai Dong smiled bitterly and shook her head. She couldn't help but feel amused by her son's unpredictable actions. But what shocked her the most was, without a doubt, that dog. Meanwhile, outside Tiandu City at the Royal Hunting Grounds, the battle between Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 and Blazing Academy had reached its most critical moment. Yu Tianheng and Hua Wushwang stood on the arena stage, the captains and core members of their respective teams. Aya! Aya! With simultaneous battle cries, Yu Tianheng unleashed his dragon fist, clashing with Hua Wushwang's fire fist. At the moment of impact, fire and lightning collided violently, sending both of them flying backward, their bodies slamming heavily into the ground. Seeing this, the referee immediately declared, "Draw." A tie, Yu Tianheng and Hua Wushwang had fought to a draw. At this point, Blazing Academy only had one remaining fighter, whereas Tiandu Royal Academy Team 2 still had two. Taking a deep breath, Hua Wu resolutely stepped forward onto the arena. "Little sister, I've disgraced Blazing Academy." Supporting himself on his teammates, Hua Wushwang revealed a trace of guilt. Hua Wu smiled and shook her head. "No, big brother, you did well. Leave the rest to me. I will uphold Blazing Academy's honor." With that, Hua Wu stepped onto the stage, her expression heavy. However, the moment she saw her opponent, her face fell. "Yi Hao." Like a deflated balloon, Hua Wu instantly lost all confidence. How was she supposed to win now? "Miss Hua Wu," Yi Hao grinned smugly. "Blazing Academy's run ends here. Will you step down yourself, or should I make you?" Upon hearing this, Hua Wu's face darkened. Why did it have to be this guy? Yi Hao had displayed immense strength the day before, and during the previous matches, his fire immunity had been evident. Hua Wu knew she stood no chance against him. "You." Gritting her teeth, Hua Wu turned around without hesitation and walked off the stage. "Referee, I surrender." After saying this, she left without looking back. For a brief moment, the audience was stunned. But upon second thought, it made sense. Hua Wu was weaker than Feng Xiaoshan, and Feng Xiaoshan had already lost to Yi Hao. So there was no point in continuing the fight. Seeing this, Yi Hao shrugged. After watching Hua Wu leave, he also turned around and left, handing the stage over to the next competing teams. With today's battle over, Yi Hao returned to his tent alone. Currently, Heavendu Royal Academy Team 2 remained undefeated, making it highly likely that they would advance to the final elimination round. At this point, their greatest challenge was undoubtedly Shrek Academy. According to the match schedule, Heavendu Royal Academy Team 2 versus Shrek Academy had been set for the final day. As noon approached, the day's matches officially concluded, leaving some teams celebrating and others in despair. All the teams were seated, enjoying their lunch. The competition was physically exhausting, so the meals provided by the Heavendu Empire were naturally delicious. Inside the dining tent, all the teams were seated, enjoying their lunch. The competition was physically exhausting, so the meals provided by the Heavendu Empire were naturally delicious. Everyone ate heartily, and the Shrek Academy table was filled with delicacies. Ma Hongzhen's face glistened with oil as he held two soft bone rabbit legs in both hands, his mouth stuffed to the brim. The others were eating just as enthusiastically. Upon seeing this, Xiao Wu felt her blood boil. Holding a carrot in her hand, she angrily munched on it. It seemed that last night, the royal knights had gotten carried away with hunting, resulting in various types of game hanging all over the camp. Among them, soft bone rabbits made up the majority, skinned and boned, being dried for later consumption. Xiao Wu was furious but didn't dare to say anything. She could only continue eating in silence, her mood sinking to rock bottom. Sitting beside her, Tang San sighed softly. Who could have come up with such an idea? Could it be Yi Hao? Just as Tang San thought of him, Yi Hao appeared. Upon stepping into the dining tent, Yi Hao immediately noticed the hostile stares from the Shrek Academy members. But he didn't care in the slightest. He simply picked up a spicy rabbit head from the table and, right in front of the Shrek Academy team, began eating openly. Grease dripped from Yi Hao's mouth as he sucked the rabbit brain, while the rabbit ears crunched loudly between his teeth. There was no doubt that this act ignited Xiao Wu and Tang San's fury. The two of them glared at Yi Hao with burning hatred, like two ferocious beasts ready to tear him apart. If it weren't for the competition's strict rules, no private fights and no killing on stage, Tang San would have already struck him down. Yihao, however, simply smiled and gestured for a nearby soldier to approach. "What are your orders, sir?" the soldier asked respectfully. "Go hunt more soft bone rabbits tonight," Yihao said loudly on purpose. "It'd be best to wipe out all the rabbits in this area. Yesterday's batch wasn't enough. Many royal knights didn't even get a taste. We can't let them go hungry, right?" "You!" Xiao Wu erupted in rage. She slammed the table and stood up furiously, her eyes burning with anger. Tang San followed suit, his face dark and stormy, his fists clenched so tightly they turned white. But he was bound by the competition's rules. He couldn't attack Yihao here, nor could he kill him outright. This restriction felt like an invisible chain shackling his hands. Meanwhile, the soldier hesitated for a moment, wiping out an entire species. This was the first time he had received such an order. Yihao, completely ignoring Xiao Wu's murderous glare, continued with a casual tone. "Kill them all, wipe out their nests. You've been working hard guarding the camp. After all, you deserve a feast once in a while." Hearing this, the soldier nodded in agreement. Prince Zuking, as friend truly, was generous. Without hesitation, the soldier rushed out of the tent to relay the order. Soon, a large number of soldiers gathered outside. The spectators turned their heads and saw each soldier armed with bows and quivers full of arrows. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Standing guard was tedious. A hunting trip sounded like the perfect break. Since Yihao was a close friend of Prince Zuking, his words naturally had to be approved by the prince. When the request was brought to Zuking, he immediately approved it and even ordered an official rabbit hunting competition. Whoever hunts the most soft-bone rabbits will receive a grand reward. The moment this was announced, countless soldiers eagerly signed up. As soldiers, protecting the kingdom was their duty, but in times of peace, standing guard every day was boring. Although the competition battles were thrilling, they weren't frequent enough to keep them entertained. Now, Zuking's idea had completely won them over. Cries of "Long live Prince Zuking" and "The prince is mighty" echoed through the camp. Before long, a massive group of soldiers set out, eager to wipe out every rabbit in sight. Bows drawn, arrows nocked, their faces were filled with excitement and killing intent. Yihao stepped out of the dining tent, watching as the soldiers departed for the hunt. Then, he turned and headed toward Zuking's tent. Meanwhile, at the Shrek Academy table, Xiao Wu collapsed into her seat, devastated. This was a psychological attack, a direct strike to her heart. She could now say with absolute certainty, this was all Yihao's doing. And he had done it right in front of her eyes. "Xiao Wu," Tang San crouched beside her, trying to comfort her. "Don't be upset. One day, Yihao will pay for what he's done." As he spoke, Tang San picked up a bun from the table and began eating. He had promised Xiao Wu never to eat rabbit meat again. But after today's battle, his stomach was completely empty. "Brother, you must kill Yihao with your own hands. Avenge my companions." Xiao Wu's tearful plea made Tang San's heart ache. Without hesitation, he embraced Xiao Wu and swore an oath. Just then, Ma Hongjin approached, holding a braised rabbit leg. "Third brother, the royal knights are hunting more soft-bone rabbits. Looks like we'll have another feast tonight." The moment he said this, both Xiao Wu and Tang San's faces darkened. Ma Hongjin had the worst timing possible. Xiao Wu was already on the verge of breaking down, and now this fat idiot just had to rub salt in the wound. Her tear-filled eyes trembled, her emotions teetering on the edge of collapse. Tang San was about to scold Ma Hongjin, but before he could. "Third brother," Ma Hongjin suddenly said, "I see you like these buns too. Pretty tasty, right?" Tang San froze. Without thinking, he replied, Yeah, not bad." Ma Hongjin grinned. "Of course, rabbit-filled buns are the best." Then, as if dropping a bomb, he added, "By the way, the Grandmaster asked me to call you over." With that, he walked away, happily munching on his rabbit leg. For a moment, the air froze. Tang San stared at the half-eaten bun in his hand, trembling. It was filled with rabbit meat. His face paled as realization struck. He had just promised Xiao Wu never to eat rabbit meat again. But now he had just eaten. Xiao Wu, let me explain." Without giving Tang San any chance to explain, Xiao Wu's eyes instantly filled with tears. She turned away, leaving him behind, sobbing as she departed. Zio Wu. Tang San sprang to his feet and instinctively started to chase after her, but then he hesitated. Just now, Ma Hongzhen said that the teacher was looking for me. After a brief internal struggle, Tang San decisively ran in the direction Zio Wu had left. Inside Zhu Qing's tent. You sly little brother, your idea was actually quite effective. I heard that rabbit was so enraged she even coughed up blood yesterday. Zhu Qinghe set down his brush, picked up the fragrant tea on the table, and took a small sip. Sitting leisurely across from him, Yi Hao laughed heartily. It'd be best if she just died of anger right now. I'm starting to wonder if all those rabbits were her descendants. Otherwise, why would she react so dramatically? Brother Zhu, as you know, soft bone rabbits are the weakest of soul beasts. Not only do they have no offensive power, but they're also commonly served on dining tables. A litter usually consists of 6 to 10, and they can give birth after just 4 months. Yi Hao smirked mischievously and lowered his voice. Think about it. That rabbit is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Over the past 100,000 years, she must have given birth countless times, so many that even she probably lost count. In other words, the rabbits we're eating now could very well be her descendants. Watching her own offspring being eaten, if she didn't cough up blood, that would be the real surprise. Zhu Qing suddenly realized, now that you put it that way, it makes perfect sense. And Tang San is truly an odd one. He's clearly human, so why insist on staying with a soul beast? Tang San isn't human, Yi Hao immediately refuted. He's the offspring of Tang Hao and that blue-silver emperor plant. In other words, Tang San carries the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. The last time Tang Hao desperately sought out the blue-silver king, his goal was to awaken Tang San's blue-silver emperor bloodline. If that had happened, Tang San would have been even more formidable. But luckily, the blue-silver king is already dead. Tang San's bloodline will never awaken. Even though he's now a soul king, he only reached that level by sacrificing his clear sky hammer. A creature born from the union of a soul beast and a human, can that even be called human? Zhu Qinghe nodded. A beast mating with a beast, yes, that logic makes sense. Tang San colluding with soul beasts and attempting to taint humanity, just that alone is enough to make him a pariah on this continent. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly asked, Brother Zhu, I want to ask you about something. What is it? Zhu Qinghe replied. The vast sea cosmic shroud. Yi Hao deliberately lowered his voice. The vast sea, Zhu Qinghe hesitated. As the imperial crown prince, he clearly understood what Yi Hao was referring to. Why are you asking about that? Zhu Qinghe leaned in, sitting closer to Yi Hao, and the two whispered in hushed tones. It's nothing, I just wanted to know. Does the vast sea cosmic shroud still remain in the Heaven Dew Palace? It does, Zhu Qinghe nodded affirmatively. The vast sea cosmic shroud is a treasured artifact of the Heaven Dew imperial family, a rare and mysterious soul tool. My father obtained it and named it the vast sea cosmic shroud. Now, it is regarded as the national treasure of our Heaven Dew empire, Zhu Qinghe explained. Why are you suddenly asking about it? Don't tell me you want it. Who would want that? Having it would just be a hassle. Yi Hao waved his hand dismissively, looking as if he found the idea bothersome. Then why ask? Don't you already have the death god's heart? What do you need the vast sea cosmic shroud for? Are you interested in soul tools? Zhu Qinghe probed. Yi Hao gave a faint smile. The vast sea cosmic shroud isn't just a soul tool, it's also a crucial artifact in the inheritance of the sea god. Whoever obtains it will qualify for the sea god's 9 trials. Completing the trials means breaking through level 100 and achieving godhood as the sea god. You. Kaiyan Rengsu was stunned, first with shock, then with even greater shock. You know everything. No matter what I ask, you know all the details. Honestly, brother is really curious. Are you from the future? Zhu Qinghe narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Yi Hao remained calm, showing no signs of unease. The last time I went to the ocean to capture the evil demon Orca King, just as I was about to confront the deep-sea demonic whale king, sea god DOLOU Dalou arrived. Chapter 184, Tang San's first meeting with Yin in a symbolic sense. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Hall. How is the arrangement of the evil demon Orca heard? Bibaidong asked. Your Holiness, everything has been properly arranged. After counting, there are exactly 139 evil demon orcas above 50,000 years in age. The rest are a mix of 10,000-year, 1,000 year, and a small number of 100-year soul beasts. Chrysanthemum Duoluo reported excitedly. Such a massive soul beast group. Looking across the entire continent, only the Spirit Hall possessed such a force. Bibaidong nodded calmly. And what about the evil demon Orca King? The evil demon Orca King has taken the title Evil Demon Duoluo and has officially joined the Spirit Hall, taking residence in the Elder Hall. Ghost Duoluo added. Very good. Bibaidong was satisfied. The Spirit Hall had gained a tremendous advantage. Ever since she had acknowledged Yihao as her son, the Spirit Hall's development had skyrocketed, growing at a pace several times faster than before. And Yihao's contributions were far from over. Now what about the dog? Bibaidong suddenly asked. Dog? Chrysanthemum Duoluo and Ghost Duoluo exchanged glances, immediately understanding who Bibaidong was referring to. Your Holiness, that dog is currently residing in the Elder Hall, having an in-depth conversation with the worship elder. I assume. Bibaidong cut him off and instructed, Enough, I understand. Go prepare. Once the ranking tournament ends, you will lead the Soul Masters to ambush Tang San along the Heaven Dew Empire's route. If you don't have absolute certainty of success, withdraw immediately. We will have plenty of chances later. Yes, Your Holiness. With that, the two bowed respectfully, before vanishing into shadows. At the same time, inside the Elder Hall, a red-furred dog stood in front of the towering Angel God statue, looking up in awe. The Angel God, huh? So the Spirit Hall worships the Angel God. Kyan Dailiu nodded. I heard you are the divine beast under the Death God. That's right, the red-furred dog grinned. My name is Xiao Hong. I am the divine beast of the Death God and currently serve as the partner and examiner for your grandson, Yihao. For generations, the Angel clan has failed to produce a successor. How do you explain that? Xiao Hong suddenly asked. Hearing this, Kyan Dailiu let out a long sigh. Perhaps the time has not yet come. I underwent the Angel's 8 trials, and after completing them, my soul power reached rank 99, making me the Angel God's representative. However, I lost my chance to break through to rank 100 in this lifetime. Once Xiaoxu completes her mission in Heaven Dew City, it will be time for her to accept her fate. I only hope. Kyan Dailiu's expression turned melancholic as he sighed again. You mentioned earlier that my grandson is the successor of the Death God, and now, Xiaoxu's mother, the current Supreme Pontiff, is also a successor of a god. With 2 divine successors in one lineage, the Spirit Hall has truly reached its peak under my leadership. Xiao Hong smirked. Your granddaughter is quite something. The 6-winged angel martial soul surpasses any other martial soul on this continent. Not everyone is born with innate full soul power at rank 20. But here's what I don't understand. Why would someone as privileged as the Spirit Hall's heir choose to become a spy in Heaven Dew City? Xiao Hong looked puzzled. If she had simply followed the normal path, she should be approaching 30 years old by now and would have much higher soul power than just rank 70. Hearing this, Kyan Dailiu bitterly smiled and shook his head. This matter is far more complicated than you think. But soon, once the tournament is over, Xiaoxu will begin her mission and return to the Spirit Hall. Tell me about my grandson, whom I have never met. Kyan Dailiu sat beside Xiao Hong with great interest. For the first time, he did not have the demeanor of the worship elder, but rather that of a curious grandfather. Xiao Hong's dog eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh, he's doing just fine. Ever since the Death God's heart recognized him as its master, I've been by his side. I have a good grasp of everything that's happened recently. Then Xiao Hong suddenly asked, Old Kyan, does your angel clan need some new blood? Kyan Dailiu was puzzled. What do you mean? Ever since Xiaoxu's father passed away, only Xiaoxu and I remain in the angel clan. Now, we finally have a grandson, and even though Yihao's martial soul isn't a 6-winged angel, he is still part of the Spirit Hall. Technically, he is a member of the angel clan. So, what are you implying? Could it be Xiaoxu has someone she likes? Kyan Dailiu was an experienced man. He immediately saw through Xiao Hong's words. Xiao Hong's grin stretched from ear to ear. Old Kyan, do you want a son-in-law? Just say the word, and I'll send him right over. Kyan Dailiu was momentarily stunned, then his brows furrowed. Explain yourself clearly. Does Xiaoxu have someone she likes? Xiao Hong raised an eyebrow, pretending to be mysterious. You'll find out when your granddaughter returns to the spirit hall. I'll keep it a secret for now. After running around all day, I'm exhausted. If only Zhezhu were here. Damn it, I'm never being a tool dog again. With that, Xiao Hong took off running, leaving Kaiyan Dailiu no chance to ask further questions. Sigh. Kaiyan Dailiu sighed, shaking his head. This dog has such a strange temperament, always speaking in riddles and only revealing half the truth. But if Xiao Hong was right, did Xiaoxu really have someone she liked? Who could it be? Kaiyan Dailiu fell into deep thought. Evening, Royal Hunting Grounds. After much convincing and reassurance, Tang San finally calmed down Xiao Wu. He even made a solemn vow. If I ever eat rabbit meat again, may I die a terrible death. The moment the words left his lips, Xiao Wu immediately covered his mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. She was deeply moved. Inside Master Yu Xiaoging's tent. Xiao-san, the tournament is already more than halfway done. Once it ends, you'll be able to graduate from the academy. Master lay face down on the bed, unable to move due to the pain in his rear. Graduate, Tang San was momentarily stunned. He had never thought about graduation before. Yes, graduate, Master forced a bitter smile. Regular Soul Master Academies allow students to graduate upon reaching rank 30. Our Shrek Academy is different. You must reach rank 40 before the age of 20 to graduate. That applies even more strictly to you all. Now that you have reached Soul King, the chances of the Shrek 7 Devils winning the championship are very high. I have also looked into the 3 soul bones being awarded in this tournament. One is a head soul bone, another a right arm bone, and the last a right leg bone. Among them, the head soul bone is undoubtedly the most valuable. Xiao-san, your goal is simple. You must obtain that soul bone. Only by acquiring it can you take your strength to the next level. Yu Xiaoging's voice was filled with confidence, his hopes for his disciple set sky-high. Understood, teacher. Please focus on recovering. With that, Tang San left the dormitory, stepping outside. At that moment, the hunting troops returned from their mission. The soldiers were laughing and chatting, boasting about their hunting feats for the day. Some carried a pile of lifeless soft-bone rabbits, while others had them slung over their shoulders, blood staining their armor, a gruesome sight. Tang San looked around, but noticed that Xiao Wu was nowhere to be found. He could already guess why. Her mental endurance was too weak, and the scene had clearly shaken her. As the sunset painted the sky in fiery hues, campfires were already burning throughout the camp. A group of students huddled together, using the heat of the fire to warm themselves. The soft-bone rabbits the soldiers had hunted were now skinned and deboned, skewered onto wooden sticks, and roasting over the flames. The aroma of grilled meat filled the entire camp, a delightful feast for the students. But for Xiao Wu, it was pure torture, worse than death. Inside a tent, Xiao Wu sat alone, staring through the window at the group of people devouring rabbit meat. Her eyes burned with rage, and deep in her heart, an overwhelming killing intent stirred. Inside Zuking's tent, Yi Hao and Zuking sat facing each other, deep in conversation. I see, so according to you, the vast sea cosmic shroud is actually the sea god's heart, the artifact the sea god left behind to choose his successor. Zhu Qinghe murmured in realization. Yi Hao nodded with a smile. Exactly. Sea god's heart is part of the sea god's trident and its most crucial component. Similarly, my death god's heart follows the same principle. Just as he finished speaking, a streak of violet light tore across the sky, hurtling straight toward Zhu Qinghe's tent. What the? Yi Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. The death god's heart, you actually came back this quickly. Reaching out, Yi Hao caught the violet object in his hand. The death god's heart, the very item he had given to Xiao Hong and Evil Tiger last night. The death god's heart returning should be a good thing. Why do you look so shocked? Kaiyan Rengsu asked, puzzled. Yi Hao tied the death god's heart back onto his hairpiece, his expression filled with suspicion. I sent Xiao Hong and Evil Tiger out only last night. It hasn't even been a full day, yet the death god's heart has already returned. Brother Zhu, how far apart are Heaven Dew City and the Spirit Hall? Even if Evil Tiger Orca is a titled duo with incredible speed, they couldn't possibly reach the Spirit Hall and return in just one day. Yi Hao was deeply skeptical. After all, when he had traveled overseas from Heaven Dew City, it had taken him a full month just to reach his destination. But now, That whale and dog completed a round trip in less than a day. That speed was insane. Could it be that Xiao Hong was hiding something from him? Forget it, let's go out for a walk. Zhu Qinghe stood up, stretching. Yi Hao was about to follow, but as his eyes landed on a potted blue-silver emperor in the corner of the tent, a mischievous idea crossed his mind. He suddenly wanted to mess with Tang San. With a wicked grin, Yi Hao picked up the potted blue-silver emperor, cradling it in his arms. The plant trembled violently, its leaves curling inward as if it had sensed its fate. As Tang San sat with the others, he suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. Something was wrong. Instinctively, he stood up and walked behind the tent, opening his right hand. A delicate strand of blue-silver grass sprouted from his palm. To his surprise, the blue-silver grass began to glow with golden specks, appearing nobler than ever before. Then, as if possessed by its own will, the vine twisted and pointed in a specific direction. Tang San, puzzled by this sudden phenomenon, decided to follow its guidance. As he walked, the camp's boundaries faded into the distance, and soon he found himself in a remote valley. Strange, why did the feeling disappear here? Just as Tang San was mulling over the situation, a figure he despised appeared before him. Yi Hao. Tang San's expression darkened, and 5 soul rings rose beneath his feet. Although they were in the middle of a tournament, Tang San knew he couldn't recklessly attack Yi Hao. Not only that, but Yi Hao's backing was leagues beyond his own. Tang San simply couldn't afford to provoke him. The moment Yi Hao appeared, Tang San realized that something was amiss. Yi Hao, did you lead me here on purpose? Tang San questioned coldly. Yi Hao simply shrugged, feigning innocence. I was just tending to my plants. You came here on your own. What does that have to do with me? With that, Yi Hao patted the blue-silver emperor in his arms, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. The blue-silver emperor trembled uncontrollably, its golden leaves shivering in fear. This is. Tang San stared in disbelief. The object in Yi Hao's hands felt strangely familiar, so much so that his blue-silver grass martial soul was desperately trying to approach it, as if instinctively drawn to it. Looking down, Tang San noticed his martial soul behaving abnormally, moving out of his control, reaching toward Yi Hao. Yi Hao, what exactly are you holding? Tang San's voice was filled with suspicion. Yet Yi Hao had no intention of answering. You have no right to know, but before anything else, let me tell you a story. A story. Tang San narrowed his eyes. Numerous blue-silver grass vines sprouted from the ground, forming a protective barrier around him, ready to react at any moment. Yi Hao, we have nothing to talk about. I have no interest in hearing your stories. Just tell me, what are you holding? Despite Tang San's angry demand, Yi Hao simply smiled faintly. Even if we are sworn enemies, you should at least have some respect. Pausing for a moment, Yi Hao continued. More than 10 years ago, a woman who was the incarnation of blue-silver grass fell in love with a man. Not long after, they were together. Tang San remained silent, but he was clearly listening. His eyes never left Yi Hao, wary of any tricks. However, what concerned him even more was his blue-silver grass martial soul's reaction. It was becoming more restless, as if desperately trying to return to its mother's embrace. Tang San forcefully suppressed it, managing to calm it down, but his unease only grew. This was the first time he had witnessed such an anomaly. He was desperate to know what exactly was Yi Hao holding. One day, that woman was targeted. Yi Hao's voice grew colder. As a soul master, you should understand what a 100,000-year soul beast means to people. At this moment, Tang San's expression changed drastically. His gaze instinctively locked onto the blue-silver emperor in Yi Hao's hands. To his surprise, the blue-silver emperor began twisting violently, its leaves trembling, as if pleading with Tang San to run away. Yet Tang San stood firm, eager to hear what came next. And then, Tang San pressed. Yi Hao smirked secretly. That's the spirit. You want to know what happened next, don't you? That woman ultimately sacrificed herself, transforming into a seed. The heartbroken man took that seed with him, but he didn't leave alone. Along with the seed, he carried an infant. Yes, the illegitimate child of that man and the soul beast. The moment Yi Hao paused, Tang San felt his heart tighten. Why did you stop? Tang San demanded, his voice urgent. Yi Hao merely shrugged. What else is there to say? The child grew up, but his father never truly loved him. When he awakened his martial soul, it was nothing but trash. After speaking, Yihao turned to leave. But at that moment, vines of blue-silver grass descended from the sky, weaving into a giant net, attempting to trap Yihao in place. Yet at the crucial moment, Yihao vanished in a flash, effortlessly avoiding the trap. Tang-san, attacking someone without warning, that's not very honorable of you. Yihao sneered mockingly. Tang-san's eyes burned with intensity. I have my own principles. Yihao, put down the blue-silver grass in your hands. Tang-san's killing intent surged. From everything he had witnessed, it was clear. The blue-silver grass Yihao was holding was no ordinary plant. If he could take it from Yihao, perhaps he could unlock some hidden truth. You want me to put it down, just because you say so? Yihao grinned wickedly, before casually placing the blue-silver emperor behind his head. In the next instant, the potted plant vanished into thin air. Tang-san's eyes widened in shock. Impossible. Tang-san, this story is for your ears alone. Go back and think carefully about what I've told you. When you finally understand its meaning, come find me. With those words, Yihao turned away and walked back toward his tent. Just before disappearing, he left behind one last warning. Oh, and one more thing, don't act recklessly. The tournament is still ongoing. If you lay a hand on me, you'll be immediately disqualified. And once you lose your qualification, you know exactly what will happen next. With that, Yihao vanished into the shadows. Tang-san stood frozen, his fists clenched tightly. Damn it! His mind raced with conflicting thoughts. Why did that blue-silver grass feel so familiar? It was as if he had met it before, but how could that be possible? What was Yihao truly hiding? Frustration boiled inside him, but there was nothing he could do. As Yihao had pointed out, the tournament's rules bound his hands. If he attacked Yihao, he would immediately be disqualified. Not only would that shatter Grandmaster's expectations, but it would also endanger his very life. A reckless move now would be suicide. As Tang-san made his way back to the Shrek Academy tent, his mind kept replaying Yihao's story. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Yihao's tale matched someone's life perfectly. Was it just a coincidence? Or was there something deeper beneath the surface? One thing was certain, things were far from simple. Chapter 185. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. You're really something, telling Tang-san the truth about what happened back then. Aren't you worried that once he knows everything, he'll turn around and kill you? Zhu Qinghe sat by the campfire, casually chatting with Yihao. He had been hiding in the shadows earlier, listening in on their conversation without missing a word. Not at all. Yihao dismissed the idea, clearly not taking Tang-san seriously. Even if Tang-san learns the truth, so what? He would never suspect that today was the very first time he met his mother, or perhaps the last time. Besides, if I didn't tell him, Tang Hao would sooner or later. People say Tang-san is a genius. Let's see if he can comprehend what's truly happening. Yihao handed a freshly roasted soft-bone rabbit to Zhu Qinghe before taking another for himself, and tearing into it without hesitation. Honestly, I really hope Tang-san tries to attack me now. Yihao swallowed a mouthful of rabbit meat, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Why? Zhu Qing took a small bite of the tender meat, his eyes lighting up. Young soft-bone rabbit really had the best flavor. If Tang-san attacks me, he'll immediately be disqualified from the tournament, and once he's eliminated, I won't have any reason to hold back. Yihao continued eating as he spoke. That guy will be our enemy sooner or later. Letting an enemy grow unchecked is just foolish. Brother Zhu, make sure to keep the vast sea cosmic shroud safe. If it's lost, or worse, falls into someone else's hands, we might just end up with an unexpected sea god in the future. Hearing this, Zhu Qinghe nodded. Understood, understood. Actually, I have an idea. I could have someone quietly take it out and hand it over to you for safekeeping. Zhu Qing whispered close to Yihao's ear. No, absolutely not. Yihao shook his head like a rattling drum. I have zero interest in inheriting the sea god's position. I already had a little run-in with that so-called god when I was dealing with the evil tiger orca at sea. If I take his position now, wouldn't that be exactly what he wants? No way, not happening. Seeing Yihao's adamant refusal, Zhu Qinghe didn't insist. All right, I won't force you. It's getting late, you should get some rest, Brother Hao. With that, Zhu Qinghe stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. "Brother Zhu, do you remember the promise we made back then?" Yihao asked deliberately. "Promise?" Zhu Qinghe's expression immediately soured. He glared at Yihao. "Sister and brother. You bastard, do you want a beating?" Zhu Qinghe raised a hand as if to strike. Yihao laughed, leaning his face forward daringly. Faced with this shameless little brother of his, Zhu Qinghe had no choice but to give up. "Go back to sleep already, don't you have a match tomorrow?" Zhu Qinghe said, practically kicking him away. "Of course I do, but there's still time, and I'd love to bond more with my dear brother Zhu. The night is beautiful, and staying alone in that big tent is boring, so why don't we?" Yihao's mischievous grin was met with a darkening expression from Zhu Qinghe. "Get lost," Zhu Qinghe waved him off in disgust. "Men shouldn't be too close, stay far away from me. Just make sure to win tomorrow, don't lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Qinghe turned and left, disappearing into the night at a rapid pace. Watching him go, Yihao sighed and muttered, "Sister, oh sister, I won't be calling you that for much longer." The next day at the royal hunting grounds, a new round of battles erupted as 15 teams gathered for a chance to advance to the knockout stage. Each academy was fighting tooth and nail for the limited remaining spots, making the competition more intense than ever. On the arena stage, Yihao stood confidently, a smirk on his lips. His opponent was Thunderclap Academy, one of the 4 elemental academies. Their captain, Yu Tianxin, was a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, cousin to Yu Tianheng, and the nephew of Liu Erlong, Vice Dean of Shrek Academy. Today, Yihao was going to accomplish something spectacular, defeating the entire team single-handedly. Seeing that their opponent was Yihao, Thunderclap Academy immediately grew alert. They steadied themselves and sent out Lei Dong, a soul ancestor with a Thunder Spider martial soul, at rank 43, specialized in control-type combat. The moment both teams were ready, the referee announced, "Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, 2nd Team versus Thunderclap Academy, battle start." As soon as the words fell, crackling sounds filled the air. 8 thunder-infused spider legs extended from Lei Dong's back, bearing a striking resemblance to Tang San's 8 spider lances. 4 glowing soul rings emerged beneath his feet. Thunderclap Academy was clearly strategizing for endurance. They sent out their vice-captain first, aiming to wear Yihao down before taking him out. Even if they couldn't win against Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, eliminating Yihao would be a massive victory. Right from the start, Lei Dong showcased his power. Lightning surged and intertwined, forming a massive web descending from the sky, intending to trap Yihao. Yihao smirked, too familiar. Just last night, Tang San had used blue-silver grass to do the exact same thing. First it was a grass net, now a lightning web. Between the two, Yihao preferred the latter. The electric web fell, surrounding Yihao in an inescapable trap. At the same time, Lei Dong's arms transformed into lightning-charged spider spears, while the 8 spider legs on his back shimmered menacingly. He wasn't holding back. Yihao was clearly considered the #1 threat in this tournament. The Shrek team watched the match with serious expressions. All of them were hoping Yihao would lose, especially Xiao Wu, whose hostility toward him had skyrocketed after seeing that soft-bone rabbit yesterday. Tang San, however, sat deep in thought, barely paying attention to the battle. Last night he had been unable to sleep, continuously analyzing the story Yihao had told him. Yihao definitely has an ulterior motive, but what is it? He was convinced that the abnormal reaction from his blue-silver grass that night was caused by Yihao's golden-veined blue-silver grass. If only I could attack him right now. Tang San clenched his fists. His clear sky hammer already had 4 soul rings. He was confident if he fought Yihao, he could crush him. But unfortunately, Shrek Academy and Heaven Dew Imperial Academy wouldn't face each other until the final day of the tournament. Because the most exciting match was always saved for last. And at that very moment, that man appeared once again. Grandmaster was pale and gaunt, his backside wrapped in thick white bandages, as he was pushed into the scene. "Xiagang, why are you here?" Flender hurried forward. But before Flender could get close, Grandmaster's eyes widened in horror. As if seeing a demon, he quickly gestured for the medical staff to take him away. Watching Grandmaster retreat with a face full of wariness, Flender scratched his head, utterly speechless. "Am I really that scary?" Tang San's lips twitched violently at the sight. It was clear that whatever Flender had done to his teacher that day had left a serious mental scar. His reaction was entirely understandable. Meanwhile, the electric web created by Lei Dong's lightning-powered spider martial soul rapidly descended toward Yihao's head. Facing this attack, Yihao remained expressionless. His arms transformed into demonic scythes, which he swung effortlessly, slicing the lightning web into countless fragments. In a flash, Lei Dong had already closed the distance. His gaze was sharp, and his right arm, transformed into a lightning-clad spider spear, flickered with an ominous glow. Laced with a faint trace of killing intent, it shot straight toward Yihao's chest. Fourth soul skill, Thorned Spider Armor. The moment Yihao spoke, his entire body was suddenly encased in a layer of spiked armor. Lei Dong's spider spear struck the armor, but instead of piercing through, a shower of sparks erupted upon impact, shocking him. What is this? Lei Dong stammered in disbelief. Yihao remained calm, explaining leisurely, for a so-called elite academy like Thunderclap Academy, I expected better. How do you not recognize my fourth soul skill? Your attacks are useless against me. Today, I, Yihao, will defeat all 7 of you. His declaration was so loud that it sent ripples through the audience. For a moment, everyone was stunned, but soon Tang San scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Yihao, don't sprain your tongue talking big. You think you can take on all 7 of them alone. Defeating an entire team, single-handedly, was the greatest humiliation an opponent could suffer. Realizing that Yihao was here to humiliate them, Yu Tiangxin, the captain of Thunderclap Academy, frowned. He had originally planned to have a decisive battle with his cousin, Yu Tianheng, proving himself as an equal successor of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. But now, Yihao had stolen the spotlight, blatantly challenging all academies at once. In an instant, the audience's collective gaze turned icy as they all locked onto Yihao. Their eyes seemed to ask, what makes you think you can defeat an entire team? What gives you the right? The weight of becoming everyone's enemy would have unnerved most people. Yet Yihao remained indifferent, never even sparing these so-called geniuses a second glance. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. The moment these words left Yihao's lips, the crowd froze. Then fury erupted. What an arrogant bastard. I can't stand him. Lei Dong, get him, beat him to a pulp. Yeah, crush him. Make him regret ever looking down on us. Thunderclap Academy will teach him a lesson. Shrek Academy too. Skywater Academy. Blazing Academy. Divine Wind Academy. One by one, all the competing academies voiced their outrage. Yihao had just insulted every single participant in the tournament. Every student here had fought through brutal competition to reach this stage. They prided themselves as the elite, the chosen ones. And yet, Yihao had dismissed them as weaklings. Stupid little brother, you've made quite the mess now. Zhu Qinghe shook his head with a bitter smile. He wasn't worried about Yihao's safety. He was her brother, after all. Zhu Qinghe had high hopes for Yihao. And deep down, she wanted to witness it herself, Yihao crushing these so-called prodigies beneath his feet. What arrogance! Even Sword Duluo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. What boldness! Bone Duluo echoed in admiration. Perhaps Yihao really can do it. Ning Fengzhai spoke with confidence. Everyone knew Ning Fengzhai had a keen eye for talent. If even he thought Yihao could succeed, then the odds were in his favor. And indeed, Thunderclap Academy was one of the strongest contenders. Their entire team had lightning attributes, and their captain possessed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, known as the world's strongest beast martial soul. This match was bound to be spectacular. Back on the arena, Lei Dong sneered. Let's see if you can back up your big talk. Though he felt immense pressure from Yihao, retreat was not an option. Yihao merely chuckled. I'll show you with my actions. Thunderclap Academy is nothing special. As soon as he finished speaking, Yihao kicked Lei Dong to the ground. Immediately after, his third soul ring lit up. Third soul skill, Spider Prison. The ground trembled as sharp spider spikes erupted, encircling the fallen Lei Dong. Pinned to the ground, Lei Dong's eyes widened in horror. The gleaming demonic scythe loomed over him. He clenched his teeth, his body trembling as he forced out a reluctant answer. I surrender. The entire arena fell silent. Lei Dong had admitted defeat. The impact was immense. An instant uproar erupted among the Thunderclap Academy members. Their vice-captain had surrendered so easily. Yu Tangxin's face darkened. With a flick of his eyes, he gestured for the next teammate to take the stage. The new challenger stepped forward. "You want to take on all 7 of us, I'll grant your wish." Without hesitation, Thunderclap Academy's next fighter launched an all-out attack, giving Yi Hao no time to rest. The sky darkened, thick clouds rolling in. Thunderbolts as thick as a baby's arm rained down from above, creating an electrified battlefield. Yi Hao's trial had just begun. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Hao was no longer surprised. In the past, when he had fought one-on-one against Yu Tianheng, he had already encountered such soul abilities. As for the technique displayed by the Thunderclap Academy student before him, Yi Hao shook his head in disappointment. "You, what do you mean by that?" The student's heartbeat quickened. This man before him was no pushover. Yi Hao sighed and remarked, "I thought Thunderclap Academy had some unique tricks, but now it seems rather underwhelming." These words instantly darkened the expressions of the Thunderclap Academy team. They stared at Yi Hao with resentment and hostility, especially their captain, Yu Tangxin, whose mood worsened considerably. "You underestimate me too much." The student facing Yi Hao flew into a rage and summoned a thundercloud, striking toward Yi Hao. Just as the lightning was about to land, Yi Hao swiftly sidestepped, appearing behind his opponent in an instant. With a subtle movement of his foot, the student nearly lost his balance. By the time he realized what had happened, a cold, gleaming scythe was already pressed against his neck. "Surrender, there's no shame in surrendering, but if I knock you out of the match myself, that would be truly humiliating," Yi Hao advised softly. I surrender." After an intense internal struggle, the student could no longer withstand the pressure. Yi Hao's aura was simply too oppressive, especially with that terrifying scythe against his throat, making him feel as if his head could be severed at any moment. Seeing this, Tang San from Shrek Academy sneered, "A bunch of nobodies. No wonder you're getting swept. You might as well all surrender now. If Yi Hao really beats all 7 of you, you'll be the laughingstock of the tournament." "Tang San," Yu Tiangxin pointed at him, his long-suppressed anger finally erupting. "What are you running your mouth for? If you've got guts, step up yourself. I don't think Shrek Academy is that great either. Not long ago, your teacher suffered a loss, and recently, Shrek Academy's reputation hasn't been all that good. Maybe you should worry about yourselves first." Hearing this, Tang San's fury ignited instantly. His teacher was his bottom line. Having someone insult them publicly was absolutely intolerable. "Yu Tangxin, do you dare face me outside for a life-or-death duel?" Tang San's eyes turned blood-red, and his voice grew heavy. Yu Tangxin was momentarily stunned before sneering. "Tang San, if you start a fight now, aren't you afraid the tournament committee will disqualify you?" At that moment, the referee suddenly called out, "Thunderclap Academy, please send your next participant immediately, or it will be considered a forfeit." The referee's words instantly interrupted the escalating tension between the 2 academies. Yu Tangxin clenched his teeth, memorizing Tang San's name with deep resentment. There would be a day for settling this score. "Everyone take turns fighting him. We'll wear him down with consecutive battles. I refuse to believe we can't exhaust just one Yi Hao." Yu Tangxin decided on the spot. As the captain, he would fight last, letting the others deplete Yi Hao's stamina and soul power before delivering the final blow himself. Even if they lost, Thunderclap Academy wouldn't be completely humiliated. At the very least, they could avoid being completely swept. That way, they could still salvage some dignity for their academy. Yi Hao prepared to die. The next student rushed forward, his body covered in lightning that wriggled like electric worms as he charged straight at Yi Hao. "Sigh." Yi Hao sighed helplessly. Holding his scythe across his chest, he took a deep breath and steadied himself. In a split second, a streak of purple light flashed. Yi Hao appeared behind his opponent the very next moment. Their positions had swapped. "How dull," Yi Hao shook his head. With a thunderous crash, the student collapsed to the ground. "Is this all Thunderclap Academy has to offer? You're completely worthless. Yu Tangxin, you should just step up now. At least you might put up a better fight." Yi Hao's open provocation forced Yu Tangxin to suppress the fury building inside him. It was clear, Thunderclap Academy was doomed to lose today. With 3 members already eliminated, if things continued like this, their entire team would be taken down by Yi Hao alone. Just as Yu Tangxin was about to surrender, he caught sight of Tang San's mocking gaze. In that instant, Yu Tangxin made a decision. Chapter 186, I have the right to be proud, do you? Get him! Yu Tangxin's eyes widened in frustration. He was not willing to surrender. If they admitted defeat now, wouldn't Thunderclap Academy become the laughingstock of Shrek Academy, with Tang San leading the charge in mocking them? Seeing Yu Tangxin's reaction, Tang San smirked ever so slightly. This was exactly what he wanted. Having Yi Hao single-handedly defeat all 7 of Thunderclap Academy's members would humiliate them completely, and in the process, it would allow Tang San to observe Yi Hao in action. After all, Tang San knew very little about Yi Hao's true strength or hidden trump cards. And now, with Thunderclap Academy acting as the test subjects, why wouldn't he take advantage of the situation? Meanwhile, over at the Heaven Du Royal Academy's second-team seating area, Yu Tianheng watched his cousin's performance and let out a deep sigh. It was clear why the elder of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had chosen him as the successor. The old dragon's judgment was as sharp as ever. Now this is getting fun, Yi Hao grinned, preparing for battle once more. And then... Next. Yi Hao was bored out of his mind. The next 3 challengers were nothing but soul elders, their soul power barely reaching levels 37 or 38. They didn't even last a single move against him. Was this really all Thunderclap Academy had to offer? In just a few short moments, Yi Hao had knocked out 3 more opponents using only the dull side of his scythe. It wasn't that Thunderclap Academy was weak, it was simply that these 3 students were only at the Soul Elder rank. Their lack of strength was to be expected. With 6 opponents down, only 1 remained. If Yi Hao defeated the last fighter, he would complete a 1 versus 7 sweep. Yu Tangxin, you're up. Yi Hao smirked, pointing his scythe at Yu Tangxin, issuing a direct challenge. At that moment, all eyes turned to Yu Tangxin. Yi Hao's intentions were clear. He wanted to complete the sweep. Now, it all depended on Thunderclap Academy's response. Yu Tangxin's face was pale, his fists clenched in frustration. His plan had been to use a war of attrition to wear Yi Hao down before stepping in to clean up the fight himself. But things had gone even worse than he expected. He wanted to speak. He wanted to say, I surrender. But all around him, students were whispering. They were calling him a coward. They were saying he didn't dare accept Yi Hao's challenge. Even the most mild-tempered person would feel the urge to lash out after hearing such words. Gritting his teeth, Yu Tangxin stepped onto the arena. Lightning crackled around him as blue dragon scales covered his arms. Yi Hao, today I'll see just how strong you really are. With those words, Yu Tangxin completed his martial soul possession. His arms were fully dragonized, his muscles swelled with power, and behind him, the silhouette of a raging blue lightning tyrant dragon appeared. The sky darkened, shrouded in ominous storm clouds. Now this is more like it, Yi Hao nodded in approval. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had a unique ability. Typically, their martial soul would start fully manifesting at level 30, with each new soul ring awakening another dragonized trait: dragon claws, dragon wings, dragon legs, dragon horns, dragon scales. Yu Tangxin had already developed 2 sets of dragon claws, much like Yu Tianheng. But Yi Hao was all too familiar with the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. He knew exactly how to handle it. Yu Tangxin's 4 soul rings rose beneath him, and his dragon-clawed hands crackled with lightning as he lunged at Yi Hao. Pride. Yi Hao saw pride in Yu Tangxin's eyes. The pride of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As the bearers of the world's most powerful beast-type martial soul, they had every right to be proud. Thunderous blue lightning wrapped around Yu Tangxin's claws as he launched a ferocious assault, attacking Yi Hao with reckless abandon. Electricity crackled wildly, spreading across the battlefield in all directions. Yu Tangxin had gone all out. You're too slow. Yi Hao roared, suddenly vanishing from sight. Before Yu Tangxin could react, he was struck from behind and sent sprawling to the ground. But he wasn't willing to give up. He scrambled back to his feet, eyes burning with frustration. His 3rd soul ring flared. 3rd soul skill, Wrath of the Thunder God. With an explosion of power, Yu Tangxin's lightning force doubled. His soul power doubled. Blue lightning turned into violet blue, intensifying in strength. His claws grew even larger, and his entire body became encased in lightning armor. Behind him, the blue lightning tyrant dragon let out a deafening roar. The terrifying aura of the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan was in full display. A martial soul of supreme power, a presence of absolute dominance. Even the spectators were awed. For the first time, many saw Yu Tiangxin in a different light. His attack reached its peak. His massive, violet-blue claws came crashing down on Yi Hao. The blue lightning tyrant dragon roared. But Yi Hao had already disappeared. Yu Tiangxin's claws hit nothing but the ground, leaving a burnt dragon claw imprint. Seeing this, Yu Tiangxin shouted in frustration, "Yi Hao, die!" Lightning surged as he charged forward, fists raised high. The sky darkened further. Bolts of lightning rained down, feeding into his attacks. But Yi Hao simply frowned. Raising his right hand, dark purple-black death spider emperor poison coiled around his palm, twisting and writhing. At the moment of impact, the deadly poison and Yu Tiangxin's lightning clashed, entangling with each other. Yi Hao remained calm and composed. Yu Tiangxin, however, staggered. A dizzy spell struck him. A tiny amount of death spider emperor poison had seeped into his system. It wasn't enough to kill him, just enough to weaken him. Yi Hao smirked. In an instant, he grabbed Yu Tiangxin by the throat and slammed him into the ground. You cheated," Yu Tiangxin gasped, furious. Yi Hao chuckled, unfazed. "My martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor. I didn't even use its poison on you until now. That was already giving face to Yu Tianheng. If I had activated my death domain from the start, you wouldn't have survived more than a few breaths." He tightened his grip slightly. "Surrender." Yu Tiangxin struggled. No, never." He refused to accept defeat. He thrashed and writhed, but it was pointless. "Why bother?" Yi Hao sighed. "Compared to Yu Tianheng, you're a joke. You both come from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but you're worlds apart. He's younger than you, but his soul power surpasses yours. More importantly, he stays calm in a crisis, unlike you. When faced with ridicule, he thinks before acting. But you let your emotions control you." The truth was undeniable. And at that moment, Yu Tiangxin knew he had lost. "Just based on this alone, you're not as good as Yu Tianheng." Yi Hao's words deeply pierced Yu Tiangxin's heart. Yes, both he and Yu Tianheng came from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, both regarded as rising stars with great expectations placed upon them. Among the younger generation, he and Yu Tianheng were the most valued. Their strengths were nearly equal, but because Yu Tianheng was a few years younger, he received greater attention from the clan. Especially when Yu Tianheng was officially chosen as the next clan leader, Yu Tiangxin felt completely stunned. Why? In what way was he inferior? To prove that he was stronger than Yu Tianheng, and to show the sect his worth, Yu Tiangxin had decided to crush Yu Tianheng in this tournament to prove that he was not weaker. Now, after finally getting the chance, he was about to lose. The unwillingness in his heart burned fiercely. His gaze stiffly turned toward Yu Tianheng, who was seated in the audience. In that instant, Yu Tiangxin's entire body surged with lightning, and a dragon's roar echoed through the arena. Seeing this, Yi Hao felt a surge of excitement and deliberately loosened his grip. Yu Tiangxin seized the opportunity, breaking free from Yi Hao's restraint. His eyes gleamed with intense lightning, and Yi Hao's words had hit him so hard that, in this critical moment, his strength surged. "Now this is getting interesting," Yi Hao murmured, as the fifth soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Fifth soul skill, Death/Rift. This was Yi Hao's strongest soul skill to date, and also the one he had used most frequently. Its existence was undoubtedly the nightmare of every participant in this tournament. "You must give it your all." All eyes in the arena were locked on the match, their breaths held in anticipation. There was only one thought in their minds. Defeat Yi Hao. That was what Yu Tiangxin wanted. That was also the wish of most of the audience. Even if Thunderclap Academy lost today, as long as Yi Hao was defeated, they would still be victorious in spirit. Surrounded by countless hostile glares, Yi Hao had unknowingly made many enemies. But he didn't care. He had already made plenty of enemies. What difference did a few more make? "Yi Hao, this is the strongest attack of my life. Take it head on." Yu Tiangxin raised both hands above his head. Instantly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless bolts of lightning slithered like thunderous serpents, churning within the stormy clouds. He was absorbing the power of lightning, using it in combination with his third soul skill, bringing his strength almost to par with Yi Hao's. Then his fourth soul ring lit up. Fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Charge. Yu Tangxin transformed into a small, dazzling blue dragon, his body surrounded by crackling electricity. With murderous intent, he charged straight at Yi Hao. Death Domain, Yi Hao said calmly. In an instant, a layer of black light burst forth, and his eyes turned jet black. The Death Domain rapidly expanded, swiftly spreading to every corner of the battlefield. Within the Death Domain, Yu Tangxin clearly felt himself weakening. He shook his head vigorously, his eyes fixed on Yi Hao with unwavering determination. As Yu Tangxin controlled the Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Charge to strike at Yi Hao, a black barrier suddenly formed in front of him, originating from Yi Hao's body. His fourth soul skill, Blue Lightning Divine Dragon Charge, was completely nullified. Yu Tangxin was in disbelief. At the same time, the Death Spider Emperor's poison rapidly corroded his body. His vision darkened, and before Yi Hao could even make another move, he collapsed. Seeing this, Yi Hao quickly withdrew the Death Spider Emperor's poison and used his demonic scythe to make a precise cut on Yu Tangxin's right hand, drawing back the poison from his body. "Referee, you can announce the match results now," Yi Hao said indifferently. The referee swallowed nervously. Due to Yi Hao's Death Domain, he had hesitated to step onto the stage. Only after confirming that the field was no longer affected did he cautiously approach. After checking Yu Tangxin's condition and confirming he was unharmed, the referee immediately declared, "Heaven Dew Imperial Academy Team 2 versus Thunderclap Academy. Heaven Dew Imperial Academy Team 2 wins." Unlike previous matches, there was no cheering from the victorious team. The silence in the arena was eerie. The morale of the other teams plummeted, and many students even started doubting themselves. They were all human, so why was the gap between them and Yi Hao so vast? The members of Heaven Dew Imperial Academy Team 2 were used to this already. Scattered applause echoed faintly, coming from their side. With Yi Hao's incredible 1-against-7 victory, Heaven Dew Imperial Academy Team 2 had officially advanced to the knockout rounds, earning their place in the Spirit City competition. At that stage, they would compete under the name Royal Battle Team. The preliminary and qualifying matches were just warm-ups. Now the real battle was about to begin. "Winning 1-against-7 was too easy," Yi Hao said nonchalantly, stretching his limbs as he broke the heavy silence. "Damn it, he's too arrogant." The 14 remaining teams were helpless. They had no choice but to acknowledge Yi Hao's dominance. His 1-against-7 feat had shocked the entire arena, ensuring his name would be recorded in tournament history. Ahem. Yi Hao paced around the arena, his gaze sweeping over each team. Who would be his next 1-against-7 target? Then he stopped in front of Shrek Academy. Decision made. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, staring seriously at the Shrek Academy team, who were glaring at him with murderous intent. "Shrek Academy, you're my next 1-against-7 target." As soon as he said this, the entire arena erupted in an uproar. "No way, I can't take this anymore. Who does he think he is? Shrek Academy, beat him up for us. Count me in." "Me too." "Me plus 10,086. Perhaps fueled by the overwhelming support from all the students present, the Shrek Academy team suddenly felt their blood boil. Their fighting spirit surged, and the exhaustion they had felt before vanished. Now they stared at Yi Hao, their eyes burning with fury, ready to take him down. "Yi Hao, we accept your challenge." The one speaking was Dai Mubai. As the captain of Shrek Academy, he accepted Yi Hao's challenge. "Yi Hao, aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue with such big talk? Get ready to face your first defeat. Shrek Academy will surely crush you and make you a laughingstock." Ma Hongjun shouted arrogantly. "I will personally kill you," Xiao Wu muttered through gritted teeth, her voice soft yet filled with deep hatred. Too many soft-bone rabbits had been slaughtered recently, and as a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit herself, Xiao Wu's hatred for Yi Hao had nearly surpassed even that for Bibai Dong. Yi Hao, however, remained indifferent to Xiao Wu's deadly threat. "All right, then I will personally kill you in return." Yi Hao transmitted his voice using soul power. Hearing this, the rabbit's body immediately tensed up, and she instinctively hid behind Tang San, trembling all over. Without hesitation, Tang San pointed his finger at Yi Hao and shouted, "Yi Hao, you will pay the price. Whether it's for our teachers, our headmaster, or any one of us that you've harmed. I will make you pay personally." Yi Hao let out a cold laugh, showing no concern. "Tang San, if anyone is talking big here, it's you all. Don't think I don't know how you became a Soul King." Tang San was momentarily stunned. "What a waste of your talent, truly a pity," Yi Hao sighed mockingly, clicking his tongue at Tang San in disdain. "Yi Hao, you better be ready for a good beating," Ma Hongjun sneered, already thinking of ways to get back at him. "You damn fatty, you'd better pray that you aren't among the 7 facing me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't even take care of yourself afterward. Yi Hao, swear to make it happen," Yi Hao declared sternly, directing his aggression toward Ma Hongjun. Instantly, Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat dripped from his back as he trembled and quickly hid behind Flender, making faces at Yi Hao like he didn't understand the meaning of death. "In that case, Yi Hao, I hope you're ready." Tang San spoke coldly, his tone filled with icy determination. "Shrek Academy is no pushover. Sometimes, when a person is too arrogant, disaster is bound to follow." Yi Hao snorted dismissively. "So what if I'm arrogant? Is it a crime to be confident? If I have the right to be proud, why shouldn't I be?" "Oh, I just remembered, I have the qualifications to be proud, while you do not. Your entire Shrek Academy does not." "You." Everyone was left speechless, burning with silent fury. What Yi Hao said was undeniable, it was simply the truth. "I have no interest in dealing with you all any further. Enjoy your last days of freedom because your death is near," Tang San whispered. "I will personally make sure you die by my hands." His hateful gaze had already driven him into madness. Seeing this, Yi Hao simply nodded calmly. "I'll be waiting. You'd better pray you can reach your destination in one piece." Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. "Wait. Explain yourself clearly," Tang San demanded loudly. Yi Hao said nothing. Without looking back, he walked off the stage. Before leaving, he even raised his middle finger, further enraging Shrek Academy. As Yi Hao left, Zhu Qinghe slowly rose to his feet. His gaze swept across Shrek Academy with a complicated look, a trace of killing intent flickering in his eyes before he silently departed. The moment Yi Hao was gone, Ma Hongjun was the first to speak. "What the hell is he acting all high and mighty for? Third brother, you're confident you can defeat Yi Hao, right?" Tang San remained silent, an inexplicable sense of unease rising in his heart. "Damn it," he gritted his teeth, then glanced at Ma Hongjun and suddenly smiled. "Fatty, didn't you say you wanted to take down Yi Hao? I'll let you go first, how about that?" Chapter 187, Tang San, my mother is in Yi Hao's hands. My stomach hurts, the rest of the battle is up to you guys." Ma Hongjun clutched his stomach and dashed away in a flash. Yi Hao had spoken those words himself. No matter how difficult, he would make it happen. At that moment, Tang San had Ma Hongjun go first, because he knew Ma Hongjun's personality all too well. Seeing Ma Hongjun fleeing with his head in his hands, the others were unfazed. They were long used to this kind of behavior. Even so, those who needed to fight still had to fight. No one could escape. "Sigh, this damn fatty, when will he finally stand on his own?" Flender sighed deeply. As a teacher, he took pride in nurturing outstanding students. Just like the Grandmaster. To be honest, Flender was quite envious of him, having such an exceptional student like Tang San. And a twin martial soul at that. Why couldn't he meet a student like that himself? "Fatty," Zio Wu ground her rabbit teeth in frustration. She leaned close to Tang San and whispered, "Brother, just let Fatty go first. Last time, he ate the most rabbit meat." Wow, even rabbits knew how to borrow a knife to kill now. Hearing this, Tang San nodded. "I've already considered this. Right now, Yi Hao has challenged us and Boss Dai has accepted. This battle is inevitable. None of us can run from it." Before, Thunderclap Academy tried to defeat Yi Hao using a rotation battle, but they underestimated him. After observing for the past few days, I have a rough understanding of Yi Hao's strength. I am fully confident in defeating him. Then Tang San pulled Zio Wu aside and whispered, "When the time comes for our final battle with Yi Hao, our Shrek Academy will go all out. That damn fatty enjoyed eating rabbit meat last time. Don't worry, he won't get away. When the time comes, I will have Boss Dai arrange for you to go last." "Why, Xiao Wu was immediately unhappy. What am I worse at than you guys? Why should I be the last one? I want to be first. I want to avenge my poor little rabbit. Her rabbit eyes instantly turned red. Xiao Wu, be good. Listen to me, Tang San patiently explained. Precisely because of that, you should go last. Yi Hao is too strong. We must take turns fighting to have a chance at victory. If I truly face him, I won't hesitate to reveal my clear sky hammer. If I lose, Xiao Wu, you will be our last hope. Think about it. By then, Yi Hao will be at his weakest, and it will be the best time for you to take revenge. Hearing this, Xiao Wu instantly understood Tang San's intentions. He was creating the perfect opportunity for her to take her revenge. The moment to settle scores was approaching. Yi Hao, who had turned into her personal nightmare, and everything he had done to her in the Great Soul Arena of Soto City were about to be paid back in full. Brother, thank you. Xiao Wu's eyes were red with emotion. Then, taking advantage of the others not noticing, she quickly pecked Tang San on the cheek. Inside Zhu Qinghe's tent. Do you really have a chance to defeat the entire Shrek team? Zhu Qinghe asked with slight concern. If it were any other academy, Zhu Qing wouldn't be worried. Yi Hao was strong enough to sweep through them. But the key issue was that this was Shrek Academy. Things weren't the same as before. Tang San had already become a soul king. With their personalities, they would definitely go all out. And when people were pushed to their limits, the power they could unleash would be unprecedented. Yi Hao, however, remained unconcerned. He was looking forward to this moment. He wanted to personally make Shrek submit. Brother Zhu, don't worry. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow confidently. I never do things I'm not certain about. Since Shrek Academy has chosen to fight head-on, they will definitely send out their strongest lineup. First, Dai Mubai and Tang San, these two will absolutely be in the fight. They are Shrek's core strength. I publicly humiliated them and ruined their reputation. They won't let this go. Next, Yi Hao continued, Ma Hongjun and Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun likes to brag, but his Fire Phoenix martial soul isn't weak. He will definitely fight. As for the rabbit, out of the 7 of them, she will definitely be there too. Are you planning to eliminate that rabbit? Zhu Qinghe asked. No, Yi Hao smiled slightly. The tournament has rules, students can't be eliminated. As long as her identity isn't exposed, I absolutely won't eliminate her. Besides, my soul power isn't at its bottleneck yet, so I can't absorb a soul ring even if I eliminate her. That would be a waste. Yi Hao's reasoning was sound, and Zhu Qinghe nodded. As for the last 3, they will definitely be Huang Yuan, Tai Long, and the others, a trio of cannon fodder. I can handle those 3 with one hand. Yi Hao patted his chest with full confidence. Zhu Qinghe shook his head with a wry smile and cautioned, better safe than sorry. Don't be careless. I'm certain that when Tang San fights you, he will definitely reveal his clear sky hammer. That's a given. Yi Hao's eyes gleamed, and the atmosphere inside the tent became heavier. The clear sky hammer, the #1 tool martial soul in the world? Yi Hao sneered. HMPH, I will show everyone that the clear sky hammer is nothing but an empty title. Brother, I have confidence in you. Zhu Qinghe smiled slightly and nodded toward Yi Hao. Seeing this, Yi Hao also smiled in response. Then, he suddenly moved closer to Zhu Qinghe. You little rascal, what are you doing? Zhu Qinghe quickly crossed his arms over his chest, looking alarmed. How many times had this guy taken advantage of him? Nothing, Yi Hao chuckled. Then his expression turned serious. All right, I won't tease you anymore, big sis. There's no one else here. I've used my death god's heart to isolate this place. Even a titled Duoluo couldn't detect us. Drop your disguise. I have something important to discuss with you. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Zhu Qinghe immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He removed his disguise and once again transformed into the stunningly beautiful Cayenne Rengsu. Speak, what is so serious that you had to use the death god's heart? Cayenne Rengsu asked with concern. Sis, our spirit hall, the one our angel clan worships, it the angel god? Yi Hao asked. Cayenne Rengsu was momentarily stunned, then nodded. You're right, our angel clan worships the angel god. Why are you suddenly asking this? Yi Hao smiled, leaned in close to Cayenne Rengsu's ear, and whispered, Sis, get ready. To become a god. Huh? Cayenne Rengsu was confused. Smack. Taking advantage of her confusion, Yi Hao impulsively kissed Cayenne Rengsu. The moment their lips touched, Cayenne Rengsu's whole body tensed up as if she had been electrocuted. She touched her now slightly damp lips and immediately stood up in anger. A golden, angelic, holy sword appeared in her right hand. "You brat, get over here. If I don't personally teach you a lesson today, I won't be your sister." "Yi Hao, run." That night, the royal hunting grounds were silent, with only scattered torches flickering in the darkness. Inside Zhu King's tent, Kyan Rangsu, having resumed her disguise, was tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. That brat actually dared to kiss her. That was her first kiss, and it was just stolen like that, without any rhyme or reason. Though Kyan Rangsu was nearly 30, she had spent most of her life in the palace, dedicating her prime years to her plan to infiltrate the Heaven Dew Empire. "That little brat, I'm going to make him pay me back, or else I'll be at a huge loss." "Ah," she scratched her head in frustration. "Sleep, stop thinking about it." "Ah, I can't sleep." Meanwhile, Yi Hao was sleeping soundly. A dark figure flashed across the night. Tang San arrived at a secluded area of the royal hunting grounds. His lips moved as he muttered something under his breath. After waiting for a while, a gust of wind blew, and a black-robed Tang Hao appeared. "Zio-san, why did you call me here? Is something wrong?" Tang Hao asked anxiously. If it weren't an emergency, Tang San would never have summoned him. The father and son sat down, and Tang San slowly explained, "Father, it's like this, today, Yi Hao." After Tang San briefly recounted the events, Tang Hao's eyes filled with disdain. He snorted coldly, "That Yi Hao seriously underestimates us, saying that in the eyes of the strong, the weak have no place. What a joke. In my eyes, Yi Hao is nothing. I could crush him with one hand." "Yi Hao, ever heard of martial soul fusion techniques?" "Zio-san, since Yi Hao has challenged you all, and he wants to take on all 7 of you, then grant him his wish. When the time comes, you won't need to hide your clear sky hammer anymore. Use your strength where it matters. Show him the true power of the #1 tool martial soul, the clear sky hammer." Tang Hao then instructed, "Zio-san, don't hold back. Beat him into a cripple." Tang San was slightly taken aback. Why was his father reacting so strongly today? "Father," Tang San's eyes lit up. "Yesterday, Yi Hao lured me away." "What? He dared to do that. Did he harm you?" Tang Hao asked urgently. "No, he didn't do anything to me. He just showed me something." "Something, what was it?" Tang Hao was puzzled. "A blue silver grass with golden patterns. Father, do you know what that is?" As soon as these words left Tang San's mouth, Tang Hao froze. His gaze drifted away, and his bloodshot eyes revealed a deep, murderous intent. "Zio-san, there are some things I had planned not to tell you. That blue-silver grass with golden patterns, it's my lifeblood. It's my very soul," Tang Hao said, his voice choked with emotion. "What?" Tang San was furious. "Yi Hao, you truly deserve to die." "Father, yesterday Yi Hao told me a story. Do you know the truth behind it?" After Tang San repeated Yi Hao's story in full detail, Tang Hao's face darkened completely. That wasn't a story, it was the truth. The truth about what happened when Tang Hao faced the threat of the spirit hall. Yi Hao actually knew everything and had revealed it to his son. "Father, do you know who the people in the story were?" "And the half-human, half-blue silver grass child, who was it?" Tang San asked curiously. Tang Hao was stunned and looked at Tang San like he was an idiot. "Zio-san, that blue-silver grass, actually." Tang Hao found it difficult to say outright. He couldn't just tell Tang San that he was the so-called half-human, half-blue silver grass child. This was Yi Hao's way of mocking Tang San, without him even realizing it. Tang San suddenly had a realization. He stared at Tang Hao in shock. "Father, that blue-silver grass, could it really be?" Tang San struggled to form the words. "Sigh." Tang Hao let out a long sigh. "Since things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. The blue-silver grass in Yi Hao's hands is no ordinary blue-silver grass. It is the blue-silver emperor, the true form of a 100,000-year soul beast. And your mother, she was never human. In other words, that blue-silver emperor is actually what remained of your mother after she fell in battle. I cultivated it, hoping it would take root and sprout once more. But one day, when I went to Shrek Academy to see you, that bastard Yi Hao, he stole it." Tang Hao's words had a profound impact on Tang San. His eyes widened in shock, and his entire body collapsed to the ground. He clutched his head tightly, his face filled with disbelief. "The blue-silver plant in Yi Hao's hands is actually my mother." As he spoke, Tang San's eyes turned blood red, radiating intense killing intent. Yi Hao must die, he deserved to die. Chapter 188. The Bet Between the Death God and the Sea God. No way, Tang Hao quickly shut down Tang San's thoughts. Behave yourself. Once we return, you must act as normal. When the time comes to fight Yi Hao, remember what I told you. After issuing his warning, Tang Hao ensured no one was around before vanishing into the night. Tang San, now fully aware of his burdens and his true lineage, gazed at the tent where Yi Hao resided. Just wait, I will personally end you and bring my mother back. He muttered to himself before leaving. Tang San, Tang Hao, what a pair of oddballs. No, I must report this to my master. God Realm. Inside the Death God's temple. Death God, get out here. The Sea God, clad in his divine attire, stormed into the temple, his face filled with rage. What now? What could possibly make the great Sea God so personally troubled? A figure draped in a black robe strolled out lazily. Under the robe, no emotions could be seen. Don't play dumb with me, Death God. Today I'm putting my words on the table. Dare to make a bet with me. The Death God's expression became serious. You think I'm afraid? Speak. The Sea God smirked. I haven't forgotten how your heir stole the evil demon Orca King. The Death God looked annoyed. How bored are you? Holding such a grudge over something so trivial, are you even a god? The Sea God, was momentarily speechless. Recently, I've been searching the DOLOU continent, and I finally found another twin martial soul wielder. The corners of the Sea God's mouth lifted. Twin martial souls? Don't tell me you're talking about that brat Tang San. The Death God glanced at the Sea God with indifference. You. The Sea God coughed and steadied himself. How did you know? HMPH, the Death God sneered. How could I not? To be honest, that Tang San is my heir's enemy. You really have low standards, choosing Tang San. I advise you to think bigger. Tang San is no good. If you let someone like him ascend to the God realm, chaos will follow. The Death God warned. The Sea God pondered deeply. So, do you accept or not? I choose Tang San as my heir, and you let Yi Hao be yours. Let's make a wager. Hearing this, the Death God became intrigued. What kind of bet? The Sea God smirked. As you just said, Yi Hao and Tang San are enemies. You and I, one a Death God, one a Sea God. Yi Hao took the evil demon Orca King, which removed an important part of my Sea God's 9 trials. So let's bet who is stronger, the Death God or the Sea God. The Death God's expression darkened, and the temple became suffocatingly tense. Are you insane? This will throw the DOLOU continent into chaos. Poseidon, I'm telling you, Tang San is not a good person. Are you sure about this? The Sea God nodded firmly. Since I'm here, I must bet. If Tang San truly isn't worthy, I'll cancel his trials myself. That should ease your worries. After a long moment of contemplation, the Death God sighed and nodded. Fine. So it's a deal. It's a deal. With that, the Death God pulled the Sea God along. What are you doing? The Sea God was bewildered. We're going to the God Realm Committee. Why? To get those 5 to officially witness our bet. Is that really necessary? It's a must. The Death God stared at the Sea God with an intensity that sent chills down his spine. Tang San is truly a disaster. You'll see for yourself. With that, the 2 gods sped off toward the God Realm Committee. Meanwhile, an earth-shattering change was quietly taking place in Yi Hao's Death God's 9 trials. The next morning, the weather was perfect for a competition. Clear skies, bright sunshine, and a refreshing breeze. At the royal hunting grounds, the tournament battles were underway. As the advancement rounds neared their end, many eliminated teams had already lost hope. For those still in the running, this was their final push. The qualifiers and advancement rounds were just warm-ups, mere stepping stones. The real battlefield was in Spirit City, where the final elimination rounds would take place. That was the true stage, where warriors earned their glory. Unfortunately, only a few had the privilege to go. Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's 2nd team had secured their place. Soon, they would reclaim their title as the Emperor team and represent the Heaven Dew Empire in the finals. The fights were intense, but everyone was eagerly waiting for one specific match. Heaven Dew Imperial Academy's 2nd team versus Shrek Academy. It was the final round of the advancement competition. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yi Hao did not participate. Instead, he sat leisurely in the spectator stands. This left many spectators deeply disappointed. Damn it, Tang San clenched his teeth. He desperately wanted to steal back the blue-silver emperor, his mother. Yi Hao, meanwhile, seemed utterly relaxed. He rested his hands behind his head, watching the battles unfold. Occasionally, he glanced toward the Shrek Academy team. That was when he noticed something. Tang San's eyes had changed. His gaze was no longer calm or calculating. Instead, it was filled with deep hatred and murderous intent. It was as if he wanted to kill Yi Hao on the spot. The only thing missing was the words, "I will kill you," written on his face. Yi Hao remained indifferent, letting out a disdainful snort before heading back to his dorm alone. Yi Hao, hand over the blue-silver emperor. As soon as he stepped outside the arena, he encountered the last person he wanted to see. Tang San. Yi Hao rolled his eyes in annoyance. Good dogs don't block the road. If you know what's good for you, step aside. Who are you calling a dog? Tang San erupted in fury. Whoever responds to it, obviously. Yi Hao's casual remark made Tang San's eyes turn blood red. He clenched his fists, ready to strike. But soon, reality overpowered his impulse, and he ultimately held back. Taking a deep breath, Tang San spoke in a low voice. Yi Hao, I hope you can give me that blue-silver grass. Hearing this, Yi Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Was this really the same Tang San he knew? From the information his spider messenger had delivered that morning, Yi Hao already knew that Tang San had sought out Tang Hao last night and learned the true identity of the blue-silver emperor. No way, I obtained it myself, so why should I give it to you? Yi Hao rejected him outright. Yi Hao, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Tang San dropped all pretense and revealed his sinister side, like a rabid dog baring its fangs. That blue-silver grass is something I found. Why should I give it to you? Yi Hao scoffed. Tang San, the one who's shameless here is you. I've seen the murderous intent in your eyes more than once. I know our enmity runs deep, but do you know why I target you? Tang San remained silent. It's because you're despicable. Yi Hao pointed at Tang San's nose, berating him. You act self-righteous, imposing your morals on others. If someone dares to offend you, it's a death sentence. But when you avoid trouble yourself, you call it wisdom. You're nothing but a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Remember when you and that old Jack first arrived at New Uding Primary Soul Master Academy? The gatekeeper merely said a few words to you, and you already wanted to take his life. I bet you had your silent sleeve arrow ready to fire, didn't you? Shut up, Tang San's face contorted in rage. He couldn't refute it because it was the truth, an undeniable truth. If you say one more word, I'll kill you right now. Tang San issued his final warning. But Yi Hao remained unfazed and continued. And let's not forget how much dirt you have on your name. Do you still remember old Jack from Holy Soul Village? He took care of you when you were young. But just because he said a single bad thing about Tang Hao, you heartlessly drove him out of your home. You are an unfilial ingrate who tramples on human lives as if they were nothing. You preach about respecting teachers and upholding righteousness, but you don't even understand the meaning of those words. Someone like you doesn't deserve to exist in this world, Yi Hao declared firmly. Tang San was so enraged that he trembled violently, his teeth grinding against each other audibly. Yi Hao, I swear on my life, I will kill you. Tang San's vision darkened, and he nearly fainted from sheer fury. Kill me? Yi Hao chuckled mockingly. You should worry about yourself first. A clay Buddha can't even cross a river, you can barely keep yourself afloat, yet you still have time to obsess over me. Tang San, I've said enough. I won't repeat myself. I know plenty more of your dirty secrets. In the end, the one who will pay the price won't be me, it'll be you. Tang San gritted his teeth. Just wait. Tomorrow I will cripple you, no matter what it takes. If it weren't for the tournament rules forbidding killing, I would use my full strength to ensure you don't even know how you died. Is that so? Yi Hao smirked. I look forward to it. Before leaving, Yi Hao casually added, I'll break your ribs, cripple you, and make you experience the most excruciating pain imaginable. Just like how you treated those 6 people in Soto City. With that, Yi Hao strode away, his previous good mood completely ruined by Tang San. He was thoroughly irritated. You Yi Hao, you. Tang San stood there, his mind reeling. No, impossible. He's Yi Hao, not Yi Rishan. How could he possibly know? Tang San clutched his head, rolling on the ground in agony. He had no retort, no argument. Yi Hao had rendered him speechless and filled him with self-doubt. After a moment of contemplation, Tang San's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, "No, I am not wrong. You are the ones who are wrong. I am the law. Nothing I do can ever be wrong." Morning passed quickly, and in the afternoon, Yi Hao spent his time training alone. Tomorrow was the battle against Shrek Academy, and he had promised to defeat all 7 alone. As a man of his word, he had to uphold his promise. There was no room for dishonesty. Yi Hao knew one thing for sure. Tomorrow's match would be a brutal fight, unavoidable. That night, Yi Hao once again visited Zhu Qinghe's tent. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed that Zhu Qinghe didn't look well. His dark circles were especially noticeable. Brother Zhu didn't sleep well last night. Yi Hao sat down and asked. Zhu Qing shot him an annoyed glare. "What do you think? Someone took advantage of me yesterday, and I was too frustrated to sleep all night. You brat, what are you doing here again?" Clearly, Zhu Qing had become wary of Yi Hao, keeping a safe distance. Yi Hao chuckled and signaled Zhazhu to enter. Then, the death god's heart on Yi Hao's hairpin flashed with dark light, sealing off the entire area. "Zhazhu, why are you here?" Zhu Qinghe's expression turned serious. Unlike yesterday, Zhazhu's presence today meant there was urgent business. "It was at my request. Go ahead, Zhazhu," Yi Hao prompted. Zhazhu nodded. "Yes, at my master's command, I have been monitoring Tang San's movements. Last night, Tang San secretly met with Tang Hao." "What?" Zhu Qing was shocked. "What did the father and son discuss?" Tang San questioned Tang Hao about the true identity of the Blue Silver Emperor in my master's possession. Without hesitation, Tang Hao told him everything, word for word. Now, Tang San intends to take the Blue Silver Emperor back and plans to use his clear sky hammer in tomorrow's match to severely injure my master. As Zhazhu finished, Zhu Qing's face darkened. He slammed the table, snorting coldly. "What audacity! Tang Hao, I've spared you long enough, but now you dare to act first? It seems those two are tired of living. Once the tournament is over, I'll make an example out of them." It was clear Yi Hao had become Zhu Qinghe's bottom line. Anyone who crossed it would die. "I was also surprised when I learned this in the morning," Yi Hao said while munching on some rabbit meat. "With the qualifiers nearly over, tomorrow's match against Shrek Academy will determine everything. After that, we'll depart for Spirit Hall in Spirit City." Chewing thoughtfully, Yi Hao continued. "Since tomorrow's match is crucial, I'll need to go all out. If Ma Hongjun takes the stage tomorrow, I must make that damned fatty pay for his words." A raging fire ignited in Yi Hao's heart. "Little brother, above all else, prioritize your safety. Don't push yourself too hard," Zhu Qinghe gently advised. Hearing this, Yi Hao felt warmth in his heart and smiled at Zhu Qing. "Sis, thanks for your concern, but soon I won't be calling you sis anymore." "Oh," Zhu Qing was puzzled and immediately asked, "What do you mean? You're my little brother and I'm your sister. What's wrong with that?" "You'll understand once we reach Spirit Hall," Yi Hao said mysteriously. He continued, "Yesterday, I used the death god's heart to contact Xiao Hong. He and Zai who have safely arrived at Spirit Hall and have successfully settled the evil demon Orca group. I have to admit, strong people are always in demand. That damn dog Xiao Hong has already become a revered figure in Spirit Hall. I don't even understand how he managed it." It all traced back to the time when Xiao Hong displayed his overwhelming power while creating the artificial ocean. His strength had left everyone, from the lowest Spirit Hall disciples to the highest-ranking elders and titled Duluos, utterly shocked. Even Pope Bibai Dong and Grand Worship Kayan Dailiu were no exception. Now, that dog had practically become a symbol of Spirit Hall. People flocked to seek his guidance every single day. "Little brother, how confident are you in tomorrow's battle?" Zhu Qing asked seriously. 100%, Yi Hao's confidence was sky-high. At that moment, an idea flashed through Yi Hao's mind, and he smiled slyly. "Sis, if I win, can you grant me a request?" Seeing the grin on Yi Hao's face, Zhu Qinghe's expression darkened immediately. She waved him away without hesitation. Go, 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 hurry up and get some rest. You have a match first thing in the morning. I'll be cheering for you." Zhu Qinghe impatiently gestured for him to leave, clearly worried about a repeat of last night's antics. She had already lost sleep once. Tonight, she was determined to get a peaceful rest. Fine, seeing this, Yi Hao had no choice but to drop the matter. But just as he was about to leave, his gaze fell upon the blue-silver emperor placed in the corner of the tent. an idea suddenly surfaced in his mind. Instead of leaving, he picked up the blue silver emperor and placed it in front of Zhu King. "Little brother, what kind of scheme are you cooking up now?" Zhu King asked, perplexed. "Planning to mess with Tang San a little," Yi Hao said with a smirk before removing the death god's heart from his hairpin. In an instant, the death god's heart floated midair, emitting a beam of violet light that enveloped the blue-silver emperor. Immediately, the blue-silver emperor's leaves and vines surged with new life, its golden patterns growing even more radiant. As the divine power of the death god poured into it, the blue-silver emperor underwent a transformation. Its branches and leaves expanded wildly, filling every corner of the tent, gently swaying as they radiated a soothing aura. The plant emitted a projection of a woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing an elegant blue-gold dress that accentuated her celestial beauty. Her deep blue eyes shimmered like sapphires, and golden silk ribbons floated around the hem of her skirt, releasing a faint, enchanting fragrance into the air. "I suddenly feel like becoming Cao Cao," Yi Hao murmured to himself. Who is Cao Cao? Zhu King had never heard of the name before. Yi Hao quickly shook his head. "No one, just a very inspiring figure. It's more of a mindset." "A mindset?" Zhu King tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend. "Tang Hao, that old bastard, really has some damn good luck," Yi Hao sighed. Zhu King he. Then out of nowhere, she asked, "Little brother, between me and this Yin, who is more beautiful?" Yi Hao hadn't expected this question at all. Without hesitation, he replied, "Of course, it's you, sis." This was an obvious trick question. Yi Hao knew exactly how to answer. That's more like it." Zhu King nodded in satisfaction, her face lighting up with a smile. "Big sis, can you take off your disguise now?" Zhu King instinctively took a few steps back, staring at Yi Hao with a serious expression. Chapter 189, Bullying the Elder Sister. Seeing the drastic change in the situation, Zhazhu quickly said, "Master, I'll take my leave first. You two continue. In a flash, Zhazhu tactfully disappeared. He had no intention of being a third wheel. After yesterday's experience, Cayenne Rengsu looked particularly wary. She wouldn't fall twice in the same place. Yi Hao smiled bitterly. "Sis, don't misunderstand. This person before you is Yin, Tang Hao's wife. I exhausted a great deal of my death's power to barely project her image. But after all, she was once a 100,000-year-old soul beast that had died. To completely resurrect her, she would need to regain her full 100,000-year cultivation. Perhaps only the ice and fire yin-yang well from that old poison master can achieve that. The reason I asked you to remove your disguise is because if Yin were to awaken and see Zhu King's face first, our plan could be jeopardized. This is just a precaution." Hearing Yi Hao's explanation, Cayenne Rengsu found it somewhat reasonable. Just then, Yin's long eyelashes trembled. She was waking up. During this brief moment, Cayenne Rengsu swiftly removed her disguise, revealing her true appearance. "Where am I? How is that you?" Yin opened her drowsy eyes, seeing both a familiar and an unfamiliar figure before her. Yin's gaze landed on Yi Hao, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. Indeed, it was Yi Hao who had taken her away that day. Yin, the 100,000-year soul beast, blue silver empress, and Tang Hao's wife, a disgrace among soul beasts. Yi Hao said calmly. "What do you want from me?" Yi Hao smiled faintly. "I have no grand ambition, just to let that Tang Hao continue suffering. Without you, his days have been miserable. He's been in a daze, neither alive nor dead. It's almost heartbreaking to watch." Yin was furious. At this moment, she had lost all her former cultivation. With her sacrifice, she was left with nothing but this fragile human body. "So you're Yin," Cayenne Rengsu suddenly spoke. Who are you?" Yin warily observed Cayenne Rengsu. In her memory, she had never seen such a stunningly beautiful woman before. Of course, that was because Cayenne Rengsu had always disguised herself as Zhu Qinghe in the past. Now that Cayenne Rengsu had revealed her true face, Yin naturally wouldn't recognize her. "I am the daughter of the Pope Tang Hao killed." Hearing this, Yin was struck by shock, her expression turning desolate. You're here to take revenge on Hao?" Yin asked weakly. "The hatred of a murdered father is irreconcilable. Tang Hao must die by my own hands." Cayenne Rengsu's eyes burned with killing intent. "Sigh." Yin let out a deep sigh, falling silent. If your father hadn't tried to capture me back then, none of this would have happened today. Ah Yin suddenly looked at Kyan Rengsu with determination. It was your spirit hall that made the first mistake. My husband was only fulfilling his duty as a husband by protecting me. He did nothing wrong. At this moment, Yi Hao interjected. Did Spirit Hall truly make a mistake? Soul Masters hunting soul beasts has always been a natural order. Kyan Zunji was indeed in the wrong for targeting you, but he merely sought your soul ring and soul bone. Both sides bear responsibility. It was simply dictated by circumstances. Ah Yin, you were 100,000-year-old blue-silver empress. After living for so long, why did you fall for Tang Hao of all people? Surely, as a soul beast, you must understand the reality between humans and soul beasts. By choosing Tang Hao, you betrayed your kind and became a complete traitor. Ah Yin was momentarily speechless. It's not what you think. Hao and I truly loved each other. By then, I had fully transformed into a human and was no longer a soul beast. Really? So you've even forgotten your roots? Humans hunt soul beasts, and as a 100,000-year-old soul beast, how could you not resent that? It's like blue-silver grass, the weakest existence, constantly trampled upon. As their empress, how could you not feel heartache? That was different. Hao and I truly loved each other. It's not as disgraceful as you make it sound. Ah Yin refuted immediately. Then is it right for humans to hunt soul beasts? Facing Ah Yin's question, Yi Hao smiled indifferently. To borrow your son's words, we only hunt evil soul beasts. Yes, those were his exact words. Hunting evil soul beasts is justified, and naturally that includes you. Kyan Zunji hunted the evil you, but was then killed by Tang Hao in retaliation. You're twisting words. Ah Yin became anxious. Think what you like. Regardless, Tang Hao doesn't have much longer to live. He's been poisoned by the lethal death spider emperor's venom, suffering its torment every single day. Yi Hao looked directly at Ah Yin again. Yesterday, you saw Tang San. That was your last time seeing him. Once you reach Spirit Hall, you will never meet again. Hearing this, Ah Yin panicked. She pleaded desperately, I beg you, please don't kill my husband and son. I'll do anything you ask. Despite Ah Yin's pleas, Yi Hao remained unmoved. If I don't kill them, they will kill me. Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky Clan are mortal enemies. This blood feud will never be resolved unless one side is completely wiped out. That is the only way to bring true peace. Their time is running out. You can only watch as they die before your eyes. With that, Yi Hao stepped forward, ready to sever the energy supply of the death's power. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you, your son is not your son. Before Ah Yin could react, Yi Hao cut off the connection between the death god's heart and the blue-silver empress. Ah Yin's projected image instantly dissipated, transforming back into a blue-silver emperor plant rooted in the flower pot. Sis, I'm heading back to rest. Tomorrow, I have a fierce battle ahead of me. Kyan Rengsu took the blue-silver emperor from Yi Hao and smiled. Little brother, do your best. I believe in you. Am I? The moment their lips touched, Kyan Rengsu's beautiful eyes widened in shock. Her body tensed, feeling utterly powerless. The damp warmth on her lips sent Kyan Rengsu's mind into a blank state. The entire tent was eerily silent. Within the secluded death god's heart, no one noticed this delicate moment. After a long while, their lips parted. At this moment, Kyan Rengsu's demeanor shifted drastically. Her face was terrifyingly solemn. Without a word, she placed the blue-silver emperor on the table. Then, with a slight motion of her right hand, the golden angelic sacred sword appeared once more in her grasp. You brat, if I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll really think your sister is easy to bully. With that, Kyan Rengsu lunged forward with her sword. Her strikes were sharp and precise, forming intricate patterns in the air. Sis, you're serious? Yi Hao quickly dodged, catching the angelic sword's thrust between two fingers. What do you think? You took advantage of me for nothing. Do you think I'd just let it slide? With that, Kyan Rengsu swung her sword again, golden sword energy sweeping across the tent. Yi Hao felt a lingering fear. There was no doubt that the Seraphim Martial Soul, a divine-level power, had a natural suppressive effect on his Death Spider Emperor Martial Soul. If only he had copied the Seraphim Martial Soul back then, he wouldn't have to deal with all these issues now. But there was no turning back. What was done was done. Kyan Rengsu slashed horizontally with her sword, the sharp golden light illuminating Yi Hao's face. Seeing this, Yi Hao realized she was genuinely angry. Fortunately, under the protection of Death God's heart, Kyan Rengsu couldn't unleash her full strength. No matter how much she tried, she could only exert about 20 to 30% of her usual power. "You brat, stop dodging. Let me hit you a couple of times and I'll let this go," Kyan Rengsu shouted, brandishing her sword. "No way, why should I just stand still and take it? Only a fool would do that." You're getting cocky now, huh? Take this." With that, Kyan Rengsu raised the angelic sword high above her head, its radiant golden energy cascading down like sunlight. Faced with such a powerful attack, Yihao remained calm. He activated the 6 mirror defenses of Death God's heart, perfectly neutralizing her strike. In an instant, a burst of golden light flared, and Kyan Rengsu, gripping her sword with one hand, closed the distance between them. Suddenly, Yihao's figure flickered. With a feint, he sidestepped and slipped behind her, wrapping an arm around Kyan Rengsu's slender waist. In one swift motion, he plucked the angelic sword from her grasp. "Sis, stop messing around. I have a match tomorrow." Kyan Rengsu huffed in frustration. "Oh, now you remember your match? Yet you still had the nerve to tease me. Do you know I was so mad last night I couldn't sleep at all?" Yihao felt a little guilty. Is there anything I can do to make it up to you?" Seeing his reaction, Kyan Rengsu sighed softly. "Forget it. You're my little brother after all. Just make sure you come back safe tomorrow. Don't push yourself too hard. Tang San and his group aren't easy to deal with. I'm sure they're already planning strategies to counter you." Then, as if suddenly realizing something, Kyan Rengsu's face flushed red. She glanced down at Yihao's hand, which was still resting on her waist. For a moment, Yihao also blushed. "Sis, give me some motivation," Yihao suddenly said seriously. Kyan Rengsu was confused. "Motivation? How am I supposed to give you motivation?" "Of course, it's—" Noticing the mischievous glint in Yihao's eyes, Kyan Rengsu immediately had a bad feeling, as if she had just walked into a trap. And sure enough, her instincts were right. Before she could react, Yihao pulled the same trick again, pressing his lips onto hers. Another tender moment unfolded. Meanwhile, inside the Shrek Academy tent. It was the final night before the battle, their last night at the royal hunting grounds. By dawn, they would return to the academy to make final preparations for their trip to Spirit City. The large tent was packed with nearly everyone, and the atmosphere was unusually serious. Yihao had publicly challenged Shrek Academy, making it clear he didn't see them as a threat. Grandmaster, after a period of recovery, could finally walk again, though still limping. He sat on a thick cushion, clearly still suffering from his injuries. "Everyone, we are holding an emergency meeting tonight primarily to prepare for tomorrow's battle." Grandmaster coughed seriously before continuing. "As we all know, Yihao is an open enemy of our Shrek Academy. This is beyond question. I have already discussed the battle lineup with Flender. The order will be: first, Tai Long; second, Jingling; third, Huang Yuan; fourth, Ma Hongjun; fifth, Dai Mubai; sixth, Tang San; and finally, Xiao Wu. If no one has any objections, this will be our lineup for tomorrow." Hearing this, everyone nodded solemnly. At that moment, Ma Hongjun raised his chubby hand, looking clearly displeased. "Teacher, Grandmaster, why am I in the lineup? Yihao literally said this morning that he would cripple me. You can't just throw me in there." Ma Hongjun panicked. "HMPH, Xiao Wu sneered. "Serves you right. Who told you to humiliate Yihao in public this morning? Fatty, just wait to get beaten into a pig's head." Seeing Xiao Wu gloating, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt sick to his stomach. "Stupid rabbit, what the hell are you laughing at? What gives you the right to mock me?" Ma Hongjun roared. "Do you remember what happened in Soto City? Yihao turned you into a spicy rabbit head and beat you into a pulp. I still remember that scene clearly. Honestly, I think the one getting turned into a pig's head tomorrow won't be me, but you. Where do you even get this sense of superiority?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's sudden outburst, Tang San's face instantly darkened. He stood up, ready to beat Ma Hongjun on the spot. Luckily, Dai Mubai stepped in, positioning himself between the two to mediate. "Enough, we're all from the same academy, brothers even. With a powerful enemy before us, we can't afford to fight among ourselves." Apologize to Xiao Wu," Tang San demanded coldly. But Ma Hongjun remained indifferent. "Oh, please, don't act like I don't know what that damn rabbit said to you. And don't think I don't see what you're trying to do, putting me first in the lineup, using me as a sacrificial pawn. You think I don't know whose idea that was?" "I'll kill you," Tang San erupted with fury. Just as he was about to strike, Flender intervened, placing a firm hand on Tang San's shoulder. Enough, Hongjun, stop talking and apologize to Tang San and Xiao Wu, Flender said impatiently. Ma Hongjun rubbed his ears in disbelief. Teacher, am I hearing this right? You actually want me to apologize to these two? This is ridiculous. They're the ones setting me up to be the first to die, and you're siding with them? You're my teacher, how can you stand with them against me? Flender fell silent. Truthfully, he didn't want to side against Ma Hongjun either. But Tang San had Tang Hao behind him, and that was a force Flender simply could not afford to offend. Fatty, apologize now. If you do, Xiao Wu can let this go, Xiao Wu pouted. You'll let this go. Ha, what a joke, Ma Hongjun sneered. Why should I apologize to you, just because I ate a few pounds of rabbit meat? You're heartbroken over that, you're such a hypocrite. No wonder Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong left Shrek Academy and joined Heavendu Royal Academy's second team. Now I finally understand, it's all because of you. Ma Hongjun pointed at Xiao Wu and shouted, you're the root of all evil. If it weren't for you, Shrek Academy wouldn't be in such a mess. If it weren't for you, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't have left. If it weren't for you, the 7 devils of Shrek could have stayed together in harmony. You are the real problem. You play the victim while pretending to be virtuous. The entire tent fell silent in shock. Tang San's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Wu, humiliated and unable to hold back her tears, ran out of the tent, crying like a rain-drenched flower. Seeing Xiao Wu flee, Liu Erlong immediately delivered a resounding slap across Ma Hongjun's face. How dare you insult my daughter? You must be tired of living. With that, Liu Erlong stormed out after Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun, however, felt utterly refreshed. His heart was lighter than ever. He had never felt this satisfied in his life. Ma Hongjun, we're still in a meeting. Where do you think you're going? Grandmaster glared at Ma Hongjun, displeased that he was leaving without permission. Not in the mood. I'm going to hunt some soft bone rabbits to satisfy my cravings, Ma Hongjun muttered before walking away without looking back. Left behind was Tang San, eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in fury. Ma Hongjun had just signed his own death warrant. Grandmaster, this meeting has nothing to do with me anymore. I'm going with Fatty, Oscar said as he stood up to leave. Ma Hongjun's words had struck a nerve with him. If not for the fact that Tang San had the best chance of leading them to victory, who would even want to work with him? Oscar was the most low-profile member of the group, but ironically, he saw things the clearest. One day, I will personally kill you. Tang San swore silently, marking Ma Hongjun as a must-kill target in his heart. Sigh. Flender, watching Ma Hongjun leave, felt a deep sense of helplessness. Sometimes, things were simply beyond his control. He knew that Tang San was in the wrong, yet he had to pretend otherwise. That was the difference between someone with power and influence and someone without it. Hongjun, I'm sorry. I hope one day you'll understand my predicament. After a long silence, Flender sat back down, looking absent-minded. Seeing that the situation had settled, Grandmaster gathered himself and continued the discussion. Meanwhile, inside Zuking's tent. Lying on his bed, Zuking replayed the kiss from earlier in his mind. Goosebumps covered his entire body. Damn brat, all you do is bully your sister. Kaiyan Rengsu gritted her teeth, feeling utterly helpless against Yihao. Chapter 190, Yihao defeats Shrek 7 alone. Finally, the last day of the promotion tournament had arrived. The battle between Skywater Academy and the Botany Academy had already begun. The next match would be Heavendu Royal Academy's second team versus Shrek Academy. On the Royal Hunting Grounds arena, as the last contestant fell, the referee announced, Skywater Academy versus Botany Academy, Skywater Academy wins. Then the referee continued, the next 2 academies, please prepare for battle. Excitement surged through the audience. The various academies quickly found the best vantage points to watch what was expected to be a thrilling spectacle, Yihao single-handedly defeating the Shrek 7 devils. At this moment, all other battles had concluded. The match between Shrek Academy and Yihao was set to be the grand finale of the promotion tournament. In Shrek Academy's seating area, the Grandmaster staggered as he walked, every step causing him to grimace in pain from his sore backside. Is everyone ready? It's time to make Yihao pay the price. The Grandmaster's expression was serious. This battle was of utmost importance to Shrek Academy. They could not afford to lose. Teacher, rest assured, today, I will make sure Yihao crawls out of the arena. Tang San's eyes turned blood-red as he spoke, a faint murderous aura emanating from him. The surrounding teammates were all startled. They knew Tang San harbored a grudge against Yihao, but they hadn't expected his hatred to run this deep. Grandmaster, are you sure our strategy from last night will work? We plan to wear Yihao down with a continuous onslaught, similar to what Thunder Academy attempted, but even they failed to injure him much before being defeated, Dai Mubai asked skeptically. He had personally witnessed Yihao's terrifying strength and wasn't entirely convinced that they could claim victory. At this moment, Tang San turned his red eyes toward Dai Mubai and scolded. Dai Mubai, you dare to question the Grandmaster? I have always believed that our teacher's strategies are flawless. All we need to do is follow orders. There is no room for doubt. Hearing this, Ma Hongjun sneered and pulled Dai Mubai aside. Boss Dai, don't waste your breath on this bootlicker. You were merely expressing reasonable concerns, but look at how that guy reacts. Talk about a thankless task, he's nothing but an ungrateful wolf. Dai Mubai frowned. How do you know that? Ma Hongjun scratched his head awkwardly. Well, I overheard some gossip when I was at the Rose Hotel with a pair of twin sisters. Dai Mubai's expression darkened immediately. You. Ma Hongjun quickly waved his hands. Relax, Boss Dai, I've changed my ways, no need to get all worked up. As they spoke, Dai Mubai couldn't shake a growing sense of unease. Fight to the death, Dai Mubai muttered, feeling a chill. Tang San actually said something like that. What do you think? Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. This guy just scolded you in front of everyone. Do you think he wouldn't say something like that? Back when Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing left Shrek Academy, I was confused and even blamed them. But now, looking back, they were the smart ones. Staying with Tang San feels like standing on the edge of a knife. The moment we're no longer useful, who knows what he'll do to us. I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to deal with us after the tournament. Dai Mubai fell into deep thought. Tang San's behavior had been growing increasingly concerning. The way he fiercely protected Xiao Wu, the venom in his eyes whenever someone opposed him, it was unsettling. And Xiao Wu, there was something off about her, too. Ma Hongjun had only eaten a bit of rabbit meat, and yet she reacted as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. Dai Mubai recalled a particular look in Xiao Wu's eyes, one of deep, murderous intent. He had seen such eyes before, in people prepared to kill without hesitation. She's a hypocrite, Dai Mubai muttered. At that moment, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched. She turned to glare at him. Dai Mubai, who are you calling a hypocrite? Her loud voice caught Tang San's attention, and he immediately fixed Dai Mubai with an icy stare. Did I say your name? Dai Mubai shrugged. If you have a guilty conscience, that's your problem, not mine. Crazy woman, he muttered before turning away, leaving Xiao Wu fuming. Seeing Xiao Wu furious, Tang San's gaze toward Dai Mubai turned even colder. Arrogant woman, Ma Hongjun suddenly added. Tang San snapped his head toward Ma Hongjun, his killing intent rising. Say that again if you dare. Ma Hongjun didn't back down. Arrogant woman, I said it, so what? Dai Mubai immediately caught on and chuckled. Oh, fatty, we were just discussing some completely unrelated matter, weren't we? Exactly, Ma Hongjun grinned. We were just talking about a certain someone being unreasonable. Tang San clenched his fists but had no way to refute them. They hadn't called out Xiao Wu by name, meaning he couldn't act against them without seeming petty. With a final glare, Tang San suppressed his anger. The competition was more important, he would deal with them later. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai exchanged smirks. Nice teamwork, Ma Hongjun whispered. Likewise, Dai Mubai replied, feeling an unexpected sense of relief. Meanwhile, in the audience, Yihao watched the internal strife unfolding within Shrek Academy with amusement. Shrek Academy seems to be in chaos, he commented with a smirk. Looks like they're already tearing each other apart. That saves me some trouble. As he spoke, he carefully tucked away a golden-veined blue-silver grass leaf. His preparations were complete. Do you have absolute confidence? Ning Rongrong asked beside him. Yihao flashed a confident grin. Of course, I never take on a battle unless I'm 100% certain of victory. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before softly saying, I have a request. Yihao turned to her. What is it? When you face Xiao Wu in battle, give that rabbit a few extra slaps for me. Ning Rongrong whispered. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. You still have a grudge against that rabbit? It's been over a year. What do you mean? Ning Rongrong was displeased. It's all because you sent the royal knights hunting a few days ago, so I couldn't resist tagging along. We brought back quite a few rabbits, and on the way back I happened to run into Xiao Wu. For some reason, she completely lost it and started cursing me, saying some really nasty things. That made me absolutely furious. So, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. You have to beat that rabbit up for me. What a hypocrite. Her martial soul is a rabbit, and yet she won't let others eat rabbits. What kind of logic is that? Hearing this, Yi Hao smiled slightly, leaned in, and whispered, When we get back, ask your two titled DOLOU grandfathers or your father about it. Then you'll understand that the rabbit has another hidden identity. When you find out the answer, you'll understand why she got so worked up. With that, Yi Hao gave a mysterious smile and left to prepare for the upcoming match. My dad, Grandpa Bone, and Grandpa Sword know something. Could it be that the rabbit really has some kind of unspeakable secret? Ning Rongrong was puzzled and turned her gaze to the three powerful figures seated in the VIP area. After a short intermission, once the staff finished cleaning the arena, the battle was about to begin. The second team of Heaven Do Royal Academy and the Shrek Academy team, please send your participants forward. The referee officially announced the start of the match. On Shrek Academy's side, their first participant was Tai Long, whose martial soul was the vigorous orangutan. His soul rings were 2 yellow and 1 purple, one of the infamous cannon fodder trio. On the side of Heaven Do Royal Academy's second team, only one person stepped forward. Yi Hao. As he took the stage, his long, silky hair was tied up in a style reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Clad in a flowing black robe, simply standing there, he exuded an indescribable charm that caused many female students in the audience to throw flirtatious glances his way. A bunch of shameless people. What's so good-looking about Yi Hao? He's absolutely insufferable. Xiao Wu cursed under her breath, annoyed at the girl's lack of taste. What was so special about Yi Hao? Seeing Shrek Academy send out Tai Long, Yi Hao wasn't surprised. Everything was within his calculations. Next would undoubtedly be the rest of the cannon fodder trio. After defeating them, people like Tang San and Dai Mubai would take the stage. For these initial battles, Yi Hao needed to finish them quickly. Otherwise, things would get difficult later. Yi Hao understood that Tang San would either be the last to enter the fight or would step in after Dai Mubai. If others were willing to wear down his soul power and stamina for him, why wouldn't he let them? Battle begins. With the referee's command, Tai Long's muscles swelled and golden fur sprouted all over his body. The 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings under his feet slowly rose. He pounded his chest and roared like a mighty gorilla. Aren't you going to summon your martial soul? Tai Long frowned when he saw Yi Hao standing still, not even activating his martial soul. Yi Hao gently shook his head. No need for that against you. The moment he spoke, Tai Long's face twisted with anger. That was pure, blatant disrespect. He was still one of the Shrek 7 devils and the young master of the Strength clan. How dare Yi Hao look down on him like this? The audience burst into an uproar. Although Tai Long was only a soul elder, his raw power was immense. Many students had fought him before and could attest to his strength. Yi Hao was being far too arrogant. This time, he was going to pay for it. I'll make you understand the price of looking down on me. Tai Long pounded his chest in fury, his aura rapidly surging. Yi Hao is too full of himself. He's not even using his martial soul. He's doomed. Xiao Wu smirked, her expression strangely gleeful. I wouldn't be so sure. At that moment, Ma Hongzhen poured cold water on her excitement. You fat bastard, are you deliberately going against me? Xiao Wu fumed, glaring at him in rage. What the hell is wrong with you? How am I going against you? I'm just stating the facts. You should be grateful if Yi Hao doesn't beat you into a pig's head when it's your turn. Ma Hongzhen spat on the ground, ignoring Tang San's deadly glare as he continued watching the fight. At this moment, Ma Hongzhen was also feeling uneasy. Yi Hao had already made it clear the day before he would make him pay the price. Once the cannon fodder trio were defeated, it would be his turn. Ma Hongzhen could only silently pray that Tai Long and the others could hold out for a while longer. He really didn't want to face that monster, Yi Hao, so soon. Meanwhile, Grandmaster looked supremely confident, certain of the battle's outcome. Tai Long's martial soul, vigorous orangutan, represents raw strength among beast-type martial souls. Yi Hao is being ridiculously arrogant. But this is good, since he refuses to use his martial soul and is willing to take Tai Long's strongest attack head-on. Let's just sit back and watch him get beaten down. Grandmaster smiled confidently. Standing beside him, Tang San also nodded, agreeing with his teacher's assessment. The difference between fighting with martial soul possession and without it was immense. Tai Long leaped into the air, his bulging muscles swelling several times over. His bloodshot eyes were filled with rage as the sheer power of his vigorous orangutan martial soul was fully unleashed. But Yi Hao remained unfazed, calmly stepping back as a trace of black light flickered in his eyes. Faced with Tai Long's powerful strike, Yi Hao chose to meet it head-on, extending his arm. Seeing this, Tang San was delighted. Tai Long's strength was the greatest among the Shrek 7 devils. Yi Hao was underestimating him. This was a mistake. But in the next second, Tang San's smugness was instantly shattered. How is this possible? Tai Long's face was filled with shock. Yi Hao had neutralized his attack with just one hand, standing completely still, his expression as calm as ever, like nothing had even happened. For half a year, I hunted and fought soul beasts, including some massive 1,000- and 10,000-year-old ones. Your strength, it's not even worth mentioning. With that, Yi Hao suddenly exerted force with his right hand, pulling Tai Long toward him. Then, he delivered a devastating punch straight to Tai Long's abdomen. Ah! Tai Long felt his insides churn violently as he spat out bitter liquid from his mouth. Yi Hao didn't waste time. His fists turned into afterimages, and with a Pegasus meteor fist, he pummeled Tai Long until he was completely dazed. Within moments, Tai Long's body tilted and collapsed onto the arena floor. His eyeballs still rolled in their sockets, his face was covered in bruises, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His body was battered, covered in patches of blue and purple. Yi Hao had no intention of holding back against the Shrek Academy group. The Strength Clan, Yi Hao sneered in disdain. Nothing special. As Tang San's lapdog, you're pathetic. The referee quickly stepped forward to check Tai Long's condition. Seeing that he had only passed out, the referee immediately announced, Yi Hao wins. Shrek Academy, send out your next competitor. From the moment Tai Long entered the match, less than a minute had passed before he was defeated, without Yi Hao even using his martial soul. This shocked everyone. Who's next? Hurry up and come take your beating. If all of you from Shrek Academy can still stand by the end of today, I'll write my name backward. Yi Hao stretched his limbs. The previous fight had been completely unsatisfying. He had expected Tai Long to give him at least a little warm-up, but the guy was way too fragile. He had to thank Xiao Hong for this. Back when he spent 6 months in the Sunset Forest, every day was filled with grueling training. The hardest part had been the wooden dummy stance practice and countless battles against soul beasts. That period of time had been pure hell, but hard work always pays off. In return, Yi Hao had gained immense strength. Grandmaster never expected Tai Long to fall so quickly. Just a moment ago, he had been boasting about the vigorous orangutan martial soul's power, only to be completely humiliated the next second. Useless? Tang San cursed under his breath, deeply disappointed in Tai Long. He had hoped Tai Long could at least drain some of Yi Hao's energy, but the guy turned out to be utterly worthless. Grandmaster remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Jingling, you're up next. Remember, your main task is to stall for as long as possible. Drag it out as much as you can. Jingling nodded, forcing himself to step onto the stage. But as he walked, his legs were already trembling. The image of Tai Long being dragged away was still fresh in his mind. Facing Yi Hao head-on, he wasn't confident at all. When he finally stood in front of Yi Hao, his entire body went numb. He couldn't move. Perhaps this was the aura of a true powerhouse. At this moment, Yi Hao decided not to reveal too much of his strength. Before the elimination tournament in Spirit City, he needed to teach Shrek Academy a painful lesson. Jingling, get moving. What are you standing around for? Tang San couldn't hold back and urged him. Hearing this, Jingling instantly activated his martial soul possession. His martial soul was a skeleton, a rare type on the continent, and his 3 soul rings appeared, identical in configuration to Tai Long's. I'll finish you instantly. Yi Hao didn't waste words. In the next second, he appeared right in front of Jingling. That speed. So fast, Emperor Zhu, Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Beside him, Ning Fengzhai nodded repeatedly. His speed is indeed impressive. Yi Hao was clearly holding back earlier, but now that he's facing Shrek Academy, he's going all out. Yi Hao unleashed another Pegasus Meteor Fist, and within moments, Jing Ling followed in Tai Long's footsteps. He was beaten unconscious and dragged off the stage. The fight, once again, lasted less than a minute. Who's next? Yi Hao's cold gaze swept across the Shrek Academy team. He was growing impatient. Damn it! Tang San clenched his teeth in frustration. He turned his head toward the last remaining member, Huang Yuan, and urged, "Senior Huang Yuan, it's your turn." For some reason, Tang San's words seemed to carry an ominous power. Huang Yuan instantly felt dizzy, his body swaying. If just facing Tang San's pressure made him feel this way. Then facing Yi Hao. His fate was already sealed. Chapter 191. Yu Xiaogang gets roasted again, Tang San prepares to take the stage. Late update, my Wi-Fi was dying the entire day. Another round of Pegasus Meteor Fist, and Huang Yuan followed in the footsteps of the previous two. With this, the trio of cannon fodder had all been dragged off the stage. Yi Hao wins. Please, the Shrek Academy side, send out your next participant, the referee called out tirelessly. In his experience of this tournament, this was by far the smoothest match he had seen. On the Shrek Academy side, everyone's faces were ashen, and silence hung heavy in the air. When the referee's words reached the Shrek Academy team, everyone shivered involuntarily. Yi Hao was here to collect lives. With Huang Yuan's defeat, it was now time for. "Fatty, it's your turn," Xiao Wu said with glee. She was all too eager to see Ma Hongjun get beaten to a pulp. Standing in the corner, Ma Hongjun shuddered. His steps faltered as he looked at Yi Hao standing on the stage. A feeling of dread washed over him. He really didn't want to go up there. Can I not go?" Ma Hongjun trembled, his legs already giving out. "No," everyone shouted in unison. The match had already begun, and Shrek Academy had sent out 3 participants, all of whom had been defeated. But there was no turning back now. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to step up. "Please, Shrek Academy, quickly send out your next participant," the referee urged impatiently. "No, I won't go." The audience, seeing Shrek Academy's hesitation, erupted into murmurs. Is Shrek Academy scared? They must be. The first 3 participants all left with serious injuries. Even Shrek Academy has its moments of fear. Weren't they boasting just a few days ago about making Yi Hao pay? Why are they cowering now? Truly ignorant and shameless, a bunch of disgraceful people. The crowd buzzed with discussion, and even Flender, the Academy Dean, didn't look too good. To be honest, Flender hadn't placed much hope in the trio of cannon fodder, Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan. He had only hoped they could hold out a bit longer to tire Yi Hao out. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would defeat all 3 in less than a minute? "Ma Hongjun, it's your turn," Yu Xiaogang urged impatiently. Finally, under Dai Mubai's forceful pushing and pulling, Ma Hongjun was shoved onto the stage. "Fatty," Yi Hao said coldly. Ma Hongjun felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at Yi Hao with trembling legs, his heart pounding. He knew exactly how this match would end. The state of Tai Long, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan was a clear preview of what awaited him. "Grandmaster, you've doomed me," Ma Hongjun wailed. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaogang, sitting in the audience, looked even more displeased. He had taught these students, so how could he have doomed them? This was a baseless accusation. And last night, Ma Hongjun had openly disrespected him. It was as if they didn't see him as a person at all. Afterward, Yu Xiaogang had discussed with Flender about teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson. But Flender's response left Yu Xiaogang speechless. "Hongjun is my disciple. No one can teach him a lesson." Yu Xiaogang. On the stage, Ma Hongjun was already disheartened. He glanced at Yi Hao, who was cracking his knuckles, and sighed deeply. Whether he died early or late, he was going to die anyway. Might as well go all out. Phoenix possession. Ma Hongjun's 3 soul rings lit up, and a fiery phoenix phantom appeared behind him. His entire body was bathed in flames as his first and second soul rings activated simultaneously. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. Second soul skill, Bathing Fire Phoenix. Ma Hongjun spewed flames from his mouth, and with the boost from his second soul skill, the power of the phoenix flames increased steadily. Seeing this, Yihao smirked and directly charged through Ma Hongzhen's phoenix flames. Instantly, the flames clung to Yihao's clothes, and in the next second, they engulfed his entire body. A raging fire erupted, and the temperature of the arena rose significantly. But those who knew better understood that Yihao was immune to fire. Ordinary flames had no effect on him, not even the flames from Blazing Academy. Just as Ma Hongzhen was about to celebrate, Yihao casually brushed off the flames, and they dissipated instantly. "Don't you know I'm immune to fire?" Yihao said coldly. At this point, Ma Hongzhen lost all will to fight. After all, aside from his flames, he had no other notable offensive abilities. Run! That was all Ma Hongzhen could think of now. His third soul ring lit up. Third soul skill, Phoenix Wings Soar. A pair of fiery phoenix wings sprouted from Ma Hongzhen's back. His goal was clear. Run away. Instantly, the audience realized Ma Hongzhen's intention, and they burst into laughter. In the history of the tournament, participants had either lost standing or surrendered outright. Ma Hongzhen choosing to run away was a first. At this moment, the entire Shrek Academy team looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They never expected Ma Hongzhen to choose to flee. How would Shrek Academy maintain its reputation in Heaven Dew City after this? Seeing Ma Hongzhen fly into the air, Yihao simply smiled. 6 purple gold wings appeared on his back, and his figure transformed into a purple lightning bolt, instantly appearing above Ma Hongzhen. At this moment, Ma Hongzhen's face turned purple with panic. He was completely stunned. Yihao slowly raised his fist, which seemed to gleam under the sunlight. Yihao swung his fist down, landing a heavy blow on Ma Hongzhen's right cheek. Instantly, Ma Hongzhen's right cheek swelled up. He looked panicked, spitting out 2 blood-stained teeth, and this was just the first hit. What about the next? Yihao flashed again, appearing below Ma Hongzhen. He delivered a thunderous double kick, sending Ma Hongzhen flying high into the air. Then, accompanied by a series of miserable screams, some of the audience members couldn't bear to watch. It was too brutal. On the spectator seats, Tang San smiled as he watched Ma Hongzhen being beaten so thoroughly by Yihao. The anger in his heart subsided significantly. "I'll let you off this time," Tang San thought to himself. "But if you dare to insult Xiao Wu again, I won't hesitate to take matters into my own hands." Dai Mubai's expression shifted between gloomy and uncertain. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. Yihao had a way of beating people that avoided the most critical parts of the body, focusing instead on the face. And Ma Hongzhen's face, as thick as a city wall, took the brunt of it. "Beat him good," Xiao Wu cheered, overjoyed to see Ma Hongzhen in such a state. Ma Hongzhen let out a final scream as his body plummeted from the sky. His entire body was covered in bruises, and his face was swollen into a giant pig's head. He lay on the ground, watching Yihao approach, his heart sinking. What now? Was this never going to end? "I surrender, I surrender." Ma Hongzhen was on the verge of tears, shouting repeatedly. Hearing Ma Hongzhen yell, "Surrender," Yihao finally stopped. He wiped the blood off his fists. "If you had just said that earlier, you could have avoided this beating. Why did you have to run? I really can't understand you," Yihao said, exasperated. Ma Hongzhen's eyes widened in shock and horror. Yes, if he had just surrendered earlier, he wouldn't have had to endure this. His eyes were vacant, the pain in his body etched deeply into his memory. He swore to himself, "I'll never act recklessly again, never again." Soon after, Ma Hongzhen was dragged off the stage by the staff. With this, the 4th member of Shrek Academy had been defeated. Like the others, he was severely injured, though fortunately, it was only superficial. With the help of a healing-type soul master, he would recover in a few days. "Yihao wins. Please, Shrek Academy, quickly send out your next participant," the referee said cheerfully. At this rate, he would be off work soon. On the Shrek Academy side, Dai Mubai stood up with a grim expression. He strode confidently toward the stage. Unlike the previous 4, Dai Mubai walked with steady steps, his fists clenched and his face calm. He stepped onto the stage with an imposing aura. As the captain of Shrek Academy, he couldn't afford to lose face for the academy. With 4 members already defeated, Dai Mubai didn't expect to defeat Yihao. His only hope was to drain Yihao's soul power as much as possible, laying the groundwork for Tang San, who would come after him. This way, the chances of Yihao being defeated would increase significantly. "Dai Mubai, are you serious?" Yihao looked at the Shrek Academy team with a confident smile, his eyes scanning the group. Tang San, you coward, aren't you going to step up? You're sending these people to their deaths just to drain my stamina and soul power, so you can swoop in and take the victory later. That's so like you. Tang San was furious, his eyes locked onto Yi Hao. Just wait, I'll step up. I hope you'll still be smiling then, Tang San said coldly, his voice filled with killing intent. White Tiger Possession. Dai Mubai let out a low roar, instantly completing his White Tiger Possession. His muscles bulged and his bones crackled. His golden hair turned black and white, and a faint king character appeared on his forehead. An innate kingly aura radiated from him. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose beneath his feet. The first soul ancestor of Shrek Academy had appeared. As the captain of Shrek Academy, Dai Mubai's strength was considerable. His eyes burned with intense fighting spirit, and his expression was calm and composed. However, against Yi Hao, Dai Mubai didn't have full confidence. He could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Yi Hao raised his middle finger at Tang San. I despise you. Ignoring Tang San's murderous gaze, Yi Hao turned his attention to Dai Mubai. As before, Yi Hao still didn't summon his martial soul. Dai Mubai's body erupted with even more power than before, clearly indicating that he was going all out from the start. Yi Hao, bring it on, Dai Mubai said solemnly. Seeing that Yi Hao still hadn't summoned his martial soul, Dai Mubai's heart sank. This wasn't because Yi Hao was underestimating him. It was because Yi Hao was completely confident in defeating him. Dai Mubai, let's see what you've got as the captain, Yi Hao said with a smile. You asked for it, Dai Mubai roared, his 4th soul ring instantly lighting up. Using his 4th soul skill right from the start showed that Dai Mubai was going all out. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mubai suddenly appeared in midair, his fists glowing with golden light. Countless golden fists materialized around him, raining down on Yi Hao like a meteor shower. White Tiger Meteor Shower. Yi Hao smirked, interesting. The meteor shower descended like falling stars. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes, crouched slightly, and then flashed into the air, effortlessly dodging the entire barrage. What? Dai Mubai was shocked. I'm not stupid enough to take that head-on, Yi Hao said disdainfully. Your Shrek Academy is just trying to wear me down with a battle of attrition, but what's the result? Tai Long got beaten by me, Jing Ling got beaten by me, and so did Huang Yuan and Ma Hongjun. Now it's your turn, Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. Do you think I'm like them? Yi Hao, don't underestimate me. 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Dai Mubai's 3rd soul ring lit up. As the 1000-year soul ring activated, Dai Mubai's demonic eyes turned red, and his muscles swelled to more than double their size. His blood-red eyes seemed to drip with blood, and his tiger claws grew larger, turning into a shiny silver. This state could last for half an hour, doubling his resistance to abnormal states, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength. 2nd soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. Dai Mubai gathered a milky white energy ball in his mouth. With the White Tiger Vajra transformation as the foundation, this attack was even more ferocious. The energy ball shot out rapidly, heading straight for Yi Hao. In response, Yi Hao crossed his arms in front of his chest, directly blocking Dai Mubai's White Tiger Light Wave. Following the rule of smoke without injury, Yi Hao stood unharmed on the stage, his expression calm. This made Dai Mubai even more terrified. If even this couldn't harm Yi Hao, then what chance did he have? I'll give it my all. Dai Mubai descended from midair, his tiger claws gripping the ground as he launched a fierce tiger pounce. His claws clenched into fists, aiming directly for Yi Hao's face. Yi Hao smirked, catching Dai Mubai's fist with one hand. Then, with a slight exertion of his right hand, he effortlessly threw Dai Mubai into the air. What terrifying strength! Your strength is no match for Tai Long's. Even someone from the Strength clan like him was beaten by me. Dai Mubai, you're nothing special. With that, Yi Hao delivered another heavy punch, sending Dai Mubai flying. Dai Mubai felt as if his abdomen had been torn apart, an indescribable pain coursing through him. His body was sent flying, crashing onto the edge of the stage. Dai Mubai, still not surrendering, Yi Hao asked coldly. In response, Dai Mubai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain as he forced himself back to his feet, his face filled with defiance. Not a chance, Dai Mubai said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to stand. Yi Hao, let's go again. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Why bother? Yi Hao shook his head. Then Yi Hao flashed in front of Dai Mubai, his fist aimed directly at Dai Mubai's face. Still not surrendering. Dai Mubai was stunned, his eyes wide. He hadn't seen anything, only a blur as Yi Hao disappeared from his original position. How had he appeared in front of him in the next second? The massive fist carried a powerful gust of wind, causing Dai Mubai's blackened white hair to fly backward. Even the muscles on his face ached from the force of Yi Hao's punch. In that instant, Dai Mubai's heart sank to the depths. It was over. There was no hope. Dai Mubai clenched his teeth, voluntarily deactivating his white tiger possession. With a look of defeat, he waved his hand. I surrender. If this continues, I'll only be humiliating myself. With that, Dai Mubai staggered off the stage. Yi Hao, you're strong. I admit my defeat wholeheartedly. You're not bad either. Keep working hard, Yi Hao said with a slight smile, then gestured to the referee to announce the result. The referee nodded and immediately declared, Yi Hao wins. Please, Shrek Academy, quickly send out your next participant. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Yi Hao had won again, and this time without even using his martial soul. Perhaps this was Yi Hao's true strength. Damn it! Yu Tiangxin, the captain of the Thunder Academy, looked resentful. How is Yi Hao so strong? Did he go easy on me that day? If it were today, I would have lost long ago. Yu Tiangxin and Dai Mubai were both captains, and their combat abilities were roughly equal. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul and the White Tiger Martial Soul were both among the top-tier martial souls, practically equal in strength, with only a slight difference between them. Mubai, you've worked hard, Flender said with a bitter smile. Dai Mubai shook his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, Dean Flender, I did my best. At this moment, Grandmaster suddenly spoke up. Mubai, you haven't lost. Why did you surrender? If you had held on a little longer, I'm sure Yi Hao would have. Shut up, Dai Mubai shouted. Why you? What did you say? Grandmaster was stunned. How dare Dai Mubai shout at him? How could he? He was their teacher. At this moment, Tang San's expression changed again. Dai Mubai sneered. Grandmaster, don't talk like it's so easy. Do you know the psychological pressure I was under facing Yi Hao? Do you know how powerful that punch of his was? Do you know Yi Hao's true strength? You're sure. Where do you get all this certainty from? Grandmaster, it's good to be confident, but not blindly confident. I'm not interested in your theories and I don't care for them. I only believe in fists. The stronger fist is the truth. Immediately, Tang San's expression darkened as he looked at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, how dare you insult my teacher? Insult? Dai Mubai chuckled. Where did I insult him? This is just stating the facts, Tang San. You're neither deaf nor blind. When Tai Long and the others stepped onto the stage, didn't Grandmaster always talk confidently, saying Yi Hao couldn't withstand this or that? But the facts proved that Yi Hao is even stronger than we imagined. Not only did he withstand it, but he did so without even revealing his martial soul. Isn't this blind confidence from Grandmaster? What else is it? Can't someone point out another person's flaws without it being called an insult? Who made that rule? Faced with Dai Mubai's questioning, Tang San was momentarily speechless, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. I was just pointing out Yi Hao's weaknesses to help you all face him, Grandmaster stammered in explanation. That's unnecessary, Dai Mubai said seriously, looking at Grandmaster. Grandmaster, if you just stop talking from now on, we'll be grateful. Chapter 192. Yi Hao vs. Tang San, Twin Martial Souls. Grandmaster was left speechless, silently sitting to the side as he began to ponder life once more. Tang San gritted his teeth, initially wanting to reprimand Dai Mubai and issue a death threat. However, please have the Shrek Academy team send a member to the stage immediately. The referee urged impatiently once more. What was Shrek Academy doing? They needed to hurry up and get on stage. The advancement match was about to end, and the referee wanted to finish early and take a break. Tang San had no choice but to deal with Dai Mubai after defeating Yi Hao. HMPH, Tang San snorted coldly, walking onto the stage with an air of arrogance. It seems Fatty was right. Tang San is not someone to befriend deeply, Dai Mubai thought to himself. Now, Dai Mubai had fully seen through Tang San's character, narrow-minded and capable of anything when it came to those who insulted him. If not for the tournament rules restricting Tang San, Dai Mubai was certain that Tang San would have immediately retaliated against Ma Hongjun last night after he insulted Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai, having seen much of the world, could clearly discern this. Look, Shrek Academy has sent Tang San to the stage. It's true, Tang San is really stepping up. Who do you think is stronger, Yi Hao or Tang San? I think it's Yi Hao. He hasn't even used his martial soul yet. Tang San's martial soul is just blue silver grass. Even if he's a soul king, a trash martial soul is still a trash martial soul. The crowd chattered away, holding little hope for Tang San. Tang San frowned, his eyes filled with killing intent as he scanned the crowd. Immediately, everyone fell silent. Finally, some peace and quiet, Tang San smirked. This Tang San has quite the temper, Sword Duluo remarked with a slight frown. He's just young and impulsive. I think the outcome of this match is already clear. Yi Hao will win, Bone Duluo declared. I agree with Uncle Bone, Ning Fengzhai nodded, then turned to Emperor Zhu Yi. Your Majesty, what do you think? Ning Fengzhai asked softly. Emperor Zhu Yi didn't hesitate. I choose Yi Hao. Tang San's martial soul is blue silver grass. Even though he's a soul king, a trash martial soul is still a trash martial soul. That's an undeniable fact. Everyone present agreed. A trash martial soul was a trash martial soul, just as a rotten orange was a rotten orange. This was an indisputable truth. Little brother, I believe in you, Zhu King silently prayed for Yi Hao. As Tang San stepped onto the stage, he and Yi Hao locked eyes, their gazes filled with intense killing intent. Yi Hao, are you ready to die? Tang San said coldly. Yi Hao remained silent, simply raising his middle finger in disdain. You're asking for death. Now that I'm a soul king, I'm no longer the same as before. Tang San laughed maniacally. Today, I'll make you kneel on this stage and use your blood to wash away my humiliation. Are you done with your nonsense? Yi Hao said indifferently, looking at Tang San with a bored expression. You, say that again. Tang San was instantly enraged, his face twisting in fury. Yi Hao sneered, let me give you a piece of advice. Villains die because they talk too much. You're the one who's going to die? Tang San roared, his 5 soul rings rising from his feet. Blue-silver grass sprouted from his palms, and the ground began to bulge as more and more blue-silver grass appeared around him. First soul skill, entanglement. Third soul skill, spiderweb restraint. Tang San's first and third soul rings lit up in succession. The blue-silver grass grew wildly, quickly covering the entire stage. At the same time, a large net woven from blue-silver grass descended from above. At this moment, Yi Hao had nowhere to escape. Tang San had sealed off all possible exits. No way up, no way down. The blue-silver grass was covered in thorns, each vine lined with barbs. A faint, sweet scent could be detected. Poison, Yi Hao smiled calmly. His 5th soul ring lit up, and in an instant, he completed his Death Spider Emperor transformation. His arms transformed into 2 massive scythes, slicing through the blue-silver grass on the stage. The grass was reduced to fragments, scattering everywhere. Tang San, I suppose that old rabbit is the last one to fight, right? You've gone to great lengths to protect her. Yi Hao instantly understood Tang San's strategy. I'll defeat you on this stage and make you beg for death. Xiao Wu won't need to fight, Tang San said confidently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. More and more blue-silver grass began to grow wildly, as if it had a life of its own. Thick vines, each a meter in diameter, sprouted from the ground. After becoming a soul king, Tang San had gained a deeper understanding of his blue-silver grass. Don't worry, I'll defeat you, and then slap that old rabbit into a pig's head again, just like at the Sodo Great Spirit Arena. Yi Hao's words struck a nerve. Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot, and his movements became a blur as he activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. Tang San moved swiftly, appearing behind Yi Hao. In his hand was a hidden dagger, which he thrust toward Yi Hao's neck. Tang San, you've crossed the line. Yi Hao turned and grabbed Tang San's wrist. The dagger slipped back into Tang San's sleeve, disappearing without a trace. Give my mother back. Tang San growled through clenched teeth, his hatred for Yi Hao reaching unprecedented levels. Sorry, but your mother is gone. Yi Hao released Tang San's wrist and stepped back to maintain distance. You, Yi Hao, what do you mean by that? Tang San roared in fury. Exactly what I said. With that, Yi Hao took out a leaf from the blue-silver emperor and tossed it to Tang San. This is all that's left of her, keep it safe. Tang San caught the blue-silver emperor leaf, his hands trembling as he held it. To ensure Yi Hao wasn't lying, he used his blue-silver grass to verify its authenticity. The reaction was exactly the same as that night. At this moment, Tang San felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He collapsed to his knees, holding the tattered blue-silver emperor leaf in his hands. There were bite marks on it, as if some creature had gnawed on it. But then, the blue-silver emperor leaf in Tang San's hands began to wither. The blue-silver emperor was known for its incredible vitality. How could this be happening? As the golden veins on the blue-silver emperor leaf turned yellow and withered, Tang San's eyes widened in shock. What had just happened? Who could explain this to him? With a gentle breeze, the withered blue-silver emperor leaf in Tang San's hands turned to ash. Instinctively, Tang San reached out to grab it, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The ashes of the blue-silver emperor leaf quickly dissipated into the air, as if they had never existed in the first place. Tang San silently knelt on the ground, his eyes turning blood-red as a solemn aura began to rise around him. The crowd watched with bated breath, their faces filled with unease as they instinctively took a few steps back. No one had expected Tang San to possess such a terrifying presence. "Yi Hao, I will kill you!" Tang San roared in fury, his left hand suddenly enveloped in a dark, ominous light. At this moment, Tang San became a figure of pure terror, his murderous intent causing everyone present to pale. He had truly snapped. "Is that the clear sky hammer? How is this possible?" Emperor Zhu Yi stared at Tang San, particularly at the hammer in his hand, his face filled with shock. "Indeed, it is the clear sky hammer," Ning Fengzhai nodded coldly. However, what truly stunned Ning Fengzhai was the 4 soul rings surrounding Tang San's clear sky hammer, 2 yellow and 2 purple. As someone knowledgeable about twin martial souls, Ning Fengzhai understood the usual process. One must first absorb 9 soul rings for their first martial soul before adding rings to the second. Yet, Tang San's actions completely defied this logic. The clear sky hammer has soul rings. Tang San truly has no fear of death, Bone Duluo said, his face filled with astonishment. Youth is fearless. Now I understand how Tang San became a soul king so quickly. What a pity, though, such a talented twin martial soul user wasted, Sword Duluo sighed. Grandmaster Ning, from your tone, it seems you know Tang San's background. Is he from the long-secluded Clear Sky clan? Emperor Zhu Yi probed, eager to recruit such a talent. Since the Clear Sky clan had closed its doors, Tang San was the first person with the surname Tang to reveal the Clear Sky hammer in public. It was natural for people to assume he was a disciple of the Clear Sky clan. Tang Hao excluded, of course. Your Majesty, Tang San is not from the Clear Sky clan. Ning Fengzhai shook his head with a smile. Not from the Clear Sky clan? Emperor Zhu Yi pondered for a moment before his eyes lit up. Could it be? Indeed, he is the son of the Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Hao, Ning Fengzhai stated calmly. This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Clear Sky Duluo, Tang Hao, who would have thought that his son was studying at Shrek Academy? Moreover, Tang San was a twin martial soul user. He had hidden his identity well. Clear Sky Duluo, Emperor Zhu Yi murmured, his mind racing with thoughts. As Tang San revealed the Clear Sky hammer, many among the audience recognized it immediately. After all, the Clear Sky hammer was the #1 tool-type martial soul in the world. The #1 tool-type martial soul, the Clear Sky hammer. Tang San is from the Clear Sky clan. Blue silver grass and the Clear Sky hammer, one is the weakest martial soul, and the other is the strongest. These two are like heaven and earth, yet they exist in the same person. A twin martial soul, huh? Fengzai Ocean said with a grave expression. It seems Yi Hao is in danger. Brother, will Yi Hao lose? Hua Wu asked uncertainly. Hua Wushwang shrugged, equally unsure. I don't know, Yi Hao is strong, but Tang San is a twin martial soul user. His second martial soul, the Clear Sky hammer, is the #1 tool-type martial soul. I think Yi Hao's chances of losing are much higher. A twin martial soul had appeared, a once-in-a-century event. The crowd erupted in chatter, filled with shock and awe. At this moment, Grandmaster, despite the pain in his backside, straightened up and stood tall, a bitter smile on his face as he addressed the crowd. Everyone, Tang San is my disciple, and I am his teacher. As you can see, Tang San is a twin martial soul user. His achievements today would not have been possible without my guidance. Grandmaster began to boast, drawing gasps of amazement from the crowd. However, what truly amazed them was not Grandmaster's skills, but his sheer luck. How had such a mediocre man, stuck at level 29, managed to take a twin martial soul user as his disciple? What kind of fortune had he stumbled upon? Seeing the audience's reaction, Yihao couldn't help but mutter. He really knows how to flatter himself. Facing Tang San, who was charging forward with the clear skyhammer, Yihao raised his twin scythes to meet the attack. Tang San's first soul ring glowed brightly. First soul skill, 1,000-ton breaker. The clear skyhammer suddenly doubled in size. Its first soul ring came from a 100-year-old 1,000-ton ant, a soul beast known for its immense strength. It was a perfect match for the clear skyhammer. Tang San, do you want to know how it died? Yihao smiled faintly, his twin scythes clashing with Tang San's hammer. Sparks flew as Tang San, now a frenzied beast, fought with all his might. The loss of his mother had driven him to the brink of despair. All he wanted now was to kill the man before him and exact his revenge. Shut up, Tang San roared, slamming his hammer into the stage. The entire platform shook and debris flew everywhere. Today I will end your life. Tang San raised his hammer again, the fourth soul ring around it glowing brightly. He activated his strongest skill yet. Fourth soul skill, Clear Sky Strike. The Clear Sky Hammer grew 5 times its original size, becoming larger than Tang San himself. The hammer radiated a dark red light, exuding an eerie and oppressive aura that left many students sweating. The number 1 tool-type martial soul truly lived up to its reputation. Grandmaster's eyes lit up with excitement. Go, go, go. This hammer strike was enough to crush Yihao into paste. With this, Grandmaster would finally have his revenge. Facing Tang San's most powerful attack, Yihao remained calm and composed. Fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor. Yihao's entire body was covered in black armor as he stood motionless, allowing Tang San's clear sky hammer to descend upon him. The crowd couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Yihao. Was he insane? How could he dare to face the clear sky hammer head-on? It was over. Yihao was done for. Clang! After a deafening sound, the spot where Yihao had been standing was now a deep crater. The clear sky hammer had landed exactly where Yihao had been. Everyone was stunned. After being hit by such a powerful attack, even Yihao couldn't survive. It seemed Yihao was doomed. Grandmaster suddenly burst into laughter. Zio-san, well done, you've finally defeated Yihao. Zio Wu was also in tears, crying like a delicate flower. Brother, I love you so much. Thank you for avenging me. On the VIP seats, Zhu Qinghe suddenly stood up, looking at the spot where the clear sky hammer had landed. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Tang San, you will pay for my brother's death with your life. Zhu Qing vowed silently, determined to make Tang San pay during their journey to the spirit hall. Ha ha ha. Tang San laughed maniacally, his expression twisted with madness. I've finally killed Yihao with my own hands. I've finally killed him. Ha ha ha. Just as everyone thought Yihao was dead. Ha ha ha. A familiar laugh suddenly echoed through the arena, sending a chill down Tang San's spine. Tang San, you're nothing special. The number 1 tool-type martial soul, just average. Yihao's voice spread slowly. At this moment, Zhu Qinghe cried tears of joy, looking hopefully at the spot beneath the clear sky hammer. There, Yihao was holding up the massive hammer with one hand. He was completely unharmed, his thorn spider armor having played a crucial role in protecting him. Impossible, how are you still alive? Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Yihao looked at Tang San with disdain. Your clear sky hammer is as useless as your blue-silver grass. The so-called number 1 tool-type martial soul? Just average. My 4th soul skill is a 10,000-year skill, and the thorn spider armor can withstand any damage. Your clear sky hammer's 4th soul skill is only a 1,000-year skill. Did you really think it could hurt me? Tang San shook his head violently, then raised his hammer again. I don't believe it. If the first strike didn't work, the second one will definitely kill you. Tang San was determined to end Yihao's life. Yihao smirked, looking at Tang San with contempt. I won't give you another chance, Tang San. Now it's my turn. What? Tang San was shocked. In the next second, Yihao appeared behind him with his 6-winged purple light wings. Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Yihao delivered a hard slap to Tang San's face. 5 red handprints were clearly visible on Tang San's right cheek. Tang San's body collapsed to the ground. His entire right face seemed to have lost all sensation, and the clear sky hammer in his hand shrank back to its original size, falling to the ground nearby. "Damn you, how dare you hit me?" Tang San gritted his teeth, unwilling to let it go. "What? You can hit others, but others can't hit you." Yihao descended from the air, stepping on Tang San with one foot. "Don't look at me with those eyes, I hate it." Yihao applied a bit of pressure with his foot, causing Tang San to spit out blood. Despite this, Tang San's killing intent remained strong, his fists clenched tightly. "Yihao, if you don't kill me now, I'll kill you later." Tang San spat blood as he spoke. Unmoved, Yihao's heart hardened. He stepped forward, locking Tang San's throat to the ground in front of countless students and the VIPs seated in the arena. Yihao raised his fist and then brought it down heavily, striking Tang San's face. The intense pain made Tang San cry out. "This punch is for the innocent soul masters who died by your hands. This punch is for your hypocrisy, preaching morality while doing inhumane things." As Yihao continued to punch, he realized it wasn't enough. The anger in his heart still hadn't been fully vented. Not satisfying enough, Yihao stood up. Looking at Tang San, who was lying on the ground, battered and barely conscious but still glaring at him with malice, Yihao kicked him once more. Chapter 193. Beat Tang San first, then beat the rabbit. "You destroyed Slaughter City. You ruined the Spirit Hall. You killed my mother. You shattered my sister's angel godhood. You..." Yihao cursed under his breath. The force under his feet grew heavier, and Tang San immediately curled up in pain, his body writhing as he let out agonizing screams. "Ah!" Blood spilled from Tang San's mouth, his face twisted from the beating Yihao was giving him. "Yihao, if you don't kill me now, I'll kill you one day." Hearing this, Yihao couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, still got the energy to talk? Then I'll kick harder. You threatened Juzai. You dared to lay hands on the auspicious beast. You..." Yihao continued to curse under his breath. There was so much to hate about Tang San that Yihao couldn't even keep up with all the reasons. Each kick was heavier than the last, and Tang San felt like his body was falling apart. Blood kept pouring from his mouth, and his screams were utterly horrifying. "Ah!" Tang San's pitiful cries sent chills down everyone's spines. No one present was a fool. From the earlier conversation between the two, it was clear they had a deep-seated grudge. Seeing Tang San being brutalized by Yihao, the hatred between them was undoubtedly profound. "Brother Yihao, you bastard, let my brother go." Zio Wu covered her mouth, her eyes wide with tears streaming down her cheeks. "Zio-san," Grandmaster shouted with all his might, his voice hoarse. As a teacher, he felt utterly powerless, watching helplessly as Yihao punched Tang San repeatedly. Meanwhile, the Shrek Academy team had mixed reactions. Dai Mubai remained calm, showing no particular emotion. Liu Erlong, on the other hand, gritted her teeth, her veins bulging as if she were a fire-breathing dragon about to erupt. As for Ma Hongjun, he slumped in his seat, watching Tang San get beaten even worse than he had been. He felt a strange sense of relief, and his resentment toward Yihao vanished in an instant. Go on, beat him to death, Ma Hongjun thought to himself, secretly pleased. In the VIP seats, Emperor Zhu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. This was the first time he had seen Yihao so furious. "Master Ning, what deep-seated grudge does Yihao have against Tang San? It seems like both of them want the other dead." Ning Fengzhai shook his head with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, I don't know the details either, but we should stop this soon. If this continues, Tang San might really die, and if the clear sky DOLOU suddenly appears then..." Emperor Zhu understood Ning Fengzhai's implication and was about to intervene to stop the match. At that moment, Grandmaster suddenly shouted, "Your Majesty, I accuse Yihao of attempted murder. This is murder. I demand his disqualification from the tournament and that he be punished accordingly." Grandmaster's voice was loud, and on the stage, Yihao looked at the bloodied Tang San, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him to the edge of the stage. "Grandmaster, is Tang San dead?" Yihao asked calmly. Instantly, Grandmaster was left speechless. According to the tournament rules, as long as one party hasn't surrendered, the other has the right to continue attacking. Since Tang San had stepped onto the stage, he hadn't uttered the word surrender even once. The most he had said was, "Yi Hao, I'll kill you," Tang San, held up by Yi Hao, weakly muttered. Hearing this, Yi Hao's expression darkened. "See, this guy's not dead yet." Grandmaster continued to press, shouting, "That's just an excuse. I demand the tournament committee disqualify Yi Hao." Faced with Grandmaster's demands, Emperor Zhu Yi was caught in a dilemma. Then Yi Hao added, "Your Majesty, the tournament rules clearly state that killing is not allowed. Yet Tang San has repeatedly said he wants to kill me." Everyone here heard it. When his clear sky hammer came down earlier, he even laughed maniacally, saying things that were truly shocking. Yi Hao threw Tang San to the ground, then clasped his hands and addressed Emperor Zhu Yi solemnly, "Your Majesty, I admit I went too far. But it was only because Tang San provoked me and explicitly stated he wanted me dead. Put yourself in my shoes. If you were facing Tang San and he wanted you dead, would you just sit back and take it?" Yi Hao's question caused an uproar among the audience. Is Tang San insane? Why does he keep talking about killing people? It's like he's lost his mind. And he's a twin martial soul master. Does he even deserve it? I heard that Tang San's favorite catchphrase is, "You have a death wish." A death wish? Yeah, whenever someone angers him or does something against him, Tang San labels them as having a death wish. Hearing this, someone shuddered and whispered, "Then, since we're talking about Tang San now, do I have a death wish too?" Me too. I have a death wish. Tang San, I have a death wish. Tang San, me too. We all do. Tang San, we all have a death wish, the crowd chanted in unison. Ha. The audience burst into laughter, mocking Tang San, who lay severely injured on the ground. Hearing their ridicule, Tang San was furious, but he had no strength left to fight back. You all have a death wish, Tang San weakly growled, his eyes filled with resentment. Your Majesty, Grandmaster continued, I demand that Yi Hao be punished and disqualified from the tournament. Grandmaster shouted again, and this time, Emperor Zhu Yi glared at him with clear displeasure. Grandmaster, you've truly raised a fine disciple. Always talking about killing, deciding who lives and who dies. He has a death wish, you have a death wish, does that mean I have a death wish too? Faced with Emperor Zhu Yi's anger, Grandmaster immediately shrank back. He glared at Yi Hao with hatred, thinking it's all your fault. One day, you Xiaogang, will make you pay. Emperor Zhu Yi then announced, this match will continue as scheduled. Shrek Academy still has one more participant. Finish this quickly so I can have some peace. With the Emperor's decree, the referee declared, Yi Hao wins. Shrek Academy, send your final participant immediately. 2 staff members came forward and dragged the severely injured Tang San away. Yi Hao, I'll repay today's humiliation. Even in his weakened state, Tang San remained defiant. Yi Hao paid no attention to Tang San's threats. You should know that the royal knights have been hunting too much lately, causing royal hunting grounds to be frequently invaded by soft-bone rabbits. That blue-silver emperor was completely devoured by one of those rabbits, leaving only a stem, which is what I gave you. Hearing this, Tang San went mad with rage again, but his body could no longer endure. He could only glare at Yi Hao with bloodshot eyes until the staff dragged him off the stage. Next, who's coming up to die? Yi Hao turned his gaze to the Shrek Academy seats, where Grandmaster and the others were glaring at him with hatred, especially Liu Erlong, whose eyes were red with fury. If it weren't for Flender holding her back, Liu Erlong would have already charged at Yi Hao. The infamous Mother Dragon was not to be underestimated. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly felt a chill behind him. A pink light flashed by, and Xiao Wu appeared out of nowhere behind him. She looked furious, like a rabbit with its fur standing on end, her ears twitching with anger. Yi Hao, how dare you beat my brother like that? I'll make you pay. With that, Xiao Wu used the elasticity of her waist, and her first spirit ring lit up instantly. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu's eyes were red with rage, her mind clouded by anger. Her slender legs swung down toward Yi Hao's head, aiming for a lethal strike right from the start. Death Domain. Yi Hao smiled slightly, activating his death domain in an instant. The entire stage was enveloped in a dark, misty aura. Xiao Wu immediately sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. Within Yi Hao's death domain, even a tidal duo would suffer greatly. Enhanced by the ice and fire yin-yang springs and the poison from the old freak, Yi Hao's death domain was far more potent than that of the Death Spider Emperor. Xiao Wu's face turned from red to black. She immediately felt unwell, collapsing to her knees and trembling on the ground. Black blood spilled from her lips. She had been poisoned. I don't want to waste time with you. Since I've already beaten your third brother, I won't hit you this time. Yi Hao had no intention of getting entangled with this rabbit. He retracted his death domain and removed the poison from Xiao Wu's body. At this moment, Yi Hao just wanted to end the fight quickly and head to the spirit hall to meet Xiao Hong. As the poison left her body, Xiao Wu felt as if she had been reborn. She gasped for air, having nearly died moments ago. However, just a few seconds after catching her breath, Xiao Wu's rabbit eyes turned red again. She slowly raised her left wrist, revealing a silent sleeve arrow, and pulled the trigger. "Can you announce the result now?" Yi Hao asked the referee. The referee nodded in understanding, but just as he was about to speak. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt suddenly shot toward Yi Hao's back. Yi Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his fourth soul ring lit up instantly. Clang! The bolt collided with Yi Hao's black armor. Yi Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, he had activated his fourth spirit skill, Thorn Spider Armor, in time. Otherwise, the bolt would have pierced right through him. Despicable! No one in the audience was blind. They saw Xiao Wu's underhanded tactics and stood up in unison, angrily condemning Shrek Academy. Shrek Academy is truly a den of scum. Today, we've seen it for ourselves. What an eye-opener. If you can't win fairly, you resort to sneak attacks. If Yi Hao hadn't activated his fourth soul skill in time, that bolt would have killed him. Damn that girl, shameless. Yi Hao spared her, and this is how she repays him. How despicable. The crowd's anger was directed at Xiao Wu, who lay on the stage. Damn it, Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, regretting her missed opportunity. She raised her wrist again, this time aiming at Yi Hao's head. But before she could pull the trigger, Yi Hao grabbed her wrist. Aza! Xiao Wu screamed in pain as the silent sleeve arrow fell to the ground. Yi Hao's expression darkened as he stepped on the arrow, crushing it to pieces. A cornered dog will jump over a wall, and a cornered rabbit will bite. I didn't believe it before, but today I've seen it with my own eyes. Yi Hao glared at Xiao Wu. He had originally planned to end the fight quickly. Although this rabbit wasn't fully human, she was still half human. Most importantly, she was a girl. If Yi Hao were to beat up a girl in public, it would surely become a laughingstock. Therefore, when Xiao Wu activated her first soul skill, Yi Hao had already activated his death domain to ensure her defeat. Having already vented his anger by beating Tang San, Yi Hao was now furious that Xiao Wu had dared to sneak attack him. If he hadn't noticed in time, the bolt would have pierced his body. Yi Hao, let my daughter go. Liu Erlong stomped her feet in frustration. Although she was ashamed of Xiao Wu's actions, Yi Hao was undeniably terrifying now. She had no idea what he might do to Xiao Wu. At that moment, Ma Hongzhen, still injured, slowly approached the railing. Seeing this, Ma Hongzhen couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Wu's in trouble now. Sigh. He sighed, but deep down, he was secretly delighted. Liu Erlong was stunned. Fatty, what do you mean? Liu Erlong, are you blind? Yi Hao spoke up. You Yi Hao, how dare you speak to me like that? Liu Erlong was furious. Let Xiao Wu go now, or I'll never let you off. Of all the people to adopt as a daughter, you chose a beast. How laughable. Yi Hao ignored Liu Erlong and instead tightened his grip on Xiao Wu's neck, lifting her off the ground. Stupid rabbit, I didn't want to fight you, but this time you've really pissed me off. Aza. You damn Yi Hao, let me go, my third brother won't let you off. Xiao Wu struggled desperately, but her strength was no match for Yi Hao's. Tang San might spoil you, but I won't. Yi Hao's face was stern, but then a faint smile appeared on his lips. Remember what happened at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Xiao Wu's entire body shuddered at the memory. You, what are you going to do? Yi Hao sneered. Now I'll let you experience it again. Before Liu Erlong could ask what he meant, Yi Hao threw Xiao Wu into the air. In front of everyone, Yi Hao unleashed a flurry of slaps, the sound echoing throughout the royal hunting grounds. Holy crap, that's brutal. So brutal. The audience was stunned, swallowing hard. On the other hand, Yi Hao, go on, beat that stupid rabbit to death. Ning Rongrong cheered from the stands, watching Yi Hao slap Xiao Wu repeatedly. Ning Fengzhai quickly averted his eyes, pretending not to know her. Beasts will always be beasts, stubborn to the core. Bone Duluo said calmly, not at all bothered by Yi Hao's actions. In fact, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Sword Duluo nodded in rare agreement with Bone Duluo. Beat her up, kill that stupid rabbit, brother, go for it. Zhu Qinghe secretly rejoiced, gesturing excitedly. That beast dared to sneak attack. If Yi Hao hadn't noticed in time, the consequences would have been dire. Yi Hao's six-winged purple light wings emerged, and his figure turned into a purple blur. His slaps were as hard as steel, each one sending Xiao Wu spinning in the air. The brutal scene didn't provoke outrage. Instead, everyone cheered. Sneak attacks were taboo. The tournament was about fairness and integrity. Xiao Wu's actions had pushed her into the spotlight, disgracing the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. She had brought this upon herself. Stupid rabbit, when my soul power reaches its bottleneck, it'll be your death. Yi Hao mercilessly beat Xiao Wu until she fell from the air, crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. At this moment, Liu Erlong was beyond furious. Ignoring Flender's dissuade, she rushed down from the stands and onto the stage. When she saw Xiao Wu's face swollen like Ma Hongzhen's, her body covered in bruises, Liu Erlong completely lost it. She gently laid Xiao Wu down and stood up, her 7 spirit rings rising as she glared at Yi Hao with bloodshot eyes. Behind her, a fiery dragon roared, ready to unleash its flames. Yi Hao didn't back down either. His 5 spirit rings rose, and the atmosphere on the stage became unbearably tense. Stop! Emperor Zhu Yi's voice thundered, snapping Liu Erlong out of her rage. Your Majesty, Yi Hao beat my daughter like this. This is no different from murder. I, Liu Erlong, on behalf of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, demand that Yi Hao be punished. Seeing this, Grandmaster's eyes lit up. He stumbled onto the stage, standing beside Liu Erlong. He shot a venomous glance at Yi Hao and loudly declared, Your Majesty, please punish Yi Hao. He has beaten my disciple and my daughter so severely. It pains me to see this. Please uphold justice for Shrek Academy. Yi Hao looked at the two with a strange expression, almost wanting to laugh. This was the classic case of the villain playing the victim. Before Yi Hao could speak, Emperor Zhu Yi erupted in anger. Dean Flender, where are you? Flender, hearing this, quickly stepped onto the stage from the stands. Seeing the Emperor's furious gaze, his heart sank. He had a bad feeling about this. Your Majesty, you called for me, Flender stammered. Emperor Zhu Yi snorted coldly. Shrek Academy, today I've seen it for myself, truly an eye-opener. Chapter 194, The Arrival of Death. Upon hearing these words, Flender felt a chill rise in his heart. Was the prophecy about to come true? Then Emperor Zhu Yi continued, Shrek Academy, you have truly broadened my horizons. First, Tang San casually decided another person's life and death, and then, with just the words path to death, he completely redefined my understanding. Does that mean anyone who offends him is doomed? Now that I am reprimanding you, does that mean I too have a way to death? Flender immediately dropped to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, the Grandmaster suddenly spoke up, Your Majesty, please do not be misled by others. This is all. This is all Yi Hao's doing. My disciple has always been disciplined and well-behaved. I beg your Majesty to see the truth clearly. Hearing this, Yi Hao could only sneer at how shameless the Grandmaster was, trying to shift the blame onto him. Just now, your Majesty also heard it yourself. Tang San clearly said I had a path to death. Everyone here heard it, unless the Grandmaster is deaf. The Grandmaster was momentarily speechless, his face filled with resentment and unwillingness as he glared at Yi Hao. First, he was captured and beaten in Spirit Hall. Then, he suffered the punishment of 100 strikes under Zhu Qinghe's orders. Now, Tang San had become a target for all. It was all because of you. In my lifetime, I will personally destroy Spirit Hall. The Grandmaster gritted his teeth and whispered to Yi Hao. Yi Hao narrowed his eyes. Yu Xiaogeng was quite bold. Your Majesty, the situation is already clear. That rabbit ambushed me when I was unprepared. If I hadn't used my 4th soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor, to defend myself, I might already be dead by now. Immediately, Liu Erlong retorted loudly, And so you cruelly beat a young girl into this state. My poor daughter is only 14 years old. How can she face the world like this in the future? At that moment, the 3 members of the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile sect, sitting in the VIP section, chuckled simultaneously. That rabbit is 14 years old. Are you serious? Enough, Emperor Zhu Yi impatiently waved his hand. I have already understood the whole story. That girl launched a sneak attack despite having already lost, and the competition clearly forbade the use of items unrelated to the match. As for Yi Hao beating her so severely, Emperor Zhu Yi looked at Yi Hao and shook his head with a wry smile. You should refrain from doing such things in the future. Yi Hao immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, Your Majesty, I won't do it again. Because next time, that rabbit will become my soul ring. I won't even have time to beat her. Now, I declare the promotion tournament over. The upcoming elimination rounds will be led by the Crown Prince and take place in Spirit City. With that, Zhu King stepped forward and bowed to Emperor Zhu Yi. Just as Emperor Zhu Yi was about to leave, he added, Shrek Academy has failed to properly manage its students, causing unnecessary trouble for Yi Hao. As a penalty, Shrek Academy must pay 100,000 gold soul coins to Yi Hao within 1 day as compensation. As soon as he finished speaking, the emperor left with his entourage. He no longer wished to see the members of Shrek Academy. They were an eyesore. Your Majesty, I refuse, I refuse. The Grandmaster immediately stood up, shouting towards the emperor's departing figure, unwilling to back down. Slap! A loud slap echoed through the hall as a royal knight stepped forward to discipline him. How dare you be disrespectful to His Majesty? Are you not afraid of death? Facing the icy tip of a spear, the Grandmaster instantly froze, as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. He dared not utter another word. Damn it, this is Yi Hao's fault, so why do we have to compensate him with 100,000 gold soul coins? Liu Erlong's eyes filled with murderous intent as she slowly approached Yi Hao. You just wait, one day I will personally destroy you. Yi Hao didn't back down, staring straight at Liu Erlong. Liu Erlong, I'll be waiting. I hope you open your eyes next time and don't be so blind. HMPH, Liu Erlong pulled out a gold card from her robes. Channeling her soul power, she turned the gold card into a razor-sharp blade and hurled it toward Yi Hao. Clang! Yi Hao caught the gold card, taking a step back. Liu Erlong was quite strong. Liu Erlong's eyes widened slightly. That's 100,000 gold soul coins. Remember this, you will pay for every bit you take from me. Much appreciated, Vice Dean Liu Erlong. Yi Hao put the gold card away. This was a substantial fortune. I hope you visit your sect more often. Even the most beautiful flowers wither one day. Wait, Liu Erlong was visibly shaken. What do you mean by that? But before she could ask further, Yi Hao left without looking back. Liu Erlong, Grandmaster, you think you can throw dirt on me and I won't fight back. Do you really believe I'm so easy to bully? With that, Yi Hao departed from the royal hunting grounds, heading back to Heaven Dew City. At Shrek Academy's dormitory was filled with painful groans. Yi Hao had beaten all 7 tournament participants, with Tang San and Xiao Wu suffering the worst injuries. Xiao Wu, what happened to you? Lying on his bed, Tang San gazed at the swollen-faced Xiao Wu, his heart bleeding. Was it Yi Hao? Tang San demanded angrily. Just then, the Grandmaster walked in, his face dark and bruised, still carrying the imprint of the slap from earlier. After the Grandmaster explained everything, Tang San exploded with rage. Ignoring his injuries, he forced himself up. Yi Hao, you have sealed your own fate. I will kill you. Hearing this, Flender's face turned dark. Tang San, is way to death your catchphrase now? Tang San froze. Dean Flender, what do you mean? Tang San, you should stop saying that phrase, the Grandmaster said solemnly, patting Tang San's shoulder. Little did he know that this phrase had nearly doomed Shrek Academy. Just then, a burly, white-haired elder suddenly burst into the room. Young Master, are you all right? The elder rushed to Tang San's bedside, his face filled with urgency upon seeing the state Tang San was in. Not far away, another injured contestant, Tai Long, initially felt joy upon seeing the elder. However, that joy quickly turned into disappointment. Grandpa, I'm over here, Tai Long called out helplessly. The elder slowly turned his head. When he saw Tai Long's injuries, his fury ignited instantly. But instead of showing concern, he walked up to Tai Long and delivered a resounding slap across his face. How were you protecting the young master? How could you let him suffer such severe injuries? He scolded. Tai Long felt like crying but had no tears. His heart was full of grievances, yet he had no one to vent to. This elder was none other than Tai Tan, Tai Long's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Strength Clan, a powerful soul duo, and the most loyal follower of Tang Hao. He was also Tang San's devoted guardian. At this moment, rather than worrying about his own grandson's injuries, Tai Tan was more focused on reprimanding him for failing to protect Tang San, allowing him to be gravely wounded. "Grandpa Tai Tan, don't blame Tai Long for this," Tang San said while shaking his head, still rubbing the bruises on his face. "If not him, then who? Before leaving, my master specifically entrusted the young master to me. This foolish brat was too weak, and because of that, the young master suffered serious injuries. He deserves to be punished." Tai Tan showed no regard for Tai Long's dignity as he continued loudly. "Once you graduate from the academy after the tournament, just wait and see if I don't hang you from the rafters and give you a good beating." Upon hearing this, Tai Long's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. "How did I, Tai Tan, end up with such a useless grandson?" Tai Tan sighed in disappointment. Then he turned to Grandmaster and asked urgently, "Who did this to my grandson and the young master?" "Yi Hao," Grandmaster replied. "Yi Hao," Tai Tan frowned. "Who is this person? Where is he?" Hearing this, Grandmaster raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't Tang Hao tell you about him?" Tai Tan shook his head honestly. "That day, Master just sparred with me for a bit and then told me to protect the young master. As for anything else, he didn't explain a thing." At that moment, Grandmaster had a sudden idea. Yi Hao is a student of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. Not only did he injure Tai Long and Tang San, but he also openly mocked the Strength Clan. Hearing this, Tai Tan felt his blood boil. He asked in a deep voice, "What did he say about the Strength Clan?" Tai Long hesitated, then muttered, "Not only did he insult our Strength Clan, but also..." "But also what? Speak up, or I'll hang you up and beat you right now." Tai Long took a deep breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and blurted out. He said, "Our Strength Clan are lapdogs." Tai Tan's face turned ashen, and his rage erupted like a volcano. "How dare he insult my Strength Clan? Where's Yi Hao? I'll teach him a lesson right now." Grandmaster said, "Yi Hao is currently at..." Before Grandmaster could finish, Tai Tan's face darkened, and he stormed out of the room with large strides. Watching Tai Tan leave, Flender shook his head with a sigh. "Xiaogeng, this, using a borrowed knife to kill, strategy of yours is quite clever. But do you think Tai Tan can actually defeat Yi Hao?" Grandmaster chuckled bitterly. "Don't worry. Tai Tan is a soul duo, and his martial soul, the vigorous orangutan, is one of the strongest power-type beast martial souls. Even an average title duo wouldn't necessarily be able to threaten him. Besides, Yi Hao is still within the city. Tai Tan will definitely give him a painful lesson. This way, we can avenge Tang San and Tai Long while also punishing Yi Hao, killing two birds with one stone." Hearing this, Tang San smiled. His teacher's plan was brilliant. He had personally experienced Tai Tan's strength, and he was certain that Yi Hao would soon suffer the same fate as him. "But Xiaogeng, don't forget, Yi Hao has a title duo by his side," Flender pointed out. Grandmaster, however, remained confident and smirked. "Relax. In Heaven Dew City, no matter how strong Yi Hao is, would he really dare let a title duo show up in broad daylight?" "But what if Yi Hao retaliates against the Strength Clan afterward?" Flender asked again. Grandmaster waved dismissively, unconcerned. "The tournament is currently ongoing, and the Strength Clan holds a prestigious status in Heaven Dew City. Even if Yi Hao is the heir of Spirit Hall, he wouldn't dare act recklessly against them. Let's just wait for Tai Tan to bring us good news." The promotion tournament had ended, and Yi Hao had returned home first to pack his belongings. He was preparing to travel to Spirit City to meet his mother. What should he bring? At this moment, his sister was still in the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace, making arrangements for the upcoming journey to Spirit City. As the Empire's crown prince and the leader of the team, Emperor Zhu, Yi naturally had many matters to discuss and coordinate. It would be a while before she returned. Finally done packing, Yi Hao collapsed into a chair, stretching lazily. Just then, "Yi Hao, get out here." A furious voice suddenly roared from outside. Yi Hao frowned. The visitor was clearly hostile. Judging by their aura, they were at least a soul sage, or possibly even stronger. Taking a deep breath, Yi Hao walked to the entrance and carefully unlatched the door. Standing before him was an elder with white hair. Unlike most old men, this one was towering and muscular, built like a human tank. Yi Hao's gaze sharpened. "May I ask what brings you here, senior?" The elder's face was grim. He took a quick glance at Yi Hao and sneered. "So, you're Yi Hao?" "Yes, may I ask who you are, senior?" "HMPH." The elder let out a cold snort, his imposing aura causing the surrounding onlookers to shudder. "You're the one who beat my grandson, aren't you?" "Your grandson?" Yi Hao was puzzled. "May I ask your name, senior?" The elder puffed up his chest and said proudly, "I am Tai Tan, patriarch of the Strength clan." So it was him. Tai Tan, notorious for fiercely protecting his own. But why was he here? Could it be because of today's match? Did he come seeking revenge for his grandson? That didn't make sense, though. Normally, if you beat up the grandson, the father would come after you first. If you beat up the father, then the grandfather would step in. But this guy had jumped straight to the final boss. Yi Hao cupped his hands politely. "So, you're the Strength Clan patriarch. It's an honor to meet you." "Senior, I believe I understand why you're here. I was indeed a bit heavy-handed in today's match, but this is the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. It's not some children's playground. Injuries are part of the competition." "Surely, you haven't come all this way just for that." Tai Tan scoffed. "Not just for that. You beat my grandson, that's one thing, but you also insulted my Strength Clan. That is something we must settle right now." "I insulted your Strength Clan." Yi Hao scratched his head. "Don't play dumb with me." Tai Tan's eyes flashed with anger. "You called my Strength Clan lapdogs. Don't tell me you've forgotten those words." Upon hearing this, Yi Hao furrowed his brows tightly. "I see. Tai Tan clan chief, you were originally one of the subordinate sects of the Clear Sky clan. When the Clear Sky clan closed its gates back then, you and the other 3 subordinate sects withdrew together. And that Tang San is Tang Hao's son. You came here alone just for this." HMPH. Tai Tan's soul rings lit up beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black rings appeared. A soul duo, the entire crowd was in an uproar. "You injured my grandson and my little master. I must personally settle this score with you. And you insulted my Strength Clan by calling us lapdogs, bringing shame upon us. Today, no matter who tries to stop me, I won't let this go." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense pressure, as vast as the ocean, suddenly descended upon Yi Hao. Death Domain. Yi Hao activated his Death Domain without hesitation. "Clan Chief Tai Tan, am I wrong? You keep calling Tang San your little master. Does that not mean Tang Hao is your great master? Your Strength Clan follows behind Tang San. Does that not make you lapdogs?" "Shut up," Tai Tan roared in fury, increasing the pressure on Yi Hao. "My Strength Clan was originally a subordinate clan of the Clear Sky clan. Though we left, Tang Hao is still my master for life. You injured my grandson and harmed my little master. I must settle this account with you." 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. At these words, Yi Hao froze. A soul duo activating his Martial Soul True Body meant his strength was nearly at the level of a title duo. "This Titan is no pushover. Damn it, I have to go all out." Yi Hao's eyes shone with intense black light as he stood at the center of the battlefield. At the same time, the death god's heart on his hairpiece suddenly flew out. It transformed into 6 mirrored surfaces that firmly trapped Titan in place, 6 chains tightly locking him down. What is this?" Titan's face was filled with shock. "Yi Hao, release me immediately." "Titan, I respected you as a senior and didn't want to make an enemy of you. But you keep pushing me again and again." Yi Hao snorted coldly. "Did you really think I was made of clay? You injured my grandson and my little master. I will not let this go." Tai Tan still refused to back down, known for being fiercely protective of his own. Yi Hao waved his hand, withdrawing the chains restraining Tai Tan. There were too many spectators here, and it wasn't worth continuing this conflict in such a public setting. "The All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, what does it mean? I think you know better than I do. The competition values fairness, justice, and openness. Yes, I beat up your grandson and that person, but that's because they weren't strong enough. If they lack skill, they deserve to be beaten," Yi Hao said passionately. Even so, Tai Tan's expression remained grim. "Yi Hao, the Grandmaster said you're eloquent and quick-witted. It seems he was right. I don't have many skills, but I won't just let this go. Do you dare make a bet with me?" Yi Hao's face showed hesitation, and he sighed. "A defeated general, I have no interest in arguing with you. Leave now. If you continue, you will only bring more shame upon your strength clan. Yi Hao had no interest in continuing the dispute with Tai Tan and turned to walk back inside. But Tai Tan didn't see it that way. Watching Yi Hao leave, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. First, he had been restrained by Yi Hao, then released, and now he was being dismissed like an unwanted guest. The surrounding whispers stung even more. A soul duo bullying a soul king? How shameless. Yi Hao, today you must give me an explanation. Tai Tan's soul rings suddenly lit up again, and an immense pressure once more descended upon Yi Hao. At that moment, Yi Hao stopped in his tracks, his body feeling as if it were falling apart, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Slowly turning around, Yi Hao was thoroughly enraged. Tai Tan, I respected you as a senior, but don't push your luck. You brat, if I don't give you a good beating today, I won't be able to rest easy. How else will I face my master in the future? Tai Tan was unfazed and continued pressing forward. Tai Tan, Yi Hao said in a low voice, you've successfully angered me. As he spoke, Yi Hao once again removed the death god's heart from his hairpiece. Behind him, a shadowy figure in a black robe, wielding a scythe, slowly emerged, sending chills down the spines of the onlookers. Terrified, they scattered in all directions. The oppressive atmosphere had surpassed their expectations. The combined aura of Tai Tan's overwhelming strength and Yi Hao's fury turned the entire area into a scene of chaos. At the sight of the shadow behind Yi Hao, Tai Tan suddenly had a bad premonition. Death God's heart, death's descent. Yi Hao merged with the shadowy reaper behind him, wielding a scythe, his aura so powerful that Tai Tan broke into a cold sweat. Yet when he thought of his grandson and little master's injuries, and Yi Hao's earlier insults, Tai Tan's rage reignited. Seventh soul skill, martial soul true body. Tai Tan's seventh soul ring glowed fiercely as he transformed into a massive gorilla, raising a fist and smashing it toward Yi Hao with force comparable to a tidal duo. At the same time, Yi Hao stopped the two figures beside him, Zhu Zhu and Zhu from interfering. They were puzzled, but before they could react. Yi Hao, now the embodiment of the Reaper, charged at Tai Tan with his scythe, striking with eerie black light. Tai Tan, in his giant gorilla form, suddenly froze in place, then slowly dissolved into light particles. Tell me, was it that useless Yu Xiaogang who sent you? Yi Hao stepped forward and questioned. At this moment, Tai Tan lay amidst the ruins, unable to believe what had just happened. He never expected Yi Hao to possess such terrifying power. Even after using his martial soul true body, he hadn't been able to leave a single scratch on Yi Hao, while he himself had ended up in this miserable state. I came on my own. You injured my grandson and little master. Tai Tan won't just let this go. He remained stubborn. So it really was Yu Xiaogang? You yourself admitted that your so-called grandmaster said I was eloquent and quick-witted. That means you definitely have ties to that useless grandmaster. Yi Hao analyzed. Seems like I was right. Seeing the shock on Tai Tan's face, Yi Hao instantly confirmed his suspicions. Just earlier, someone was talking about destroying the spirit hall, and now Tai Tan was being manipulated into attacking him. Yu Xiaogang, just you wait, Yi Hao thought to himself, harboring a grudge. Looking at the chaotic scene around him, Yi Hao sighed deeply. Tai Tan, from start to finish, you've been nothing but a pawn. What a pity. And as for your grandson and that so-called little master, I suggest you stay away from Tang San, otherwise you'll be dragged down with him. With that, Yi Hao turned and walked back inside without looking back. Yi Hao, just you wait, my master won't let you off so easily. Tai Tan's voice echoed from outside. Yi Hao took a deep breath. They say dealing with the king of hell is easier than dealing with his little devils. Tai Tan truly lived up to being Tang Hao's most loyal follower. Now, Yi Hao had experienced it firsthand. Shrek Academy really is nothing but trouble. Damn it, how annoying. Chapter 195, The Calm Before the Storm. The fact that Tai Tan had come to cause trouble was a clear indication that Yu Xiaogang was behind it. Tai Tan had inadvertently revealed this during his earlier outburst. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? One day I will personally destroy them, Yi Hao muttered, suppressing his anger. With the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament underway, the upper three clans were a sensitive topic, and acting rashly was not an option. His mother had already devised the soul hunting operation. which included the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family as a primary target. From the moment Yi Hao joined the Spirit Hall, he had prepared himself to oppose all forces on the continent. You Xiaogang, I underestimated you, Yi Hao frowned, deep in thought. If I remember correctly, you plan to visit the Spirit Hall to ask my mother about the cultivation method for twin martial souls. This is an opportunity, a perfect opportunity. A cold glint flashed in Yi Hao's eyes. Since you've drawn your sword, I'll make sure you pay the price. Zhu Zhu Zhair, Yi Hao called out. Immediately, Zhu Zhu and Zhar appeared, sensing Yi Hao's anger. By tomorrow, I don't want to see the Strength Clan still standing in Heaven Dew City. Let the destruction of the Strength Clan serve as a warning to you Xiaogang, Yi Hao declared, his voice filled with rare fury. The two were momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhu Qinghe returned. Brothers. The atmosphere felt off. Brother, who upset you this time? Zhu Qing removed her disguise, revealing her true form as the beautiful Cayenne Rangsu. Who else? Yi Hao sighed. Sister, I've decided. Tonight, the Strength Clan will be wiped out. Cayenne Rangsu was taken aback. Are you insane? The Strength Clan was once a subsidiary of the Clear Sky Clan. After leaving the Clear Sky Clan, they settled in Heaven Dew City. Did they provoke you? Knowing Yi Hao, Cayenne Rangsu understood he wouldn't take such drastic measures without good reason. After Yi Hao explained what had happened, Cayenne Rangsu's expression darkened. Kill them, leave no one alive. Elder Snake Spear, Elder Bloodthorn. The two elders appeared instantly, ready for action. Tonight, the four of you will act together. By tomorrow, I don't want to see the Strength Clan still standing. Especially their leader, Titan. I never expected that after leaving the Clear Sky Clan, he would still be connected to Tang Hao and become Tang San's hidden force in Heaven Dew City. How impressive! Cayenne Rangsu sneered. Remember, leave no one alive, she emphasized. The four nodded in unison and quickly left to prepare. Cayenne Rangsu then took out a letter from her pocket. This is a letter from her to you. Yi Hao took the envelope. To my son, it read. The four words were written vertically in the center. Yi Hao was slightly surprised to see the letter still sealed. Sister, you didn't read it, Yi Hao asked. Cayenne Rangsu shrugged. I usually don't read her letters unless they're important. Besides, this one is for you. It's not my place to read it. It seemed Cayenne Rangsu still harbored some resentment. Yi Hao sighed and opened the letter. Come to the Spirit Hall soon. Mom misses you. Only one line, simple and to the point. Yi Hao checked the back of the letter, confirming there was nothing else, and chuckled. What did she write that made you laugh so much? Nothing, Yi Hao shook his head, smiling. She just wants me to come to the Spirit Hall soon. Mom misses me. Cayenne Rangsu. Brother, I plan to leave for the Spirit Hall tomorrow. I won't be traveling with you. Cayenne Rangsu raised an eyebrow. Suit yourself. Leading the team to the Spirit Hall for the tournament will take a while, and the journey will be long. If you want to see her, go ahead. We'll meet at the Spirit Hall. Yi Hao nodded and stood up, walking into the courtyard. Unknowingly, 8 years had passed since he arrived in this world. In those 8 years, Yi Hao had experienced many things. This world was vastly different from his original one. Today's events had made him realize something crucial. In his previous world, if someone wronged you, you could rely on the law for protection. But here, in the DOLOU continent, strength was the ultimate authority. I hope the moonlight won't be too red tonight, Yi Hao muttered with a self-deprecating smile. The night was quiet, and the Strength Clan's residence outside the city was peaceful. The Strength Clan was once a subsidiary of the Clear Sky Clan. After the Clear Sky Clan closed its doors, they had moved and settled elsewhere. Recently, with Tang San's appearance, the Strength Clan had reconnected with Tang Hao, their former master. Tai Tan had been incited by Yu Xiaogang to cause trouble at Yi Hao's residence. Little did they know. Father, are you all right? Tai Niu supported the injured Tai Tan, his eyes filled with anger. Father, speak to me. Who is this Yi Hao? I'll go and avenge you. The entire family was known for their short tempers. Tai Tan slapped Tai Niu across the face, scolding, If I, a Soul Duoluo, couldn't defeat Yi Hao, what makes you think you, a mere Soul King, can? Yi Hao is a Soul King himself. If I couldn't beat him, you stand no chance. But, Tai Niu touched his swollen face. We can't just let this go. What will people think of the Strength Clan? I have my plans. Yihao insulted the Strength clan and severely injured my grandson and young master. I will never forgive him. When I see our master again, I will report this matter to him personally. Tai Tan sighed. To think a soul duo like me couldn't defeat a soul king. What a disgrace. Master, where are you now? Your servant is useless. As the father and son walked, Tai Tan suddenly froze. Father, what's wrong? Tai Niu noticed his father's expression change. There's killing intent, Tai Tan said gravely. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. In an instant, Tai Tan's face darkened. Several overwhelming auras pressed down on him, each stronger than his own. The moon was full, casting a bright light over the courtyard where the father and son stood. Thud! 2 members of the Strength clan collapsed outside the courtyard gate. Tai Niu rushed to check on them. What happened to you? Instinctively, Tai Tan shouted, Son, don't go. Hi. A golden flash streaked past. Tai Niu stopped in his tracks. He looked down in shock, feeling a warm liquid flowing from his chest. A golden snake spear had pierced through his chest, leaving a gaping hole. Tai Niu! Tai Tan roared in fury, watching his son die before his eyes. His eyes turned blood red as he charged forward. But then, under the dim moonlight, 3 figures appeared. In their hands, they held the bodies of several Strength clan members, their clothes stained with blood. They were mercilessly thrown over the courtyard wall. Who are you? Tai Tan demanded. Someone you can't afford to provoke, Elder Snake Spear said coldly, pulling his spear from Tai Niu's chest and kicking the body aside. Where are the rest of my clan? Tai Tan shouted, a sense of dread rising in his heart. All dead, not a single one left, Zhu Zhu said indifferently. In an instant, Tai Tan felt the world spinning. Looking at the 4 figures before him, his body trembled. The ground was covered in blood, warm and bright red. In the distance, flames lit up the night sky. Aren't you afraid of my master's retaliation? Tai Tan trembled as he spoke, the overwhelming pressure from the 4 making even a soul duo like him break into a cold sweat. You mean Tang Hao? Zhu Zhu sneered. He's already on his last breath, poisoned by my death spider emperor venom. He's like a leaf in the wind, barely hanging on. A drowning man can't save a drowning dog like you. Tai Tan staggered back, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at the bodies of his clan members. I'll fight you to the death. Tai Tan roared, his 7th soul ring lighting up. 7th soul skill, martial soul. Before Tai Tan could complete his martial soul true body, Zhao's arms turned into emerald green spider spears. With a cold glint in her eyes, she slit Tai Tan's throat in an instant. Thud! The headless body fell to the ground. Zhao glanced at it coldly and said, Let's go, the master is waiting for our report. Zhao was always cold and efficient, never wasting time. The 3 exchanged glances and then soared into the sky, heading back to Heaven Dew City. In one night, the Strength clan was reduced to ashes. Their buildings collapsed, and the fire burned for a full day and night. Except for Tai Long, who was safe at Shrek Academy, every member of the Strength clan was dead. Before leaving, Zhu Zhu and the others erased all traces and used a special method to summon soul beasts from the nearby Sunset Forest, framing the incident as a soul beast rampage. The next morning, Heaven Dew City was as bustling as ever. The streets were filled with people, and life went on as usual. At Cayenne Rengsu's residence, Yihao packed his belongings, preparing to leave for the spirit hall with Zhu Zhu and Zhar. Be careful on the road. When you get back, don't forget to visit grandfather and her, Cayenne Rengsu reminded him repeatedly. Yihao smiled. Sister, I've traveled before, don't worry, I'll wait for you at the spirit hall. After yesterday's events, I've gained some clarity. My mindset has become more stable, Yihao said with a sigh. Oh, tell me about it, Cayenne Rengsu asked with interest. In the past, I was always hesitant, never acting decisively. But after yesterday, I've realized something. If you don't kill others, they will come to kill you. Perhaps because Yihao came from Earth, his way of thinking was different. He always left room for negotiation or hesitated in his actions. But after years of living in this world and experiencing recent events, Yihao's mindset had shifted. He had become more resolute, to the point where it was almost frightening. He had fully integrated into this continent. From now on, Yihao would no longer hesitate. Anyone who stood in his way would be eliminated without mercy. Just like the Strength clan last night, it was merely a test. It's good that you've realized this. To be honest, when you suggested wiping out the Strength Clan last night, I was shocked at first. But now that I think about it, the Strength Clan has sided with Tang Hao and Tang San. They would have been a variable in the future. With the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament over in Heaven-Du City, this serves as a warning and a fitting end to your time here. Kyan Rengsu was reluctant to let him go. She touched Yihao's cheek and smiled bitterly. Once you leave for the Spirit Hall, it will be difficult for you to return to Heaven-Du City. They will publicly announce your identity. The Heaven-Du royal family has invested so much in you, even going so far as to make Shrek Academy pay 100,000 gold soul coins for your sake yesterday. Now that you're leaving, the Heaven-Du royal family will undoubtedly be in an uproar. It will be harder for us siblings to meet in the future. Yihao smirked. There's no place in this world I can't go. Don't worry, sister. Whenever you need me, no matter where I am, I'll come to you immediately. Hearing this, Kyan Rengsu smiled. That's enough for me. It's time to go, don't delay. Yi Hao was about to leave, but felt something was missing. Sister, see you at the Spirit Hall, Yi Hao said, hugging Kyan Rengsu. Kyan Rengsu didn't resist. Then, to her surprise, Yi Hao suddenly leaned in. At the same time, the death god's heart enveloped the area, isolating them completely. Kyan Rengsu's eyes widened in shock. Yi Hao kissed her firmly, his movements skilled and confident. Kyan Rengsu tried to push him away, but found her body weak and unresponsive. After what felt like an eternity, the death god's heart returned to Yi Hao. Kyan Rengsu's face was dark as she watched Yi Hao board the carriage with a cheeky grin. The carriage soon disappeared into the distance. That brat always teasing his sister, Kyan Rengsu shook her head. She could guarantee this was the last time. At Shrek Academy, Xiaoging, Titan lost yesterday, Flender reported. Lost? How is that possible? Grandmaster was stunned. Titan is a soul duo. How could he lose? Flender, are you lying to me? Flender rolled his eyes. Why would I lie? It's true. Titan was defeated by Yi Hao in a direct confrontation. I saw it with my own eyes. Yi Hao transformed into a black-clad figure wielding a scythe and defeated Titan with a single strike. It was terrifying. Flender couldn't help but shudder. If it had been him, he wouldn't have even known how he died. How infuriating, Grandmaster's face darkened. Yi Hao has always been low-key. I never expected him to be so powerful. Even Tai Tan couldn't defeat him. How are we supposed to deal with him now? Tai Long, who was lying in bed, anxiously asked, My grandfather lost. Is he all right? Don't worry, Flender smiled. Tai Tan is a soul duo. He's fine. He's just embarrassed. Yi Hao has made a powerful enemy. I wonder how Tai Tan will retaliate. Tai Long nodded. He knew his grandfather well. Titan was proud and protective of his family. If his son was beaten, the father would step in. If the father was beaten, the grandfather would step in. It was a family tradition. At this moment, Tang San spoke up. Teacher, what should we do next? Yi Hao's strength is beyond our expectations. Tang San clenched his fists. The gap between him and Yi Hao had grown even wider. This time, we can ask your father for help, Grandmaster said softly. My father, Tang San was surprised. Teacher, do you have a plan? Tang San, Shrek Academy has advanced to the final elimination round. In a few days, we'll be heading to Spirit City. We can strike on the way. Your father and uncle were once known as the twin stars of the Clear Sky Clan. Together, they are invincible in the Soul Master world. We can coordinate with them and strike when the opportunity arises. Even if Yi Hao has titled Duoluo by his side, it won't matter. Once they create chaos, we can escape, and Yi Hao will be dead for sure. Master Yu's voice was filled with determination. Hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up, while Flender sighed deeply. Xiaoging, you've become so ruthless, Flender said. Grandmaster snorted. Yi Hao ruined my reputation and made me the target of public scorn. Do you know what I went through at the Spirit Hall? Do you know what it feels like to be beaten 100 times? Yi Hao destroyed me, so I will destroy him. I want him dead. The Shrek students in the room collectively gasped. Grandmaster had gone mad, completely mad. Tang San's eyes gleamed. Finally, he had found someone who shared his sentiments. Teacher, I believe in your plan, Tang San said with confidence. He was already imagining Yi Hao being crushed by the Clear Sky Hammer. Just then, Zhao Wuji burst into the room, looking panicked. Boss, something terrible has happened, Zhao Wuji shouted. Flender frowned. Wuji, how many times have I told you to stay calm? We're a prestigious academy now. What will the students think if they see you like this? Tell me what's going on. Zhao Wuji whispered into Flender's ear. Flender's face turned pale, and he trembled as he looked at Tai Long, who was still lying in bed. He then gestured for Grandmaster to follow him outside. Grandmaster was confused, but followed Flender and Zhao Wuji to a pavilion. Flender, why all the secrecy? Grandmaster asked, noticing Flender's grim expression. Flender took a deep breath. Xiaogeng, the Strength Clan, is gone. What? Master Yu was stunned. What do you mean? The Strength Clan can't be gone, they were fine. Wait, Grandmaster's face turned pale. Are you saying the Strength Clan was wiped out? Flender shook his head. Not just wiped out. According to Wuji, it was a soul beast rampage. The entire clan was annihilated. Only scattered bones were found, and some were incomplete. Tai Tan is gone. The Strength Clan has been erased from this world. Flender's mood was heavy. Just yesterday, the Strength Clan had been fine. How could they be gone overnight? Grandmaster was in shock. The Strength Clan had over 100 soul masters, and their leader was a soul duo. It was impossible for them to be wiped out overnight. There had to be more to this. This is definitely not a coincidence, Grandmaster declared. It must be him. Yi Hao is behind this. He ordered the destruction of the Strength Clan. But Flender looked uneasy. Why would Yi Hao do this? What does he gain? Grandmaster thought for a moment. It must be because of yesterday's confrontation with Titan. Yi Hao harbored resentment and decided to wipe out the Strength Clan. That must be it. Flender added, but that doesn't make sense. Most of the buildings were destroyed by soul beasts, and the bones were gnawed clean. According to Wuji, when the Heaven Dew Empire's royal knights arrived this morning, the Strength Clan's residence was in ruins. Only a few scattered bones were found, none of them complete. Therefore, they concluded it was a soul beast rampage. Grandmaster shook his head. Flender, don't forget, Yi Hao has a dog that can speak human language. At this, Flender's face darkened. Are you saying Yi Hao used that dog to incite a soul beast rampage and then took the opportunity to wipe out the Strength Clan? Most likely, Master Yu nodded firmly. I think Yi Hao was dissatisfied with Titan's provocation yesterday and used the soul beasts to destroy the Strength Clan. In the entire Duo continent, no one has ever wiped out a clan overnight. In that case, doesn't that mean? Master Yu nodded gravely. Yi Hao's attack on the Strength Clan is a warning to us. Hearing this, Flender broke out in a cold sweat. If he can destroy the Strength Clan, what about Shrek Academy? Flender asked fearfully. Master Yu, however, was unfazed. Even if Yi Hao is powerful, this is still Heaven Dew City. Don't worry, Yi Hao wouldn't dare. Besides, when we head to Spirit City, we'll coordinate with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao to deal with Yi Hao. He will definitely die. The Spirit Hall will lose their young master, and they'll blame it on others. We can reap the benefits. Chapter 196, Twin Spider Emperors Slay the Clear Sky. Ah, Flender sighed deeply. The Strength Clan is gone just like that. In just one night, the Spirit Hall's power has far exceeded our expectations. Grandmaster, I hope your plan succeeds. For now, let's not tell Tai Long about the Strength Clan's destruction. I'm afraid he won't be able to handle it. Grandmaster nodded, then added, What worries me most right now isn't this. I'm worried. The Spirit Hall might target the upper 3 clans. Hearing this, Flender waved his hand dismissively. The upper 3 clans are either in seclusion or at their peak. Even if the Spirit Hall has vast power, destroying the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tal clan, and the Clear Sky clan would come at a great cost. Besides, it's the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. The Spirit Hall won't act recklessly. I hope so. Flender, I need to leave for a while, Grandmaster said, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. Leave, Flender scratched his head. The elimination rounds are about to start. Where are you planning to go? Grandmaster sighed helplessly. You know Tang San has twin martial souls. I made a grave mistake by not paying attention, and now Tang San has absorbed soul rings for the Clear Sky Hammer. I plan to go to the Spirit Hall early to ask her if there's any way to fix this. At this point, Flender couldn't hold back anymore. Grandmaster, you still haven't forgotten her. Aren't you afraid of what Erlong might? Flender trailed off, his eyes warning Yu Xiaogeng. Flender, you know what kind of person I am. My reputation is already ruined. The Spirit Hall destroyed me, and I must destroy them in return. Tang San has twin martial souls, and he's my hope for destroying the spirit hall. Grandmaster paused, then continued. She was the first to perfectly solve the problem of twin martial souls. I must see her. Not for myself, but for Tang San. Flender, Grandmaster patted Flender's shoulder solemnly. While I'm gone, take care of Erlong for me. Hearing this, Flender's eyes lit up. Was this his chance? Don't worry, I won't tell Erlong. When are you planning to leave? Flender asked. Right now. So soon. I must get to the spirit hall before Yihao does. If Yihao returns to the spirit hall, everything will be over. With that, Grandmaster left with a bitter smile. After watching Grandmaster leave, Flender couldn't help but grin. Erlong, here I come. Grandmaster left Heaven Dew City, hoping to reach the spirit hall before Yihao. Little did he know. Yihao had already left Heaven Dew City by carriage, heading for the spirit hall. But before reaching the spirit hall, Yihao had one more thing to do and one more person to meet. The carriage arrived at the outskirts of Sunset Forest. Yihao got out, spread his six-winged purple light wings, and flew swiftly toward the ice and fire yin-yang well at the forest center. Meanwhile, behind Yihao, Tang Hao and Tang Zio, dressed in black robes, passed by unnoticed. When they recognized Yihao, they immediately decided to change their course. Big brother, that's Yihao. Tang Hao's eyes turned blood red. I see him. Little brother, this is the perfect opportunity. Let's kill him and avenge my nephew, Tang Zio said. The two brothers then sped toward Yihao's direction. However, Yihao flew too fast, and Tang Hao was still injured, so they could only move slowly. The ice and fire yin-yang well remained peaceful. Dugu Bo sat alone on a cliff, gazing at the massive pool of water, lost in thought. Damn Tang Hao, that despicable man. You actually threatened me to protect your disgraceful son. You're out of your mind, Dugu Bo muttered. Well said, old poison. Yihao suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of Dugu Bo. Yihao, what are you doing here? Dugu Bo was shocked. At the same time, he felt a hint of unease. Yihao's identity was clear. Back then, Dugu Bo had been hunted by the spirit hall, leading to a grudge. Now, Yihao, the spirit hall's young master, stood before him. This was. Old poison, don't be nervous. I'm here to say goodbye, Yihao said with a smile. Goodbye, Dugu Bo was puzzled. Are you leaving Heaven Dew City? Yihao nodded. Yes, I think you already know my identity. With the Heaven Dew City preliminaries over, I have no more interest in staying here. I'm returning to the Spirit Hall, to my home as the young master. If you ever become interested in the Spirit Hall, you're welcome to join anytime. Dugu Bo immediately shook his head. No, thanks. I'm used to my lazy life. Staying here suits me fine. If I die in 100 years, just come to my funeral and I'll be grateful. Don't worry, I'll be there whenever you call. Yihao grinned mischievously. Get lost, I don't want to die early. Dugu Bo was furious. You didn't come here for no reason. What do you want? Yihao smiled, then landed and retracted his six-winged purple light wings. My first reason for coming is to see you. From Yanner, I heard you've been frequenting Shrek Academy recently. My first thought was that Tang Hao had threatened you. Now it seems I was right. Old poison. Yihao suddenly became serious, his expression stern. If you side with Tang Hao, I won't hesitate to kill you. Hearing this, Dugu Bo broke into a cold sweat. He took a step back, then steadied himself. HMPH, I'm a titled Duoluo. Do you think you can kill me? Besides, I already said I won't side with Tang Hao anymore. So, are you still coming? Yihao smiled again. Then I won't. Dugu Bo sighed in relief. What's the second reason? As for the second, Yihao deliberately paused, then took out the potted plant containing the blue-silver emperor from his death god's heart. This is, Dugu Bo, who prided himself on his sharp eyes, had never seen this plant before. Yihao was generous, and anything he brought out couldn't be ordinary. Tang Hao's wife, Yihao said casually. Tang, this grass, Dugu Bo was shocked, Tang Hao's wife. Dugu Bo shook his head vigorously. No wonder Tang Hao is desperate to kill you. You dug up his wife. He gave Yihao a thumbs up. Yihao. Next, Yihao took out the 8-petal immortal orchid from the death god's heart. This is. Dugu Bo, with his sharp eyes, immediately recognized it. That was his immortal-grade herb. He felt like crying, regretting it deeply. Yihao sat cross-legged, tossing the death god's heart into the air and silently activating the death god's divine power within it. He had once heard from Little Red about a method to resurrect a 100,000-year soul beast, an equivalent exchange. In short, one life for another. Sacrificing an immortal-grade herb to resurrect the half-dead blue-silver emperor was an equivalent exchange. However, this only applied to plant-type soul beasts. Yihao's eyes glowed with a dark light, and the powerful aura made even Dugubo break into a cold sweat. So strong, how much is this kid still hiding? Dugubo thought to himself. Then, Yihao gathered the death god's divine power, and a thick black light shot into the blue-silver emperor. As the black light surged, the environment of the ice and fire yin-yang well was fully activated. The blue-silver emperor seemed to have been put on fast-forward, its size increasing rapidly. At the same time, the 8-petal immortal orchid planted in the ground withered at a visible speed. Using the unique advantages of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Yihao extracted the essence from the 8-petal immortal orchid and infused it into the blue-silver emperor. In an instant, all the blue-silver grass in the forest emitted a blue light, like a galaxy in the night sky, dazzling and shimmering. In the sky, Tang Hao and Tang Zio, who were rushing toward the ice and fire yin-yang well, suddenly stopped. They were shocked by what they saw. "Little brother, what's happening to these blue-silver grass?" Tang Zio asked, seeing this for the first time. Tang Hao remained silent, looking in the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang well. A sense of joy inexplicably filled his heart. "Big brother, we must kill Yihao this time, because Yin is still in his hands." Tang Zio nodded. "Don't worry, with our combined strength, there's nothing we can't do in this world." With that, the two brothers sped toward their target. "Master, Tang Hao and a man in black are about to arrive," Zhu Zhu's voice echoed in Yihao's mind. "Tang Hao, 2 people?" Yihao frowned. "That must be Tang Zio. The two brothers together are a bit troublesome." "Zhu Zhu, Zhair, prepare to use the martial soul fusion skill, twin spider emperors. Today, I'll make sure these brothers are buried here." "Yes," the two replied in unison. Meanwhile, the blue-silver emperor had grown into a towering tree. Yihao could sense it. It was almost time. Only the final step remained. The blue-silver emperor was entirely blue and gold, its trunk more dazzling than a gemstone. It took root there, and in its center, intertwined blue-silver grass slowly formed a cocoon. At the same time, a blurry figure was rapidly taking shape. Yihao's 5 soul rings rose, and in an instant, he completed the Death Spider Emperor's possession. He turned to Dugubo. "Old Poison, Tang Hao and Tang Zio are about to arrive. There will undoubtedly be a fierce battle. I don't expect you to help, but after this, we'll still be friends. If you side with Tang Hao and Tang Zio against me, I won't hesitate to kill you here. I, Yihao, mean what I say." Dugubo fell silent, retreating quietly. He also sensed 2 familiar and extremely powerful auras rapidly approaching. It must be the Tang brothers. At that moment, the cocoon at the center of the blue-silver emperor suddenly reacted. The cocoon extended to both sides, and a dazzling golden light pierced the sky. At its base, a staircase woven from blue-silver grass appeared, looking incredibly noble. Then, a woman in her 30s stepped out of the cocoon. She wore a long blue and gold dress that covered her entire body, exuding an elegant and noble aura. Her sapphire blue eyes were like blue crystals. Golden ribbons fluttered around the hem of her dress, and a faint fragrance filled the air. It worked, Yihao thought to himself, pleased. Another 100,000-year soul ring was within reach. As the saying goes, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. Sacrificing an immortal-grade herb to gain a 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was a good deal. Yin slowly opened her eyes, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. She sighed softly. Yin. Near the massive blue-silver emperor, 2 figures suddenly descended from the sky. When they saw who it was, Tang Hao and Tang Zio couldn't believe their eyes. "It's really Yin." Tang Zio's eyes moistened. "You're really alive." Yin, Tang Hao couldn't contain his joy. He stepped forward eagerly. After more than a decade, he had been waiting for this moment. But at that moment, Yin's body instinctively retreated. In the next second, Yihao's right arm transformed into a scythe, and he placed the blade at Yin's throat. "Yihao!" Tang Hao roared in anger. He summoned the clear sky hammer in one hand, standing shoulder to shoulder with Tang Zio, who was dressed in black. The 2 clear sky hammers stood before Yihao, their overwhelming pressure making even Dugubo, standing behind Yihao, feel insignificant. "Release Yin," Tang Hao said coldly. Yihao sneered. "Tang Hao, I resurrected your wife. Why should I release her? If it weren't for me, you two wouldn't be reunited today." "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't release Yin, I'll kill you right now," Tang Hao said, clearly agitated. Yihao remained unfazed. "Let's see if your hammer is faster than my blade." "Dugubo, do something," Tang Hao shouted. He had hoped Dugubo would attack Yihao from behind, allowing him and Tang Zio to rescue Yin. But to his surprise, Dugubo remained motionless, sitting down leisurely to observe the battle. It seemed he had no intention of intervening. "Dugubo, what are you doing?" Tang Hao frowned, shouting at Dugubo. Dugubo continued to ignore Tang Hao, refusing to give him any face. "Tang Hao, I, Dugubo, have lived a carefree life, unbound by constraints. You, on the other hand, because I kidnapped your son, forced me to be his bodyguard. I won't even comment on your son's character. Let's talk about you. You repeatedly threaten me. I may not be as strong as you, but I'm still a titled Duoluo. You forgot that I'm Dugubo, the poisoned Duoluo. You kept threatening me to side with you, and now I'm fed up." Dugubo lay back, relaxed. "I'm no longer your son's nanny. Let him fend for himself. From now on, don't come looking for me. If you push me too far, I might just throw my Jade Phosphor Snake Emperor's poison into Shrek Academy and let your son accompany me to the afterlife. At least I'll have someone to serve me on the road to the underworld." Hearing this, Tang Hao was enraged, his eyes turning blood red. "Dugubo, I'll kill you." "And you, Yihao, did you poison me?" Facing Tang Hao's accusation, Yihao smiled faintly and said, "Zhu Zhu, Jair." As soon as Yihao spoke, Zhu Zhu and Jair, who had been hiding in the shadows, appeared. They stood in front of Yihao, instantly completing the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor possessions. Death Spider Emperor, Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. The two brothers were shocked, especially when they saw the two 100,000-year soul rings beneath the two. Tang Zio stepped forward and whispered, "Little brother, we can't kill Yihao today. These two titled Duoluo are not to be trifled with." A titled Duoluo with a 100,000-year soul ring was something Tang Zio wasn't confident about. His own soul rings were 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, the most common configuration, far inferior to Zhu Zhu and Jair. "Big brother, I can't abandon Yin. No matter what, even if I die, I must take Yin away today." Tang Hao's eyes were resolute, showing he was ready to die. "Yin, don't worry about me. Leave quickly," Yin urged, her voice filled with emotion. "Yin," Tang Hao's eyes filled with tears, his grip on the clear sky hammer tightening. "None of you will escape today. Zhu Zhu, Jair, let's make sure these so-called twin stars of the Clear Sky clan are buried here." With that, Yihao took out the Death God's heart and stored Yin inside. At the same time, Yihao, Zhu Zhu, and Jair stepped forward. Using the Death God's heart as a medium, their bodies began to merge rapidly. "Not good, it's a martial soul fusion skill." Tang Zio realized the danger and shouted, "Little brother, we can't let them complete it." The two brothers immediately reacted. Their 9 soul rings spread out, and a powerful aura erupted. Dugubo quickly retreated. He had promised Yihao not to intervene, and it was clear a fierce battle was about to begin. He didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The 2 clear sky hammers, each surrounded by 9 soul rings, came crashing down. Tang Zio and Tang Hao roared. At that moment, a protective net formed by the Death God's heart in front of Yihao's trio deflected the attack. The two brothers were sent flying, coughing up blood and retreating several steps. "Little brother, we need to leave. It's too late," Tang Zio urged. Trying to leave, Yihao's trio had completely merged. At this moment, their martial soul fusion skill, Twin Spider Emperors, was complete. The figure stood at 1.85 meters tall, clad in black and purple armor. His left arm was covered in thorns, while his right arm transformed into a dark green scythe. The 8 spider lances descended from the sky, attaching to his back with a sharp clang. The 8 sharp spider lances grew out, their colors shifting, one side black, the other dark green. The figure wore a ferocious mask, and when his eyes opened, the 3 titled Duoluo present felt a wave of dizziness. Especially Dugubo, who was utterly shocked. He swallowed hard, realizing that not making an enemy of Yihao was the wisest decision. No, he would never oppose Yihao again. Living a peaceful life was much better, wasn't it? Titled Duoluo. Tang Xiao was stunned. Yi Hao's current strength was that of a titled Duoluo, far surpassing the two brothers. No, he's a limit Duoluo, Yi Hao laughed. I've reached the 99th level, the pinnacle of power. Tang Xiao, Tang Hao, you two will die here today. Limit Duoluo. Tang Hao took a step back, his face filled with horror. Heaven is unfair, Yi Hao, prepare to die. Tang Hao charged forward without hesitation, swinging the clear sky hammer with all his might. The 9 soul rings on the hammer shone brightly, and the hammer's size increased tenfold. Clang! Tang Hao was stunned. He saw Yi Hao catch the clear sky hammer with one hand. The ground beneath Yi Hao's feet cracked, but Yi Hao himself remained unharmed, standing firm. The clear sky Duoluo, the clear sky hammer, heh! Yi Hao sneered, then flashed in front of Tang Hao and punched him, sending him flying. Nothing special. Yi Hao exerted a bit more force, and Tang Hao's body was sent crashing into a stone wall, raising a cloud of dust. The clear sky hammer, the so-called #1 tool spirit in the world, isn't as sharp as the 7-kill sword or as domineering as the soul-breaking spear. A mere blunt weapon doesn't deserve the title of the #1 tool spirit. You'd better accept your fate. Yi Hao didn't give the brothers a chance. In the next moment, he appeared behind them, his right arm transforming into a scythe and slashing downward. The brothers were caught off guard. Their hands holding the clear sky hammers began to bleed, their palms torn open by the immense force. Let's go, it's too late, Tang Xiao urged. But Tang Hao seemed unwilling to give up. The 9 soul rings on his clear sky hammer began to spin rapidly. Anyone could tell what Tang Hao was about to do. Yi Hao frowned. After the earlier exchange with Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, the twin Spider Emperor's fusion time was almost up. With only a minute and a half left, it was unlikely he could kill both brothers in time. Once the martial soul fusion skill ended, things would get dangerous. Great Sumeru hammer, 9 rings explode. Tang Hao soared into the air, and the 9 soul rings on his clear sky hammer exploded simultaneously. As the rings shattered, the clear sky hammer became multicolored, its power overwhelming. Even Dugubo, the weakest among them, felt the danger and retreated far away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Life was precious, after all. Just as I thought, Yi Hao's eyes lit up. The death god's heart flew out from his chest, transforming into 6 mirrors that shielded him. When the multicolored clear sky hammer came crashing down, Tang Hao's initial joy turned to horror. The power of the great Sumeru hammer was being absorbed by the mirrors. In the next moment, Yi Hao appeared behind Tang Hao, his arms transforming into 2 scythes. He swung them horizontally, aiming for Tang Hao's head. Seeing this, Tang Xiao rushed to block the attack. But just as Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer met the scythes, Yi Hao's aim shifted. The scythe sliced through Tang Hao's right arm and left leg. Chapter 197. Madam, you wouldn't want your son to get hurt, would you? The pain of having his flesh and bones torn apart made Tang Hao howl in agony. His right arm and left leg had been brutally severed by Yi Hao. Witnessing this scene, Dugubo, who was watching from below, felt his jaw drop. The scene before him felt surreal. Was this Yi Hao's true strength? It was, utterly terrifying. Brother Hao, let's go. Tang Xiao quickly picked up the injured Tang Hao and fled into the distance. Before leaving, he shot a hateful glance at Yi Hao. This grudge would be settled in the future. Seeing the two of them flee, Yi Hao had no intention of chasing them. After all, the time limit for the martial soul fusion skill had run out. Yi Hao landed safely, and the twin Spider Emperors split back into 3 individuals. 3 minutes was far too short, akin to Ultraman fighting a small monster. Yi Hao was breathing heavily, his gaze falling on Tang Hao's severed right arm and left leg. At this moment, they had transformed into 2 soul bones. He stepped forward and picked up the 2 soul bones. If he remembered correctly, these were the soul bones passed down within the Clear Sky sect, traditionally given to the next sect leader. With Tang Hao being expelled from the sect, these 2 soul bones had now fallen into Yi Hao's hands. Originally, Yi Hao had intended to decapitate Tang Hao, but Tang Xiao had intervened at the last moment. As for these 2 soul bones, they would serve as some consolation. Yi Hao stored the 2 soul bones into his death god's heart. After the intense battle, Yi Hao, Zhuzhu, and Zhe were completely exhausted. As for Dugubo, he had already disappeared. The commotion caused by Yi Hao and Tang Hao had been too much. Yi Hao had noticed that the old poisoner had activated his martial soul avatar and fled. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. This was very much in line with Du Gubo's character. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Hao, Zhu Zhu, and Jair sat down cross-legged and began to quietly restore their soul power. What a pity, I couldn't keep Tang Hao here. This was my first time fighting in the twin Spider Emperor's form, and my opponent was one of the twin stars of the Clear Sky sect. It seems I'll need to get more familiar with this form in the future. With that, Yi Hao closed his eyes, and his soul power began to rapidly recover. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, who had been rescued by Tang Zio, was brought to a secluded forest. Tang Zio carefully surveyed the surroundings. After confirming that no one was around, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Brother Hao? Tang Zio looked at Tang Hao with concern. Seeing his brother missing an arm and a leg, Tang Zio felt a surge of rage. Despite the two of them joining forces, they still couldn't defeat Yi Hao. With Du Gubo betraying them at the last moment, Tang Zio had no other choice. Big brother, I deserve to die. Tang Hao lamented, Yi Hao severed my arm and leg, and my soul power has dropped to level 78. Big brother, the two inherited soul bones of the sect have now fallen into Yi Hao's hands. Tang Hao covered his face and wept. The wounds were cleanly cut, and the blood had already dried up due to the soul power blocking the flow. His entire body was covered in blood. Now, Tang Hao was completely crippled. He slumped to the ground, his reunion with Ah Yin becoming the most beautiful memory of his life. Big brother, you must take Ah Yin back. I can't live without her. Faced with his brother's desperate pleas, Tang Zio sighed deeply. Brother Hao, I am no match for Yi Hao. Although Ah Yin has been resurrected, she is still in Yi Hao's hands. It seems we were too reckless this time. Brother Hao, what do you plan to do next? Tang Hao remained silent for a long time before saying, I want to stay by Zio-san's side. No, you can't stay any longer. Tang Zio firmly refused. He continued, you are no longer a titled dueluo. Losing an arm and a leg has dealt a huge blow to you. Your vitality is depleted, and your strength has been greatly reduced. Now, you can't even defeat Du Gubo. You need to return to a secluded place to recuperate. The Clear Sky sect will never let Yi Hao off. But Tang Hao hesitated. As his elder brother, Tang Zio knew exactly what Tang Hao was thinking. Ever since seeing Ah Yin resurrected, Tang Hao had become extremely agitated, wishing he could reunite with her immediately. Tang Hao shuddered, the pain from losing his arm and leg overwhelming him. Big brother, Zio-san is calling for me. Tang Hao struggled to stand up, but found that he couldn't even stand. Seeing this, Tang Zio's eyes welled up with tears. I'll go, you rest here, I'll be back soon. Remember, don't act rashly, you're too weak right now. With that, Tang Zio repeatedly reminded Tang Hao before transforming into a streak of light and heading straight for Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's 9 soul rings had been shattered, and he was now crippled. He lay against a tree trunk, staring blankly at the blue sky above. Ah Yin, Tang Hao murmured, tears streaming down his face. Strength Clan is gone. In the palace, Emperor Zhu Yi was furious. The Strength Clan was one of the major clans in Heavendew City, and its patriarch was a soul dueluo. Over the years, the royal family had tried to win them over, but the patriarch was too stubborn and had ignored their advances. This matter is definitely not as simple as it seems, Ning Fengzhai, who was sitting nearby, said with a grave expression. That night, the sword and bone dueluos of the 7 treasure glazed tile clan, who were outside Heavendew City, had sensed 4 unusual auras in the direction of the Strength Clan's territory. Master Ning, are you saying that the Strength Clan was wiped out by someone? Emperor Zhu Yi was furious. During the tournament, such a horrific event had occurred. An entire clan had been wiped out in a single night. It was truly shocking. This is a blatant disregard for the Heavendew Empire. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. Ning Fengzhai sighed. If it had been the 7 treasure glazed tile clan that had been attacked last night, could they have withstood it? Master Ning, do you think the spirit hall is behind this? Emperor Zhu Yi immediately suspected. Ning Fengzhai first nodded, then after a moment of silence shook his head. I don't know, Ning Fengzhai said, looking perplexed. The spirit hall is powerful, but they wouldn't wipe out the Strength Clan at this critical moment. Although the Strength Clan was once a subsidiary of the Clear Sky sect, they have been operating independently in Heavendew City for years. The spirit hall has no reason to destroy them. As for the beast tide theory, I believe it was just a cover-up by the culprit. Emperor Zhu sighed. It seems this matter will have to be left as it is. The only survivor of the Strength clan is the one at Shrek Academy. Master Ning, your 7 treasure glazed tile clan must be extra vigilant. The royal family cannot afford to lose you. The 7 treasure glazed tile clan was crucial to the Heaven Dew royal family, not only because of the 2 title duos, but also because it helped stabilize the royal family's position. As for the upcoming trip to the Spirit Hall, King He and the others will need to trouble you, Master Ning. Ning Fengzhai nodded. Your Majesty, rest assured. King He is my disciple, and I will definitely ensure the Crown Prince's safety. There are no secrets that can be kept forever. The news of the Force clan's destruction quickly spread throughout the city, with various theories circulating. At Shrek Academy, when Tai Long learned of his clan's destruction, he was struck as if by lightning. He collapsed to the ground, weeping bitterly. How could the Strength clan, which had been thriving, be wiped out in a single night? In the forest, Tang San had been waiting for a long time. He had already sent a message to his father, but why hadn't anyone come yet? Just then, a figure in a black robe slowly emerged from the forest. Zio-san, Tang Zio lifted his robe, revealing a face very similar to Tang Hao's. You are, Tang San's heart tightened. The person before him looked very much like his father. Could it be, uncle? Tang Zio smiled bitterly. Zio-san, I'm your uncle, Tang Zio. Hearing this, Tang San immediately knelt down. Uncle. This was the first time Tang San had met Tang Zio, so he didn't recognize him. When Tang Zio summoned the clear sky hammer, with 9 soul rings circling it, Tang San became extremely excited. He was one step closer to revenge. Uncle, where is my father? Tang San couldn't help but ask. Your father. Tang Zio couldn't bring himself to tell Tang San the tragic truth. Your father had to leave for a while. During this time I will take over. Zio-san, is there something you need? Tang San nodded slightly. It wouldn't hurt to tell his uncle. He then recounted Master Yu Xiaoging's plan. Tang Zio's face darkened. What kind of plan was this? Who could come up with such a thing? Zio-san, I don't agree with this plan. Tang Zio refused. Why? Tang San pressed. First, your master is your teacher. Does he know Yi Hao's true strength? I trust my master's judgment. Tang San was firm, showing great confidence in Yu Xiaoging. Tang Zio shook his head. Second, Yi Hao's strength is far beyond what you think. You are underestimating him. Your master's plan is to have me and your father ambush Yi Hao on the way to the Spirit Hall. Is this a plan a human would come up with? Knowing that Yi Hao is the Spirit Hall's young master, there will definitely be title duos protecting him along the way. How can your master even think of this? It's utterly ridiculous. Tang San gritted his teeth. He would never tolerate anyone insulting his master. But the person before him was his uncle. Tang San could only suppress his anger. But Yi Hao is just one person. Even if he has title duos protecting him, there must be a moment when he is vulnerable, Tang San said, still unwilling to give up. As long as there was a chance, he had to make sure Yi Hao died on the way. Zio-san, on my way to Heaven Dew City, I heard about the tragedy that befell the Strength clan. I assume you know about it too, Tang Zio asked. Tang San nodded. I just found out. The Strength clan was wiped out overnight. How could the Strength clan, which had been thriving, be wiped out in a single night? Uncle, it must have been Yi Hao, Tang San said firmly. The Strength clan was supposed to be Tang San's backup force. He had planned to integrate them into his Tang sect in this world. But he never expected that the entire Strength clan would be wiped out in a single night. Why do you say that? Tang Zio was also puzzled and couldn't help but ask. The destruction of the Strength clan saddened Tang Zio. After all, it was the Clear Sky sect that had caused the Strength clan's downfall. Uncle, you don't know this, but yesterday, Grandpa Tai Tan had a confrontation with Yi Hao. I think Yi Hao must have been dissatisfied and sent people to destroy the Strength clan. It must be him, Tang San said resolutely. Tang Zio's expression darkened. If that's the case, then Yi Hao must be involved in the destruction of the Strength clan. Just moments ago, Tang Zio and Tang Hao had joined forces, but were still no match for Yi Hao. Now, it seemed that Yi Hao was definitely behind the destruction of the Strength clan. Zio-san, think about it. If Yi Hao has the strength to wipe out the Strength clan in one night, can your father and I really kill him? This, Tang San was stunned. Tang Zio patted Tang San's shoulder and said solemnly, Zio-san, there is a type of person in this world who has no ability but loves to point fingers, always putting themselves at the center and arrogantly criticizing others. Such people are the most shameless, caring only about their own face and suffering for it. In the end, they not only drag others down but also lose face themselves. Tang San. As for who I'm talking about, I won't say more, Tang Zio sighed. I won't agree to this plan. Please go back and tell your master. Harming others will eventually harm yourself. What goes around comes around. With that, Tang Zio left without giving Tang San a chance to respond. Soon, Tang San was alone in the forest. Damn it, is Yi Hao really so invincible? I refuse to believe it. How can Yi Hao be so powerful that even uncle and father are so afraid of him? After a night of rest, Yi Hao, who was at the ice and fire yin-yang well, had fully recovered his stamina and soul power. Outside the forest, Yi Hao returned to the carriage and instructed the Spirit Hall disciples to continue driving toward the Spirit Hall. How boring, Yi Hao stretched his limbs. After yesterday's fierce battle, Tang Hao was completely crippled. In his spare time, Yi Hao took out the death god's heart and released Ah Yin, who had been trapped inside. Ah Yin appeared in a flash of black light inside the carriage. Dazed, she looked around at the unfamiliar environment, filled with confusion. It's you, what have you done to my husband? Ah Yin became anxious, cautiously looking at Yi Hao with a sense of foreboding. Ha ha ha, Yi Hao laughed coldly. Your husband is quite impressive, truly worthy of being the renowned clear sky duo. Nevertheless, I still managed to kill him. You, what are you saying? Impossible. My Hao could never be killed by you, you're lying. You're lying to me. Ah Yin clearly didn't believe Yi Hao's words. At that moment, Yi Hao took out 2 soul bones from the death god's heart, and Ah Yin was stunned. These are your husband's soul bones, the evidence is right here. Do you still not believe me? Seeing this, Ah Yin completely broke down. Tears filled her eyes, and a murderous intent emerged. Her arms transformed into blue-silver grass as she frantically tried to strangle Yi Hao. Before she could act, a sickle mark on Ah Yin's forehead flashed, and black lightning quickly enveloped her body. Ah Yin let out a scream and immediately fainted. Truly, ignorance is fearless. Yi Hao shook his head and stored the soul bones into the death god's heart. Now he had 4 soul bones, though unfortunately, none of them were 100,000-year ones. But it's fine, there will be cake and there will be milk. After a long while, Ah Yin gradually woke up. The sky outside was already dark. Ah Yin groggily got up, feeling sore all over. She subconsciously checked her body and, finding her clothes intact, finally relaxed a little. I don't like second-hand goods. Yi Hao sat upright in the carriage, looking at the awakened Ah Yin. You, Ah Yin's face turned red, then she glared at Yi Hao with hatred. Just you wait, someday I will avenge my husband. Yi Hao didn't care. I'll be waiting, but before that you must obey me. After all, I'm the one who revived you. So what? You killed my husband. I will never let you off. Tears streamed down Ah Yin's face as she cried pitifully. Is this phrase your family's motto? Now that your husband is dead, your son is next, Yi Hao said. No, Ah Yin knelt on the ground, begging. No, I beg you, my husband is already dead. Please don't kill my son. I'll do anything you want. Faced with Ah Yin's plea, Yi Hao leaned in with interest. He had to admit, Tang Hao had good taste. Ah Yin was indeed beautiful, and having already given birth, her skin was as smooth as if it could be pinched and water would come out. Anything really, Yi Hao smiled meaningfully, looking at Ah Yin. Ah Yin's mind was in turmoil, and for a moment she was at a loss. Madam, you wouldn't want your son to get hurt, would you? As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, Ah Yin began to tremble. She fell silent, only looking at Yi Hao with panicked eyes. The journey to the Spirit Hall is still long. It will probably take 4 or 5 days. I could have used my 6-winged purple light wings to fly there in less than half a day, but for you, I made a special trip to Sunset Forest. Yi Hao continued, I used a precious immortal herb to revive you. You owe me. But, Ah Yin trembled, I have no money. You also killed my husband. I have an irreconcilable hatred for you. Hearing this, Yi Hao laughed heartily. That's because your husband was incompetent. It's not my fault. The weak are meant to be beaten. Your husband wanted to kill me, and your son wants to kill me too. Don't worry, the family should stay together. I'll take care of them. But before that, you'll be my maid, taking care of my daily needs. Impossible, don't even think about it, Yin flatly refused. Having an irreconcilable hatred for Yi Hao, yet being forced to serve as his maid, Yin was furious. At that moment, Yi Hao smirked, "You don't have a choice." In the next second, the sickle mark on Yin's forehead flashed with a black light. What have you done to me?" Yin's body moved against her will as she walked behind Yi Hao and began massaging him with her delicate hands. The pressure was just right, and Yi Hao immersed himself in the sensation, closing his eyes in enjoyment. "I told you not to resist. Your revival was entirely due to my death god's divine power. With this power, I can control all your actions. Right now, you're thinking about how to escape and seek revenge on me," Yi Hao said with a smirk, turning to look at the unwilling Yin. "Don't even think about causing trouble. It's best if you don't, or with a single thought from me, the sickle mark on your forehead will explode." Yin didn't seem to appreciate this. "You'd better kill me now. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely seek revenge." Her body was out of her control, her delicate hands still massaging Yi Hao, but the murderous intent in her eyes was unbearable. Yin wished she could regain control of her body and strangle Yi Hao to death. "Want to strangle me?" Yi Hao raised an eyebrow. "You can try." Yin remained silent. She hadn't expected him to be telling the truth. It seemed he knew her thoughts better than she did. Every word and action of Yin was under Yi Hao's control. She sat behind him, her mind in chaos, her thoughts a complete mess. "The pressure is just right, and your skills are decent. It seems Tang Hao also enjoyed such luxuries." Yi Hao sighed in comfort, glancing at the secretly furious Yin sitting behind him. Even if Yi Hao gave her 10 times the courage, she wouldn't dare. The control of the death god's heart could only be released by Yi Hao. Right now, Yin was thinking about how to take revenge on Yi Hao, how to escape, and what to do if Yi Hao forced himself on her. She would rather die. "Yi Hao, what kind of person do you think I am?" Yi Hao didn't have the character of Cao Cao. Of course, not everyone is Cao Cao. There are always 1 or 2 exceptions, right? "Give up, Yin, you owe your revival to me," Yi Hao said casually. Meanwhile, Yin, sitting behind him, looked at him with extreme hatred. Do you know what it was like to be kidnapped? Coupled with the fact that Yi Hao had killed Tang Hao, Yin's hatred for Yi Hao had reached its peak. At that moment, Zhu Zhu suddenly appeared at the door. "Master, this is a letter from the spy at Shrek Academy." Yi Hao took the letter and opened it. After reading it for a while, his eyes narrowed. "What are you ziogging? First, he incited Tai Tan to deal with me, and then he tried to team up with Tang Zio and Tang Hao to ambush me on the way to the Spirit Hall." Yi Hao's eyes revealed a murderous intent. "Fortunately, Tang Hao is already dead. Now only Tang Zio remains. I think Tang San is doomed this time." At this, Yin, who was massaging Yi Hao, trembled violently. This news was too much for her to bear. "Zhu Zhu, is you ziogging still at Shrek Academy?" Yi Hao asked. "No," Zhu Zhu shook her head. "Yu Ziogging has already left Shrek Academy. He's on his way to the Spirit Hall. According to the informant, he seems to be going to seek your mother to ask about the cultivation method for twin martial souls." Yi Hao waved his hand, and the carriage door closed. "Yu Ziogging, I won't kill you this time. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I'll make you watch in agony as it is destroyed before your eyes. From now on, the Heaven Dew Empire will have 1 less Master Yu and 1 more. Eunuch Yu." Yi Hao looked at the tearful Yin behind him. "Don't worry, you and your son will meet again. However, it will be just before Tang San's death." Chapter 198. The Death God Descends in a Dream. Yi Hao arrives at the Spirit Hall. "Please, I beg you, kill me and make me your soul ring and soul bone. Just spare my son's life," Yin pleaded desperately. Yi Hao, however, remained unmoved. "Your son wants to kill me, and you know the enmity between the Clear Sky Clan and the Spirit Hall. In the future, one of the two will inevitably be destroyed. As the young master of the Spirit Hall, I can't just stand by and watch the Spirit Hall be destroyed by your son. Yin, just watch. Also keep massaging, don't stop." The carriage slowly moved forward, gradually heading toward the Spirit Hall. The night deepened and darkness enveloped the land. In the forest, a campfire flickered. Yi Hao sat alone by the fire, while Yin, her eyes swollen from crying, sat across from him. She glanced at Yi Hao, who was meditating, and instinctively wanted to escape. However, the control of the death god's heart was too powerful. Even a 100,000-year-soul beast like her had no choice but to obey. Blue-Silver Emperor, just stay put. The master's death god's heart is no joke. Zhu, sitting by the campfire, warned Ah Yin as she noticed her restlessness. You two are also 100,000-year soul beasts. Why are you colluding with humans, and even recognizing one as your master? Faced with Ah Yin's accusation, Zhair coldly replied, "We're doing this for ourselves. The master has allowed us to fully transform into humans. Once he ascends to godhood, we can also enjoy eternal life." "Weren't you also colluding with humans? How can you criticize us?" Zhu chuckled. "And you even fell for that, Tang Hao. I really don't understand your taste. Humans often say, if you don't look out for yourself, heaven and earth will destroy you. The master treats us well, and as Zhair said, we're just looking out for ourselves. Life in the forest was far worse than it is now. Without the master, I'd still be in the forest, perhaps dominating a territory with my 100,000-year cultivation, but eventually my life would end, or I'd be hunted by humans. But now, we've seized an opportunity." They ignored Ah Yin, unable to comprehend how she could fall for a human and even bear his child. The thought of a human and a soul beast having a child together sent shivers down their spines. The death god's heart hovered above Yi Hao's head. Suddenly, a faint black light entered Yi Hao's forehead. "Yi Hao! Yi Hao! Yi Hao!" Yi Hao opened his eyes and found himself in complete darkness, as if floating in chaos. "Death god," Yi Hao looked at the figure before him and asked, "Why are you here?" The death god sighed. "I came to tell you that the sea god has specifically chosen an opponent for you." "An opponent?" Yi Hao was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "Do you remember when you captured the devil's soul, great white shark king in the ocean some time ago?" Yi Hao nodded. "I remember. Is the sea god holding a grudge? Isn't he being too petty?" The death god nodded helplessly and smiled. "What do you think? That guy has been alone in the god realm for too long, and his mind has gone a bit haywire. Some time ago, he made a bet with me, and you're part of it." "Me?" Yi Hao pointed at himself. "Yes, you," the death god continued. "You're my successor, so the sea god also chose a successor. He wants to bet with me to see who is stronger, the sea god or the death god." "Wait," Yi Hao interjected. "Let me guess, the sea god's successor isn't, Tang San, is it?" Faced with Yi Hao's guess, the death god could only say, "You're very smart. It's indeed Tang San." "What the hell?" Yi Hao cursed. "How bored is the sea god? He actually chose Tang San." The death god shrugged, smiling bitterly. "I tried to dissuade him, but sea god was too angry, so we went to the god realm committee and made the bet under the witness of the 5 great gods. This bet will determine the future development of the DOLOU continent for the next 10,000 years. Yi Hao, you're my successor, and I have high hopes for you. You're doing great. You have the Death Spider Emperor, the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, the Devil's Soul Great White Shark King, and now the Blue Silver Emperor. You're practically collecting 100,000-year soul beasts like they're on sale." Yi Hao scratched his head and smiled. "Enough about that, let's talk about the bet. What did the God Realm Committee say?" "This is a private matter between me and the Sea God, so we followed his suggestion. You will inherit the Death God's divine seat, while Tang San will inherit the Sea God's divine seat. Once you both ascend to godhood, the future of the DOLOU continent will be decided by the outcome of your battle," the Death God explained. "Yi Hao, these guys are so irresponsible," Yi Hao complained. "Tell me about it," the Death God waved his hand. "We have an agreement. Before Tang San begins the Sea God's 9 trials, you cannot kill him or put him in mortal danger." Yi Hao was speechless. "What about after that?" "After that, there are no restrictions. During the trials, you can attack Tang San as you please. That's the fairness of the trials." The Death God added, "Also, your Death God's 9 trials have been adjusted. The difficulty has been reduced." "Did you water it down?" "Just a little. Just a little." "Okay, a lot." "Yi Hao." The Death God patted Yi Hao's shoulder and comforted him. "With your current physical condition, there's no need for such brutal trials. Take Poseidon's first 3 trials, for example, crossing the sea god's light, breaking through the ringed sea's blockade, and surviving the raging waves. Aren't those all headaches? To me, sea god is just being stubborn. He's bored and wants to cause trouble for others." Is that all? That's all. Goodbye. With that, Yihao quickly disconnected. The death gods. Damn it. By the campfire, Yihao suddenly woke up. That sea god is so petty. I just captured the devil soul great white shark king. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? Yihao muttered to himself. Then he looked at Ah Yin, who was sitting across the fire, visibly agitated. Ah Yin, you're lucky. Ah Yin looked at Yihao, confused. I've decided not to kill Tang San. As soon as he said this, Zhu Zhu and Zhar were puzzled, while Ah Yin was stunned. You're serious. She couldn't believe her ears. Don't get too excited. This is only temporary. I made a promise to someone, and that's why. To be honest, Tang San was supposed to die during this trip to the spirit hall, but someone interfered and set up some stupid bet. In the god realm, see God's temple. See God, achoo achoo achoo. Who's talking about me? As long as Zio-san is safe, that's all that matters, Ah Yin thought to herself, secretly relieved. Yihao stared at the campfire. The death god had made it clear that he couldn't kill Tang San before he began the sea god's 9 trials. However, once Tang San went to Sea God Island, Yihao could go all out. I must intercept the deep-sea demonic whale king, Yihao decided. Since I can't kill him, that doesn't mean I can't make him suffer. Sometimes, tormenting someone is more effective than killing them, Yihao thought, glancing at Ah Yin with a slight smile. Ah Yin, come here and massage me. Ah Yin's body moved against her will. Despite her reluctance, her body obeyed. She sat behind Yihao and began massaging his shoulders with her delicate hands. Seeing this, Zhu Zhu felt envious and turned to Zhar. Zhar's eyes lit up, and when her green spider legs appeared, Zhu Zhu quickly shook her head, showing a strong desire to survive. Not killing him now doesn't mean I won't kill him later, Yihao smiled, looking at Ah Yin behind him. Ah Yin remained silent, calmly massaging Yihao. There was no point in overthinking things now. Yihao could read her thoughts anyway. As long as her son was safe for the time being, that was enough. The journey to the spirit hall was still long, and Yihao enjoyed himself along the way, with Ah Yin attending to his needs. In contrast, Grandmaster, who was also heading to the spirit hall, wasn't so lucky. To reach the spirit hall quickly, Grandmaster took a shortcut. As he drove the carriage, he looked down at the 1,000-foot cliff below and felt a chill run down his spine. For Zio-san, I'll risk it all. 5 days later, in Heavendew City. The teams heading to Spirit City for the elimination round had gathered. Led by Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe, and after an impassioned speech by Emperor Zhu Yi, the team, accompanied by 500 Heavendew Royal Knights, set off in grand fashion. By the way, did any of you see Yihao in the crowd just now? Flender asked as he boarded the carriage, looking around at the Shrek Academy members. Oh no, Flender's heart sank. Yihao must have gone to the spirit hall ahead of us. Xiaoging is in serious danger. What? Tang San was shocked and furious, clenching his fists tightly. Yihao, if anything happens to my teacher, I swear I'll kill you myself. Tang San silently vowed. The carriages moved in a grand procession, soon leaving Heavendew City. The journey to the spirit hall was long, taking 4 to 5 days. In the 7-treasure glazed tile clan's carriage, Sword Duluo and Ning Fengzhai were accompanying the group to protect Crown Prince Zhu Qinghe. However, an unexpected guest had joined them. Master Ning, Sword Duluo, it's been a while, Tang Zio smiled. Patriarch Tang Zio, the two were shocked. It was obvious that he was here for Tang San. Patriarch Tang Zio, it's been so long. You're as impressive as ever, Ning Fengzhai said politely. Where's the clear sky Duluo? Tang Zio sighed lightly. Brother Hao was injured recently and is currently recuperating. I'm now fully responsible for Zio-san's safety. The reason for my visit should be clear to you. Ning Fengzhai nodded. I'm sorry, Patriarch Tang Zio. It's not that the 7-treasure glazed tile clan is afraid, but the spirit hall is no longer what it used to be. With Yihao as their young master, the future of the top 3 clans is uncertain. Master Ning, let me tell you something, Tang Zio said seriously. Not long ago, Brother Hao and I fought Yihao. What? Ning Fengzhai was shocked. You fought Yihao, how did it go? Sword Duluo pricked up his ears. The twin stars of the Clear Sky clan had once shaken the continent. Even he wouldn't stand a chance against them together. To be honest, we lost, completely lost, Tang Zio sighed deeply. It seemed Tang Zio wasn't lying. Ning Fengzhai could tell. You lost, Sword Duluo was stunned. You and Tang Hao together lost? Yi Hao is only a soul king, and you two are title Duluos with the clear sky hammer, the #1 tool martial soul in the world. How could you lose? The #1 tool martial soul? Tang Xiao smiled bitterly. That might be the most ironic thing I've ever heard. Yi Hao and those two title Duluos with the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor can perform a martial soul fusion skill. After fusing, their power rivals that of a level 99 limit Duluo. Hearing this, Sword Duluo and Ning Fengzhai were both shocked. Level 99 limit Duluo. Tang Xiao nodded and continued. Not only that, during the battle with Yi Hao, Brother Hao lost an arm and a leg. His soul power dropped to level 78. He's effectively crippled. The carriage fell silent, the atmosphere heavy. A level 99 limit Duluo. This was the dream of every title Duluo. Currently, only Qian Dailiu and Tang Chen had reached this level on the continent, with Poseidon's high priestess, Bo Saixi, being the third. These three were the pinnacle of power on the Duluo continent. Now, Yi Hao had joined their ranks, and he was so young. Not long ago, Yi Hao openly threatened Vice Dean Liu Erlong of Shrek Academy. He said, "Visit your clan more often. Even the most vibrant flowers will eventually wither." Ning Fengzhai, being a cunning old fox, immediately understood the implication. Yi Hao is targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Sword Duluo frowned. How bold, is Yi Hao insane? Tang Xiao added, that's not all. Yi Hao isn't just targeting the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The Clear Sky clan is also on his hit list. First the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, then the Clear Sky clan. His next target will undoubtedly be... Tang Xiao trailed off, but it was clear what he meant. Yi Hao, as the young master of the Spirit Hall, has been staying in Heaven Dew City for years. He must have some ulterior motive. Ning Fengzhai remained silent for a long time before sighing. The Spirit Hall is finally making its move against the top 3 clans. I thought it would take longer, but it's happening now. Sword Duluo said, Fengzhai, what should we do? We can't just sit back and take this. We need a strategy. Ning Fengzhai nodded in agreement. I know what to do. Patriarch Tang Xiao, thank you for telling us this. Tang Xiao shook his head. The top 3 clans are interconnected. Master Ning, don't forget that. If one falls, the others will suffer. You probably don't know this yet, but the Strength clan was destroyed by Yi Hao himself. Sword Duluo and Ning Fengzhai fell silent. They should have expected this. The situation was worse than they thought. They needed to act fast. Meanwhile, after 5 days of travel, Yi Hao finally arrived at Spirit City. Stepping out of the carriage, Yi Hao stood before the gates of Spirit City. The last time he was here was a year ago, when he had been wanted. But that had all been a misunderstanding. Mom, I'm here. Yi Hao entered the city openly. As he stepped inside, the familiar sights greeted him. His destination, the Pope's Hall. At the same time, Xiao Hong and Bibai Dong were in the Rakshasa secret realm. So this is the Rakshasa secret realm. Not bad. Bibai Dong, how far have you progressed in the Rakshasa 9 trials? Bibai Dong replied, I've gained the recognition of the Rakshasa scythe. Now, I need to gather 2 more soul rings. The Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python in the Stardew Forest are the best choices. The Titan Giant Ape is about to die, and next is the Azure Bull Python. There's actually another way for you to reach level 100 without going through all this trouble, Xiao Hong said with a sly grin. Oh, Bibai Dong's eyes lit up. This dog loved to be cryptic, but his words were always true. What method? Reaching level 100 was incredibly difficult. No one had done it in tens of thousands of years. Everyone wanted to be the first, and Bibai Dong was no exception. Wait until your precious son arrives, and we'll talk about it then, Xiao Hong said mysteriously. Bibai Dong's damn dog. Xiao Hong loved to be cryptic, always speaking in half-truths. Bibai Dong was used to it. Stop, the Pope's Hall is sacred ground. No unauthorized personnel are allowed. Yi Hao, accompanied by Zhu Zhu, Zhao, and Ayin, arrived at the Pope's Hall. Just like when Xiao Hong and the evil spirit Orca King had arrived, they were stopped by 2 holy hall knights guarding the entrance. However, what shocked the knights the most was that the young man before them looked exactly like the Pope. Damn it, just like my sister said, only a few people know my identity. Let me shout first. Zhu Duluo, Yi Hao's voice echoed loudly, drawing the attention of everyone nearby. Was this guy crazy? He dared to call Elder Ju by his nickname. Sure enough, within a second, a golden light flew out from the Pope's hall, and Ju Duluo appeared before Yi Hao, looking furious. Who called me? Ju Duluo gritted his teeth. It was me, Yi Hao smiled, stepping forward. You, Ju Duluo froze when he saw Yi Hao's face, which was identical to the Pope's. He couldn't help but circle Yi Hao, examining him closely. You, who are you? Ju Duluo recalled the Pope's words. The young master would be returning soon, and they should be on the lookout. This young man looked exactly like the Pope. Are you, the young master? Ju Duluo asked tentatively. Yi Hao nodded with a smile. Elder Ju, you have a good eye. I had to shout earlier. My apologies for the rudeness. With that, Yi Hao summoned the Death Spider Emperor and soul-devouring Spider Emperor Martial Souls. Seeing this, Ju Duluo was completely convinced. Young master, you finally returned, Ju Duluo said, meeting Yi Hao for the first time. He was amazed. He had heard from Juliana that the young master looked exactly like the Pope. Now, he could see it for himself. I didn't bring any gifts for my return, but here's something for you. Yi Hao reached behind his head and pulled out a yellow chrysanthemum. This is. Ju Duluo's eyes widened as he trembled, staring at the flower in Yi Hao's hand. If I remember correctly, Elder Ju's martial soul is the chrysanthemum. This is it. I found it by chance while traveling. It's useless to me, so I'm giving it to you. Young master, are you really giving this to me? Ju Duluo asked in disbelief. You don't want it? Fine, I'll take it back. No, I want it. Yi Hao smiled helplessly and handed the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum to Ju Duluo. Ju Duluo held it like a treasure, carefully cradling it in his hands. Young master, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll handle it perfectly. Yi Hao smiled. Let's work together from now on. Where's my mother? Ju Duluo stored the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum. The Pope and your dog went to the secret chamber to train. Train? Yi Hao was puzzled. What is Zio hung up to now? Oh, Ju Duluo remembered something. The Grand Worship said that once you arrive, you must visit the Elder Hall. Kayan Dalu. Got it, Yi Hao nodded. This was his first time at the Pope's Hall, and everything was still unfamiliar. Lead the way, Yi Hao gestured. Ju Duluo nodded. When his gaze fell on Yin behind Yi Hao, he froze. It's you're still alive. Ju Duluo recognized Yin. He had been part of the team that captured her years ago. Yin avoided his gaze. In the spirit hall, she was a special person of interest. Relax, Yi Hao smiled. I revived Yin. Now she's just my maid, nothing more. With that, Ju Duluo could only silently give Yi Hao a thumbs up. Zhu, Zhar, you and Yin go to the Pope's Hall and wait for me. After I meet my grandfather, we'll regroup with Zio Hong and the evil spirit Orca King. Yes. After giving his instructions, Yi Hao followed Ju Duluo toward the Elder Hall. As he walked, Yi Hao felt his heart pounding. This was Kayan Dalu, one of the few level 99 limit Duluos on the continent. Yi Hao took a deep breath to calm his nerves. If meeting Kayan Dalu was this nerve-wracking, how would he handle meeting his mother later? As Yi Hao entered the Spirit Hall, outside the city, Yu Xiaogang finally arrived at Spirit City after a grueling journey. His clothes were tattered, his pants and shirt full of holes. He looked much thinner, having taken shortcuts to get here. After countless hardships, Yu Xiaogang had finally arrived. Chapter 199. Yi Hao and Kayan Dalu, the first meeting between grandfather and grandson. After traversing various parts of the Pope's Hall, Yi Hao finally arrived at the Elder Hall. The Pope's Hall was luxuriously decorated, no less extravagant than the Heaven-Due Imperial Palace, and even surpassed it in some aspects. In front of the Elder Hall, a Titan giant ape was tightly bound by 6 chains. Its eyes were lifeless, as if it had already accepted its impending death, sitting quietly on the ground, waiting for the end to come. Stinky Ape, do you still remember me? Yi Hao couldn't help but greet the Titan giant ape when he saw it again after so long. Roar, the Titan giant ape shuddered, hearing the voice it despised so much. When the Titan giant ape turned to look, its eyes were blood red. Don't look at me like that, you know. That rabbit will soon come to the Spirit Hall to reunite with you. By then, you'll both become soul rings and soul bones. Aren't you happy? As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, the long-suppressed rage of the Titan giant ape erupted instantly, its powerful aura rapidly rising. Before it could resist, the chains wrapped in black lightning struck first, electrocuting the Titan giant ape and causing it to convulse violently under a fierce black light. Crackling sounds filled the air as the Titan giant ape trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, the Titan giant ape's eyes rolled back, and it fainted, its massive, mountain-like body crashing to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. "Elder Ju, let's continue." Yihao spoke up. Elder Ju was momentarily stunned, then looked seriously at Yihao, who was walking ahead. This young master, whom he had never met before, was incredibly mysterious, and Elder Ju couldn't help but feel a hint of fear towards him. "Elder Ju, if I remember correctly, you'll be ambushing Tang San in a few days, right?" Facing Yihao's question, Elder Ju nodded without hesitation, reporting truthfully. "Yes, we will set out tomorrow. Her Holiness the Pope's orders are firm. Tang San must not be allowed to appear at the Spirit Hall." Yihao smiled slightly. "Then I wish you success in advance." The Elder Hall held a supreme status, and only the top powerhouses of the Spirit Hall could reside there. Passing through layers of buildings, Yihao and Elder Ju arrived outside the Angel Sanctuary. Not far away, a majestic figure stood tall. From a distance, Yihao noticed that the figure seemed increasingly mysterious, exuding an aura of profound enigma. "Grand worship." Yihao followed Elder Ju inside. "What is it?" Kyan Dailiu spoke indifferently. Two simple words, yet they instantly created an oppressive atmosphere. Elder Ju didn't dare to raise his head, bowing at a 45-degree angle as he reported. "Young master has returned." Elder Ju felt his throat dry up. Kyan Dailiu was momentarily puzzled. The team from the Heaven Dew Empire, led by Zhu, shouldn't be back for a while. How could they have returned so quickly? "Young master." Could it be? Elder Ju wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued. "It's young master Yihao who has returned." Kyan Dailiu's eyes lit up, understanding dawning on him. "I see, has he arrived?" Kyan Dailiu never turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the statue of the angel. The angel statue was his faith, the goal he had pursued his entire life. "Grand worship, I'm already here." Yihao smiled as he stepped forward. The unfamiliar voice quietly rang out, startling Kyan Dailiu, who then transformed into a golden light and appeared in front of Yihao. At first glance, just the first glance, Kyan Dailiu was utterly shocked. Similar, so similar. Whether it was his expression, appearance, or innate demeanor, Yihao bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, Bibai Dong. Kyan Dailiu examined him closely, repeatedly exclaiming in amazement. It was truly rare to find two people who looked so alike. If Yihao were a girl, he could easily be called the second Bibai Dong. When Kyan Dailiu's gaze fell on the black scythe mark between Yihao's eyebrows, he instinctively sensed something and quickly averted his eyes. "The world is full of wonders. You and your mother are incredibly alike." Kyan Dailiu couldn't stop marveling. Today, he had truly witnessed something extraordinary. A big question mark popped up in Yihao's mind. "You may leave," Kyan Dailiu spoke indifferently. Elder Ju quickly bowed, and then hurriedly left the place. The pressure from a level 99 limit duo was simply too overwhelming. "You look very much like your mother." Kyan Dailiu gestured for Yihao to sit down. Yihao nodded. "That's to be expected from a blood relative." "What did you call me earlier?" "Grand worship." "No, you've already met Zhu in Heaven Dew City, haven't you?" Yihao nodded. "Yes, my sister has already acknowledged me, but..." "Then why are you still calling me Grand Worship?" Kyan Dailiu raised an eyebrow. Yihao was so nervous he could barely speak, just like when he had faced Bo Saixi. But the feeling he got from Kyan Dailiu was completely different from Bo Saixi. What Kyan Dailiu gave Yihao was warmth, the kind of care an elder shows to a younger generation. Grandpa," Yihao gritted his teeth and finally spoke. "That's more like it." Kyan Dailiu smiled, a gentle smile, quite different from the coldness he had shown to Elder Ju. "This is your first time at the Spirit Hall. Grandpa doesn't have much to give you, so take this as a meeting gift." With that, Kyan Dailiu took out a brocade box from behind him and handed Yihao a golden token. Yihao quickly stood up and received the token with both hands, puzzled. "Grandpa, what is this?" Kyan Dailiu's lips curled into a slight smile, This is the symbol of the grand worship. Holding this token is equivalent to the presence of the grand worship himself. Seeing this token is like seeing me. Yi Hao's hands trembled slightly. After hearing his grandfather's words, Yi Hao could feel the immense weight of the token in his hands. It was too heavy. "Grandpa, please take it back. This gift is too precious." Yi Hao repeatedly declined. Cayenne DOLOU, however, shook his head with a smile. "You are the heir of the death god, with the potential to reach level 100 in the future. Under the leadership of you and your mother, the spirit hall will go even further. As for me, never mind that. Just keep the token. Whether it's the Titan giant ape outside or the evil spirit orca group behind the spirit city, these are not things just anyone can handle. Before you even arrived at the spirit hall, you've already gifted the spirit hall 2 great presents. This token belongs to no one but you." Seeing this, Yi Hao stopped refusing and carefully stored the token in his heart of the death god. "Grandpa, you must stand up for me." Yi Hao spoke with a hint of grievance, as if he had suffered greatly. "What happened?" Cayenne DOLOU frowned, and the air around them instantly solidified, the atmosphere becoming oppressive. Yi Hao slowly explained, "During my time in Heaven Du City, I inadvertently made an enemy of Tang San, Tang Hao's son. Tang San and his teacher conspired to plot against me multiple times in Heaven Du City. Especially after they learned my true identity, they didn't hesitate to attempt numerous assassinations. First, they sent the leader of the Strength Clan, Tai Tan, to provoke me. Then, they teamed up with Tang Xiao from the Clear Sky Clan. Not long ago, Tang Xiao even personally came down the mountain to join forces with Tang Hao in a life-and-death battle against me. If I weren't so lucky, I would have died out there and never had the chance to meet you, Grandpa." After saying this, Yi Hao symbolically wiped away a tear. At this moment, the smile on Cayenne DOLOU's face gradually faded, replaced by a dark, gloomy expression. He grew increasingly silent, like a slumbering lion, exuding an endless rage. Yi Hao sat on pins and needles, keenly aware of the anger emanating from Cayenne DOLOU. "Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, the Clear Sky Clan is courting death," Cayenne DOLOU said calmly, then sighed. "Back then, I made an agreement with Tang Chen that the Spirit Hall would never set foot in the Clear Sky Clan's territory. Because of this, I will personally go to the Clear Sky Clan to seek justice for you. As for that so-called Grandmaster you mentioned, he's a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan who was expelled. He once spent some time at the Spirit Hall and even had some interactions with your mother. Not long ago, I heard that he had become infamous, even reaching the point where everyone wanted him gone. It seems the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan made the right decision to expel him back then." Cayenne DOLOU nodded slightly, then asked, "Was the journey here smooth?" "It was relatively uneventful. During my fight with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, I could have killed Tang Hao, but Tang Xiao interfered so." As he spoke, Yi Hao took out 2 soul bones from his heart of the death god, which Tang Hao had dropped during their battle. "These are the inherited soul bones of the Clear Sky Clan. Did you kill Tang Hao?" Cayenne DOLOU immediately recognized the origin of the soul bones in Yi Hao's hands and was visibly shocked. It was worth noting that when Tang Xiao and Tang Hao joined forces, they were virtually invincible on the continent, barring the intervention of limit Duluos. Yet this grandson he had never met before possessed such formidable abilities. Truly, Cayenne DOLOU was impressed. "No," Yi Hao shook his head with some frustration. "I severed one of Tang Hao's arms and a leg. He's practically crippled now. Unfortunately, Tang Xiao managed to save him. Otherwise, I wouldn't just have brought back his soul bones today, but his head as well." Cayenne DOLOU nodded in satisfaction. Yi Hao's decisiveness in battle was reminiscent of Bibai Dong. Truly, like mother, like son. "Was it you who destroyed the Strength Clan? News just came from Heaven Du City not long ago," Cayenne DOLOU asked casually. Yi Hao didn't hide it and simply nodded calmly. The destruction of the Strength Clan was inevitable. If Tang San had been allowed to establish the Tang Clan, the future threat would have undoubtedly been immense. "Don't worry, your mother will handle this for you. If there's anything she can't resolve, I'll step in personally," Cayenne DOLOU said, patting Yi Hao's shoulder, clearly very pleased with him. Then Cayenne DOLOU suddenly asked, "Hey Uzi, there's something I need to ask you, and you must answer me truthfully." Yi Hao nodded silently, and Cayenne DOLOU continued, "Zuer, your sister, does she have someone she likes?" At this, Yi Hao became visibly uneasy, looking at Kyan DOLOU with a puzzled expression. Grandpa, why are you interested in something like this? Yi Hao couldn't help but ask, wondering who had told his grandfather about this. Last time, that dog named Little Red came to see me, and accidentally let it slip. Yi Hao. That damn dog, why does it blabber about everything? Is it true or not? Kyan DOLOU asked with great curiosity. The descendants of the Angel clan were of utmost importance, and as her grandfather, he had to personally vet any potential suitors. Yi Hao was stunned. Grandpa, what do you think of me? You, Kyan DOLOU glanced at Yi Hao, then shook his head. Zuer is your sister. Could it be that the person Xiao Hong mentioned was? Yi Hao immediately interjected. Grandpa, don't misunderstand. Just as you said, she's my sister. How could I possibly have any improper thoughts about her? Is that even possible? Yi Hao shrugged, his expression full of desperation. Kyan DOLOU chuckled bitterly. I didn't say it was you. Don't be so nervous. I'm just curious. Zuer has very high standards. Ordinary men can't even catch her eye. Who is this boy that Zuer has taken a liking to? I'm very curious. Yi Hao. Sweating profusely. That damn dog, its mouth really can't spit out anything decent. He almost died of embarrassment on the spot, but thankfully, Yi Hao reacted quickly. Before their identities were fully revealed, it was better not to bring up this matter. No, he had to go and ask that dog later what other secrets it had spilled. Nothing, I haven't heard my sister mention anything. Yi Hao shook his head and added, my sister has been staying in the palace all these years, carrying out missions. She's met countless talented young men. Besides, on this continent, there really isn't any young talent who can compare to my sister. Yi Hao's words made sense, and Kyan DOLOU nodded faintly. It seems we'll have to wait until Zuer returns to find out. You haven't seen your mother yet, have you? Yi Hao replied. No, Elder Ju told me that my mother and Xiao Hong have entered seclusion for training. That dog has seen a lot and has pointed out many issues in the Elder's cultivation. Your mother might be in seclusion for a while. In the meantime, you can wander around the spirit hall. Yi Hao nodded and chatted with Kyan DOLOU for a while longer before leaving. As he walked out of the Elder Hall, Yi Hao felt a sense of relief. Phew. Yi Hao let out a sigh of relief. I managed to get through that. No, I have to clear this up. That damn dog, Yi Hao gritted his teeth. Unfortunately, Xiao Hong was in seclusion with his mother, so Yi Hao couldn't confront it right away. Bored, he decided to wander around the spirit hall. The Pope's hall was massive, and for Yi Hao, who was visiting for the first time, it felt quite unfamiliar. As he walked down the spacious corridors, many spirit hall disciples couldn't help but glance at him. This person looked so much like Her Holiness the Pope. Yi Hao ignored them and found a random spot to sit, gazing at the bustling spirit city in the distance. The streets were filled with carriages and pedestrians, creating a lively atmosphere. It's you. A furious shout suddenly came from behind. Yi Hao slowly turned his head to look. Well, well, isn't this someone who was sent to the Death Canyon for training? What, you came back safe and sound? Yi Hao looked at Yan, who was standing behind him, with great interest. Compared to a year ago, Yan had become even darker. What right do you have to enter the spirit hall? Yan angrily questioned. Because of Yi Hao, Yan had been punished by Yi Hao's mother. For Yan, his resentment toward Yi Hao was not trivial. Although Huliena had specifically warned him on the way back that Yi Hao's status was noble, and that he must not overstep, at this moment, Yan had completely forgotten Huliena's advice. Yi Hao was annoyed. On his first visit to the spirit hall, he had to run into Yan, of all people. I have every right to be here. What's it to you? Yi Hao sneered, not taking Yan seriously at all. Back then, he had been peacefully eating noodles when Yan had to butt in, which had made Yi Hao extremely unhappy. You're asking for death? Yan's body erupted with flames, his right fist encased in fiery rock. Just as he was about to smash it down on Yi Hao's head, a slender figure suddenly kicked Yan away. Yan, have you lost your mind? Huliena, dressed in the Spirit Hall team uniform, stood with her hands on her hips, her face filled with anger. Nana, When Yan realized it was Huliena, he scratched his head and quickly said, Nana, let me explain. Before Yan could continue, under the shocked gazes of everyone present, Huliena, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, bowed respectfully to Yi Hao. Young master, you've returned. The revelation caused a wave of shock among the onlookers. Young master, Yan's pupils contracted. Yihao smiled slightly and gestured for Juliana to rise. No need for such formalities, I just got back. By the way, Nana, is it okay if I call you Nana? Yihao asked with a smile. Of course, young master, you may call me whatever you like, Juliana replied, her face slightly red. Good, Nana, has my mother come out of seclusion yet? Yihao asked. This was Yihao's first time at the Spirit Hall, and he had nothing to do besides wandering around. He really couldn't find anything to occupy his time. Not yet, Juliana shook her head and smiled. Teacher just entered seclusion not long ago. She should be out by evening. Since this is your first time here and you might not know your way around, why don't I take you to teacher's bedroom to wait? Once teacher comes out, I'll send someone to fetch you. How does that sound, young master? All right, Yihao nodded helplessly. That's the only option, lead the way. Under Juliana's guidance, Yihao headed toward his mother's bedroom. After the two left, Zai Yue couldn't help but shake his head. You're too reckless. Thankfully, nothing happened. If that punch of yours had really landed, I'm sure Her Holiness the Pope wouldn't have let you off easily. Yan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. What's Yihao's background? Why would Nana treat him like that? Zai Yue whispered, from what Nana said, Yihao is. As he spoke, Yan felt his back drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with fear. That was close. He had almost made a huge mistake. We're here, Juliana stopped in front of Bibai Dong's bedroom. This is teacher's residence, young master. Feel free to look around. Once teacher comes out of seclusion, I'll send someone to notify you immediately. Yihao smiled and nodded. Thanks, Nana. Young master, I'll take my leave now. With that, Juliana left. After Juliana was gone, Yihao stood in front of the half-open bedroom door. A faint, soothing fragrance wafted out from his mother's room. Yihao hesitated for a long time, but ultimately decided not to enter. He had never met Bibai Dong before. Entering her bedroom so abruptly would be disrespectful. Outside the Spirit Hall, a disheveled and dirt-covered grandmaster arrived. As he gazed at the towering structure of the Pope's Hall, his eyes were filled with anger and a desire to destroy it. Stop, beggar, get lost. The holy knights guarding the entrance blocked Yu Xiaoging's path. How dare you, Yu Xiaoging roared. Do you know who I am? Get lost, we don't care who you are. Look at you, dressed in rags. You're clearly a beggar. Get out of here. The knight waved dismissively. You, short-sighted fools. Yu Xiaoging was furious. He had intended to show them the Pope's token, but then he remembered how Yihao had humiliated him, making him a laughingstock in Heaven Dew City. Even walking down the street had become a nightmare, with everyone wanting to beat him up. Now that he had arrived at the Spirit Hall ahead of Yihao, as long as he could get the method for cultivating a twin spirit from Bibai Dong, Yihao would no longer be a threat. Yihao should still be on his way with the main group. He probably hasn't arrived at the Spirit Hall yet, Yu Xiaoging thought gleefully. As long as Yihao wasn't here, he could play the victim card when meeting Bibai Dong. Given their past relationship, she might sympathize with him. I'm here to see Her Holiness the Pope, Yu Xiaoging said coldly, his hands behind his back. You, the knight looked at Yu Xiaoging with disdain. Dressed in rags and still dreaming of meeting Her Holiness the Pope, you're delusional, get lost, or we won't be polite. HMPH, Yu Xiaoging was unfazed. He reached into his pocket, and when he felt the Pope's token, he couldn't help but smirk. At the same time, Yu Xiaoging stepped forward. But then, he was immediately stunned. Seeing Yu Xiaoging's insolence, the two knights guarding the entrance didn't hold back. They each gave him a hard slap, sending Yu Xiaoging reeling. Yu Xiaoging's head spun, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling in their sockets. How dare you hit me? I'll tell Bibai Dong and have her punish you. Yu Xiaoging blurted out in his daze. As soon as Yu Xiaoging finished speaking, a barrage of fists rained down on him like a storm. Ah! Yu Xiaoging howled in pain as the two holy knights showed no mercy. Damn you, how dare you call Her Holiness the Pope by her name? Who gave you the guts? Look at yourself in the mirror. Dressed like a beggar and still dreaming of meeting Her Holiness the Pope, I'll teach you some manners. The two knights swung their fists relentlessly, leaving Yu Xiaoging's face bruised and swollen. I'll report you to Bibai Dong. You're all going to die. Yu Xiaoging stubbornly reached into his pocket, desperate to grab the Pope's token. Damn it, this bastard is still cursing us. Beat him harder. Got it. The two knights raised their spears and began whacking Yu Xiaogeng's buttocks. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Fueled by their anger, they beat him mercilessly, determined not to stop until he was half dead. Chapter 200. Yi Hao pretends to be Bibai Dong, teasing Yu Xiaogeng. Outside the Pope's hall, a crowd had gathered. At first glance, people saw Yu Xiaogeng being beaten to a pulp on the ground. For a moment, everyone cast sympathetic glances at him. Yu Xiaogeng looked utterly disheveled, like a poor beggar. However, after learning about Yu Xiaogeng's earlier actions, the crowd's sympathy turned to anger. They were furious and wished they could beat him to death themselves. How dare this man call Her Majesty the Pope by her name and try to force his way into the Pope's hall? Soon, more people joined in, throwing punches and kicks at Yu Xiaogeng, who was curled up on the ground, trying to shield himself. The air was filled with his cries of pain. "What are you all doing?" At that moment, a black light flashed to the entrance of the Pope's hall. Everyone stopped when they saw Ghost Duluo arriving. "Elder Ghost, this man." After hearing the explanation, Ghost Duluo frowned. He signaled for the crowd to disperse. Yu Xiaogeng was now covered in blood, his clothes in tatters, lying in a pool of blood. After being beaten for so long, he was on the verge of death. "I'll tell Bibai Dong to punish you." Yu Xiaogeng weakly spoke, and then pulled out a blood-stained Pope's token from his pocket. When Yu Xiaogeng revealed the Pope's token, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. How could this ragged beggar possess the Pope's token? The Spirit Hall disciples were all too familiar with the Pope's token, a symbol of supreme authority. For a moment, the Spirit Hall disciples who had attacked Yu Xiaogeng were filled with dread. But Ghost Duluo wasn't fooled. He stepped forward to inspect the token, taking the Hiatus token from Yu Xiaogeng's hand. "It is indeed the Pope's token," Ghost Duluo confirmed. His words caused an uproar. Beating a Spirit Hall elder would surely lead to severe consequences. Yu Xiaogeng. After examining him for a while, Ghost Duluo finally recognized the man lying in a pool of blood. "Who is Yu Xiaogeng?" "That guy who was expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. A so-called master whose soul power is permanently stuck at level 29. He's been quite infamous lately. I heard he's become a laughingstock in Heavendew City, a useless guy who loves to bark." The crowd chattered among themselves, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. "Take him inside," Ghost Duluo ordered, holding the clear sky token in one hand. In front of Bibai Dong's bedroom, Yi Hao sat on a bench. From his vantage point, he could clearly see everything happening below. Watching Yu Xiaogeng being carried away, Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xiaogeng is such a joke. If he had just shown the Pope's token earlier, he wouldn't have gotten beaten up. Why did he have to act so tough? Was he asking for it? Yi Hao chuckled. "Yu Xiaogeng must be here to see my mother, and try to get the secret of cultivating a twin martial soul." Ahem. Something in Bibai Dong's bedroom caught Yi Hao's attention. "Sorry," Yi Hao muttered. He tiptoed into the bedroom. The room was warm and cozy, with everything neatly arranged. The overall theme was a soft purple, and the air was filled with a soothing fragrance. "Wow," Yi Hao's eyes widened as he approached a portrait on the wall. The portrait depicted his mother, Bibai Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. She was dressed in a gold-embroidered robe, wearing a purple-gold crown, and holding a 2-meter-long scepter adorned with countless gems. Her skin was fair and delicate, her beauty beyond perfection, and her noble aura could move even other women. Just from the portrait, Yi Hao felt a chill run down his spine. Looking at his mother's exquisite features in the portrait, Yi Hao turned to a mirror and examined himself. Choosing Bibai Dong was definitely the right decision. Yi Hao smiled. "Since Yu Xiaogeng is here to see my mother, why not play along and have some fun with him?" Yi Hao quickly came up with a plan. He took out the death god's heart and, using the portrait of his mother as a reference, began to simulate her appearance, expressions, and even her body features, down to every strand of hair. 6 mirrors appeared before him, and Yi Hao carefully observed the Bibai Dong in the reflections before nodding in satisfaction. To test it out, Yi Hao raised his right hand, and the Bibai Dong in the mirror mimicked the action. Delighted, Yi Hao quickly stored the death god's heart. He left the bedroom and made his way to the Grand Hall, where his mother usually held meetings. When Yi Hao arrived at the Grand Hall of the Pope's Hall, he was immediately awestruck. The throne symbolizing the Pope's authority stood before him. Standing below it, Yihao felt as if he were in the presence of royalty, imagining his mother sitting on the throne, issuing commands. The thought alone was overwhelming. Step by step, Yihao approached the throne. He reached out and touched the cold seat. Standing at the top and looking down at the entire hall, he felt a sense of dominance, as if the entire continent was at his feet. Strange, why can't I detect Xiao Hong's exact location? Yihao wondered. At that moment, Bibai Dong and Xiao Hong were in the Rakshasa secret realm, so Yihao couldn't sense them. I want to see Bibai Dong, I'll make you pay. The commotion outside snapped Yihao out of his thoughts. Yu Xiaogeng, he's really here. Outside, Yu Xiaogeng, covered in injuries, dragged himself to the entrance of the Pope's hall. Yu Xiaogeng, the indestructible cockroach, with a face as thick as a wall. Despite being beaten so badly, he could still walk. Yu Xiaogeng was truly one of a kind. Holding the Pope's token in one hand, he walked with an exaggerated swagger, extremely arrogant. With the authority of the Pope's token, Yu Xiaogeng passed through unimpeded. Along the way, Spirit Hall disciples immediately stopped and saluted upon seeing the token. As he walked, Yu Xiaogeng arrived at the entrance of the Pope's hall. Gazing at the world outside the door, he fell into a daze, lost in thought, reminiscing about his days in the Spirit Hall. The two holy knights guarding the door didn't stop him, allowing Yu Xiaogeng to push the door open and enter. Entering the spacious hall, Yihao sat on the Pope's throne. Using the projection from the death god's heart, from Yu Xiaogeng's perspective, it looked as if Bibai Dong was sitting on the throne. Yu Xiaogeng looked up at Bibai Dong, feeling as if everything had become unreal. You're here, Yihao, sitting on the throne, spoke indifferently. Having never met his mother, Yihao had to ask around to find Hu Liana. After locating her, he asked her to mimic his mother's mannerisms and say a few lines. At first, Hu Liana was puzzled, but given Yihao's status, she reluctantly complied. Yu Xiaogeng shuddered, your voice, it's changed. Sitting on the throne, Yihao felt awkward. Damn it, finding a voice actor wasn't easy. After more than 10 years, haven't you changed too? Yihao forced himself to say. Yes, everything has changed, Yu Xiaogeng said with a look of melancholy. How have you been all these years? Bibai Dong smiled slightly. What's not good about being above everyone else? Yu Xiaogeng, I'm really curious. You, who always choose to run away when faced with difficulties, how did you muster the courage to come to me today? Yu Xiaogeng was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists. He looked up at Bibai Dong sitting on the throne, gritted his teeth and said, I wasn't running away. Not running away? Bibai Dong laughed. You, a so-called master with a soul power permanently stuck at level 29, were expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and vowed to make your clan regret it one day. Yet, after all these years, you're still penniless. Isn't that escaping reality? You could marry your cousin, disregarding ethics, but on your wedding day, your uncle suddenly appeared. Weren't you running away then? Yu Xiaogeng, you're deceiving yourself. Yu Xiaogeng's face twisted in anger, and he looked at Bibai Dong with resentment. I wasn't. Bibai Dong frowned slightly, and a powerful aura emanated from her, causing Yu Xiaogeng to stagger. Only the weak resort to roaring. Yu Xiaogeng, you've truly disappointed me. Yu Xiaogeng struggled to speak. Although Erlong and I are siblings, we are currently spiritual partners. It's not as you say. Bibai Dong sneered, spiritual partners? What a joke. How could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan produce two people like you who disregard ethics? You've brought shame to this ancient family. Yu Xiaogeng, think back. Every night, when you and your cousin engage in those indescribable acts, don't you often think about? She is your cousin, your own flesh and blood. How could you do such things? Shut up, Yu Xiaogeng trembled, his voice shaking. Bibai Dong's words were like knives, cutting deep into Yu Xiaogeng's heart, making him bleed inside. Touched a nerve, didn't I? Yu Xiaogeng, even you have your moments of pain. Bibai Dong smiled slightly. Speak, why have you come to see me? Meanwhile, in Bibai Dong's bedroom, a purple, evil-tinged doorframe slowly opened, and Bibai Dong and Xiao Hong stepped out. As long as you follow the steps in your cultivation, there shouldn't be any problems, Xiao Hong grinned. Bibai Dong nodded. Thank you. My son is truly lucky to have you by his side, assisting him. As a mother, I can rest easy. Wait, someone has been in this room. Xiao Hong sniffed the ground, checking every corner. Someone has been here, Bibai Dong frowned slightly. Xiao Hong's dog face froze for a moment, but after a careful sniff, its mouth stretched into a wide grin. Don't worry, it's your precious son. My son, Bibai Dong was stunned. You mean Yi Hao, Hayar has come to the spirit hall. Yes, Xiao Hong nodded confidently. Hayar is already here, let me sense him. Xiao Hong closed its eyes, establishing a connection with the death god's heart. Bibai Dong's heart raced, and she even felt short of breath. Finally, they would meet. This was a day she had been longing for. He's in the grand hall of the Pope's Hall, let's go there. The grand hall, what is Hayar doing there? Xiao Hong's expression darkened. Yu Xiaoging is also there. Yu Xiaoging. At the mention of that name, Bibai Dong's heart sank. During her recent conversations with Xiao Hong, especially after learning that Yu Xiaoging was now going to extreme lengths to kill Yi Hao, and had conspired with Tang Hao and his son to target Yi Hao, Bibai Dong's opinion of Yu Xiaoging had completely changed. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The sweet talk from back then had now revealed its true fangs. Moreover, Yu Xiaoging's recent absurd actions had caused an uproar across the continent, leaving even Bibai Dong feeling embarrassed. Yet Yu Xiaoging remained shameless, continuing down his path of self-destruction. This time, for Tang San's sake, he had the audacity to come to her, asking for the method to cultivate a twin martial soul. Bibai Dong had no words for this. Let's go and see how Hayar deals with that shameless man, Bibai Dong said with a calm expression. Xiao Hong silently followed behind her. Along the way, Bibai Dong remained silent, while Xiao Hong could feel the simmering anger building up inside her, ready to erupt at any moment. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the Pope's Hall. The two holy knights guarding the door were puzzled. Wasn't Her Holiness the Pope inside? How? Bibai Dong waved her hand, signaling them to remain silent and step aside. Although confused, the knights obeyed, stepping back. Bibai Dong approached the door and began to listen intently. Xiao Hong also listened closely. Hayar was up to something, and this time, Yu Xiaoging wouldn't be able to escape. Inside the Pope's Hall, Yu Xiaoging felt utterly humiliated. He stood up in silence. Bibai Dong, I would like to ask, how did you overcome the challenges of cultivating a twin martial soul? Bibai Dong coldly replied, address me as Her Holiness the Pope. Yes, Yu Xiaoging gritted his teeth. Her Holiness, the Pope. Yu Xiaoging, don't think I don't know what you're up to. Bibai Dong sneered, I've heard that Shrek Academy has a disciple from the Clear Sky clan. At such a young age, he's already a soul king with a soul power of level 52, possessing a twin martial soul. He even had the audacity to add soul rings to his second martial soul, the Clear Sky Hammer. I must say, he's quite bold. Isn't that the purpose of your visit? Yes, please tell me the method to cultivate a twin martial soul. Yu Xiaoging nodded, his expression filled with urgency. Why should I tell you? Bibai Dong's domineering attitude made Yu Xiaoging feel even more humiliated. I took a great risk coming to the spirit hall this time. Your son is utterly wicked. He ruined me. He made me a laughingstock in Heaven Dew City, tarnished my reputation, and left me unable to hold my head high. Yu Xiaoging said indignantly. Bibai Dong's face filled with anger. She raised her right hand, and an inexplicable pressure forced Yu Xiaoging to collapse to the ground, unable to move. Made you unable to hold your head high. Have you ever held your head high to begin with? Yu Xiaoging remained silent, his heart pierced once again. Is this the truth behind your schemes to kill my son? Yu Xiaoging was stunned. Bibai Dong, what do you mean? Still playing dumb, then I'll make sure you die with clarity. Bibai Dong slowly said, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. That phrase came from you. You're a well-known waste, insulting yourself. You're truly one of a kind. All your so-called knowledge is plagiarized from the spirit hall. Yet, you go around deceiving people, hoping to gain recognition from your clan through this path of theory that no one has ever walked. From the beginning, we've all been deceived by you. No, Yu Xiaoging roared, I once loved you. Loved? Bibai Dong laughed coldly. Someone like you dares to speak of love. Yu Xiaoging, you are so shameless that you would even sleep with your own cousin. It only makes me feel disgusted. As for your so-called spiritual partnership, it's just an excuse you prepared to shield yourself from the judgment of the world. Ethics are ethics. Someone like you, who tramples on ethics, deserves to be condemned by everyone. Yu Xiaogang felt a sweet taste in his mouth, and the next second, he spat out blood. His heart had been pierced once again. I didn't come here for this. I hope you can consider our past relationship and tell me the method to cultivate a twin martial soul. I really need it. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were filled with confusion, and he lowered his head. He had no face left to show. Bibai Dong's words had completely shattered Yu Xiaogang's heart. Outside the door, the real Bibai Dong listened with a dark expression. Wait, let's listen a bit longer, Xiao Hung whispered, stopping Bibai Dong from rushing into the hall. I'm afraid I can't hold back. This Yu Xiaogang has the audacity to ask me about the method to cultivate a twin martial soul. He's only doing this for his disciple, Tang San, who has a twin martial soul. Once Tang San becomes a titled Duluo, he'll come seeking revenge against the spirit hall, won't he? Bibai Dong was at her limit. Yihao's words had completely humiliated Yu Xiaogang and revealed his true nature to Bibai Dong. Disgust, Bibai Dong felt nothing but disgust for Yu Xiaogang. I understand how you feel, but let's listen a bit more. I feel like Hayar has something big planned. Bibai Dong had no choice but to grit her teeth and continue listening. Inside the hall, the conversation between Yu Xiaogang and Bibai Dong continued. Bibai Dong, I've already fallen this low. What more do you want from me? Yu Xiaogang chose to throw away his dignity, even kneeling to beg. However, Bibai Dong had been watching the entire scene with amusement, completely unmoved by Yu Xiaogang's desperate actions. Yu Xiaogang, you're nothing but a clown now. Bibai Dong smiled. Even if I told you the method to cultivate a twin martial soul, what difference would it make? Do you think your disciple will have the chance to hear it? Yu Xiaogang froze, trembling as he looked at Bibai Dong. What do you mean? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. I might as well tell you, on the path to the spirit hall I've already set a trap. The target is your disciple. I assure you, he won't make it here alive. At this moment, the last line of defense in Yu Xiaogang's heart was completely shattered. Bibai Dong, you've gone too far. I've never had a child of my own. Tang San is like a son to me. If anything happens to him, no matter what, I will spend the rest of my life destroying the spirit hall. Yu Xiaogang swore a vicious oath. With what? Bibai Dong laughed disdainfully. A level 29 waste like you, dreaming of destroying the entire spirit hall. You're delusional. You incited Titan, hoping to use the Strength Clan to teach my son a lesson. I didn't, Yu Xiaogang flatly denied, his shamelessness beyond imagination. You didn't. Bibai Dong's gaze turned icy. Then why was the Strength Clan destroyed? It's all because of you. If you hadn't incited the Strength Clan, they wouldn't have been annihilated. The root of all evil, Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaogang gritted his teeth, trembling with rage. Ha 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 ha, Yu Xiaogang suddenly laughed, loudly and maniacally. You don't know this yet, but I've already secretly discussed with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. When your son is halfway here, they will attack together. Even if your son has a titled Duluo protecting him, who in this world can stand against the twin stars of Hiatus? Bibai Dong, Yu Xiaogang laughed evilly, you made me lose my disciple. Now, I'll make you experience the pain of losing a child. I'll use your son's blood to wash away my shame. Hiatus. Yu Xiaogang had completely lost his mind. Bibai Dong remained calm, her expression serene. Yu Xiaogang, do you even know who I am? With that, under Yu Xiaogang's shocked gaze, Yihao quietly appeared before him. Yu Xiaogang's eyes trembled. He rubbed his eyes, confirming that the person sitting before him wasn't Bibai Dong but Yihao. Instantly, he was no longer calm. Yu Xiaogang, you truly amaze me. How could the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan produce a monster like you? If Shrek Academy is a school for monsters, then Yu Xiaogang, are the real monster, a loudmouth with no real skills, arrogant and always pointing fingers at others. Yihao, Yu Xiaogang stood up, staring in disbelief. How could you be at the spirit hall, and who was that Bibai Dong just now? Yu Xiaogang's eyes trembled, his entire body shaking violently. My mother sent me a letter, asking me to come to the spirit hall early, so I did. Yihao smiled slightly. Yu Xiaogang, you're ruthless, truly ruthless. To get rid of me, you first incited the Strength Clan's leader, then colluded with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. I didn't. Yu Xiaogang, shameless as ever, outright denied everything he had just said. Yihao, I will never coexist with you. Yihao shook his head, sighing, Yu Xiaogeng, the man with the thickest skin. It's true, utterly shameless. Did I say that? When did I ever say those things? Who can prove it? At that moment, the doors of the spirit hall opened. I can prove it. Chapter 201. Yihao and Bibai Dong, mother and son reunite. Outside the gates of the Pope's hall, Bibai Dong's face was dark with anger. When she heard Yu Xiaogeng personally say that he wanted to kill Yihao, Bibai Dong could no longer hold back. She slowly raised her hands and placed them on the gates. In an instant, the heavy doors were dented by her touch, leaving deep handprints. Xiao Hong swallowed hard. It was said that women were most terrifying when angry, and now she had witnessed it firsthand. Who else can prove that I said such a thing? Ha ha ha. Bibai Dong took a deep breath and pushed the heavy doors open. I can testify. As the doors swung open, Bibai Dong walked in calmly. When she saw Yu Xiaogeng lying on the ground, her eyes flashed with disgust. Seeing Bibai Dong arrive in person, Yihao was shocked. He couldn't help but marvel at the system's power. Bibai Dong's face was identical to his, as if they were carved from the same mold. You're not Bibai Dong, you're Yihao in disguise. Yu Xiaogeng was completely insane, spouting nonsense. Bibai Dong gave him a cold glance, ignoring his ramblings. Suddenly, Bibai Dong walked up to Yu Xiaogeng and looked down at him with a chilling gaze. In the next moment, Yu Xiaogeng's eyes nearly popped out of his head as Bibai Dong delivered a precise kick to his groin. The eggs cracked. Aza. The bone-deep pain drove Yu Xiaogeng to complete collapse. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he clutched his groin, his words incoherent and impossible to understand. You lied to me, deceived my feelings. Your only goal was to use me to get close to the spirit hall and prove yourself, you waste. For Liu Erlong, you even formed a spiritual marriage with her. Yu Xiaogeng, you truly disgust me. And now, you've joined forces with Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, remnants of the Clear Sky clan, to harm my son. That kick was what you deserved, the root of all evil, Yu Xiaogeng. Guards! At Bibai Dong's command, 2 holy temple knights immediately entered. When they saw Yu Xiaogeng lying on the ground, clutching his groin, they instinctively tightened their legs. Only men could understand that kind of pain. Take Yu Xiaogeng away and lock him up. Call a doctor for him. If it can be cut off, then cut it off. Someone like him doesn't deserve to have that thing. He's unworthy of true feelings. Yes, the 2 knights replied, swallowing hard as they dragged Yu Xiaogeng away. Before being dragged off, Yu Xiaogeng's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Bibai Dong took a deep breath, her mood at its lowest. Only now had she seen Yu Xiaogeng for who he truly was, and all these years of pent-up frustration finally came to light. Now, Bibai Dong's only goal was to unify the continent. Yihao stepped down from the Pope's throne and slowly walked up to Bibai Dong, noticing her silence. The exposure of Yu Xiaogeng's true nature and that decisive kick had freed Bibai Dong from her past, allowing her to see reality clearly. You're something else. Did you already know Yu Xiaogeng would come to the Pope's hall? Xiao Hong walked over. Yihao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yu Xiaogeng brought this upon himself. I knew about it halfway here, so I took the opportunity to set up this little play. After a long silence, Bibai Dong slowly raised her head. When her eyes met Yihao's, she was momentarily stunned, just like everyone else before her. It was as if there was a mirror in front of her, perfectly reflecting her own image. So similar, Bibai Dong was stunned for a moment before exclaiming in amazement. She stepped forward and reached out her hand. Seeing this, Xiao Hong coughed, I'll take my leave now, see you. With that, Xiao Hong quickly left. Yihao's heart raced as he watched Bibai Dong approach him step by step. Her bright eyes were filled with tenderness and astonishment, a stark contrast to the cold, murderous gaze she had directed at Yu Xiaogeng earlier. Bibai Dong gently touched Yihao's cheek, examining him closely with great curiosity. Just as Nana had said, Yihao was the spitting image of her. Before, Bibai Dong hadn't believed it. The world was full of wonders, but how could this be possible? Now she believed it. She truly believed it. Your name is Yihao, right? Bibai Dong spoke softly, her every word filled with gentleness, her eyes shining with warmth. This immediately put Yihao at ease. Yes, you are, Your Holiness the Pope, Yihao replied slowly. This was his first meeting with Bibai Dong. Although she had acknowledged their mother-son relationship in writing, seeing her actions just now, Yi Hao couldn't help but be in awe of her methods, feeling a lingering fear. Bibai Dong was slightly taken aback. In your letter, you didn't address me like this. What's wrong? Still calling me Your Holiness the Pope? Yi Hao hesitated. Earlier, I took the liberty of impersonating you. Please forgive me. Without Bibai Dong's permission, Yi Hao had impersonated her, which was undoubtedly an offense. Bibai Dong suddenly became serious. You offended me first. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, I should punish you. Call me Mom. That will be your punishment, Bibai Dong smiled, her smile warm and gentle. Yi Hao looked up in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is our first meeting, although we've exchanged letters before this. Feels so sudden. Yi Hao's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Seeing the expectation in Bibai Dong's eyes, Yi Hao knew that refusing would be ungrateful. Mom, Yi Hao struggled to say, making the most important decision of his life. That single word, Mom, was like a spring breeze to Bibai Dong, elevating her spirit and soothing her soul. All the resentment she had felt towards Yu Xiaogang's betrayal vanished the moment Yi Hao called her Mom. My son, Bibai Dong smiled joyfully, pulling Yi Hao into a tight embrace. In that moment, Bibai Dong's maternal love overflowed. She gently stroked Yi Hao's head, holding him tightly. This was the first time she had actively asked someone to call her mother. Although Yi Hao was not her biological son, Bibai Dong had already accepted him in her heart. Time seemed to stand still. The temperature in the Pope's hall rose sharply, filled with an overwhelming sense of motherly love. Yi Hao was startled by Bibai Dong's actions. He couldn't believe that a single word, Mom, could elicit such a strong reaction from Bibai Dong, no, from his mother. Instinctively, Yi Hao felt himself being held even tighter. A mother's embrace was always so warm, and Yi Hao truly felt it now. Mom, can you let go? I can't breathe. Yi Hao was overwhelmed by the warmth of her embrace, but he was truly suffocating. You're embarrassed now. You were so bold when you were pretending to be me earlier, Bibai Dong said with a bright smile, her mood clearly uplifted. By the way, how did you mimic Nana's voice so well when you were pretending to be me? To deal with that shameless Yu Xiaogang, I went to Huliana first and recorded her voice in advance, Yi Hao explained. Oh, I see. Bibai Dong nodded slowly, impressed by Yi Hao's cleverness. Mom, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time. Yi Hao hesitated before finally speaking up. Go ahead, what is it? Bibai Dong smiled. We're not related by blood. Back in Heavendew City, my sister mistook me for her younger brother, and then rumors started spreading that I was your son, that we were mother and son. But now, why did you suddenly acknowledge me? Yi Hao asked, puzzled. Bibai Dong was strong-willed, stubborn, and passionate, but she was also fair and just. However, this was the biggest question on his mind. Why would someone who had never met him before acknowledge him as her son? Bibai Dong was momentarily stunned, then let out a bitter smile and shook her head. Come, let's go over there. The mother and son sat on the sofa, and Yi Hao poured Bibai Dong a cup of fragrant tea, handing it to her. Bibai Dong smiled softly, taking the tea and sipping it gently. This world is truly wondrous, full of endless surprises. At first, when I heard from Nana that you possessed the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, I was simply curious, and your irregular soul ring configuration left me utterly astonished. The desire to meet you grew stronger and stronger in my heart. Later, I also heard that you looked remarkably like me. With that, Bibai Dong set down her tea and gently caressed Yi Hao's face, studying it carefully. You really do look like me, as if we were carved from the same mold. Yi Hao remained silent, allowing Bibai Dong's warm hand to continue touching his cheek. After a while, Bibai Dong withdrew her hand and sighed. Later, due to a mistake by my subordinates, you misunderstood that I wanted to capture you, and then you disappeared. The only thing left behind was the name Yi Rishan. But the continent is so vast, where could I possibly find someone named Yi Rishan? Thus, the matter was delayed. As time passed and I couldn't find you, I even began to doubt whether someone named Yi Rishan truly existed. Just like that, almost a year went by. Bibai Dong took another sip of tea, and Yi Hao quickly refilled her cup. Thank you. Do you remember when Nana went to Heavendew City to look for you? Bibai Dong asked. Yi Hao nodded. Of course, Huliana came to my home on your orders. Exactly. Nana happened to hear some news about you and rushed to tell me. Just like that, the flame that had almost died out was reignited, and I sent Nana to Heaven Dew City to find you. Later, when Nana returned from Heaven Dew City, she told me that you looked just like me. Not only that, but you also possess the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial souls. Hearing this, my long-settled heart was no longer at peace. During that time, I often sent people to gather information about you and even personally inquired about your whereabouts. By chance, I also heard a certain rumor. Yihaus smiled knowingly, the rumor about us being mother and son. Yes, Bibaidong nodded calmly. This rumor spread like wildfire, to the point where I almost believed I really had a son out there. Even Kayan DOLOU got caught up in it. Truly, public opinion is the most powerful force. Bibaidong chuckled at her own words. Then she fell silent, her smile gradually fading. Mom wants to apologize to you. Bibaidong's sudden words shocked Yihao. Mom, what do you mean? Yihao was genuinely confused. Bibaidong explained slowly. The main reason I acknowledged you as my son back then was largely because of those two spider emperors. Zhu and Zhe, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. Yihao instinctively replied. Exactly, Bibaidong shook her head. Like me, you have twin martial souls, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. My 9th soul ring for the Death Spider Emperor came from a 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor. After that, I tried to absorb suitable soul beasts for my soul rings. Currently, my 2nd martial soul, the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, is only missing its final 2 soul rings. Especially after hearing that you had a 100,000-year Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor by your side, I used that as a reason to acknowledge you as my son, even though we had never met. In truth, my main goal was for those 2 soul beasts, purely for my own benefit. Yihao nodded vaguely. He had already guessed as much. What about after that? Bibaidong continued, after that. The letter you wrote became the key to me abandoning that idea and truly acknowledging you as my son. The opening line, to my esteemed mother, shocked me deeply. As you said earlier, we had never met before. When I opened the letter and read that you had turned the Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor into true humans, I was undoubtedly angry at first. But then, you offered to give me the Titan Giant Ape, and even proposed personally capturing the Sky Azure Bull Python from the Stardew Great Forest. You handled it brilliantly, using retreat as a form of advance. Whether in strategy or courage, you are truly extraordinary. Thus, I temporarily acknowledged you as my son, and you began to occupy a place in my heart. Yihao let out a bitter smile. Writing that letter had taken a tremendous amount of courage. If his mother hadn't acknowledged him, it would have been incredibly awkward. And then, Bibaidong took another sip of tea and continued. Then, the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament began. I paid close attention to every one of your matches. Not long ago, you even went to the ocean and captured that evil spirit Orca King, bringing it and Zio Hong to the Spirit Hall. The dog you raised is truly remarkable. You know, creating an artificial ocean is no small feat, but with its absolute strength, it succeeded. Not only that, but first the Titan Giant Ape, and then the evil Soul Orca group. These are not things just anyone could accomplish. The Spirit Hall has many titled Duoluo elders, but if you asked any one of them to do these things, could they? Bibaidong suddenly took Yihao's hands and spoke earnestly. What truly made me acknowledge you as my son happened just now. Back then, I thought you Xiaogang was the one, but today, I finally saw through that hypocritical scoundrel. To prove to the world that he wasn't a failure, he used the pretense of loving me to steal knowledge from the Spirit Hall, shamelessly claiming it as his own. What made me even angrier was that he conspired with Tang Zio and Tang Hao, plotting to kill you along the way. Earlier, I was truly furious. As you said, Yu Xiaogang is the root of all evil. Without him, I wouldn't be in this position today. Without him, the Strength Clan wouldn't have been destroyed by you. Without him, perhaps there wouldn't be so many troubles today. Everything is because of him. Yu Xiaogang, that hypocritical man, I finally see him for what he is. He wanted to destroy you and the entire Spirit Hall. TL note, bruh, you also want to destroy Spirit Hall. Then, your mother, I, will destroy the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, letting him witness how his own family is dragged into the abyss step by this root of all evil. As she finished speaking, flames of anger rose in Bibaidong's eyes, and a chilling aura began to spread. Sigh. Finally, Bibaidong let out a long sigh. After becoming the Pope for so many years, I have been dedicated to developing the Spirit Hall. To everyone, the position of Pope is one of supreme authority. But in my eyes, this position is not a good one. It has made me feel lonely, leaving me alone to this day. As she spoke, tears welled up in Bibidong's eyes, but she quickly looked up at the sky, perfectly concealing them. But now I have you. The moment I saw you, somehow I felt as if we were mother and son in a past life. Perhaps it's because you look so much like me, or because we share the same martial souls. But now I am your mother and you, Yi Hao, are my son. Although not by blood, you hold an important place in my heart. Sometimes, fate works in mysterious ways. Our meeting is fate, and the fact that we share the same twin martial souls is also fate. As she spoke, Yi Hao felt his own eyes moisten. He could sense that this was his mother's genuine emotion. Her eyes couldn't lie. Did you know? You have an older sister named Kayan Rangsu. I believe you've already met her, haven't you? Bibidong's expression was complex. Yes, Yi Hao nodded. Sister has been very kind to me and I really like her. Is that so? That's good. Bibidong smiled warmly. From the beginning to the end, I have owed her too much. After so many years, from initially not acknowledging her to now, after experiencing so much, I have come to see things more clearly. I can't say I hate her. It was just my own psychological issues at play. Now I truly hope that Xiao Zhu can call me Mom. That would be enough for me. As she finished speaking, tears rolled down Bibidong's cheeks. Seeing this, Yi Hao couldn't help but be moved by the situation. He hadn't expected his mother to have such a profound change of heart today. Immediately, Yi Hao tightened his grip on his mother's hand. Mom, I think sister will understand. I hope so. Bibidong took a deep breath. The moment you called me Mom, I truly felt a warmth I had never experienced before. Really. With that, Bibidong gently pulled Yi Hao into her embrace. Mom wants to confess something to you. Actually, Mom is the heir of a god, the Rakshasa god. And you, as I've heard from Xiao Hong, are the heir of the god of death, right? Yes, Yi Hao nodded, completely immersed in his mother's warm embrace. After being alone for so many years, perhaps you are the best gift the heavens have given me. Of course, both you and your sister are the same. Her words were filled with warmth. Actually, Mom also despises those so-called nobles. For their own selfish gains, they ignore commoners with good martial souls, leaving them without anyone to help them awaken their potential, wasting their talents. On the other hand, those so-called nobles don't even treat commoners as human beings. They are content with the status quo, constantly exploiting the commoners to consolidate their own positions. Yi Hao deeply agreed. I've seen too much of this since I was a child. The top 3 clans are a perfect example, as are the 2 empires. Previously, the Heaven Dew Empire's Emperor Zhu Yi wanted to confer a title on me, but I managed to avoid it with a lie. Only after I won this tournament did I accept his reward. As a result, that guy Zhu Yi actually believed it. If he knew my true identity, I think he would be utterly shocked. Mom, let's join forces and create a new world together, eliminating all those outdated customs. Let those so-called clans fade into the dust of history, and let the 2 empires become mere footnotes in history. Good, Bibidong smiled. When the time comes, you and I, mother and son, will join forces to destroy those so-called clans and empires, letting the light of the Spirit Hall shine in every corner of the DOLOU continent. Yes. Both mother and son's eyes lit up. Mom has answered your questions. Now, can you answer one of Mom's questions? Bibidong asked. Yi Hao nodded, and Bibidong continued. Why do you look exactly like me, and how do you have such similar martial souls? I secretly sent people to Nodding City, where you first appeared. At the time, a man named Su Yuntao awakened your martial soul. Later, I had him brought to the Spirit Hall to confront me, and I discovered that your arrival was very mysterious, as if you had suddenly appeared, as if everything had been arranged. Since you came to the DOLOU continent, many things have happened, and many of them have benefited the Spirit Hall. Now, it's your turn to answer Mom's question. Where did your twin martial souls come from, and where did you come from? Yi Hao had already anticipated this situation. I'm sorry, Death God, for the sake of my future, I have no choice but to reveal you. Don't worry, to make up for it, I'll come up to take your place a year early. Now that things have come to this, I won't hide it anymore, Yi Hao said with a bitter smile, pointing upward. Mom, do you remember when the Spirit Hall attacked Sea God Island? Of course I remember, Bibidong nodded. Are you connected to that incident? Somewhat, Yihao said seriously. Back then, when the spirit hall attacked Sea God Island, it caused heavy losses to the island, which greatly angered the one above. Mom also knows that Sea God Island enshrines the sea god, and there is a sea god's divine inheritance there. After the spirit hall's attack, the sea god was furious. To retaliate against the spirit hall, the sea god chose an heir, hoping to use that person to destroy the spirit hall. Hearing this, Bibaidong was no longer calm. The sea god chose an heir to use that person to destroy the spirit hall. Yes, Yihao nodded, gritting his teeth. Who is that person? Tang Hao's son. Tang San is the sea god's heir. Bibaidong was shocked. Yihao nodded, exactly. Gods are not allowed to interfere directly in the affairs of the DOLOU continent. However, he can choose Tang San as his heir. After the incident with Kaiyan Zunji, the Clear Sky clan and the Spirit Hall became irreconcilable enemies. The sea god took advantage of this, intending to use Tang San as his heir to kill two birds with one stone. Yihao paused for a moment before continuing. As for me, Mom mentioned earlier that you are the heir of the Rakshasa god, representing evil, while my death god represents death. At that time, not long after you inherited the Rakshasa god's trial, the Rakshasa god sensed something unusual about the sea god. If Tang San were to complete the sea god's divine inheritance, the future of the spirit hall would undoubtedly be in jeopardy. As the heir of the Rakshasa god, you would inevitably stand on the side of the spirit hall in the future. In the future, when the spirit hall establishes the spirit empire, its enemies will be the two great empires and the representatives of the top three sects. Thus, the death god conceived a plan to create a god. Create a god, Bibaidong frowned deeply. Yes, create a god. To create a child capable of inheriting the death god's divine position. With the advice of the Rakshasa god, the death god utilized everything provided by the Rakshasa god about you. In the end, the death god created me. Bibaidong fell into silence. Yihao sighed softly and continued. Just over a year ago, the moment I inherited the god of death's divine position, I became aware of my origins. To put it bluntly, I am a person without parents, merely a creation of the gods. No, more accurately, a tool to inherit a divine position. During that time, I doubted my own value and the meaning of my existence almost every day. But not long ago, the death god suddenly appeared in my dreams and told me one thing. You are not a tool, you are a person, a living, breathing human being. Yihao paused for a moment, then looked at Bibaidong, whose eyes were filled with complexity, and self-deprecatingly said, Mom, by now you must know I am just a tool. Suddenly, Bibaidong stepped forward and pulled Yihao into a tight embrace. Who said you're a tool? You are my son, Bibaidong declared with immense authority. Earlier, you said it yourself. You are a person created by the death god using everything about me, a living person. In other words, you are my son? Bibaidong hugged Yihao even tighter. The shock of this revelation was too great for her. Then, Yihao touched the death god's heart on his hairpin. Death god, I leave it to you, Yihao silently thought. In the divine realm, at the death god's temple. The death god was both amused and exasperated, having to admire the imagination of his successor, which was indeed too rich. Really, you came up with such a story. Fine, I will go and coordinate with the Rakshasa god. Yihao secretly rejoiced. Thank you, don't worry, I will definitely win the bet between you and the sea god beautifully. I'm counting on that. I'm off to see the Rakshasa god, you keep up the good work here. With that, the voice of the death god gradually faded from Yihao's mind. You should have come to the spirit hall earlier. Bibaidong's eyes welled up with tears as she gently stroked Yihao's head. Mom, I'm here now, aren't I? Yihao wiped the tears from the corners of Bibaidong's eyes. The reason I came to the spirit hall only now is actually because I was afraid that you wouldn't accept me right away. Previously, capturing the Titan giant ape and the demonic whale pod was all to do what I could for the spirit hall, to leave a good impression on you. At that moment, a purple light flashed across Bibaidong's forehead, and the voice of the Rakshasa god echoed in her mind. At this moment, Bibaidong was completely convinced. She joyfully stepped forward and gently embraced Yihao, like a mother who had found her long-lost child, exuding deep maternal love from within. You silly boy, do you think your mother is that kind of person? Bibaidong cried tears of joy. Her mood was excellent today. From now on, you are my son, remember, you are not a tool, you are a child with a mother. Yi Hao nodded vigorously then. Mom, there's something I need to discuss with you. Go ahead, what is it? Bibaidong smiled, her gaze fixed on Yi Hao. After all, this was a child created by the gods, and modeled after herself. Bibaidong couldn't help but adore him. During my time in Heavendew City, I was well taken care of by my sister. She gave me the warmth of a family, but well, it's just that. Yi Hao stammered, unsure how to continue. You, Bibaidong raised an eyebrow, probing, you haven't fallen for your sister, have you? Yi Hao remained silent, lowering his head in embarrassment. Mother, you see right through me. Indeed, Bibaidong chuckled wryly, I know your little thoughts all too well. What's your sister's attitude towards this? My sister, she says, we are siblings, it's impossible. But I have my reasons. Now that my origins have been explained, and the purple light that just appeared on your forehead, Mother, it must be the Rakshasa god informing you about my situation, right? Bibaidong did not hide it, indeed, but Xiao Zhu has a strong personality, can you handle her? Hearing this, Yi Hao's eyes lit up. Mom, does this mean you agree? Bibaidong smiled slightly. Matters of the young are none of my business. Although you are now my son, you are not my biological child. As long as you explain this clearly to Xiao Zhu, I believe she will gradually accept you. This is even better, with both a son and a daughter soon to return. I, Bibaidong, am truly a winner in life. As she spoke, Bibaidong excitedly pinched Yi Hao's cheeks and hugged him tightly, showering him with affection. Immediately after, Yi Hao retrieved 4 soul bones from the death god's heart. Mom, these soul bones are useless to me. Please take them and give them to those who need them. The 4 soul bones emitted different glows, and Bibaidong could sense that one of them was of exceptional quality, while the other 3 were equally valuable. This, Bibaidong was stunned, clearly taken aback by Yi Hao's generosity. It was worth noting that the Spirit Hall had only offered 3 soul bones for this year's tournament, with the most valuable being a head soul bone obtained by the previous pope himself. Yet, compared to these 4, they seemed dull. Where did you get so many soul bones? Bibaidong asked with a wry smile, rubbing Yi Hao's head. Yi Hao smiled and began to explain, this soul bone is from an 85,000-year-old blue-silver king I killed, a left leg bone. This one was dropped by a time-attributed soul master. And these too. He paused, then continued, these are inherited soul bones from the Clear Sky clan. A few days ago, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao came after me. After a long battle, I managed to sever one of Tang Hao's arms and a leg. That's where these 2 soul bones came from. Son, are you okay? Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were no ordinary opponents. Together, they were nearly invincible. Mom, I'm fine, Yi Hao said, nuzzling comfortably in Bibaidong's embrace. He then added, Zhu Zhu, Zhu and I have a martial soul fusion skill. Through the death god's heart, we can perform a twin Spider Emperor martial soul fusion, which temporarily boosts my power to that of a level 99 limit duo. Although it only lasts for 3 minutes, it was enough to deal with those 2. Yi Hao suddenly wriggled out of Bibaidong's warm embrace. Mom, I heard from Xiao Hong that you can also perform a martial soul fusion skill with Zhu Zhu and Zhu. It seems. It might even break through to level 100. Level 100. It was merely a legend, as no one on the continent had broken through to that level in nearly 10,000 years. Yes, that dog mentioned earlier that there's a way for me to break through to level 100. When I asked, it was being cryptic, saying I'd understand once you arrived. Bibaidong nodded, her expression serious. Now I understand, that dog is truly extraordinary. Yi Hao sighed, Xiao Hong loves being cryptic, but it's indeed reliable. If it weren't for the sea god's sudden appearance, the artificial ocean behind us wouldn't just house the demonic whale pod, but also the deep-sea demonic whale king. Mom, please take these 4 soul bones. The Spirit Hall needs them. Yi Hao pushed the soul bones toward Bibaidong. But what about you? These soul bones are of the highest quality, nearly perfect among the ones I've seen. You need them more. Bibaidong clearly wasn't willing to accept them. Yi Hao had already made significant sacrifices for the Spirit Hall. No need, Mom. Actually, I already have a soul bone in my right leg, a 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone, left behind by Tang Hao's wife after her death. Not only that, but Zhu Zhu, Zhu and Zai Hu will also sacrifice themselves for me once I become a title duo. The death god's heart has transformed them into humans, and after their sacrifice, their souls will enter the death god's heart. In the future, when I become the death god, they will be resurrected, and we will share eternal life. They've helped me so much, like family. I can't abandon them. This is what I promise them. So, Mom, please take these 4 soul bones. Compared to me, the spirit hall needs them more now. Hearing this, Bibai Dong no longer hesitated and stored the 4 soul bones in her soul bone storage device. Then I won't stand on ceremony. These 4 soul bones, thank you for your contribution to the spirit hall. Seeing Bibai Dong accept them willingly, Yihao finally smiled, his joy evident. Come, take me to meet your family. Dark, cold, damp, with an indescribable stench in the air. The spirit hall's dungeon housed many heinous criminals, some of whom were destined for the slaughter city, where they would lose their freedom forever. Aza, I will destroy the spirit hall. I will kill Yihao, I will kill all of you. The roars echoed in the darkness, revealing pairs of blood-red eyes staring at the buzz-cut man being dragged in by the holy temple knights. Well, a new arrival. It's been a while since we've had fresh meat. I wonder how this one will taste. My guess, this guy's probably a virgin. Clang! The cell door was slammed open, and 2 holy temple knights threw Yu Xiaogeng inside. Yu Xiaogeng, the source of all evil, how dare you threaten to destroy the spirit hall? You must have a death wish. Pa, you can't even recognize your own worth. Rot here until you grow old, until you die. You'll never leave this place. With that, the 2 knights closed the cell door. Yu Xiaogeng curled up on the ground, his lower body feeling as if it were on fire, numb and devoid of sensation. It stinks, Yu Xiaogeng vomited, looking around the dark environment. After his previous experience in the dungeon, he had become particularly sensitive to darkness. His eyes widened as he saw. Aza. In the darkness, countless hands reached out and tightly embraced Yu Xiaogeng. Before he could react, he was dragged into the shadows. No matter how much he screamed, it was futile. As the sound of tearing clothes and Yu Xiaogeng's screams filled the air, everything eventually fell silent. The weather was perfect today, sunny and warm, with gentle sunlight bathing the spirit hall. Mom, you're planning to have me join the spirit hall team for the tournament. Bibai Dong nodded with a smile. Now that you're home, there's no need to return to the Heaven Dew Royal Academy. When the tournament begins, you'll compete alongside Nunna and the others, representing the spirit hall. However, the final prize is 3 soul bones, which I assume you won't need. Give them to Juliana and the others. I know those soul bones were prepared for them. As for me, Yihao grinned, his lips curling upward. I won't settle for anything less than a full set of 100,000-year soul bones. You, Bibai Dong chuckled and shook her head, then playfully patted Yihao's head, the scene filled with warmth. The spirit hall disciples along the way were shocked. Who was this person walking side by side with Her Holiness the Pope, and why did he look so much like her? Could it be? For a moment, rumors began to spread. Zhu, prepare to activate the martial soul fusion skill. In the spacious reception hall, Xiao Hong lay lazily on a warm rug, watching the two with a relaxed gaze. Hi. Xiao Hong, our master is already home. Why do we need to activate the martial soul fusion skill? Zhu asked, puzzled. You'll find out soon, Xiao Hong replied, revealing his spotless teeth with a wide grin. Creak. The door slowly opened. Yihao and Bibai Dong entered the room together. At that moment, Zhu and Zhu were both stunned. Why did these two look so alike? Were they seeing things? Finally, you're here. Chapter 202, The Spirit Hall's Young Master, Yihao. The door to the reception hall slowly opened. Bibai Dong and Yihao walked in side by side. At this moment, the air around them seemed to freeze. Except for Xiao Hong, who remained calm, Zhu, Zaihu, Yin, and even Zhu were all stunned, their expressions filled with shock. This. Zhu swallowed hard, unable to believe her eyes. They look so alike. Not just alike, they look like they were carved from the same mold, Zaihu nodded. When he first arrived at the spirit hall and saw Bibai Dong, he had been equally stunned. Zhu remained silent, her calm eyes flickering with a ripple of emotion. She then walked over to a bookshelf, picked up a book, and began reading quietly. Hello, I am Bibai Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You must be my son's family. Bibai Dong smiled warmly as she looked at Zhu and the others standing before her. Yes, mother of our master. My name is Zhu Zhu, and my true form is a 100,000-year death spider emperor. Zhu Zhu quickly introduced himself. I don't need to introduce myself, do I? Zaihu chuckled. Hello, I am Zhu a 100,000-year soul-devouring spider emperor, Zhu said calmly. I don't need to introduce myself either, Xiao Hong grinned. A Yin hesitated, unsure how to introduce herself. Ever since entering the spirit hall, she had felt extremely uncomfortable. Yihao stepped forward and smiled. This is Yin, Tang Hao's wife. After sacrificing herself, she became a blue-silver emperor. I recently revived her, and now she serves as my maid. Yin, Bibai Dong's gaze sharpened as she examined her with a meaningful look. So, you are Yin. Back then, it was for her sake that Qian Zunji had clashed with Tang Hao, ultimately leading to a tragic outcome. Bibai Dong understood her son's reasoning. Reviving Yin was simply to gain another 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Yin was now just a tool, and once Yihao became a titled Duluo, she would have to sacrifice herself. If it were Bibai Dong, she would have done the same. Yin felt extremely uncomfortable under Bibai Dong's gaze. Being in the spirit hall made her feel uneasy, as if she could be killed at any moment. You're really lucky, kid, Bibai Dong sighed with a wry smile. Before her stood 4 100,000-year soul beasts, not to mention Xiao Hong, a divine beast. Weren't people on the continent always saying that 100,000-year soul beasts were rare? Where are those people now? Come out and face me. Welcome to the spirit hall. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know, Bibai Dong said with a smile. We wouldn't dare, Zhu Zhu quickly replied. We owe everything to our master. All we want is to stay by his side. We have no other desires. Zhu Zhu, relax. You've always been my family, my brothers. Now that we're home, treat the spirit hall as your own. There's no need to be so restrained. Yihao smiled warmly. At this moment, Yihao felt the warmth of family for the first time in many years. The last time he had felt this way was back on Earth. Unfortunately, there was no going back. But honestly, the present wasn't so bad. It was best to maintain the status quo. Hearing this, Zhu Zhu was moved to tears. Zhu Er's eyes softened, and Zaihu blinked, secretly pleased that he had chosen the right person to follow. At this moment, Xiao Hong stretched lazily and walked over from the rug. Save the catching up for later. Right now, there's something important that requires Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er's cooperation, Xiao Hong said, looking at the two of them. What do you need us to do? Zhu Er put down her book and asked. Xiao Hong, just give the order. I'll go through fire and water for you, Zhu Zhu declared eagerly. Zhu Zhu, there's no need to be so serious. I just need you to perform the martial soul fusion skill again. Don't make it sound like a life-or-death situation. Xiao Hong shook his head helplessly. Enthusiasm was good, but it shouldn't go overboard. This is no trouble at all. Master, let's begin. Zhu Zhu looked at Yihao, her expression relaxed. Yihao, however, shrugged. Zhu Zhu, this time, it's not me performing the martial soul fusion skill. It's me, Bibai Dong stepped forward. Why? In the dark, cold prison cell, Yu Xiaogeng sat in tattered clothes, his eyes vacant as tears streamed down his face like an open faucet. At this moment, Yu Xiaogeng regretted everything. Why did I come to the spirit hall? Wouldn't it have been better to stay at Shrek Academy? As he spoke, Yu Xiaogeng pulled up his torn pants. In this pitch-black dungeon, he felt a deep sense of despair. A searing pain shot through his lower body, causing Yu Xiaogeng to convulse violently. Is that all you've got? I'm being sent to Slaughter City in a few days. Let's continue tonight. In the dark prison cell, several disheveled figures with sinister auras crawled out from the shadows. No, stay away from me. Get away. Yu Xiaogeng was like a startled bird. From these people, he had experienced the most unbearable pain of his life. Utter humiliation. Sigh. Yu Xiaogeng let out a long sigh, a flame of vengeance burning in his heart. He had grown to hate the spirit hall, Yihao, and even Bibai Dong to the extreme. If I ever get the chance to leave, I will dedicate my entire life to destroying the spirit hall. Yu Xiaogeng swore, trembling with anger, his fists clenched tightly. Trash, what are you muttering about? The two holy temple knights who had brought Yu Xiaogeng here entered the cell. Seeing him curled up on the ground in tattered clothes, they burst into laughter. Everyone imprisoned here was a heinous criminal. Yu Xiaoging's current state was nothing but the consequence of his own actions. And nothing, Yu Xiaoging shook his head repeatedly. Are you here to release me? Yu Xiaoging still hadn't given up hope of survival. It was these two who had brought him here, and in this place, he had suffered inhuman treatment. Even now. His legs continued to tremble uncontrollably. Lucky guy, just arrived and already getting released. Yeah, we're about to be sent to Slaughter City. We finally got someone older to have some fun with, and now this. Should have gone harder earlier, the scar-faced man sneered coldly at Yu Xiaoging. That smile was icy, making Yu Xiaoging feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, sending chills down his spine. Release you, the knight laughed heartily. You were personally captured by Her Holiness the Pope, and you still dream of being released. Stop daydreaming, prepare yourself to spend the rest of your life here. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoging felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He fell to his knees, completely drained of strength. It was over. His life was utterly ruined. Stuck in this pitch-black place, how could he ever use his talents to destroy the spirit hall? Doubly, what are you doing? Yu Xiaoging was horrified to find his limbs being held down. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't move, forced to watch helplessly. At that moment, an old man carrying a medical box walked in slowly, enduring the foul stench of the prison. Without a word, the old man placed the box on the ground and took out a curved knife. The old man's aura was calm, and he glanced indifferently at Yu Xiaoging, who was struggling desperately. If we don't cut it off, it'll rot. This is for your own good, the old man said lightly. Then, under Yu Xiaoging's despairing gaze, the knife came down. Aza. For a moment, the entire dungeon was filled with Yu Xiaoging's screams. Master, are you serious? Your mother can also perform a martial soul fusion skill with us. Zhu Zhu looked at Yihao in confusion. Yihao smiled faintly. Why not? The martial soul fusion skill between Yumi and Zhu Zhu, twin spider emperors, is performed under the influence of the death god's heart. After fusion, our combat power rivals that of a level 99 limit duo. My mother's martial soul is identical to mine. Although she doesn't have the death god's heart, she has something else that can serve as a substitute. As he spoke, Yihao took out the death god's heart. Death god's heart's attached skill, Dark Shroud. The entire room was completely isolated by the death god's heart. At that moment, Bibai Dong's eyes turned a deep green, looking extremely eerie. Immediately after, a purple-black scythe appeared in her hand. The Rakshasa scythe. Xiao Hong recognized it at first glance. Bibai Dong was the heir of the Rakshasa god, and now, with the recognition of the Rakshasa scythe, she only needed the two most crucial soul rings to complete the inheritance of the Rakshasa god's divine position. The appearance of the Rakshasa scythe made Yihao frown. He could feel the overwhelmingly evil aura emanating from it. Fortunately, the death god's heart had perfectly isolated the area. Otherwise, the entire spirit hall would have been enveloped by this sinister aura. Faced with such a divine weapon as the Rakshasa scythe, the soul beasts present felt a sense of danger. The sharp killing intent and the surging evil aura made their legs feel as if they were rooted to the ground, unable to move. Like Hayar, I am also an heir of a god. I am the heir of the Rakshasa god, and this is the Rakshasa god's divine weapon, the Rakshasa scythe, Bibai Dong said, holding the scythe in her right hand. What do we do next? Bibai Dong looked at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong grinned, speaking seriously. The reason Heiazi can perform the martial soul fusion skill is, of course, because of the death god's heart. But for you, Heiazi's mother, it's different. Zhu Zhu and Zhu possess the power of the death god's heart, which allows them to resonate with it, but you don't. Similarly, using the Rakshasa scythe as a medium, as long as it carries the aura of all three of you, the martial soul fusion skill can be completed. After a pause, Xiao Hong continued. The martial soul fusion skill not only tests the compatibility of the fusion participants, but also the compatibility of their martial souls. For example, Zhu Zhu and Zhu are 100,000-year soul beasts, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor. With Heiazi's death god's heart aiding them, they have now transformed into humans, establishing a connection with Heiazi. Therefore, it's no problem for them to perform the martial soul fusion skill. If you want to complete the martial soul fusion skill as well, the first problem to solve is this. With that, Xiao Hong gestured for Bibaidong to place the Rakshasa scythe on the ground. Hiazi's mother shares the same martial soul as Hiazi, which is an innate advantage. Each of you three needs to drop a drop of blood onto the Rakshasa scythe. Hiazi, you too, Xiao Hong instructed. Yi Hao was puzzled, but followed the instructions nonetheless. When the blood of the four individuals landed on the Rakshasa scythe at the same moment, something miraculous happened. Their blood silently fused together. Not only that, but Bibaidong also had a sudden flash of insight, establishing a faint connection with Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er. Zhu Zhu and Zhu Er felt the same, but Yi Hao sensed nothing. Previously, Hiazi relied on the death god's heart as the core. Now, the Rakshasa scythe will serve as the core. The blood you just dropped is the key to this process. As for why Hiazi also needed to drop blood, it's simply to act as a neutralizer. Hiazi is the heir of the death god, and the Rakshasa scythe is the divine weapon of the Rakshasa god. Due to the previous martial soul fusion skill being guided by the death god's heart, there was some conflict with the Rakshasa scythe. Hiazi's blood just happens to neutralize that conflict. All right, now perform your martial soul fusion skill. Perhaps, the death god's previous speculation was correct, Xiao Hong muttered to himself. Action was taken immediately. First, Zhu Zhu's 9 soul rings lit up beneath her feet, and her death spider emperor true form quietly appeared. Next, Zhu Er did the same, her 9 soul rings manifesting beneath her feet, and her soul-devouring spider emperor true form taking shape. Following Xiao Hong's instructions, Bibaidong immediately released her death spider emperor martial soul. The skin on her upper body was covered in a layer of purple-black armor, and even her face was shielded by a carapace, with 4 small eyes growing out. Bibaidong's legs disappeared, replaced by a massive spherical body from which 8 thick, thorn-covered spider legs extended, giving her an indescribable appearance. Yi Hao felt it deeply. He was also a possessor of the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, but compared to what his mother was displaying now, the difference between them was vast. 9 soul rings were neatly arranged, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Bibaidong's 9th soul ring made the Death Spider Emperor feel a sense of awe. He could sense it. That was undoubtedly the aura of a Death Spider Emperor. What the master said was true. It turns out that the master's mother was the one who had once hunted a Death Spider Emperor. But things were different now. After Bibaidong completed her Death Spider Emperor transformation, Zhu Zhu's figure quickly merged into Bibaidong's body. Bibaidong's entire body was covered in black demonic patterns, half of her face included. A powerful force surged through her body, like a raging river flowing endlessly. Next, Bibaidong's second martial soul lit up. Her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, had only 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red. Bibaidong's forehead bore a dark green spiderweb pattern, and a layer of crystalline dark green light spread across her body. Behind her, 3 pairs of dark green spider legs appeared, and her arms transformed into similar dark green spears. Her lower body was completely enveloped in a layer of dark green light. The situation was identical to Zhu Er's. Zhu Er's figure then merged into Bibaidong's body, and the 2 forces continuously neutralized each other. Bibaidong closed her eyes tightly, and her stagnant soul power showed signs of breaking through. Did you feel that? Yi Hao stood to the side, looking at Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong nodded silently. I felt it. The first level 100 breakthrough in the history of the DOLOU continent is about to happen. It's just a pity that it's only a soul power breakthrough to level 100. Although she has the Rakshasa scythe, she doesn't have the Rakshasa god's position. Is it because Mom hasn't completed her Rakshasa god trials? Yi Hao asked. Exactly. Even so, it's not a big deal. One day, your mother will complete the Rakshasa god trials. This martial soul fusion skill is only temporarily allowing your mother to break through to level 100 with the help of the Rakshasa scythe. Without the assistance of the Rakshasa scythe, even if she could complete the martial soul fusion skill, her soul power would still be stuck at level 99, peak semigod, Xiao Hong said with utmost seriousness. At the center of Bibaidong's body, a milky white sphere of light was continuously transforming, resembling chaos. At that moment, the Rakshasa scythe suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and an evil aura poured down. It quickly flew into the sphere of light. At the same time, Yi Hao's expression changed, and he showed a bitter smile. It seems the death god's heart is about to reach its limit. The power of this martial soul fusion skill is too overwhelming. Xiao Hong nodded. There's no other way. Your mother was originally a level 99 limit Duoluo. After Zhu Zhu and Zhu became human, their soul power was around level 97. Add to that the power of the Rakshasa scythe itself and the fusion of these four forces, you can imagine the result. At that moment, the originally clear and sunny sky above the spirit hall was covered in a layer of gray. Sensing something amiss, Kaiyan Dailiu walked out of the elder hall, accompanied by several other elder deacons. Big brother, I have a bad feeling about this. Golden Crocodile Duoluo beside him couldn't help but express his concern. Kaiyan Dailiu felt the same. He looked up at the sky, his brows furrowed deeply. A milky white sphere of light suddenly shot into the sky. Gradually, as the sphere took shape, it transformed into the figure of Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong was clad in black armor, exuding an evil aura from within. The aura formed a vortex, with purple energy flowing down from the black armor. Especially striking were the four massive scythes on her back, extending outward on both sides. Purple-black lightning continuously streaked across the gloomy sky, painting a scene akin to the apocalypse. Phew! We finally succeeded. Xiao Hong and Yi Hao walked to the front of the elder hall, looking up at the familiar figure in the sky. Both man and dog could sense the terrifying power emanating from it. Hey what exactly is going on? Kaiyan Dailiu couldn't help but ask at this moment. It's Grandpa, Yi Hao was startled. It's nothing major, just that Mom has broken through to level 100, that's all. Oh, breaking through to level. Level 100, Kaiyan Dailiu's eyes widened. The elders and deacons present were visibly shaken. Soul power reaching level 100 was merely a legend. No one expected it to happen at this moment. As Bibai Dong restrained her aura, the moment she opened her eyes, an evil energy began to spread rapidly, gradually engulfing the entire Duoluo continent. At the same time, the academy teams slowly making their way towards Spirit City were currently under the protection of the Heaven Dew Royal Knights. At this pace, they would reach Spirit City by sunset tomorrow. But now, for some reason, the war horses at the front of the procession suddenly panicked. The horses reared up on their strong hind legs, easily throwing off the soldiers riding them. More and more horses began to panic, causing the once orderly procession to descend into chaos. Carriages were overturned one after another. What's going on? Probably the horses panicking. That shouldn't be the case. The road here is flat, and the Heaven Dew Royal Knights are the elite of the elite. How could this? For a moment, everyone was abuzz with discussion. What exactly is happening? Zhu King frowned as he stepped out of the carriage, looking in the direction of Spirit City. Just now, a powerful surge of soul power had reached this place, and it felt extremely familiar to him. Fengzhai, I have a bad feeling about this. Our journey to the Spirit Hall this time will be extremely perilous, Sword Duoluo said with a solemn expression. Ning Fengzhai fell silent. In the Slaughter City, a blood-red figure slowly stood up, spreading two pairs of blood-red wings behind him. On Sea God Island, Sea God Duoluo Bo Saixi stood atop the Sea God Mountain, gazing in the direction of the continent for a long time without speaking. When everything settled, Bibai Dong descended from the sky and walked toward Yi Hao in front of the Elder Hall. No one present dared to make a sound, not even breathing too loudly, because the aura Bibai Dong was emitting now, even her breath, seemed capable of killing them. In the face of the current Bibai Dong, the elders who had once prided themselves on being titled Duoluos now realized how insignificant they truly were. The Titan giant ape, chained in front of the Elder Hall, trembled in fear, its massive mountain-like body curled up on the ground, its lantern-sized eyes filled with deep despair. Kaiyan Dailiu's emotions were mixed. Should he be happy, or? Bibai Dong breaking through to level 100 was undoubtedly good news for the Spirit Hall. But for the entire Angel clan, it wasn't such a positive development. Hey my dear child, your mother is so proud of you. Bibai Dong gently hugged Yi Hao. Despite the evil aura surrounding her, Yi Hao could still feel the warmth in his mother's heart. Seeing this, Kaiyan Dailiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. From this day forward, my son Yi Hao is the young master of the Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong's voice echoed throughout every corner of the Spirit Hall. It was an order, but also a declaration. The era of the Spirit Hall was about to begin. Yes, the disciples of the Spirit Hall responded in unison. This simple word came from the depths of their hearts, a firm acknowledgement of Yi Hao's identity. After the brief shock, Bibai Dong took Yi Hao to the main hall of the Pope's palace. As soon as they entered the hall, Bibai Dong's form transformed back into a milky white sphere of light, from which Zhu Zhu and Zhu emerged. They didn't look well. Similar to how Yi Hao had been after performing the martial soul fusion skill, their soul power was completely drained. Zhu Zhu, are you okay? Yi Hao quickly stepped forward to check on them. The two shook their heads, indicating they were fine, and then sat down cross-legged to slowly recover their soul power. Meanwhile, Bibai Dong returned to her original form. She looked pale, like a sheet of paper, and was breathing heavily. Performing the martial soul fusion skill had taken a tremendous toll on her stamina and soul power. Just moments ago, she had experienced the power of level 100. "Mom, are you okay?" Yi Hao hurriedly supported her. Bibai Dong shook her head and smiled. "I'm fine, just exhausted from the soul power consumption." The power of level 100 is truly intoxicating. At that moment, it felt as if the entire DOLOU continent was at my feet. It's just a pity that, from start to finish, this state can only be maintained for half an hour. Half an hour? Yi Hao's mouth twitched. That was still much better than his measly 3 minutes. Chapter 203, Yu Xiaogeng is dead. As Bibai Dong executed her martial soul fusion skill, temporarily breaking through level 100, Yi Hao's identity was officially announced to the entire Spirit Hall. Yi Hao, the young master of the Spirit Hall. That night, to celebrate Yi Hao becoming the young master of the Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong hosted a grand celebration banquet for him. Almost all the elders of the Spirit Hall attended. Surprisingly, even Cayenne DOLOU, who usually stayed behind the scenes, attended the banquet, which showed just how much Cayenne DOLOU expected of Yi Hao. The next morning, as the sun rose and its warm rays pierced through the clouds, filling the room and shining on Yi Hao's face, he lay motionless on the bed, still in a deep sleep. The night before, there had been too many people to meet. Yi Hao had followed Bibai Dong around, introducing himself to many high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall and greeting them one by one. Since Bibai Dong had temporarily broken through level 100 the previous day, the effect had been remarkable. Those who had previously been dissatisfied with her now became amiable, even speaking cautiously. "Aza." Yi Hao let out a scream, jolting awake and sitting up in bed. "Mom, why are you in my room?" Yi Hao clutched the blanket, his eyelids heavy. Bibai Dong stood with her hands on her hips, scolding him. "Do you know what time it is? As the young master of the Spirit Hall, how can you sleep in? Get up and help me with the Spirit Hall's affairs." Huh? Yi Hao's head was filled with confusion. Being the young master of the Spirit Hall isn't easy. And so, under Bibai Dong's stern attitude, Yi Hao, for the first time in his life, did not laze in bed. Now, with dark circles under his eyes, Yi Hao walked down the corridor of the Pope's Hall. Along the way, disciples of the Spirit Hall saluted him, acknowledging his status. After a quick breakfast, Yi Hao arrived at Bibai Dong's office, where he found her handling the Spirit Hall's affairs. As she had said the day before, being the Pope was not as easy as it seemed. "You're here, sit down and help your mother," Bibai Dong said, glancing up and motioning for Yi Hao to sit. Yi Hao sat beside Bibai Dong, picking up a document and glancing at it. At first glance, he felt dizzy. "Mom, don't you have Juliana? Why did you call me here?" Yi Hao shook his head vigorously. The documents before him were like hieroglyphics. "Nana is preparing for the upcoming elimination matches. Since you're back, the young master of the Spirit Hall can't just sit around. Did you think this position would be easy?" Bibai Dong said, writing furiously. "Yi Hao, is it too late to regret this now?" "Mom, don't forget, I'm also one of the participating students." Bibai Dong rolled her eyes at him. "With your strength, you don't even need Nana and the others to step in. You could probably sweep the entire competition by yourself. Do you still need to train?" Yi Hao's mouth twitched. That was probably true. Then Yi Hao's eyes lit up. "Mom, I remember Elder Zhu and Elder Ghost were going to hunt down Tang San, right?" "Yes," Bibai Dong nodded, sipping a cup of fragrant tea. "They set off last night. It shouldn't be long before they take action." Bibai Dong seemed to remember something and slapped her forehead. "I almost forgot. Didn't the Death God and the Sea God agree that Tang San couldn't be killed yet?" I guess Elder Ghost and the others are going for nothing. No, Yihao smiled slightly. Elder Ghost and the others aren't going for nothing. As previously agreed, I can't kill Tang San before he obtains the Sea God's 9 trials. But that doesn't mean I can't make him despair. In the previous matches, I've already made Tang San feel despair several times. Now is a great opportunity. For Tang San, that waste Yu Xiaogang is like a second father. And now, Yu Xiaogang is imprisoned by us. Yihao paused, then continued. Sometimes, tormenting someone is far more satisfying than killing them. Mom, let me go too. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Bibai Dong chuckled. Go ahead, you look so reluctant. Handling administrative tasks seems to be the death of you. Who are you planning to take with you? Yihao didn't hesitate. Just Zai Hu is enough. Zhu Zhu and Zhar can stay by your side for now. They're new to the Spirit Hall and aren't familiar with things yet. All right, go early and come back soon. After bidding farewell to Bibai Dong, Yihao prepared to set off for the ambush location, targeting Tang San. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit dungeon, Yu Xiaogang, tattered and covered in dirt, huddled in a corner. The arrogance he once had was completely gone. Watching Dao Ba and the others across from him devouring steamed buns, Yu Xiaogang pressed his empty stomach and couldn't help but say, Brother Dao Ba, I haven't eaten in 2 days. Can you give me that bun in your hand? Dao Ba frowned, clearly unwilling. You, a thing that's neither male nor female, dare to ask me for food? We're doing this for your own good. You just got here and your stomach is still full of grease. Eating this isn't healthy for you. Wait a few more days and you'll get something to eat. Yu Xiaogang clenched his fists. How had he fallen to this point, reduced to begging for food from prisoners? Just then, 2 men holding steel knives slowly walked in. At that moment, the atmosphere in the cell grew tense. Yu Xiaogang's body stiffened as he stared at the cold, gleaming blades in their hands. He couldn't help but tremble. Were these men here to take his life? One of the men let out a long cry, pressing the blade against Yu Xiaogang's throat. The knife radiated a chilling, killing intent. Yu Xiaogang's eyes widened, not daring to utter a word. Indeed, these men were here to kill him. But the next second, as warm blood splattered across Yu Xiaogang's face, he finally broke down. He fell to his knees, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Tears poured out like a flood, unstoppable. Take it away quickly, the young master specifically instructed it. One of the men beheaded the evil soul master and stuffed the head into a cloth bag. Trash is trash, how can they be so easily frightened? The 2 men laughed heartily before leaving. The entire incident lasted only a few minutes, but for Yu Xiaogang, it felt like an eternity. Staring at the dark, gloomy ceiling of the prison cell, Yu Xiaogang felt an indescribable emotion. He had a feeling that he would be stuck here for the rest of his life. I refuse to accept this, Yu Xiaogang screamed desperately, but all it earned him was a beating from Dao Ba and the others. Since Yu Xiaogang had arrived in this prison, they hadn't had a single peaceful day. Meanwhile, Yihao had left the Spirit Hall and was flying at high speed using his 6-winged purple light wings. He was doing his best to reach the target location. But at the same time, the convoy from the Heaven Dew Royal Empire had already clashed with the Spirit Hall. More and more black-clad figures surrounded the Heaven Dew Royal Knights, using massive boulders to block off the canyon and divide it into several battlefields. Although the Royal Knights were the most elite force of the Heaven Dew Empire, most of them were ordinary people. Facing Soul Masters, they were at a significant disadvantage. For a moment, the battle was at a stalemate. 6th Soul Skill, Golden Stamen Flowing Radiance. Under Yue Guan's feet, the 6th Soul Ring lit up. The chrysanthemum appeared in his hand, gathering powerful soul power as petals shot out, transforming into a meteor shower that rained down. After consuming the singular velvet sky chrysanthemum given to him by Yihao, Yue Guan's stagnant soul power had broken through to level 97. His status within the Spirit Hall had significantly improved. It was worth noting how difficult it was for a title duo at level 95 to advance even a single level. Yet just one singular velvet sky chrysanthemum had allowed Yue Guan to rise 2 levels. Yue Guan was immensely grateful to Yihao and silently vowed to serve the Spirit Hall for life. The petal rain fell instantly, each petal as hard as steel, capable of slicing through the air. Yue Guan had only one target, Tang San. He couldn't let Tang San reach the spirit hall alive. That was the mission Bibai Dong had given him. Facing a tidal duo, Tang San couldn't muster even a fraction of his strength. He collapsed to the ground, helplessly watching the attack approach. From beginning to end, Tang San was like a fish on a chopping block, at the mercy of others. Zio San. Flender was struggling to deal with a soul master whose martial soul was a golden eagle. The threat was too great. On the other side, Liu Erlong was in a similar situation. Even after using her strongest 7th soul skill, martial soul true body, the sheer number of soul masters from the spirit hall overwhelmed her, leaving her restrained and struggling. As for the rest of the Shrek 7 devils, they were heavily injured. When under attack, they chose to temporarily regroup. Yue Guan, now at level 97, saw these students as nothing more than weaklings. Their attacks were useless against him. At the critical moment, Qin Ming, despite his severe injuries, dragged Tang San away. However, he himself spat out blood. Even with his martial soul activated, he had taken a direct hit from a tidal duo's powerful attack. Qin Ming was on the verge of collapse. Senior Qin, Tang San's eyes turned red as he looked up at Yue Guan standing in midair. Furious, he shouted, "If I survive today, I swear I will kill you with my own hands." Hearing this, Yue Guan smirked, his expression full of disdain. "Kid, you should be careful with your words. Even though you have twin martial souls today, this will be your burial ground." Just then, a black-clad figure wielding the clear sky hammer emerged. The 9 soul rings on the hammer were neatly arranged. Seeing this, Tang San and the others finally felt a sense of relief. "Tang Hao?" Yue Guan narrowed his eyes. "No, you're not Tang Hao." The aura this person exuded was completely different from Tang Hao's. Moreover, Tang Hao had already been crippled by the young master, losing an arm and a leg. He was now a mere shell of his former self. "You're Tang Zio?" Yue Guan smiled slightly, intrigued. "I never expected the clan master of the Clear Sky Clan to personally show up. What's the matter? Has the Clear Sky Clan decided to stop hiding like turtles and finally reopen its doors to the Soul Master world?" "Yue Guan, you want to kill my nephew. How can I stand by and do nothing? The humiliation the Spirit Hall brought upon the Clear Sky Clan in the past, I will repay it in full today. Yue Guan, prepare to die." Tang Zio swung the Clear Sky Hammer, its 9 soul rings instantly lighting up as he brought it crashing down toward Yue Guan's head. Seeing this, Yue Guan couldn't help but smile. He slowly extended his right hand, and the chrysanthemum materialized in his palm, transforming into a golden barrier to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the Clear Sky Hammer. "Zio-san, are you all right?" Flender, covered in blood and with his crystal glasses shattered, quickly descended from the sky and rushed to Tang San's side. Seeing that Tang San was unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Zio Ming." Immediately after, Flender helped Qin Ming to his feet. Having taken a direct hit from a tidal duo's 6th soul skill, Qin Ming was now hanging on by a thread. "Dean Flender." Is Zio-san all right?" Qin Ming asked weakly. Flender's eyes filled with tears as he replied, "He's fine, Zio-san is fine. Don't talk, Zio Ming, save your strength." "Jiangzhu, prepare to heal Zio Ming. Zio Ao, get the sausages ready." Following Flender's orders, the two quickly sprang into action. Jiangzhu used her martial soul, the healing staff, to treat Qin Ming, while Oscar prepared sausages to distribute to everyone. The battle ahead was far more complicated than they had imagined. "Dean, these people must have been sent by the Spirit Hall," Tang San said with certainty. Flender nodded grimly. Aside from the Spirit Hall, who else on this continent could muster such strength? "Right now, I'm not worried about anything else. I just fear that Xiaoging's trip to the Spirit Hall might not end well." Yu Xiaoging held an extremely important place in Tang San's heart, on par with his own father. He was essentially a second father to Tang San. "Don't worry, Dean Flender. Teacher is blessed with great fortune. He'll definitely be fine," Tang San said, though his heart was filled with doubt. He could only offer these words of comfort. "I hope so," Flender sighed deeply. At the same time, Tang Zio, wielding the clear sky hammer, brought it down with full force. The massive hammerhead was even larger than Yue Guan himself, and its overwhelming momentum sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Was this the power of the number 1 tool-type martial soul in the world? Yue Guan, however, remained unfazed. He simply used a barrier woven from the chrysanthemum to block the attack. Booms, booms, boom. A series of dull thuds echoed as Tang Zio swung the clear sky hammer against the barrier Yue Guan had conjured. Surprisingly, the barrier stood firm, unyielding even under the relentless strikes of the clear sky hammer. Tang Zio, you're only at level 96. How do you expect to defeat me, a level 97? Yue Guan chuckled. At the same time, the chrysanthemum transformed into a golden blade, forcefully repelling Tang Zio. Tang Zio was shocked. Yue Guan's soul power far surpassed his own. This couldn't be. I thought the Clear Sky clan would behave after sealing themselves away. I never expected you, the clan master, to be so reckless as to come here seeking death. Since that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Old ghost, it's time to show yourself. Yue Guan let out a long cry. Tang Zio instantly understood, and the shadow over his heart grew heavier. Before the crowd, another figure appeared beside Yue Guan. This person was shrouded in darkness, with only a ghostly silhouette visible and no soul rings in sight. Someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Yue Guan could only be another title duo. Tang San gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. To kill him, the Spirit Hall had actually sent 2 title duos. They were really giving him too much credit. I never expected even Ghost Duo to come, Tang Zio muttered, swallowing hard. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that their entire group would perish here today. 2 title duos. In an instant, the Shrek Academy members felt a strong sense of impending doom. The probability of dying here today had just skyrocketed. Gui Mei and Yue Guan attacked together, their coordination seamless, leaving Tang Zio with no chance to fight back. Tang Zio retreated as he fought, never gaining the upper hand. Subconsciously, he glanced back at Tang San, who was standing behind him. Tang San was the future hope of the Clear Sky clan. As long as Tang San lived, there would always be a chance for revenge. Tang Zio, die. Gui Mei's right hand transformed into a ghostly claw. At the critical moment, a silver longsword shot through the air, carrying a fierce momentum. The moment the sword struck the ground, Yue Guan and Ghost Mei instantly realized who was behind it. The silver-white longsword stood upright on the ground. At the same time, an elderly man in white robes and with white hair walked over slowly. He glanced at Tang Zio, who was gasping for breath, and said calmly, "Brother Tang, are you all right?" "I'm fine, not dead yet," Tang Zio replied, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood shoulder to shoulder with the white-haired elder. The sudden turn of events was too much, leaving Yue Guan and Gui Mei feeling a sense of unreality. "Sword Duo Chenzin?" Yue Guan asked in surprise. "I've heard that the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Clan and Shrek Academy don't get along. By choosing to intervene for Tang San today, are you openly declaring yourselves our enemies?" Facing Yue Guan's question, Ning Fengzhai, holding the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Pagoda, stepped forward. The pagoda's 7 soul rings were neatly arranged, emitting a dazzling array of colors. "Elder Yue, you misunderstand. We are here under His Majesty's orders to protect the Crown Prince's safety. You've gone to such great lengths to mobilize so many soul masters. Yet, all this for a 14-year-old Tang San? Isn't that a bit excessive? To have 2 title duos show up together." Ning Fengzhai smiled faintly, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda in his hand instantly radiated a brilliant 7-colored light. In that moment, as the light entered Tang Zio's body, he was instantly revitalized. The clear sky hammer in his hand felt heavier than ever, and his eyes burned with determination. With the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda providing continuous support, it was like having a stabilizing pill. Ning Fengzhai's actions were born of necessity. Yue Guan and Ghost Mei were inseparable, and together they were a force to be reckoned with on the continent. Moreover, Yue Guan's soul power had unexpectedly broken through to level 97, something no one had anticipated. If Tang Zio were to die here today, the Clear Sky clan would be left without a leader. With Tang Hao already crippled, the Clear Sky twin stars, one dead and the other disabled, would leave the Clear Sky clan severely weakened. In the future, the Spirit Hall would inevitably target the top 3 clans. In this critical moment, the saying, "the top 3 clans stand together," truly came into play. Damn it, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan chose to intervene at this moment. Yue Guan gritted his teeth. The situation had changed too drastically. Seeing the tide turn, Tang San quickly moved behind Tang Xiao and whispered, "Uncle, let's kill these two." Tang San's words caused Tang Xiao's brows to furrow deeply. Even with the 7 treasure glazed tile clan's intervention, killing the two before them in a 2-on-2 situation would be extremely difficult. It was important to note that their martial soul fusion skill, 2-pole static domain, could freeze everything within a certain range. This was the reason for the stalemate. Tang Xiao and the others dared not make a move. "Stay back, this is a fight between adults. What business does a child have interfering?" Tang Xiao scolded harshly. Hearing this, Tang San was momentarily stunned, then retreated to the back of the group with resentment in his heart. His gaze was filled with hatred as he glared at the people before him, his ugly demeanor fully revealed. "Yue Guan, I advise you to leave now before things escalate further. If this continues, not only will you fail to kill Tang San, but you might also implicate." At this point, Ning Fengzhai stopped himself. Some things couldn't be said outright. Yue Guan and Gui Mei exchanged glances. Given the current situation, killing Tang San was no longer feasible. Now that Ning Fengzhai's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda and sword Duluo had joined the fight, the pressure shifted to Yue Guan's side. After some consideration, Yue Guan and Gui Mei made a decision. Suddenly, a crimson figure descended from the sky. The newcomer was a man over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and dark scales covering his vital areas. He wore a black outfit, and his sea blue hair cascaded down his back. His eyes were filled with a blood-red hue. His arrival caused another dramatic shift in the situation. An overwhelming stench of blood emanated from the man, causing everyone present. Chapter 204, Yihao opens his heart to Cayenne Rangsu. Yu Xiaoging's head. Dead silence filled the air as everyone's expressions shifted dramatically. "Yihao, I'll kill you." Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot as he stared at the blood-stained sack in Yihao's hand. At this moment, Tang San was utterly enraged. He gripped the clear sky hammer, its 4 soul rings glowing brightly. The hammer grew in size as he swung it toward Yihao with all his might. Before Tang San could complete his attack, Zai Hu mercilessly punched him, sending him flying. Especially after learning from Yihao that Tang San was the sea god's heir, Zai Hu had developed a killing intent toward him. There was no other reason. The evil spirit Orca King had never worshipped the sea god. The evil spirit Orca and the devil soul great white shark were both carnivorous soul beasts in the ocean. Each level of the food chain had its own hierarchy, and in the ocean, the food chain was even more brutal. The devil soul great white shark worshipped the sea god and even became his mount, so of course, it had the right to say who disrespected the sea god. The sea god usually didn't interfere in worldly matters, and Zio Bai, as the sea god's representative among the ocean soul beasts, naturally could label the evil spirit Orca King as a bloodthirsty soul beast. This was the logic of the strong. Tang San's body flew through the air like a kite with its string cut. Brother, Zio Wu rushed to support Tang San, but from start to finish, Tang San's eyes never left Yihao. "Xiaoging." "Xiaoging?" Flender's eyes welled up with tears as large drops fell from his eyes. He recalled the days when the 3 of them had traveled the continent together. "Xiaoging, you can't die, woo-woo-woo." Liu Erlong collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. She couldn't accept this reality. Just a few days ago, he had been fine. How could he be dead now? "Yihao, Spirit Hall, I will never forgive you in this lifetime." Liu Erlong's voice was hoarse, and a solemn killing intent rapidly spread from her. Yu Xiaoging trespassed into the Spirit Hall and was killed on the spot. When I returned to the Spirit Hall, I saw Yu Xiaoging's headless corpse. Yihao stepped on Yu Xiaoging's head with his foot. "You should thank me. If it weren't for me, you might never have seen him again." No one believed Yihao's explanation. "The dead are gone." Tang Xiao sighed deeply. "Yihao, take your foot off. Grandmaster was once a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. By doing this, you're openly challenging the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." "Challenge?" Yihao laughed heartily. "This is Yu Xiaoging's deserved retribution. He wanted to kill me, first by contacting the Strength Clan's Tai Tan. Unfortunately, the Strength Clan no longer exists. So it was you really destroyed the Strength Clan? I'll kill you. I'll avenge my clan, my grandfather, and my father." Tai Long's anger boiled over, but he was held back by the others. They were no match for Yi Hao. Moreover, Yi Hao had many powerful experts behind him, including countless titled dueluos. Everyone fell silent. Although they had suspected that Yi Hao might have been behind the destruction of the Strength clan, hearing him admit it now filled them with despair. In a single night, an entire clan had been wiped out. The fall of the Strength clan was a warning to everyone present. Who would be next? Yi Hao, you're making an enemy of the entire Dueluo continent. Ning Fengzhai could no longer hold back. The situation was clear. It was only a matter of time before Yi Hao turned his attention to the top 3 clans. The destruction of the Strength clan was a wake-up call and a warning to the top 3 sects and other major forces. An enemy? Yi Hao smiled faintly. He applied a slight pressure with his right foot, and Yu Xiaoging's head exploded like a watermelon. I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Everyone was stunned. Yi Hao was declaring war on the entire continent. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, the Clear Sky clan, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. The top 3 clans are all here now. Yi Hao sneered, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Yi Hao, in this lifetime, I will definitely kill you. Tang San's eyes burned with determination. Upon learning that his teacher had been beheaded and his head crushed by Yi Hao, Tang San felt an unprecedented surge of rage. After all, Master had been like a second father to him, caring for him all these years. Now he had been killed by the Spirit Hall, and even his body couldn't be preserved. This was a disgrace, an unbearable humiliation for Tang San. Liu Erlong's eyes were lifeless, swollen from crying. With Yu Xiaoging's death, Liu Erlong felt as though she had lost her reason to live. She stood up again, her eyes gleaming with a cold light, blue flames flickering within them. 7th soul skill, Blue Dragon True Body. Liu Erlong's 7th soul ring lit up as she transformed into a massive blue dragon. Scorching dragon breath spewed from her mouth. Kill Yi Hao. Kill Yi Hao. Kill Yi Hao. This was all Liu Erlong could think of now. It was her sole desire. 7th soul skill, Eagle True Body. 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Bind. 4th soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. In an instant, the Shrek Academy members were consumed by rage. Each of them unleashed their most powerful soul skills. Yu Xiaoging's death had shaken them to the core. First, the Strength clan, and now Yu Xiaoging. With these 2 events, their hearts were constantly on edge, fearing that they might be next. To avenge Yu Xiaoging, and for their own sake, they chose to attack Yi Hao collectively. They refused to believe that Yi Hao could calmly withstand such a massive assault. Following the rule of smoke without injury, they unleashed their most powerful soul skills, pouring everything into this attack. Everyone frowned, not daring to let their guard down. When the smoke cleared, 6 massive mirrors appeared in front of Yi Hao. Impossible, how are you still alive? Tang San was utterly shocked. The others were equally dumbfounded, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat, their backs soaked. Yu Xiaoging and the Strength clan had both fallen to Yi Hao. What about those who had once harmed him? Would they be next? Flender hesitated, his heart already set on retreating. Going to the Spirit Hall now would be suicidal. Perhaps they had been blinded by their earlier rage, but as the Shrek Academy members slowly regained their senses, they shivered under Yi Hao's icy gaze. Their hair stood on end, and their hearts raced with anxiety. Good, very good, Yi Hao clapped his hands. Clapped. 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 The sound of his clapping grew louder, like a death knell. Everyone looked terrified, and Ma Hongzhen's legs gave out, causing him to collapse to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yu Xiaoging deserved to die, and his death was insignificant. I welcome you to seek revenge on me at any time. Yi Hao spread his arms, facing everything with calm composure. But let me make this clear. If you can kill me, that's your skill. If you can't, then every single one of you here today will be eliminated by me, Yi Hao said coldly, each word cutting deep into their hearts. Yi Hao, you're too arrogant, Tang Xiao frowned. Don't forget, evil will never triumph over good. One day you will pay for everything you've done. Yi Hao smiled faintly, his icy gaze fixed on Tang Xiao. Tell me what is good and what is evil, Yi Hao asked nonchalantly. Tang Xiao was speechless. You are evil. Tang San stepped forward, pointing at Yi Hao in anger. Evil? Yi Hao sneered. This world has always been this way, a world where the strong prey on the weak. History is written by the victors. You say who is evil, and they are evil. You say who is good, even if their hands are stained with blood, they are good. Good and evil can be reversed, facts can be twisted, and people are no different. Yihao paused, then added, just like you. Me, Tang San frowned, his fists clenching tightly. Back in Soto City, do you remember the 6 innocent soul masters you killed? Yihao's lips curled into a sinister smile, his cold gaze piercing through Tang San. Tang San's face turned pale, his heart pounding violently. He trembled as he looked at Yihao, disbelief written all over his face. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're referring to. Tang San shook his head desperately, trying to distance himself from the accusation. Then he glanced at the confused faces around him and quickly added, Everyone, you have to believe me. This is all fabricated by Yihao. The way of death, what a fitting way of death. Yihao slowly walked toward Tang San, his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent. Each step he took intensified the tension in the air. Strangely, they could only watch as Yihao approached Tang San, powerless to stop him. An invisible barrier surrounded Yihao, and even Tang Zio's clear sky hammer couldn't make a dent in it. What are you going to do? Tang San backed into a corner, his voice trembling with fear. From Yihao, he sensed an overwhelming danger. Your family is truly bizarre. Yihao shook his head with a bitter smile. One loves grass, the other loves rabbits. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Tang San wiped the cold sweat from his brow and glanced at Zio Wu, who was trembling behind Liu Erlong, and sighed in relief. Yihao, I will never let you go, Tang San said fiercely. Then, he suddenly pulled out a huge divine crossbow and aimed it at Yihao. But before he could pull the trigger, a purple-black lightning bolt struck from the sky, knocking the crossbow from his hand. Tang San's right arm went numb, and blood gushed from the wound. Hidden weapons, only cowards use such methods. Of course, the one who invented them is no better, Yihao said indifferently. Tang San's pupils contracted. Yihao punched Tang San in the abdomen, causing him to vomit bile. The intense pain made him curl up on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Let me tell you a secret. Yihao leaned close to Tang San's ear and whispered, I am Yi Rishan. As soon as the words left his mouth, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodbye, everyone. Yihao spread his 6-winged purple light wings and left the scene with Zaihu. As the sun set, its golden rays bathed the earth. After a fierce battle, the royal knights became even more cautious. It wasn't until late at night that the Heaven Dew Empire's delegation finally arrived at Spirit City. Everyone silently acknowledged the day's ambush. Make sure the participating students are settled. The elimination matches will begin in a few days. I don't want any more surprises, Zhu Qinghe said sternly, his hands clasped behind his back. Yes, the group quickly agreed. Atop the Pope's Hall, Yihao sat alone on the roof, enjoying the cool night breeze. His gaze fell on the Heaven Dew Empire's delegation entering the city. Tang San, you probably still don't know that Yu Zhairoging isn't dead yet. I can't kill you now, but that doesn't mean I can't make you despair. This is 1,000 times better than killing you. Yihao smiled faintly, then returned to his room. There were still a few days before the elimination matches began. The participating students needed time to familiarize themselves with the environment and adjust their mindset. Especially Tang San's mindset. Ever since Tang San learned the truth about Yi Rishan from Yihao, his eyes had been filled with murderous intent for 16 hours a day. Flender had asked what Yihao had said to Tang San to make him like this, but Tang San remained tight-lipped. Helpless, Flender could only drop the matter and remind Tang San not to do anything foolish. This was the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall. On the final day before the elimination matches began, Zhu Qinghe, having completed all his duties for the Heaven Dew Empire, finally had a moment to breathe. Taking advantage of the night, she resumed her true form as Kaiyan Rangsu and entered the Pope's Hall through a secret route. No one noticed her along the way, as her identity was known only to the highest echelons of the Spirit Hall. Under the dim light, Yihao was busy handling Spirit Hall affairs. The bright light illuminated his face, and from the outside, one might easily mistake him for Bibai Dong. As Bibai Dong had said, the burden of being the young master of the Spirit Hall was not light. If you wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Yi Hao scratched his head. He hadn't rested properly for several days. Why were there so many spirit hall affairs to handle? Just then, a figure in a black robe pushed the door open. Yi Hao looked up in confusion at Cayenne Rengsu. Through the black hood, he could see her smooth golden hair spilling out, glowing with a golden halo under the light. "I'm back," the black-clad figure, clearly a woman, spoke in a voice that sounded familiar to Yi Hao. "Sis, it's me," Yi Hao said helplessly, recognizing the voice. Cayenne Rengsu was startled. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Cayenne Rengsu lifted her hood, revealing her heroic and beautiful face, her brows exuding a sharp aura. "Little brother, what are you doing here?" Cayenne Rengsu asked in surprise. "I should be asking you that." Yi Hao looked at Cayenne Rengsu's black robe. Despite its looseness, it couldn't hide her perfect figure, curvaceous and alluring. "Big sis, you didn't mistake me for our mom, did you?" Yi Hao guessed. Cayenne Rengsu nodded silently, brushing the hair by her ear, her face flushing slightly. Usually, at this time, she would be here handling affairs. This little rascal just came back a few days ago, and she's already free, Cayenne Rengsu thought to herself. "You keep working, I'm going to see Grandpa," Cayenne Rengsu said, about to leave. But Yi Hao quickly stepped in front of her, blocking the door. "Little rascal, move aside." Cayenne Rengsu frowned, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Yi Hao refused to budge. He knew Cayenne Rengsu was going to tattle. In Cayenne Dalu's mind, Cayenne Rengsu was Yi Hao's sister, and Yi Hao was Cayenne Rengsu's brother. The two could never be together. Perhaps sensing Yi Hao's concern, Cayenne Rengsu's lips curled into a smile. "Now you're scared. Back in Heavendew City, you didn't hesitate to take advantage of me. You even kissed me once, twice, 3 times. Cayenne Rengsu held up 5 fingers, grinning triumphantly. "More than 5 times. I'm going to tell Grandpa and have him teach you a lesson." Sure enough, Yi Hao nodded inwardly. Then, taking advantage of Cayenne Rengsu's smugness, he expertly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The softness and warmth of her body ignited a fire in his heart. "You, little rascal, let me go. I'm really angry now." Cayenne Rengsu pounded Yi Hao's chest, her cheeks turning a deep pink, like a ripe peach, making his blood boil. "Sis, I need to confess something to you," Yi Hao said seriously. Cayenne Rengsu was momentarily stunned, but when she felt Yi Hao's next move, she panicked. "Whatever it is, let me go first, you." Seeing Cayenne Rengsu struggling, Yi Hao resorted to his old method. Holding her tightly, his lips met hers. The moment they touched, Cayenne Rengsu felt an electric shock, that strange sensation returning. Her earlier struggles, like a kitten now, turned into wholehearted surrender. Time seemed to stand still. When their lips finally parted, Cayenne Rengsu seized the opportunity to break free from Yi Hao's embrace. "You little rascal, asking for a beating, aren't you? I'm definitely telling Grandpa. He'll teach you a proper lesson." Yi Hao acted as if nothing had happened, stepping aside to let Cayenne Rengsu leave. "Go ahead, even if you go to Grandpa, I have my reasons. Grandpa will definitely agree and—" Yi Hao's lips curled into a confident smile. "You," Cayenne Rengsu frowned, her beautiful eyes narrowing. She knew her brother too well. He wouldn't do anything without being sure of the outcome. Reluctantly, Cayenne Rengsu sat down on a chair, removing her black robe and placing it aside. She crossed her legs, revealing her flawless, jade-like skin. "Go on, then. I want to hear what makes you so confident. You know how Grandpa's temper is." Yi Hao chuckled, pulling up a chair to sit across from Cayenne Rengsu. Suddenly, Yi Hao's expression turned serious. "Actually, I'm not Mom's biological son." "Huh? What did you say?" Cayenne Rengsu's eyes widened in shock, a glimmer of light flashing through them before being quickly concealed. "I said," Yi Hao cleared his throat, taking a sip of tea from the table to moisten his throat. "I, Yi Hao, am not Mom's biological son." Yi Hao's words echoed in Cayenne Rengsu's mind like a resounding bell. She stared at him in disbelief, covering her cherry-like lips with her hand. What exactly happened? This news was undoubtedly explosive, hitting Cayenne Rengsu like a tidal wave and completely reshaping her understanding. Yi Hao sighed softly and began to explain. Back then, the spirit hall invaded Sea God Island. The room was silent, illuminated by the soft glow of the nightlights. Under the light, Yi Hao and Cayenne Rengsu sat facing each other, adding a unique atmosphere to the quiet night. Cayenne Rengsu listened intently to Yi Hao's explanation, her expressions shifting dramatically, often gasping in surprise. "And that's how Mom accepted me," Yi Hao finished, a relieved smile spreading across his face. He was one step closer to success. This, Kaiyan Rengsu's eyes were filled with astonishment. She sighed softly, it's unbelievable, unheard of. After a long silence, a glimmer of light shone in Kaiyan Rengsu's eyes as she looked at her brother. For some reason, he now felt unfamiliar. Previously, they had addressed each other as siblings, but now the situation had completely reversed. It turned out that her brother wasn't her biological sibling at all, but a creation of a god modeled after her. This revelation shocked Kaiyan Rengsu, and for some inexplicable reason, a faint sense of joy bubbled up in her heart. But I still can't believe it. Are you lying to me? Kaiyan Rengsu stared intently at Yi Hao. When their eyes met, Yi Hao's gaze was sincere and steady, devoid of any deception. This temporarily convinced Kaiyan Rengsu. However, such an unbelievable thing happening to her brother, no, to Yi Hao, was still hard to accept. Sis, no, I should call you Zuer now. Yi Hao grinned, his white teeth gleaming under the light, a confident smile spreading across his face. You, Kaiyan Rengsu blushed furiously, her cheeks turning a deep red. Having been called sister by Yi Hao for so long, the sudden change in address made Kaiyan Rengsu feel somewhat uncomfortable. You should keep calling me sister. It sounds more natural, Kaiyan Rengsu said, taking a deep breath to calm her restless heart. Seeing this, Yi Hao stood up and grabbed Kaiyan Rengsu's hand, pulling her toward the door. Where are you taking me? Before leaving, Kaiyan Rengsu didn't forget to grab the black robe she had set aside, wrapping herself tightly in it. To see Mom, since you don't believe me, let Mom tell you herself. Only she and I know about this, Yi Hao said, leading Kaiyan Rengsu toward Bibai Dong's bedroom. Late at night, the Pope's hall was quiet except for the occasional patrol. The two moved stealthily, careful not to expose Kaiyan Rengsu's identity. Yi Hao activated his death god's heart, allowing them to walk openly, without being noticed by the patrolling Spirit Hall disciples. When they reached Bibai Dong's bedroom, just as Yi Hao was about to knock on the door, Kaiyan Rengsu hesitated, grabbing Yi Hao's hand. Maybe we should forget it, it's so late, she's probably asleep, let's not disturb her. Yi Hao smiled softly, leaning down to kiss Kaiyan Rengsu's forehead. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. With that, Yi Hao ignored Kaiyan Rengsu's resentful gaze and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 205, Zuer, I Love You. Inside the room, Bibai Dong was currently dressed in a purple nightgown, covered by a fragrant quilt, half leaning against the edge of the bed, quietly reading a book in her hands. She glanced out the window, it was pitch black. Bibai Dong put down the book, rubbing her tired eyes, and murmured softly, Hayor should be done with his work and resting by now. Just then, a soft knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Bibai Dong asked in a serious tone. Outside the door, Yi Hao shuddered. This was the female Pope? Terrifying. Mom, it's me, Yi Hao said softly. Hayor, Bibai Dong was slightly startled. She then lifted the quilt covering her, got up, and walked to the door, slowly opening it. Hayor, why aren't you asleep yet? Bibai Dong asked with a gentle smile. Suddenly, Bibai Dong's eyes narrowed as she noticed the black figure behind Yi Hao. She asked seriously, Hayor, who is she? Yi Hao smiled slightly, stepping aside and pointing at Kaiyan Rengsu. Kaiyan Rengsu took a deep breath, calming her nerves, and lifted the black brim of her hat. I'm back. When Bibai Dong saw that it was Kaiyan Rengsu, her previously serious expression softened. She looked at Kaiyan Rengsu with a complex gaze, and for a moment, Bibai Dong's heart was in complete turmoil. It's cold at night. You too. Come in, Bibai Dong said, then turned and walked back into the room without looking back. Yi Hao pulled the hesitant Kaiyan Rengsu, giving her a leave-it-to-me look. Then, hand in hand, the two entered the room together. The room was warm. Kaiyan Rengsu removed her black coat and sat beside Yi Hao, her head lowered as if she had done something wrong. Her fingers fidgeted nervously in her palms, trying to mask her inner tension. Hayor, what brings you here so late at night? Seeing the two come to her room at such an hour, Bibai Dong asked calmly. Yi Hao picked up a cup from the table, slowly pouring clear tea into it, and respectfully handed it to Bibai Dong with both hands. Mom, sister came to ask about my origins, Yi Hao said with a smile. Oh, Bibai Dong looked at Yi Hao with a meaningful gaze. This kid had been interested in Zuer for quite some time. Seeing them like this, it was clear. Bibai Dong took the fragrant tea Yi Hao offered, taking a small sip, her lips curling into a smile. They were such a perfect match. Years ago, what Kyan Zunji had done to her, Bibai Dong had never forgot. It was like a knife stabbed into her heart, a pain she couldn't let go of even now. But as time passed, Bibai Dong gradually came to terms with it. She realized that it was unfair to Zuer. After all, Zuer was a piece of her own flesh. To say she didn't care would be a lie. The bond between mother and daughter couldn't be severed. Hayar was a god created in her own image. After spending so much time together, she found him to be incredibly intelligent, brave, and resourceful. Bibai Dong couldn't help but adore him. Suddenly, a surprising thought crossed Bibai Dong's mind. Why not let Hayar marry Zuer? After all, Hayar wasn't her biological son. This way, it would be even better. A son-in-law was like half a son, and Bibai Dong would be the one to benefit. The angel and the spider have switched places. Perhaps this is karma. Kyan Zunji, oh Kyan Zunji, you probably never imagined that the son I acknowledged would end up marrying your daughter, Bibai Dong thought, her lips curling into a smile as she looked at the two with a meaningful gaze. They were such a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman, truly a match made in heaven. Bibai Dong maintained a calm expression and nodded. I've already guessed why you're here. As Hayar said, he isn't my biological child. He was created by a god in my image. Hearing Bibai Dong's answer, Kyan Rengsu's eyes lit up. She slowly turned to look at her younger brother sitting beside her, her gaze filled with a mix of emotions. No wonder he had been so confident back in Heavendew City. He should have told her the truth earlier. Seeing this, Yi Hao scratched his head awkwardly and turned his gaze away. After leaving Bibai Dong's bedroom, Yi Hao and Kyan Rengsu walked through the long corridors of the spirit hall. Yi Hao could clearly sense that the atmosphere was a bit off. Kyan Rengsu walked ahead, pouting like a child who had been wronged. You should have told me the truth earlier. Kyan Rengsu suddenly stopped and turned to Yi Hao, her eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Sister, I wanted to explain, Yi Hao said with a helpless smile. But every time I tried, you would say, we're siblings, we can't do this. Kyan Rengsu was speechless. So you. Yi Hao shrugged. After thinking about it, I decided it was better to maintain the status quo. Sister, back when we went to the Stardew Forest, you once said that if we weren't siblings, you would. Yi Hao raised an eyebrow suggestively. Kyan Rengsu's face instantly turned red. She covered her cheeks in embarrassment, then snorted and walked ahead. Kyan Rengsu had returned this time mainly to visit her grandfather. She had originally planned to complain about her annoying younger brother to him, but she never expected things to turn out this way. The shock of today's events was too much for her to process. Annoying little brother, do you have any other secrets you're hiding from me? Kyan Rengsu couldn't help but ask. She didn't want to be caught off guard again. Yes, Yi Hao said with a mysterious smile. Fine, can you tell me everything now? No. Why? Kyan Rengsu asked, puzzled. Everyone has their own little secrets. I have the right not to tell you. But I'm your sister. Even my sister can't know, if you really want to know my secrets unless. Kyan Rengsu knew exactly what Yi Hao was hinting at. To be honest, her mind was in complete chaos. Just a moment ago, he was her annoying little brother. But now, she had been told that he wasn't her biological brother. They weren't related by blood. This left Kyan Rengsu completely unprepared, and she still couldn't believe it. The two arrived at the elder hall. Grandfather, Kyan Rengsu removed her black cloak and bowed respectfully to Kyan Daelu. Kyan Daelu smiled warmly, appearing in front of Kyan Rengsu in an instant. It's good to have you back, Kyan Daelu said with a gentle gaze, carefully helping his granddaughter up. Hayar, you're here too. Yi Hao smiled. Sister rarely comes back to the spirit hall. She came to see you as soon as she arrived. Zuer Hayar, you are the future of the spirit hall. You two must work together and stay united, Kyan Daelu said earnestly, patting their shoulders. Grandfather, I understand, Kyan Rengsu said, though she seemed distracted, as if something was weighing on her mind. Seeing this, Yi Hao shook his head with a bitter smile. At this point, he could no longer keep hiding the truth. Grandfather, there's something I've been keeping from you. Kyan Daelu was taken aback. You've been hiding something from me? What is it? After hearing the whole story, Kyan Daelu was completely stunned. A child of the gods, Kyan Daelu muttered. A child created by a god using Bibai Dong's essence. No wonder Yihao looked so much like Bibai Dong at first glance, so that was the reason. Grandfather, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you. Kyan Dailiu smiled and shook his head. It's all right, you've told me now, haven't you? Kyan Rengsu stood to the side, feeling incredibly frustrated. She had originally wanted her grandfather to scold her annoying little brother, but things had taken a turn she never expected. Grandfather, do you remember what Xiao Hong told you? At Yihao's reminder, Kyan Dailiu suddenly remembered. He turned to Kyan Rengsu and asked urgently, Zuer, I heard you have someone you like? Who is it? The inheritance of the Angel clan was of utmost importance. Since Kyan Zunji's death, the only members of the clan left were Kyan Dailiu and Kyan Rengsu. Moreover, Kyan Rengsu had extremely high standards. Ordinary men couldn't even catch her eye. Because of this, Kyan Dailiu had always been deeply concerned. Kyan Rengsu sighed in frustration. She glanced at Yihao, her resentment growing even stronger. Kyan Rengsu snorted, crossing her arms and sitting down in a huff. Hayar, Kyan Dailiu was shocked. He turned to Yihao, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing this, Yihao had no choice but to explain the situation. Kyan Dailiu fell silent. What was going on here? Could this really be karma? Kyan Dailiu thought to himself. Young people should handle their own affairs. I'm getting old. Kyan Dailiu looked at Kyan Rengsu, who was still fuming, and said earnestly, Zuer, you're almost 30. It's time to think about your future. Once your mission in Heaven Dew City is over, it will be time for you to take on the responsibilities of the Angel clan. Hayar is a good person. With that, Kyan Dailiu turned back to the angel statue, his gaze fixed on it with reverence. The two left the elder hall. Sister, does this mean grandfather has given his approval? Yihao asked with a joyful heart. Kyan Rengsu let out a heavy sigh. She was still feeling overwhelmed and couldn't fully accept the situation. Little brother, to be honest, if you had told me the truth back then, I might have actually been moved by you. What about now? Yihao asked eagerly, hoping for an answer from Kyan Rengsu. Now, Kyan Rengsu looked up at the dark night sky, her heart heavy as she sighed. It feels like a dream. In my heart, I've always thought of you as my real younger brother, but now I've been told you're not. My mind is a mess. As they talked, Yihao escorted Kyan Rengsu to the back gate of the spirit hall. You can stop here. You're the young master of the spirit hall now. If people see you getting too close to a stranger, there will be rumors. Let them talk, Yihao said nonchalantly. Actually, you're the true young master of the spirit hall. You've sacrificed so much for the spirit hall. Kyan Rengsu smiled gently. That's how it is when you're aiming for greatness. For the spirit hall, I would do anything. I'm leaving now. Wait, Yihao suddenly called out to Kyan Rengsu. Kyan Rengsu slowly turned around. Is there something else? Sister, no, Zuer, I love you. Yihao's face turned red as he spoke. Hearing this, Kyan Rengsu was momentarily stunned, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. She adjusted her black hat, waved her hand, and her figure gradually disappeared into the night. After watching Kyan Rengsu leave, Yihao smiled. With no more worries, he felt at ease. The next morning, the elimination rounds of the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament officially began. Teams from the Heaven Dew Empire, the Star Luo Empire, and the Spirit Hall had all gathered. Everyone took their seats, quietly waiting for the tournament to start. The members of the Imperial Dew team looked grim, especially after learning that Yihao was the young master of the Spirit Hall. They were all shocked. The teammate they had spent so much time with turned out to be the young master of the Spirit Hall. This left them deeply unsettled. The team, which had once been confident of winning the championship, now felt completely demoralized. Inside the Pope's Hall, there was still some time before the tournament began. Are you planning to kill that Titan giant ape now? Yes, Bibai Dong nodded. As you know, that 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit is currently at Shrek Academy. After this tournament ends, I must capture that rabbit. The Titan giant ape is very close to the rabbit. By killing the ape first and absorbing its soul ring, I can make the rabbit furious. This is called killing the ape to break the rabbit's heart. Clang! The heavy doors of the Pope's Hall swung open. Bibai Dong, dressed in a gold-embroidered robe, wearing a purple-gold crown, and holding a 2-meter-long scepter adorned with countless gems, walked out slowly under the gaze of the crowd. Her noble aura drew gasps of admiration from everyone present, making it impossible to look away. Greetings to His Holiness Pope. All the disciples and elders of the Spirit Hall knelt on one knee, paying their respects to Pope Bibai Dong. Perhaps influenced by the atmosphere, many of the competing teams also bowed. Bibai Dong's presence was simply too overwhelming. In the spectator stands, Ning Fengzhai, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed sect, had a complicated expression. According to reliable information, Bibai Dong had recently broken through to level 100. What did that mean? Level 100 was a legend. It was a level that he, a Seven Treasure Glazed Pagoda Soul Master, could never hope to reach in his lifetime. Even Sword Duluo, standing beside him, looked on with envy. I shouldn't have acted so rashly, Ning Fengzhai sighed deeply. The Spirit Hall's current strength was already on par with the two great empires. As a sect leader, it was time for him to reconsider his alliances. Everything was about profit. That damned woman, she's the one who killed Xiaogang. Among the Shrek Academy group, Liu Erlong clenched her fists. As someone deeply in love, she had witnessed her beloved's head being crushed by Yi Hao, leaving no trace of Yu Xiaogang's body. Liu Erlong had cried so much these past few days that her tears had nearly dried up. Beside her, Xiao Wu's eyes were also red, a faint killing intent slowly emerging. These two were clearly trouble. Rise, Bibai Dong lightly raised her hand, and all the elders and disciples stood up in unison. I now declare the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament officially open. Chapter 206, Xiao Wu, Just Kill Me Already. As Bibai Dong's voice fell, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. The elimination round had officially begun. At the same time, Yi Hao, dressed in luxurious attire, walked out from the Pope's Hall. He glanced at the members of the Emperor team, then turned his gaze to Shrek Academy. The former looked at him with resentment and confusion, while the latter was filled with murderous intent, especially from Tang San, Liu Erlong, and Xiao Wu, who seemed as though they wanted to tear Yi Hao into 1,000 pieces to vent their hatred. Clap, clap, clap. Yi Hao clapped his hands, and the death god's heart on his hairpins suddenly flew out. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the death god's heart flew to an open area at the foot of the Spirit Hall's mountain. A dazzling purple light descended, and in an instant, a mountain-sized Titan giant ape appeared. It was tightly bound by 6 purple chains, unable to move, and could only let out a weak, dazed roar. The fact that the Spirit Hall had captured the Titan giant ape was known throughout the continent, so why was it being displayed today? Everyone, Bibai Dong spoke up. The elimination round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament is about to begin. To celebrate this grand event, after discussing with the elders, we have decided. We will use the blood of the Titan giant ape to officially kick off this elimination round, and we wish everyone the best of luck in showcasing their skills and achieving great results in this tournament. Bibai Dong's words were clear. The Titan giant ape would be executed. It must be noted that a 100,000-year soul beast carries immense weight. The Titan giant ape before them was the ruler of the Stardew Great Forest, a forbidden zone where no one dared to venture for years. According to reliable sources, ever since the Spirit Hall captured the Titan giant ape, the other 100,000-year soul beast in the Stardew Great Forest, the Sky Azure Bull Python, had become enraged. Whether it was soul hunters entering the forest or ordinary humans passing by the forest's edge, none were spared from its attacks. The Pope is going to personally execute the Titan giant ape. Holy cow, this is huge news. No kidding, the Titan giant ape is the ruler of the Stardew Great Forest. It's not something ordinary people can just see. Today, we're lucky enough not only to see it, but also to witness its execution. This is an honor for us. For a moment, everyone was abuzz with excitement. However, on Shrek Academy's side, Xiao Wu's mind went blank when she heard the news that the Titan giant ape was about to be killed. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Ming, don't worry, I won't just stand by and watch you die, Xiao Wu thought to herself. She then grabbed Tang San's wrist and whispered, Brother, you have to save Ming. He's the only family I have left in this world. Faced with Xiao Wu's desperate plea, Tang San could only shake his head helplessly. Xiao Wu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but look down there. Following Tang San's gaze, Xiao Wu saw 5 tidal duos surrounding the Titan giant ape, their soul rings gradually being released. At some point, Bibai Dong had already appeared directly above the Titan giant ape. She had completed her soul-devouring spider emperor transformation, her arms turning into dark green spider spears, with 5 black and 2 red soul rings beneath her feet. "It's too late. Brother, I'm begging you, ask your father to intervene." Xiao Wu cried, her tears flowing uncontrollably, her rabbit teeth almost grinding down from the stress. Tang San could only shake his head helplessly under Xiao Wu's pleading gaze. Seeing this, Xiao Wu knew that Ming was truly beyond saving. Great, that beast is finally going to die. At that moment, Ma Hongzhen's shout broke Xiao Wu's somber mood. "Yeah, back in the Stardew Great Forest, that beast nearly wiped out our entire Shrek Academy. Now it's finally going to die. I feel so relieved." Dai Mubai vented his anger, recalling the events in the Stardew Great Forest that he still couldn't forget. The deep sense of helplessness he had felt back then had haunted him for a long time. But now, with the Titan giant ape about to be executed, he finally felt a sense of vindication. Hearing her teammates' words, Xiao Wu, who had been holding back her emotions, suddenly exploded. With a look of hatred, she slowly stood up and pointed at Dai Mubai and Ma Hongzhen, cursing them vehemently. The insults were too explicit, even going as far as cursing their ancestors for 18 generations. Everyone present was stunned. Xiao Wu, who usually looked pure and innocent, like a harmless girl, was now cursing with such ferocity. Dai Mubai's face darkened, like a sleeping tiger about to awaken. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, how could he allow himself to be humiliated like this? Moreover, the other party had cursed his ancestors for 18 generations, which was equivalent to insulting the entire Star Luo royal family. On the opposite side of Shrek Academy, a golden-haired man who looked strikingly similar to Dai Mubai, but more mature, clenched his fists tightly as he watched Xiao Wu curse with such fervor. Dai Mubai, it's only been a few years since you left home, and you're letting a little girl curse our Star Luo royal family like this. You're truly unworthy of being a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If father finds out, it seems the throne will be mine." Just as the man's lips curled into a slight smile, Xiao Wu was suddenly punched into the air. Dai Mubai, his eyes red with rage, punched her repeatedly in the face, shouting, "You think you can curse me? Let's see you curse me now." Blabbering nonstop, do you think I'm a paper tiger? With one punch from Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with several broken teeth, showing just how heavy Dai Mubai's punch was. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Dai Mubai, the captain of Shrek Academy, had actually attacked a female teammate, and with such force. But upon closer thought, the girl had brought it upon herself. What did the death of the Titan giant ape have to do with her? Why did she have to act like a saint, worrying about things that were none of her business? Dai Mubai had only said a few words, and they were the truth at that, yet the girl had gone mad, cursing him like a rabid dog. Everyone has their pride, and Dai Mubai, as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, had his future at stake because of Xiao Wu's curses. Moreover, the leader of the Star Luo Empire's representative team had a close relationship with Dai Mubai, and this incident could easily be used against him. If Dai Mubai didn't show his stance now, he would likely be the first to face repercussions upon returning to the Star Luo Empire. "Curse me now, weren't you cursing me happily just now?" Dai Mubai stepped on Xiao Wu, showing no mercy. At this moment, Dai Mubai was completely consumed by rage. Teammate camaraderie? To hell with that. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the Spirit Hall officials, as the hosts, were about to step in, but Yihao stopped them. "Let them fight, that rabbit brought this upon herself. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show," Yihao said with a smirk, crossing his arms and watching with interest. Internal strife was a rare sight. But this wasn't entirely Dai Mubai's fault. Only Tang San knew the true identity of that rabbit. Seeing Xiao Wu beaten to pulp, Tang San suddenly erupted. He pushed Dai Mubai away and carefully cradled Xiao Wu in his arms. "Dai Mubai, you!" Tang San's eyes were bloodshot, a faint killing intent emanating from him. Anyone who hurt Xiao Wu would have to pay. Dai Mubai sneered, "Do I also have a death sentence coming?" "You?" Tang San was momentarily speechless, glaring at Dai Mubai as if he were a mortal enemy. "You heard it too, everyone here isn't deaf." That girl cursed me and Fatty so viciously. I know you usually spoil her, but that doesn't mean she can do whatever she wants. Daimubai paused, then continued, Did I say anything wrong? That Titan giant ape deserved to die. Did I say anything about her? Tell me. At this point, Tang San fell silent. Knowing he was in the wrong, he still put on an aggressive front. Daimubai, you call yourself a captain? Xiao Wu only said a few words and you beat her like this. What right do you have to be captain? Haha, Daimubai laughed coldly. I may not be a good person, but at least I have self-awareness. Tang San, you've been indulging Xiao Wu for so long. Back then, when Fatty just ate some rabbit meat, she acted like she wanted to kill him. Now, just because I said the Titan giant ape deserved to die, she cursed me like crazy, even bringing my ancestors into it. Daimubai spoke through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with anger as he stared at Xiao Wu. If it weren't for the tournament, Xiao Wu would have already been killed by Daimubai. This wasn't an empty threat. Daimubai was fully capable of doing it. Enough! Liu Erlong roared, unable to bear seeing her daughter beaten to such a state. Have you caused enough trouble already? Liu Erlong pulled Xiao Wu into her arms. Xiao Gang is already dead. I've had enough heartache. Shrek Academy can't afford this kind of scandal. Xiao Wu was wrong today, but Daimubai, you went too far. A few words would have been enough. Was it necessary to beat her so brutally? Daimubai shrugged helplessly. Vice Dean Liu, I understand how you feel. But you have to consider my position too. Some people keep saying you have a death sentence, he has a death sentence. If Xiao Wu had cursed me today and I didn't retaliate, what kind of man would I be? Everyone has their pride. Some people don't even care about their dignity, but I, Daimubai, am better than that. If I had cursed Xiao Wu today, after the tournament, I'm sure someone would come after me for revenge. Today, I'm laying it all out. Don't test someone's limits with your ignorance. Tang San may indulge you, but I won't. Push me too far and I'll kill you too. With that, Daimubai stood up angrily and sat at the back of the team, ashamed to be associated with such people. What a man! Yihao couldn't help but give Daimubai a thumbs up. Tang San was furious. He glared at Daimubai with intense hatred, secretly adding him to his list of people who must die. At that moment, Xiao Wu slowly regained consciousness. She instinctively looked down the mountain. There, Bibai Dong, transformed into a green light, charged at the Titan giant ape. In the blink of an eye, the Titan giant ape was split in two, its massive head crashing to the ground, dead beyond dead. Seeing this, Xiao Wu felt as if a knife had twisted in her heart. She tasted blood in her mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood before fainting once more. Ha ha ha, Yihao laughed heartily, ignoring Tang San's murderous gaze. He spread his 6-foot purple wings and flew down. Shortly after the Titan giant ape's death, a bright red 100,000-year soul ring appeared. Everyone was stunned, their eyes filled with desire and greed. 100,000-year soul ring was the dream of every soul master. But then they quickly dismissed the thought. With so many title dueluos present, trying to take it would be like stealing from a tiger's mouth, suicidal. Yihao approached the Titan giant ape's corpse, examined it for a moment, then transformed his arms into scythes and began cutting the beast into several pieces. Finally, when Yihao pulled out a blood-red bone, the crowd erupted once more. 100,000-year soul bone. Everyone gasped in shock. A soul bone, and 100,000-year one at that. It was a priceless treasure. Soul bones were already a sensitive topic, but this one, from the Titan giant ape, was a 100,000-year soul bone. Many people's eyes burned with envy, wishing they could snatch it away. A left leg bone from the Titan giant ape. Not bad, it'll do, Yihao said casually, holding the soul bone. He then ordered, throw the Titan giant ape's corpse to the evil spirit orca group. The flesh and blood of a 100,000-year soul beast will be a great supplement for them. Under the envious gazes of everyone, Yihao returned with the 100,000-year Titan giant ape left leg bone. The saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Yihao understood this well. Noticing the many covetous looks around him, Yihao didn't care. Yihao snorted disdainfully. Only the weak would look at me like that. Let me tell you, I was the one who captured the Titan giant ape. If you want a soul bone, there's still the sky azure bull python in the Stardew Great Forest. Go catch it. His words silenced the crowd. They could only watch helplessly as the 100,000-year soul bone slipped through their fingers. Those who have no ability but still crave what others have are the most despicable. With that, Yi Hao sat down cross-legged, placed the Titan giant ape left leg bone against his own left leg, and began circulating his soul power to absorb it. The death god's heart returned to the top of Yi Hao's head, and streams of death energy flowed into the soul bone, helping Yi Hao absorb it faster. Yi Hao, you really deserve to die. Tang San's face twisted in anger as he watched Yi Hao absorb the 100,000-year soul bone. He couldn't accept it. He, Tang San, had twin martial souls, was a transmigrator, and possessed hidden weapons, the mysterious heaven technique, and many other secrets. How could all the benefits go to Yi Hao? Unfair. I, Tang San, refused to accept this. Soon, with the help of the death god's heart, Yi Hao effortlessly completed the absorption of the Titan giant ape left leg bone. My soul power has reached level 57, Yi Hao clenched his fist, feeling delighted. At the same time, Bibai Dong also completed the absorption of the Titan giant ape's 100,000-year soul ring. She flashed to the front of the Pope's Hall, her aura becoming unfathomable, impossible to gauge. The academies participating in the elimination round were all well known across the continent. During the drawing of lots, Shrek Academy was matched against the Star Luo Royal Academy. At that moment, Dai Mubai and the golden-haired man on the opposite side locked eyes. Perhaps this was fate. Meanwhile, the Spirit Hall team was matched against the Emperor team, which gave Yi Hao a headache. Well, he would personally send his former team home. The members of the Emperor team didn't look too happy either. They had just arrived, and their luck was so bad that they were matched against the team they least wanted to face. Moreover, they would have to face their former teammate. How ironic. At the same time, in the Heavendew Imperial Palace, far away in Heavendew City, Emperor Zhu Yi's face was filled with anguish, his complexion as dark as charcoal. Looking at the report brought by his spies, he was on the verge of collapse. With trembling hands, he tore the secret report to shreds, completely disregarding the dignity of an emperor as he cursed in rage. Yi Hao, the Spirit Hall's young master, well done, Spirit Hall, you've done well. I was blind to think that Yi Hao could bring revival to our Heavendew Empire. I never expected he was just a pawn planted by the Spirit Hall. Yi Hao, I will kill him. Suddenly, Emperor Zhu Yi's face stiffened, and blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. Seeing this, Prince Zhu Xing rushed to support the emperor. Brother, don't scare me. No matter how much Prince Zhu Xing called out, Emperor Zhu Yi remained unresponsive. It seemed he had suffered a severe shock and was on the brink of death. It was no wonder Emperor Zhu Yi had such a reaction. He had seen Yi Hao as the hope for Heavendew Empire's revival. Now, to learn that Yi Hao was the son of Pope Bibai Dong and the young master of the Spirit Hall, who could withstand such a blow? Night fell quickly. The first round of the elimination round would begin the next day. Yi Hao stood alone in the training ground, testing the power of the skills granted by the Titan giant ape left leg bone. The 100,000-year Titan giant ape left leg bone granted Yi Hao 2 soul bone skills. The first was Titan's divine strength, a charged attack capable of flattening a small mountain. The second was gravity swamp, which could restrict an opponent's movements, rendering them temporarily immobile. Titan giant ape left leg bone skill, gravity swamp. Yi Hao raised his left foot, and a powerful pressure instantly spread across the training ground. The training ground was filled with practice dummies. As the pressure enveloped them, the dummies exploded into pieces. As for Titan's divine strength, Yi Hao decided not to test it. If he accidentally destroyed the Pope's Hall, it would be awkward. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Bibai Dong walked over, having noticed the commotion in the training room. Mom, aren't you awake too? Yi Hao smiled. The battles start tomorrow, so I'm using this time to familiarize myself with the power of the Titan giant ape left leg bone. Oh, how's the soul bone's power? Bibai Dong glanced at the shattered dummies and immediately understood. Not bad. The 2 skills from the 100,000-year soul bone are quite powerful. Moreover, after absorbing the soul bone, my soul power has reached level 57. Level 57, Bibai Dong's eyes lit up. Keep it up. It's late, go rest. Tomorrow, you'll be representing the Spirit Hall in the first match. I know you're under pressure, especially since you'll be facing your former teammates. It's impossible to say there's no emotional attachment. I understand, Mom. You should rest early too, Yi Hao nodded. At that moment, Bibai Dong suddenly added, I almost forgot to tell you. News came from Heaven Du City. Emperor Zhu Yi was furious when he learned of your identity and even vomited blood. He had placed great hopes on you. Now that he knows you're the Spirit Hall's young master, the old emperor can't take it anymore. Yi Hao had anticipated Emperor Zhu Yi's reaction. Back in Heaven Du City, Emperor Zhu Yi had extended an olive branch to Yi Hao, but Yi Hao had always put him off, saying he would pledge allegiance after winning the tournament and bringing glory to Heaven Du Empire. But now, with things having reached this point, Emperor Zhu Yi could only blame himself for misjudging Yi Hao and resent the Spirit Hall. I knew it. Mom, could you do me a favor? Go on. Spread some rumors that I was the one who killed Emperor Zhu Yi's 3 sons. Bibai Dong was stunned. Are you crazy? Your sister killed those 3 sons. Why are you taking the blame for her? If I don't do this, my sister's undercover mission will be in danger, Yi Hao explained. Almost everyone in the Heaven Du royal family knows that I have a close relationship with Zhu King. Now that I'm the Spirit Hall's young master, my sister's position will become much more dangerous. Plus, her teacher, Ning Fengzhai, is no fool. There's too much that could be uncovered. By taking the blame, I can clear my sister's name. It's a win-win. After hearing Yi Hao's explanation, Bibai Dong nodded with a pained expression. Child, you've suffered. It's fine, Yi Hao smiled bitterly. The Heaven Du royal family wants me dead anyway. Since we're already in deep, why not go deeper? When Emperor Zhu Yi learns the truth about his sons' deaths, I think the shock might just finish him off. By then, my sister can directly ascend the throne, saving us a lot of trouble. The next morning, the first day of the elimination round began. The first match was between Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Royal Academy. The 2 teams were at each other's throats from the start, the tension palpable. The captains of both teams were of noble status. When the Shrek team learned from Dai Weisi, the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy, about Dai Mubai's true identity, Tang San was momentarily stunned. He then erased Dai Mubai's name from his kill list, thinking he might be able to use him as a pawn. Xiao Wu took to the stage with a swollen face, still seething from the beating she had received from Dai Mubai the previous day. But what puzzled Xiao Wu the most was why Dai Weisi, the captain of the Star Luo Royal Academy, also targeted her from the start. He attacked without hesitation, showing no regard for her being a girl, his punches landing squarely on her, leaving her defenseless. This naturally infuriated Tang San. In the end, it was only after Tang San summoned his clear sky hammer that they barely managed to win the match. But poor Xiao Wu, her face was even more swollen than before. Chapter 207, The Finals, The Rabbit's Exposure. The battle between Shrek Academy and the Star Luo Royal Academy officially concluded. As both sides retreated, the moment Yi Hao's Spirit Hall team faced off against Shrek Academy, the atmosphere became tense, reaching a boiling point. Yi Hao, you killed my teacher. I will never let you go, Tang San said, supporting Xiao Wu, whose face was even more swollen than before as he glared fiercely. Yu Xiaogang brought it upon himself. He joined forces with the Strength Clan, your father, and your uncle to kill me. He deserved to die, and no one should sympathize with him, Yi Hao replied coldly. Yi Hao's words infuriated Tang San, but considering they were on Spirit Hall's turf, he had no choice but to suppress his anger. Fine, very well. Yi Rishan, don't let me find an opportunity. I'll make you pay 100 times over for the pain of having my bones stripped back then. Yi Hao sneered, then led his team toward the arena. Young master, that Tang San is too arrogant. After the tournament, let me take care of him personally, Yan said, clearly irritated. After learning Yi Hao's true identity, Yan had changed his attitude and felt remorse for his past behavior. Yi Hao, however, didn't hold it against him. They were all family now. Tang San is hiding his true strength. You're not his match, Yi Hao said with a bitter smile. Tang San's greatest strength wasn't his twin martial souls, but his ridiculously overpowered hidden weapons. In Yi Hao's understanding, hidden weapons were things like throwing knives or needles, similar to the flying daggers in TV dramas. But in Tang San's hands, they seemed to transform into something far more deadly. Perhaps this was the power of cheating. Young master, does Tang San have some secret weapon? Juliana asked, puzzled. He does, those hidden weapons of his, Yi Hao joked, glancing at Juliana. Soon, both teams entered the arena. As Yi Hao's Spirit Hall team and Yu Tianheng's Emperor team stood on the same stage, Yi Hao couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. Yu Tianheng and the others felt the same. Their former teammate had now become the young master of the Spirit Hall and stood on the opposite side. No one would feel good about this. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing stood in the Emperor team's lineup, their eyes sharp. Their opponent was Yi Hao, but for the sake of victory, they wouldn't back down just because of their past relationship. Come on, young master of the Spirit Hall. The Emperor team will not surrender, Yu Tianheng said with a sigh, his expression complex. Yi Hao's gaze was indifferent, but his heart was filled with melancholy. Let's begin, Yi Hao said calmly. As both sides prepared, the referee announced, Spirit Hall team versus Emperor team, the battle begins. Instantly, both sides released their martial souls. The participants in the elimination round were no ordinary individuals. The lowest among them were soul ancestors, with the Spirit Hall team's top 4 being the most eye-catching. Yi Hao had 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, while the Golden Generation trio led by Hu Liana had 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. The rest of the team also had optimal soul ring configurations. 4 soul kings, the pressure immediately fell on Yu Tianheng's shoulders. Yu Tianheng swallowed hard. Back at the Heaven Dew Royal Academy, even when they teamed up, they were no match for Yi Hao. And just yesterday, Yi Hao had absorbed the Titan giant ape's left leg bone, a 100,000-year soul bone. As for the outcome of today's battle, Yu Tianheng and the others had already accepted it. What they wanted was an explanation. Why had Yi Hao deceived them? Attack! Yu Tianheng roared, and Ning Rongrong's 9 treasures glazed pagoda shone brightly. At the same time, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a purple shadow, like an assassin hidden in the darkness. Du Guyan's jade phosphorus snake emperor spat venom, its green scales shimmering under the sunlight. The Xuanjia tortoise martial souls of Shimo and Shiji stood at the front, while Yi Lingling, as a healing-type soul master, naturally took on the role of support. This lineup was all too familiar to Yi Hao. Yi Hao shook his head and sighed deeply. Honestly, he didn't want to fight them, but fate had other plans. Titan giant ape left leg skill, gravity swamp. Yi Hao lightly stomped his left foot, and in an instant, all 7 members of the Emperor team collapsed to the ground, unable to move as if trapped in a swamp. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Is this the power of a 100,000-year soul bone? The crowd's eyes gleamed with greed. The value of a 100,000-year soul bone was simply too high. Yi Hao would have his moments of vulnerability, and when that time came, they all had their own schemes, their lips curling into sinister smiles. Yi Hao smiled faintly, amused by their short-sightedness and overconfidence. Suddenly, a black light emanated from the sickle mark on Yi Hao's forehead, and a man in black robes appeared, holding a black sickle as if he were a reaper descended from the heavens. Everyone was stunned, their hearts pounding as if the reaper might swing his sickle and claim their lives at any moment. A bunch of selfish parasites. It's a tragedy that the Duluo continent has people like you, Bibai Dong said, standing on the high platform and observing everything. The greed in their eyes didn't escape her notice. Just wait, after the tournament we'll settle accounts slowly. On the arena, Yu Tianheng, pinned to the ground, gritted his teeth in frustration, trying to break free but to no avail. We surrender, Yu Tianheng said weakly. With that, Yi Hao stopped exerting pressure. The crimson light from his left leg faded, and everything returned to normal. Captain Wei, Shimo hesitated. Yu Tianheng slowly stood up, his eyes filled with confusion as he looked at Yi Hao. Why did you deceive us? Yi Hao shook his head. From the beginning to the end, I never deceived you. Yi Hao is Yi Hao, and the young master of the Spirit Hall is also Yi Hao. Nothing has changed. With that, Yi Hao turned and left without looking back. Late at night, Yi Hao sat alone in his study, surrounded by piles of Spirit Hall documents. Perhaps only by burying himself in work could he calm his restless heart. Now there is only Yi Hao, the young master of the Spirit Hall. The Yi Hao of the past is gone forever. From this day forward, anyone who stands in my way, I'm sorry, but you're in my way. Yi Hao put down his pen and stood up, walking to the balcony. He gazed at the city lights, his eyes gradually growing distant. The elimination round of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament was in full swing, and the Spirit Hall team remained as dominant as ever. Soon, the final day arrived. After days of fierce competition, the championship battle was about to begin. Spirit Hall Team versus Shrek Academy. Old rivals. The atmosphere on the field was heavy. Even before the battle began, the tension was palpable. Yihao's Spirit Hall Team was ready, while Shrek Academy, upon facing Yihao, felt their legs go weak. During the one-on-one matches in the qualifiers, Yihao had beaten them senseless. Among Shrek Academy's members, only Tang San was a Soul King, while Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu were Soul Ancestors. The other four were only Soul Elders. The two sides were not on the same level. How could these people possibly fight against four Soul Kings? In other words, Shrek Academy had made it this far largely thanks to Tang San. The pressure was now squarely on Shrek Academy. Four Soul Kings, Dai Mubai muttered, sweating. How were they supposed to fight this? Tang San alone couldn't turn the tide, and his most formidable hidden weapons were banned, effectively tying his hands. The situation was dire for Shrek Academy. With Tang San's hidden weapons banned, their chances of winning were slim. To make matters worse, Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai had fallen out after Xiao Wu insulted Dai Mubai's ancestors. The team was now divided into three factions. Tang San, Liu Erlong, Xiao Wu, and Tai Long formed one group, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar formed another, and Flender, Huang Yuan, Jingling, and Jiang Zhu made up the third. It was clear that after the tournament, the team would likely fall apart. The finals were about to begin, and Bibai Dong personally attended to oversee the event. She had made thorough preparations to capture the rabbit. With Chrysanthemum Duoluo and Ghost Duoluo by her side, their combined martial soul fusion skill, two-pole static domain, could turn the tide of any battle. Additionally, numerous soul masters were stationed in the shadows, surrounding the arena to ensure no one could escape. The rabbit had no way out. As for Tang San, Bibai Dong glanced behind her, and Yin was brought to her side. "Do you see that? That's your son," Bibai Dong said. Yin looked down and saw Tang San, whose feet were surrounded by blue-silver grass. His aura was unmistakably similar to hers. Moreover, when Yin was still weak, Yihao had once brought her to Tang San for a reunion. Therefore, Yin immediately recognized him as her son. "Please don't kill my son. You can take my soul ring and soul bone. I beg you, just spare my son," Yin pleaded, tears streaming down her face. Bibai Dong, also a mother, understood Yin's pain. "I'm a mother too. Look, my son is down there as well, about to face your son in battle," Bibai Dong said, sealing Yin's soul power, reducing her to an ordinary woman. "However, you can rest assured that although I want to kill Tang San right now, due to certain circumstances, your son is temporarily safe. We won't kill him for now." Hearing this, Yin's heart eased slightly. "But that's only temporary. When the time comes, your son will die," Bibai Dong said coldly, her eyes gleaming with malice. "Do you see that girl with the scorpion braid?" Bibai Dong pointed to Xiao Wu. Yin followed Bibai Dong's gaze and saw a girl shorter than Tang San with a scorpion braid. Her face was slightly red, with faint slap marks, as if she had recently been through a rough time. "She's just an ordinary girl. There's nothing special about her," Yin said, confused. "Is that so?" Bibai Dong smiled faintly. "That's just a disguise. You can't see it, but that girl, Xiao Wu, is your son's love interest." "Xiao Wu," Yin murmured. "It's a nice name." "Are you planning to use Xiao Wu to manipulate my son?" Yin asked, her voice trembling. "You think too little of us. Humans and soul beasts are inherently incompatible, but in your case and Tang Hao's, I don't understand. You, a soul beast, willingly bonded with a human and even gave birth to a child with both human and soul beast blood," Bibai Dong said, her expression bitter. "Do you know, that girl is just like you, a 100,000-year soul beast." Bibai Dong's words struck Yin like a thunderbolt. She stared at Xiao Wu in disbelief, trying to sense any trace of soul beast aura but finding none. Soul beasts who took human form had to start from scratch, going through a juvenile stage before reaching maturity. If Xiao Wu was truly a soul beast, she must still be in her juvenile stage. The thought sent chills down Yin's spine. A juvenile 100,000-year soul beast had dared to enter the human world and even participated in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament. This girl had nerves of steel. The Tang father and son have peculiar tastes. Are human women not good enough, or are they just obsessed with soul beasts in human form? Like father, like son, Bibai Dong sneered. "Now watch as we capture that rabbit," Bibai Dong said, signaling for the match to begin. Capture. Ah Yin's heart sank. Was history about to repeat itself? Would what happened to her now happen to her son? The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament are about to begin. Both sides have 1 minute to summon their martial souls. Let the battle begin. With the referee's announcement, the atmosphere grew even more tense. On Shrek Academy's side, Dai Mubai led the team as they released their martial souls one by one. Yihao's 5 soul rings lit up, followed by Zai Yue, Hu Liena, and Yan. The pressure from 4 soul kings was overwhelming, making Ma Hongjun and the others struggle to breathe. Zai Yue, Nana, use your martial soul fusion skill to deal with the others. As for Tang San, leave him to me, Yihao ordered. Following Yihao's command, Zai Yue and Hu Liena began to merge their martial souls. A thick red mist filled the arena, carrying a mix of illusion and malice. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. Within the mist, Hu Liena and Zai Yue's figures began to merge. Not good, it's a martial soul fusion skill. Tang San's heart raced. In previous matches, he hadn't noticed that the Spirit Hall team possessed such a skill. First soul skill, Entanglement. Tang San's first soul ring lit up. Using his purple demon eyes, he could see through the red mist and observe the movements of Hu Liena and Zai Yue. Blue-silver grass surged from the ground, aiming to stop the fusion before it was complete. Suddenly, Yihao's arms transformed into sickles, slicing through Tang San's blue-silver grass with ease. Tang San, I'll give you a chance to fight me one-on-one. Chapter 208, Catching the Rabbit, only Yihao can do it. The sky was cloudless, but it felt lifeless and oppressive. The streets of Heaven Dew City were sparsely populated, a far cry from their former glory. Inside the resplendent imperial palace, guards were stationed every few steps, and patrols were everywhere, adding to the tense atmosphere of the city. It had been half a month since Emperor Zhu Yi fell into a coma. His condition had visibly deteriorated day by day. The revelation that Yihao was the young master of the Spirit Hall had dealt a devastating blow to him. Since spitting blood that day, the emperor's vitality had been fading, as if he were on the verge of death. Gradually, Emperor Zhu Yi opened his dim, aged eyes and saw that all the important officials of the imperial court were gathered around him. Your Majesty, you've finally awakened. Prince Zhu Xing sighed deeply. He hadn't rested well these past few days. Father, Zhu Beng knelt before Emperor Zhu Yi, his eyes bloodshot as he swore. Father, I swear that in my lifetime, I will personally annihilate the Spirit Hall and behead that brat Yihao. Zhu Beng had always called Yihao Big Brother, but now he knew the truth. Yihao was from the Spirit Hall, and not just any member, but its young master. Emperor Zhu Yi, however, shook his head weakly. The Spirit Hall is no longer what it used to be. Now that Yihao is its young master, our only chance of defeating them is to ally with the Star Luo Empire. Ally with the Star Luo Empire. The two empires had been at war for years, becoming mortal enemies. How could they possibly ally? Where's King? Has King returned? Emperor Zhu Yi suddenly shouted. His Highness the Crown Prince is still at the Spirit Hall and has not returned. Your Majesty, do you have any orders? A minister quickly replied. At that moment, a soldier entered the room holding a top-secret letter. Seeing so many people present, he hesitated, unsure whether to proceed. Read it, Emperor Zhu Yi commanded. The letter was classified as top secret, and with so many people in the room, the soldier was unsure what to do. I ordered you to read it. As he spoke, Emperor Zhu Yi began coughing violently, spitting up blood. The soldier dared not disobey and reluctantly began reading. Your Majesty, the cause of death of the second and third princes has been determined. The room erupted in gasps. Everyone was stunned. The deaths of the second and third princes had shaken the entire Heaven Dew Empire. Their deaths were too strange, too mysterious, leaving everyone suspicious. At the time, Prince Zhu Xing had led the investigation, but no clues were found, and the case was shelved. Now, after all this time, the truth had finally been uncovered. Everyone was curious. Who could have been so bold as to kill two princes without anyone noticing? Prince Zhu Xing, understanding the gravity of the situation, wanted to dismiss the soldier, fearing that Emperor Zhu Yi couldn't handle any more shocks. Read it here. Emperor Zhu Yi glanced at Prince Zhu Xing, knowing his brother meant well. But the emperor desperately wanted to know who had killed his sons, both of them. Finally, the soldier looked down at the top-secret letter. With trembling hands, he read out 2 names. Yi Hao. The room fell silent. Yi Hao, how could it be him? It was important to note that Yi Hao had only appeared long after the deaths of the 2 princes. How could he be involved? Emperor Zhu Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his murderous rage, and asked, I ask you, is this top-secret letter genuine? Where did it come from? The soldier immediately knelt, trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, this was obtained by a spy sent by Prince Zhu Xing. He overheard Yi Hao himself confessing. That old fool Zhu, you would never guess that his 2 sons died by my hand. Now he still dreams of making me the future cornerstone of the Heaven Dew Empire. How ironic. The soldier lowered his head and continued trembling. These were Yi Hao's exact words. As soon as he finished, Emperor Zhu Yi's face turned red. In front of everyone, blood gushed from his mouth, and he collapsed onto the bed. Your Majesty. Father. Your Majesty. Chaos erupted in the room as everyone rushed to the emperor's side. The soldier remained kneeling, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Quick, call the imperial physician. The soldier hesitated for a moment, then stood up and left with a bow. Meanwhile, in the spirit hall, the final match of the tournament had begun. Demonic charm. In an instant, Zai Yue and Hu Liana successfully merged. A red mist began to fill the entire arena. The 2 individuals had now become one, a figure with long, flowing hair, clad in hard red armor, their face covered by a mask, leaving only their piercing eyes visible. In each hand, they held a crescent-shaped blade. With every swing of the blades, surges of red energy filled the air. The figure was enveloped in red mist, creating an eerie and unsettling presence. All members of Shrek Academy, except for Tang San, were now trapped within the red mist. Their senses, soul power, and speed were reduced by 50%, and their movements were slowed by the same amount. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see their own hands, and the red haze, mixed with a disorienting aura, made it impossible to locate their teammates. Frustration and anger began to build. The merged figure, Demonic Charm, moved with unnatural grace, as if the red mist were its home. Tang San, seeing this, was horrified. He glared at Yi Hao, realizing that Yi Hao had completely isolated him from the rest of his team. Using his purple demon eyes, Tang San could see through the mist, but Yi Hao stood firmly in his way. Recalling his teacher's final words, Zio-san, those 3 soul bones are crucial for you. You must obtain them. Among the 3 soul bones, the head bone was the most precious. Now Tang San had lost his external soul bone, and the blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, which should have been his, had been taken by Yi Hao. He was left with nothing. Yi Hao, you killed my teacher and destroyed my family. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Tang San retracted his blue-silver grass and instead summoned his clear sky hammer. No, I'm not, Yi Hao replied calmly. I'm sure Tang Hao has told you about what happened back then. If I hadn't acted, it would have been us who were destroyed. Tang San, I know your nature. You're vengeful and won't stop until your enemies are completely annihilated. Hearing this, Tang San frowned. Your teacher was all talk, spouting grand theories, but lacking any real ability. Even his so-called martial soul theories were plagiarized from the spirit hall. Tell me, what has Yu Zhaogang actually given you since you became his disciple? Tang San was momentarily stunned. He lowered his head and touched the 24 bridge moonlit night. Did that count? My teacher taught me how to identify the age of soul beasts, knowledge about martial souls, and the principles of being a good person. As soon as Tang San finished speaking, the entire arena erupted in laughter. Identifying the age of soul beasts and knowledge about martial souls, those are all in the academy textbooks. Your teacher isn't anything special. No wonder he was killed. He walked in that day looking so arrogant. Facing the ridicule, Tang San glared furiously. Yi Hao waved his hand, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Tang San, did you hear that? You're a soul master too. Over the years, Yu Zhaogang gave you nothing but those basic things. And as for the principles of being a good person, your behavior is hardly commendable. You're always talking about the path to death, casually deciding the life and death of others. You have no right to do so. Tang San staggered, raising the clear sky hammer above his head. Dark red energy surged down in an instant. Die, he roared, bringing the hammer down with force. The spot where Yi Hao had been standing was now a small crater. Titan giant ape left leg skill, Titan's divine strength. Using his six-winged purple light wings, Yihaus soared into the air. His left leg glowed with a crimson light, and a powerful pressure descended. Immediately, Tang San's eyes widened. He knelt on one knee, raising the clear sky hammer high, hoping to withstand the overwhelming pressure. The pressure spread throughout his body. Tang San's arms grew numb, and the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web. Above, Bibai Dong watched with a satisfied nod. She glanced at a Yin, who was already in tears, watching her son suffer below. As a mother, she was powerless, and her heart ached. Meanwhile, inside the red mist, the demonic charm figure flickered, and soon, the first elimination occurred. Tai Long was covered in blood, his skin cut open to reveal the white bone beneath. Blood pooled around him. Next, Jiang Zhu was thrown out. Aside from her disheveled clothes and hair, she was only unconscious and otherwise unharmed. Inside the red mist, Ma Hongjun trembled, his body enveloped in flames. He looked around nervously, not daring to let his guard down. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Ma Hongjun's first soul ring lit up, and a stream of scorching flames erupted from his mouth. Suddenly, a cold breeze brushed past his back, sending shivers down his spine. The demonic charm moved like a ghost, perfectly at home in the red mist. A flash of white light appeared in the mist, and a sinister blade left a cut on Ma Hongjun's abdomen. This time, Ma Hongjun was lucky. The blade only grazed the outer layer of his clothes. Next time, he might not be so fortunate. Come out already? Hiding in the shadows isn't what a soul master should do. Ma Hongjun instinctively shut his mouth. He was too nervous, his palms sweating. Suddenly, the demonic charm appeared in the mist. It held two crescent blades, their surfaces seemingly soaked in blood, glowing with a crimson light. The demonic charm's combined strength was almost at the Soul Emperor level. Ma Hongjun took several steps back, regretting his earlier outburst. "I'm here, show me what you've got." The demonic charm's voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's ears, lingering like a haunting melody. Gritting his teeth, Ma Hongjun knew there was no turning back now. His first and second soul rings lit up, and flames erupted from his body. The fiery phoenix behind him seemed almost illusory. First soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. Second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. This time, the Phoenix Fireline was even more ferocious, the heat of the flames making the air tremble. But he was facing the demonic charm. The demonic charm flickered, and the two crescent blades merged into one. In an instant, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Fireline was split in two. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun was horrified. He tried to gather his flames again, but the demonic charm had already appeared behind him. It raised its blade and slashed down mercilessly. The next second, outside the red mist, Ma Hongjun was thrown out, covered in blood. Like Tai Long, his bones were shattered. Even if he recovered, it would take at least half a year. And even then, his future soul power cultivation would be difficult unless he obtained a rare treasure like the fiery passion flower. Otherwise, there was no hope. Hongjun. Flender's heart ached as he watched Ma Hongjun being carried away, covered in blood. The teacher seemed to have aged a decade in an instant. Time passed, and the demonic charm threw out two more people from the mist, Dai Mubai and Oscar. They were in no better shape than Ma Hongjun. Due to the immense soul power consumption of the martial soul fusion skill, Juliana and Zai Yue were racing against time. When dealing with Dai Mubai and Oscar, they acted swiftly and decisively, ensuring a quick defeat. "Your teammates have already lost, Tang San. Surrender." Yihaus stood in midair, looking down at Tang San like a victor. Tang San looked down and saw that he was the only one left on the field. Zio Wu was pinned under Zai Yue's foot, a blade pressed to her throat. Seeing this, Tang San felt a deep sense of helplessness. He was unwilling. "Useless trash," Tang San cursed under his breath. He wasn't in much better shape himself, sprawled on the ground. His clear sky hammer had been shattered into pieces, scattered around him. The power of the 100,000-year Titan giant ape's left leg bone was simply too overwhelming. In front of it, Tang San was nothing but an ant. "I surrender," Tang San said reluctantly. Hearing this, Yihao gradually withdrew the pressure. But in that instant, Tang San's hands turned milky white. His eyes lit up, and he quickly grabbed the shattered pieces of the clear sky hammer. His arms moved swiftly, his fingers seeming to disappear as he manipulated the fragments. The pieces of the clear sky hammer shot toward Yi Hao like meteors, attacking from all directions. Tang San's aim was precise, using the sharpest parts of the shattered hammer. Some of the fragments were even coated with poison, as Tang San was an expert in toxins. The fragments flew toward Yi Hao. Bat wing reincarnation, Yi Hao murmured. He had expected this move. A black light flashed from his forehead, and the death god's heart enveloped him perfectly. Tang San's bat wing reincarnation was completely blocked, but just then, Tang San's lips curled into a sinister smile. Several hammer fragments suddenly flew back, just as Yi Hao deactivated the death god's heart. Yi Hao felt two powerful gusts of wind approaching from behind. His left leg glowed crimson once more. Gravity swamp. An unprecedented pressure crushed Tang San's entire body. Just as he stood up, he was slammed back to the ground by an overwhelming force. In the next moment, Yi Hao flashed through the air, grabbing Tang San and lifting him into the sky. At the same time, the two fragments of the clear sky hammer, coated with deadly poison, pierced Tang San's body. Tang San's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. You actually countered my bat wing reincarnation. Tang San's trembling voice reached Yi Hao's ears. Hidden weapons? Yi Hao smirked, his voice cold. They're nothing more than cheap tricks, Tang San. You've broken the rules. With that, Yi Hao hurled Tang San from the sky. His body crashed heavily onto the ground, sending up a cloud of dust. Everything settled. HMPH, Bibaidong snorted, her eyes filled with a chilling killing intent. He got off too easily. Attacking after surrendering was exactly the kind of thing Tang San would do. Now do you see? This is the son you and Tang Hao raised, Bibaidong said disdainfully, glancing at Yin, who stood silently, tears streaming down her face. She then ordered someone to take Yin away. I declare that the winner of this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament is the Spirit Hall team. Instantly, cheers, shouts, and applause erupted like thunder. Countless people cheered for the Spirit Hall, shouting, "Long live the Spirit Hall." Meanwhile, a covert operation was already underway. Zai Yue retracted his martial soul and disdainfully kicked Xiao Wu away before walking over to Yi Hao. Young Master. Young Master. Zai Yue and Hu Liena approached Yi Hao. You've worked hard, there's nothing more for you to do here. Once you receive the soul bones, you can leave. Yes. The siblings bowed respectfully. Shrek Academy had lost, they had lost completely. Xiao Wu shot a hateful glance at Yi Hao before rushing to Tang San, who lay on the ground. Escape, that was all Xiao Wu could think of now. Escape. Yi Hao sneered, do you really think you can? At the same time, the death god's heart on Yi Hao's hair disappeared, splitting into 6 massive mirrors that enveloped the entire arena. Xiao Wu was now trapped like a fish in a net, with no way out. Of course, no one else noticed this. Brother, are you okay? Xiao Wu's eyes were filled with tears as she hurriedly helped Tang San up. Tang San was covered in blood, his arms pierced by fragments of the clear sky hammer. The wounds were already festering. Yi Hao Before Tang San could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Those who do evil will reap what they sow. Yi Hao took a step forward, shaking his head lightly. Tang San, this is the price for your sneak attack. You had already surrendered. I don't understand why you attacked. Are you a sore loser, or? Tang San was speechless. He gritted his teeth and pulled the clear sky hammer fragments from his shoulders, quickly taking an antidote. Xiao-san, Xiao Wu. Liu Erlong rushed to the two of them. Aside from Dai Mubai and Oscar, who had just regained consciousness, the others had already been carried away. Flender sensed that something was wrong and whispered, "Let's go." Go, Bibaidong descended from above. The tournament isn't over yet. Where are you going? With that, Bibaidong took out the tournament's prize, 3 soul bones. The soul bones floated in Bibaidong's hand, their dazzling light making Tang San's mouth water. He wished they were all his. Currently, he had none. He was alone. Some of the spectators felt the same way, but this was the Spirit Hall. They had the desire but not the courage. Now, I will award the tournament prizes to the Spirit Hall team. I hope you continue to work hard and soon break through to become title duos, becoming the pillars of the Spirit Hall. Huliena and the others, having received the soul bones, bowed to Bibaidong and Yi Hao before leaving. Seeing that it was over, Flender forced a smile. "Your Holiness, Shrek Academy admits defeat. May we leave now?" Bibai Dong smiled. "Of course." With that, Flender and the others breathed a sigh of relief and quickly prepared to leave. "But she must stay." Yihao pointed at Xiao Wu. At the same time, the hidden Spirit Hall disciples swarmed out, surrounding Shrek Academy completely. Seeing this, Xiao Wu's face turned pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. Flender was confused, and Dai Mubai and Oscar were equally baffled. Only Tang San knew the truth. "Yihao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to wipe us out?" Liu Erlong demanded angrily. Xiao Wu was her daughter. Now that Yu Xiaogeng was dead, she couldn't bear to lose her only child. "Liu Erlong, if I say you're blind, you really are blind," Yihao sighed helplessly. "What did you say?" Liu Erlong was furious. "My spirit hall can't harm a little girl, but a soul beast. That's a different story," Yihao said with a mysterious smile. Soul beast?" Liu Erlong was stunned. She turned to look at Xiao Wu, who was peeking out from behind Tang San, her eyes filled with disbelief. "No, that's impossible." Liu Erlong refused to believe it. Still in denial, Yihao smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to Tang San. "Tang San, aren't you going to explain? The girl behind you know, the 100,000-year soul beast, the soft bone rabbit." His words caused an uproar. Yihao's revelation shocked everyone. "A 100,000-year soul beast? You're saying this girl is a 100,000-year soul beast?" Liu Erlong stared at Xiao Wu in shock, and Flender staggered, equally stunned. Dai Mubai and Oscar shuddered, unable to believe that Xiao Wu wasn't human. "Damn it, fatty, we've been had," Oscar chuckled. Recalling Ma Hongzhen's curse in the mountain cabin that day, it had truly been a prophecy. "This is unbelievable," Dai Mubai muttered. "Damn you, Yihao," Tang San cursed inwardly. He shielded Xiao Wu behind him. No matter what, he wouldn't let the spirit hall take her. Bibai Dong stepped forward. "So you're the one who slipped through the net back then. I never expected you to be so bold as to come to the spirit hall openly. You really have a death wish." Xiao Wu's rabbit ears twitched in anger, but there was nothing she could do. "You killed my mother, I'll never forgive you, or the spirit hall," Xiao Wu spat venomously. "HMPH," Bibai Dong snorted. "Xiao Wu, use your third soul skill and run." Tang San secretly transmitted his voice using soul power. "Brother, what about you?" Xiao Wu's face was filled with anxiety. "Don't worry, Uncle is waiting outside. I'll be fine." At that moment, Xiao Wu's third soul ring lit up. Her body was enveloped in a pink light, and she vanished in an instant. Seeing this, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second... Ouch! Xiao Wu rubbed her head, which had turned red, as she stared at the black, transparent wall in front of her. She was momentarily lost in thought. Chapter 209. When I return, I'll marry you. Xiao Wu teleported. Xiao Wu hit the wall. Xiao Wu was stunned again. Staring at the black, transparent wall in front of her, Xiao Wu felt like she wanted to die. She had tried the same method in another location, but it still ended in failure. This series of actions left everyone dumbfounded. Yihao laughed so hard his stomach hurt, and he was too lazy to drag things out any longer. He raised his right hand and clenched it slightly. The ground around Xiao Wu suddenly turned black. From the void, 6 chains suddenly flew out their target, Xiao Wu. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but recall the scene with the Titan giant ape that day. So it was all true. That Titan giant ape had indeed been captured by Yihao. Many people had been skeptical before, but now it seemed they had been blind. The chains tore through the void, effortlessly pushing Liu Erlong aside. When they reached Xiao Wu, Tang San stood in front of her, shielding her tightly. "Yihao, don't go too far. Xiao Wu is my sister. I will never allow her to fall into your hands." Tang San shouted resolutely, his eyes blazing as he faced the black chains descending from the void. Yihao sighed helplessly. "You're truly incorrigible. Tang San, for the sake of this beast, you've committed countless atrocities over the years. Since everyone is here today, I'll expose your scars and let the entire continent see how someone as pure and flawless as you has been tainted." "No, shut up," Tang San screamed, his voice filled with anguish. But Yihao didn't care. He manipulated the chains to surround Xiao Wu, and with a flick, he sent Tang San, who was trying to defend her with his blue-silver grass, sprawling to the ground. In an instant, Xiao Wu was bound by the chains. Then the death god's heart fully manifested. 6 black mirrors appeared in midair, pulling Xiao Wu into them. Finally, the death god's heart returned to Yihao's palm, floating there as everything calmed down. It all happened so quickly that no one had time to react. "Xiao Wu!" Tang San shouted, his eyes quickly filling with bloodshot rage. Countless strands of blue-silver grass burst from the ground, aiming to snatch the death god's heart from Yihao's hand. But with a cold snort from Bibaidong, Tang San was sent flying, and the blue-silver grass in midair shattered into pieces. Tang San fell to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. If it weren't for the agreement between the death god and the sea god, Tang San would already be dead. Tang San, martial soul, blue-silver grass, clear sky hammer. Son of Tang Hao and the 100,000-year soul beast, blue-silver emperor. Yihao spoke calmly, his gaze mocking as he looked at Tang San. The latter's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Tang San had never felt such hatred for Yihao before. Today, he had been humiliated and brought to his lowest point. Because of a gesture on the fighting stage, you, for the sake of a childhood promised to that beast, righteously slaughtered an entire team of soul masters, leaving only one survivor. Yihao's piercing gaze made Tang San's scalp tingle. Behind him, countless hostile eyes bore into him. Soul masters were already rare, and the fighting stage was sacred. This tournament emphasized fairness, justice, and transparency. Just moments ago, Tang San had surrendered. But he had launched a sneak attack, only to end up harming himself. Killing soul masters in private was even more despicable. Everyone couldn't help but feel resentment toward this scoundrel. For the sake of a hollow childhood oath, he had mercilessly taken the lives of 6 living soul masters. He truly deserved to die. Tang San felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. The countless gazes made his scalp tingle, and he avoided eye contact, as if trying to hide from something. Flender was in disbelief, and even Dai Mubai and Oscar wore expressions of shock, keeping their distance from Tang San. They didn't want to be implicated. Although Dai Mubai considered himself no saint, after all, everyone had some dark history. What Tang San had done was unheard of. It was best to stay far away from him, or better yet, never have anything to do with him again. That was the best way to protect oneself. At this moment, Oscar suddenly spoke up. "Dai Mubai, do you remember when Fatty ate rabbit meat and made Xiao Wu furious?" "Yeah, what about it?" Oscar smirked, not caring that others were listening. "I bet those were Xiao Wu's descendants. Otherwise, why would she be so angry?" Hearing this, Tang San immediately glared at Oscar and said coldly, "Oscar, what are you talking about?" Oscar hid behind Dai Mubai and whispered, "Since Xiao Wu is a 100,000-year soul beast, in the 100,000 years before she became human, she probably, with male rabbits. You know how rabbits are, they can have several litters a year, with dozens of offspring each time. Remember when we ate roasted soft-bone rabbit? Xiao Wu's reaction was worse than if she wanted to kill us. Dai Mubai, do you remember?" Dai Mubai caught on and began to ponder. "Now that you mention it, Fatty ate the most back then. And in the cabin at the back of Shrek Academy, Fatty cursed Xiao Wu, saying, 'Are you human or a beast?' That made Xiao Wu furious. At the time, I wondered why a human would cry over a beast. We almost died at the hands of the Titan giant ape. Now it makes sense, that beast and the Titan giant ape are the same kind. I think Xiao Wu must have lured the Titan giant ape to wipe us out." Oscar immediately nodded. "Exactly. What a vicious heart. As expected, no soul beast is good." The two of them went back and forth, quickly finding common ground. "Traitor. Just like his father, Tang Hao. Kill him. Castrate him. Execute him. Tear him apart." Tang San looked horrified. He glared at Dai Mubai and Oscar, but the latter simply shook their heads. "We're just stating facts. What's the problem?" Dai Mubai said nonchalantly, spreading his hands. He felt as if a beam of righteous light had suddenly shone on Tang San's head. In an instant, Tang San became the target of everyone's scorn. Facing countless accusations of being a human traitor and a remnant of the Clear Sky clan, Tang San couldn't take it anymore. He instinctively looked to Flender for help. But he found that Flender had already moved 100 meters away, standing with Dai Mubai and the others. Flender was exhausted. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Tang San or that he was willing to watch him die. This was all Tang San's own doing. He had brought this upon himself. There was no helping him. Tang San then looked at Liu Erlong, only to find her gaze complicated. The daughter she had once doted on was actually a 100,000-year soul beast. And her most proud student, Tang San, had betrayed humanity for the sake of a soul beast, all because of a childhood oath. This guy had already signed his own death warrant. He had become the target of everyone's hatred. At the same time, Tang Zio, who had been waiting outside Spirit Hall, rushed up from the foot of the mountain. By the time he arrived, it was already too late. Seeing Tang San surrounded by the crowd, Tang Zio, as his uncle, naturally stepped forward to shield his nephew. But when he heard the rumors and accusations, Tang Zio was momentarily stunned. Traitor. Soul Beast accomplice. Remnant of the Clear Sky clan. What was all this? Uncle Yihao has captured Zio Wu, Tang San said urgently. Tang Zio was shocked. What did you say? Tang Zio had already learned about Zio Wu's true identity from his brother, a 100,000-year soul beast. At first, Tang Zio had been shocked, but his first reaction had been to advise Tang San to kill her and absorb her soul ring and soul bone. That way, the clan's revival would be within reach. But Tang San had already developed feelings for Zio Wu, just like Tang Hao had back in the day. It must be said, the father and son are quite a pair. Let's go, as long as we're alive, there's still hope. Tang Zio pulled Tang San away. Although he didn't know why Yihao hadn't made a move yet, Tang Zio understood that staying here any longer would only increase the danger. Yihao, please let Zio Wu go. I beg you, I can't live without her. Tang San suddenly broke down in tears. Zio Wu was his only family left in this world. What if I let her go? Would you still oppose Spirit Hall? Yihao asked tentatively. No, absolutely not. Tang San shouted resolutely, his gaze firm. Suddenly, Yihao laughed. Tang San, have you ever heard the phrase, crocodile tears? Tang San was stunned. What do you mean? Someone crying just to pretend they're remorseful or sympathetic. That's what crocodile tears means. We use it to describe hypocrites. Hearing this, Tang San finally understood. Yihao was calling him a hypocrite. Seeing that Tang San showed no signs of backing down, Tang Zio acted quickly, delivering a swift chop to the back of Tang San's neck. Tang San felt his head spin, his vision blurring as everything around him turned hazy. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Everyone, today Tang San spoke out of turn. Please don't take it to heart, Tang Zio said apologetically. With that, he hoisted Tang San onto his back and soared into the sky. As Tang Zio flew further away, Chrysanthemum Duluo frowned. Young master, should we pursue them? Yihao shook his head. I once promised someone to spare Tang San for now. Don't worry, he'll die sooner or later. What about Tang Zio? Chrysanthemum Duluo pressed. Tang Zio too, and the entire Clear Sky clan. The tournament has just ended, and we need to think long-term. Some plans can now be set in motion, mother, Yihao said, turning to Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong nodded slightly, smiling. Spread the order. Tang San is now on Spirit Hall's kill list. Make sure today's events are known throughout the entire Duluo continent. All right, everyone, you may disperse. Thank you for your hard work today. The crowd gradually dispersed, and peace returned. Spirit City. The Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament had come to an end, and the champion had been decided. Whether it was the Heaven Dew Empire or the Star Luo Empire, what shocked them the most wasn't the tournament itself, it was Tang San. The amount of information revealed was staggering. A traitor, a 100,000-year soul beast in human form. It was truly eye-opening, like a knife to the backside. Meanwhile, inside Spirit Hall. Sister, are you leaving so soon? Yihao and Kaiyan Rengsu sat facing each other. The latter was about to leave. Kaiyan Rengsu nodded, her eyes filled with helplessness. There's no other choice. Now that the tournament is over, my mission is complete. You must have heard the news from Heaven Dew City, right? Yes, Yihao nodded. Because Yihao's identity as the young master of Spirit Hall had been revealed, Emperor Zhu, he had vomited blood 3 times and had been unconscious for over half a month. It seemed he didn't have long to live. Little brother, there's something I need to ask you. You must answer me truthfully, Kaiyan Rengsu said seriously, her gaze intense. Seeing this, Yihao nodded silently. Was it you who leaked that information? What information? Stop pretending. I was the one who killed the 2 princes of the Heaven Dew Empire. You took the blame for me. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble for yourself? Yihao remained silent for a long time before suddenly smiling. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I am afraid of trouble for you. Hearing this, Kaiyan Rengsu was momentarily stunned. Looking at Yihao's smiling face, she understood that her little brother had done this for her sake. The royal family knew that Zhu King and Yihao were close. Now that Yihao's identity had been exposed, Zhu King would naturally come under suspicion. For the sake of the plan and her safety, Yihao had taken the blame. This way, he diverted attention and dispelled the rumors surrounding Zhu King. Why not? You really are, my silly little brother, Kaiyan Rengsu laughed. Then she stood up and hugged Yihao tightly. Having you here makes me feel very lucky. Yihao enjoyed the warmth of her embrace, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. Then he felt a moist sensation on his lips. Kaiyan Rengsu had kissed him. Yihao was stunned. This was the first time Kaiyan Rengsu had taken the initiative. Time passed and their lips parted. Kaiyan Rengsu's face was flushed with shyness. I'm leaving, wait for me to return. She turned around, her face even redder than before. When I come back, I'll marry you. With that, Kaiyan Rengsu quickly left. Sighs filled the air. Outside the city, the carriages bound for Heaven Dew City were ready. In front of the Shrek Academy carriage, everyone fell into silence, their emotions complex. I told you, that rabbit wasn't human. Ma Hongzhen suddenly burst into laughter. Prophet slay slay. It's really hard to believe. Xiao Wu was actually. Jiang Zhu's eyes were filled with melancholy, and she sighed repeatedly. Young master, how could you do this? Tai Long, wrapped in bandages, was slowly contemplating life. The most heartbroken was undoubtedly Liu Erlong, who had treated Xiao Wu as her daughter. Now, with Yu Xiaogang dead and her daughter, revealed to be a 100,000-year soul beast, Liu Erlong felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. She sat in the carriage, sighing from time to time. At this moment, Ma Hongzhen ran over to Flender and whispered, Teacher, your chance has come. Get lost, you brat. Flender kicked Ma Hongzhen away, annoyed. Indeed, Flender knew that now that Yu Xiaogang was dead, Liu Erlong's heart was free. Couldn't he step in to fill the void? However, Flender wasn't in a hurry. Liu Erlong was in a low mood, and approaching her now would only make things worse. When Liu Erlong's mood improved, everything would naturally fall into place. Thinking this, Flender smiled happily. Everyone, this is where we part ways. At this moment, Dai Mubai walked over. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, he had to return now that the tournament was over. I'm leaving too. I've decided to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, Oscar said with a smile. He had his own goals. Fatty, what about you? Ma Hongzhen grinned mischievously. I'll just wander around for a while, then come back to help teacher. One by one, they said their goodbyes. After all good things must come to an end. The Heaven Dew Royal Knights set off once more. Inside the carriage, Zhu Qinghe lifted the curtain and gazed at the distant spirit hall. Though her heart was filled with reluctance, she had a mission to fulfill. This time when she returned, blood would surely be shed. Evening. As dusk fell, inside Spirit Hall, Bibai Dong looked at Yihao, who had been grinning foolishly all day, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Silly boy, you've been grinning all day. What's got you so happy? Yihao smiled faintly. Mom, you're officially my mom now. Sister No Zuer has agreed. Agreed to what? What has you so delighted? Bibai Dong asked, amused. Zuer agreed to marry me when she comes back. She said so before she left, Yihao said excitedly. Hearing this, Bibai Dong was momentarily stunned, before a smile crept onto her lips. This was indeed good news. According to reports from our spies in the Heaven Dew Empire, your plan has succeeded. Bibai Dong stretched lazily. After Emperor Zhu Yi heard that you killed his 2 sons, he fell gravely ill and is now on his deathbed, barely clinging to life. The Heaven Dew royal family has listed you as their top target for elimination. With Zuer returning this time, I think her chances of inheriting the throne have greatly increased. The plan is about to succeed. Son, you should avoid going to the Heaven Dew Empire as much as possible in the future, Bibai Dong advised. Yihao shrugged it off. Don't worry, the Heaven Dew Empire will soon belong to the Kaiyan family. I'm not afraid. Mom, what's our next move? Bibai Dong smiled. No rush, we'll wait until everything settles. The top 3 clans, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, must be destroyed. As for the Clear Sky clan, they have 5 titled duos. With Tang Hao having lost an arm and a leg and being poisoned by Death Spider Emperor Venom, I doubt he has much time left. The 2 empires can be dealt with easily. But, Bibai Dong's expression darkened. What worries me the most is this place. Sea God Island, Yi Hao frowned. Exactly. Sea God Island has Sea God Duo, Bo Saixi. Although I can temporarily break through level 100 by performing a martial soul fusion technique with Zhazhu and Zhuer, Bo Saixi can also harness the power of the ocean. Another thing, Tang San hasn't received the Sea God's trial yet, but he is the future successor of the Sea God. We must eliminate Tang San before he inherits the Sea God's divine position. Yi Hao lowered his head and thought, this was indeed a difficult problem. Back when Spirit Hall attacked Sea God Island, they lost 2 titled duos and many soul masters. The Sea Soul Masters on the island had the advantage of the ocean's support. Mom, leave the Clear Sky clan and Sea God Island to me. You focus on dealing with the 2 empires and the other 2 sects. By the way, what do you plan to do with that waste, Yu Xiaogeng? Him, Bibai Dong waved her hand dismissively. When the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is destroyed, I'll have someone bring him along. I want him to watch his family fall apart piece by piece. This is the price for daring to harm you. Good, Yi Hao nodded. Dealing with Yu Xiaogeng required not just killing him, but also crushing his spirit. Son, you need to work hard on your divine trials. When Zhuer returns, the 2 of you should put in more effort so I can become a grandmother sooner, Bibai Dong said with a bright smile, like the blazing sun. What? Yi Hao was shocked. Isn't that too early? It's not early. Zhuer is almost 30 and you're almost 15. By the time she completes her mission and returns, you'll be 17 or 18. Hurry up, Bibai Dong urged. Then, Yi Hao took the death god's heart from his hair and released Xiao Wu from it. Seeing the unfamiliar surroundings and the 2 people in front of her, Xiao Wu's expression changed drastically. Yi Hao, and you, I'll never let you off. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her body trembling with anger. Yi Hao smiled faintly. Now that the Titan giant ape is dead, the Sky Azure Bull Python is next. I heard the 3 of you were close. Don't worry, you'll meet them soon. Da Ming, tears welled up in Xiao Wu's eyes as she imagined the scene. I'll kill you. Xiao Wu struggled against the death chains binding her, but she couldn't move. Son, what do you plan to do with this rabbit? Bibai Dong asked. Yi Hao thought for a moment. She'll be my 6th soul ring. I'm about to head to Slaughter City, so she'll serve as my 6th soul ring. As for the soul bone, I don't want it. You can give it to Nana. It suits her better. In an instant, Xiao Wu froze. She lay on the ground, trembling and silent. Seeing the killing intent in Yi Hao's eyes, Xiao Wu felt like she was already dead. Good, Bibai Dong smiled. A 100,000-year soul bone was a rare treasure. Yi Hao didn't want the soft bone rabbit's soul bone, because he had a perfect plan for each of his future soul bones. Someone! Yi Hao called out. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Duo appeared. Young master. Yi Hao nodded. Take the rabbit away and bind her with death chains in the Elder Hall. When my soul power reaches level 60, kill her. Yes. The 2 responded and dragged away Xiao Wu, whose face was ashen and lifeless. Her fate was sealed. Mom, after I return from Slaughter City, I'll go to the Stardew Great Forest to capture the Sky Azure Bull Python. No need, son. Bibai Dong shook her head with a smile. Over the years, the Sky Blue Bull Python has caused heavy casualties among human soul masters who ventured into the Stardew Great Forest due to the Titan giant ape. I need to obtain my 9th soul ring personally, so don't trouble yourself with it. Hayar, when you become a titled duo, you must be careful. When absorbing the 2nd martial soul, you must choose the right soul beast. The greatest advantage of a twin martial soul lies in this. I understand. The last soul ring for my soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial soul will go to the deep-sea demonic whale king. I must intercept that guy. Yi Hao's eyes gleamed with determination. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Stardew Great Forest. In a desolate area, Tang Xiao set Tang San down and lit a small fire with some twigs. Sigh, Tang Xiao let out a heavy sigh. What a mess. Tang San's reputation on the continent was completely ruined. Along with Yu Xiaogeng, they were now collectively known as the Waste Master and Disciple and labeled as traitors. Tang Xiao had originally planned to take Tang San back to the Clear Sky clan, but now, That was out of the question.